Chapter 1. Rebirth. In the world of Dragon Ball, the year is 737 of the age of the dragon. A group of uninvited guests has arrived, as dozens of beetle-shaped spaceships penetrate the atmosphere of planet Vegeta. The ships dash through the skies with reckless abandon, disregarding all order, even crashing into Scion structures along the way, before finally hovering ominously above the Scion Palace. From the moment they breached the atmosphere, the Scions sensed an overwhelming energy, causing them to halt their tasks and gaze up at the sky in alarm. "How audacious!" murmured one Scion, expressing his discontent at the sight before him. Amidst the fearful, disgruntled, and bewildered stares of the Scions, the spaceships gradually opened their hatches, and a swarm of figures emerged, resembling a horde of famished locusts. As the personnel gathered, the ships descended to the ground. Leading the group, a few individuals advanced amid their entourage, moving at a measured pace, yet their footsteps were distinctly audible. The tall alien spoke first. "It has been a long time, King Vegeta." "Indeed, Lord Cooler, welcome," replied the Scion known as King Vegeta, his hair styled in an impressive manner. "Allow me to introduce my son, Frieza. From this day forth, he shall take my place in leading you. Fear not, everything shall remain as it once was." Cooler wore a constant smile, yet outsiders would not mistake him for a benevolent figure. Upon hearing his name, Frieza abruptly opened his eyes, and at the sight of his gaze, everyone understood a more formidable presence had arrived. King Vegeta quickly knelt on one knee, paying his respects to Frieza, and the Scion guards promptly followed suit, mirroring the gesture. Perhaps inheriting his father's demeanor, Frieza performed a mock bow in return. Though King Vegeta harbored discontent, he dared not voice it. After a brief exchange with King Vegeta, Cooler and his son led the assembly away, seizing the opportunity to eliminate a few lurking spies. Their mission was straightforward: to inform the Scions of a change in leadership, establishing dominance while simultaneously instilling fear. In essence, it was a display of power. Amidst the sounds of explosions outside, a child in an incubation pod opened his eyes. This child is our protagonist, Broly. The narrative shifts back 5 years. Broly was once an inconspicuous youth on Blue Planet, leading an ordinary life devoid of any extraordinary adventures. That he occasionally indulged in anime and video games, held a mundane job with a meager salary, and, like many, succumbed to the pressures of life. In this state of anonymity, 2 years ago, he fell asleep and awoke in the world of Dragon Ball. Upon his initial arrival, Broly pondered whether there would be a battle for the body. Although the original owner of this body was still young and vulnerable, being a Scion posed the risk of losing his consciousness to another, a fate that would be a significant embarrassment for any transdimensional traveler. Upon meeting Paragus, Broly felt a mixture of astonishment and delight. The joy stemmed from the fact that this body belonged to a Scion, renowned for their unparalleled strength. The name Broly alone signified ferocity and power. However, he also felt alarmed. Could he truly inherit this strength? Would he be able to win the battle for supremacy? As time passed, Broly realized he had overthought the situation. There was no fierce battle for control over the body. He seamlessly inherited Broly's powers and name. However, this was far from sufficient. The subsequent collapse of the combat system posed a significant challenge: how to transition smoothly into the later stages of his journey. System, it is time for you to manifest," Broly exclaimed. Nothing happened, and a few crows flew overhead. "Must I silently summon it?" Broly closed his eyes, mentally calling forth the system. Still, no response. Something is amiss. Am I truly without a system? No, I cannot relinquish any chance of survival. If a system exists, I shall conquer the boxing champions and trample the gods of destruction, while angels feed me. Broly clung to a glimmer of hope. "I have arrived on planet Vegeta. I shall sign in. Universal Chat Master. I claim my rewards. Look at the corners of my 200. Broly persisted in his various attempts. Alas, I cannot possibly be a mere side character in a wealthy, dependent narrative. He sighed deeply after a period of fruitless effort. Though disheartened by the reality of his situation, Broly accepted it. Familiar with the storyline and equipped with the name Broly, he recognized the potential for success if he played his cards right. With no system, I must resort to training. However, I am too confined to this pod to escape, merely left to stare vacantly. Even if I could venture out, the jealousy of the old Vegeta and the manipulations of my biological father loom over me. Perhaps I should adopt a different perspective. From the confines of this pod, I see no Goku. Hence, I must be the new Broly. This body possesses sufficient potential. Yet, unlike the old Broly, I cannot simply grow stronger at will or balance fury with reason. Perhaps cultivating my mind is a wise choice. As time progressed, Broly remained trapped in the incubation pod for 2 years, and his temperament softened. However, he was not the true Broly, and while his character could evolve, it would not change overnight. According to the latest narrative, I and Vegeta are now 5 years old, while Kakarot has just been born. In 3 years, Frieza will annihilate planet Vegeta. I must conceal my combat prowess before that, lest I be exiled to the desolate planet of Wampa. The story has proven that training there yields no results. I shall devise a plan for the future, returning to the time of Cooler and his son's visit to planet Vegeta. This old fool is putting on quite the show. He shall weep for it later, Broly mused internally. Ah, what a bother. It is now my turn to perform. If I execute well, I shall enjoy a life free from worry. If I fail, it will be disastrous as expected. Once Cooler and his son departed, King Vegeta, accompanied by his entourage, descended to the incubation chamber. He began to boast about his son, calling him a genius warrior and the future emperor of the universe. Broly could hardly suppress a laugh. In a few decades, would anyone dare question his son's failure to achieve the title of universe's emperor? Who is this little brat? Why is he also housed in the special pod? Vegeta glared furiously at his subordinates, unwilling to accept anyone of equal standing to his prodigious son. I apologize. This child is named Broly, the son of Colonel Paragus. Foolishness. This pod is costly and designed to nurture elite scions. You waste precious resources, roared King Vegeta in fury. Chapter 2. A Soul Guardian. What a disgrace. This cultivation chamber is exorbitantly expensive and the environmental conditions are harsh. It is specifically designed for nurturing elite scions. You are squandering the resources of our kind. King Vegeta thundered in fury. However, Broly's readings have already surpassed those of your highness, as you can see. The researcher in charge of the cultivation chamber presented an old scouter to King Vegeta. Clueless as ever, someone like you, who would perish if not for your own folly. The classic moment. How quintessential, Broly mused inwardly. King Vegeta aimed the scouter at Broly within the incubation pod. As the device scanned Broly, the readings began to fluctuate. 0, 10, 30. Broly understood that his future depended on this moment. He calmed his mind, and even the rhythm of his heartbeat seemed to slow. 50, 80, still rising. 200, 300, 400. 450, 400. Ultimately, it settled at 400. The earliest setting for Vegeta's birth power level was 3000, though some sources claim it to be 1000 or 1200. I searched for a definitive answer and later saw a theatrical version stating 450, which seems reasonable, as at that time King Vegeta struck the glass, causing Broly to cry. His subordinate remarked that the device was malfunctioning, suggesting previous readings were higher. Even now, 700 or 800 would exceed Vegeta's level. Hence, this figure is adopted. King Vegeta remained unconvinced. Let us use the new scouter sent by Frieza for a second opinion. The researcher exchanged it for a new scouter and handed it to King Vegeta, who retested Broly, and the result was still 400. That little brat. King Vegeta slammed his hand against the wall of the pod, causing Broly to abruptly open his eyes and fixate intensely on the king. Ha! King Vegeta laughed heartily, leaving the onlookers perplexed. He continued, "This little rascal shows promise. While his talent may not rival my son's, it is not far off. His indomitable spirit may prove advantageous against Frieza. Let him remain here. In a few days, I shall have my son and Broly prepare to assault some weaker planets. It is time to commence." King Vegeta paused and added, "Be vigilant with this new batch of scouters during replication. We must avoid any further mishaps." With that, he departed without looking back. Once King Vegeta had left, Broly exhaled a sigh of relief. Phew, I've managed to escape that ordeal. Had I reacted like a typical child and cried out in fear, I would have been relegated to a low-class warrior, toiling like a beast, wouldn't I? And all for the purpose of nurturing elite scions? If that is the case, then I shall rightfully indulge in these resources. From that point onward, Broly and Vegeta were assigned to the team led by Nappa and Raditz, with the original Captain Nappa rightfully replaced by Vegeta. 3 years hence, in a realm known as Kanesa, nightfall envelopes the land, illuminated by the silvery glow of the moon. A cadre of colossal apes is beset by a tribe reminiscent of lizard men. They are the last bastion of resistance on this planet. A month prior, a cohort of extraterrestrial beings, adorned with tails, descended from their spacecraft and launched an unprovoked assault on the indigenous populace, catching the lizard men off guard and subjecting them to a brutal massacre. The formidable combat prowess and ruthless tactics of the Scions rendered the initial encounters so lethal that the lizard men perished without the opportunity to send a warning. It was not until the third day of the Scion onslaught that the indigenous people grasped the dire circumstances they faced. Sadly, even with this newfound awareness, they remained incapable of mounting an effective defense against the Scions. As the battles unfolded, the death toll among the lizard men escalated, and the remaining survivors convened, bracing themselves for the final onslaught from the Scions. At last, on this fateful night, the Scions unleashed their ultimate assault. The lizard men, still bewildered by the unfolding chaos, bore witness as the demonic Scions transformed into giant apes, their power and destructive capacity multiplying exponentially. The lizard men's energy blasts were rendered ineffective against the colossal beasts, who retaliated with devastating energy attacks that obliterated their foes. This conflict was short-lived. Indeed, it scarcely qualified as a war. It was a mere slaughter. In the midst of the Bardock squad's brief respite, a lizard man suddenly emerged from the ruins, launching a surprise attack on Bardock from behind. Bardock swiftly retaliated, obliterating the assailant. But in the process, he too succumbed to the ensuing chaos. Upon regaining consciousness, Bardock discovered that his comrades had abandoned him to join the fray. As he pursued them, he found that one by one, they had met grim fates. In his final moments, his ally Toma imparted a grave revelation. Frisia had grown weary of the Scions and commenced plans for their annihilation. Bardock, seizing the cloth used by his fallen comrade to staunch wounds, was engulfed in fury as he beheld the blood-soaked fabric, a testament to their struggle. At that moment, a chorus of laughter pierced the air. Frisia's forces stood mockingly before Bardock. Drawing a deep breath, he remained silent and charged into the throng, engaging in combat. The initial allocation of forces against Bardock should have posed no challenge, yet the Scion's near-death revival empowered him to vanquish several adversaries with great force. However, the haunting visage of the lizard man's dying blow, the phantom fist, relentlessly flashed through Bardock's mind, clouding his focus and compelling him to pay a heavy price for victory against his foes. After dispatching a handful of minions, Bardock, nursing severe injuries, returned to planet Vegeta. As expected, his earnest warnings were met with skepticism and ridicule from his kin. "You wretches, may you all descend into the abyss alongside this planet." Bardock's temper flared. The death of his comrades and Frisia's betrayal had ignited a fury within him that intensified when he realized that none of his fellow Scions heeded the life-and-death message he had fought so valiantly to deliver. "I am not yet ready to fall, Frisia." Bardock, dragging his injured body, walked towards the window. He beheld a figure with a crab-like hairstyle standing before him, only for the figure to transform into Frisia as he approached. Was this the fleeting vision of death? No, merely a wretched illusion. As the images flashed repeatedly in his mind, Bardock finally stepped outside, feeling as if his wounds had begun to mend. The memory of planet Vegeta's destruction and the fierce battle between Kakarot and Frisia solidified Bardock's resolve as he soared towards the fleet beyond the atmosphere. Before Bardock could reach the vicinity of the spaceship, Frisia's minions surged forth like a torrential downpour. A group of aliens combined their energies to unleash a wave of ki at Bardock. After the explosion, Bardock emerged from the dust, dispatching a minion blocking his path with a swift elbow strike. As Bardock drew closer to Frisia's ship, the henchmen realized they could not allow him to advance any further. Desperately, they coiled around him in a mass. Once ensnared, Bardock concentrated his energy, releasing a powerful force that burst forth like a sphere, scattering the minions and allowing him to continue his advance. Chapter 3. Let us sort the luggage. After being restrained, Bardock gathered his energy, thrusting the minions away to press onward. Inside the spacecraft, Frisia observed Bardock's relentless assault on his foot soldiers and commanded Zabon to open the top hatch, determined to confront this extraordinary Scion personally. With each wave of clashes, Bardock's body approached its limits. Each time he broke through a cluster of minions, another wave surged forth to restrain him. Finally, as he reached the hatch of the spaceship, it slowly opened. Frisia emerged, seated in his infantile contraption. Upon finally encountering the architect of his plight, Bardock grimaced and uttered his iconic line. "Heh heh heh, now everything can change. The fate of planet Vegeta, my fate. Kakarot's fate, and yours." With that, Bardock unleashed his full power in a strike aimed at Frieza. The roaring energy sphere sped towards Frieza, who merely chuckled, gathering a sphere of death energy in his hand. The energy ball rapidly expanded to a colossal size, engulfing Bardock's full-powered attack. The grand missile vanished as if a mere pebble had been cast into the vast ocean. Bardock's face reflected astonishment, despite having anticipated this outcome. What? Frieza, already apprehensive of the Super Saiyan legend, felt an inexplicable rage upon seeing a Saiyan like Bardock. Without uttering a single word, he hurled the death energy sphere at Bardock. The conclusion was tragic. As Bardock was consumed by the energy, his consciousness began to fade. In his final moments, he envisioned his son's confrontation with Frieza, the wretched little brat he had dismissed as worthless, who would ultimately alter the fate of their race. With this thought, Bardock raised the corner of his mouth and called out the name, Kakarot. As the wave of death energy surged forward, consuming all in its path, the minions who had previously obstructed Bardock for Frieza were likewise engulfed, hurtling towards planet Vegeta. With a cataclysmic explosion, planet Vegeta was transformed into a shattered fireball. In the wake of the deafening sound, everything that once existed was rendered into nothingness. The evidence of the existence of the Plantians, renowned for their rapid healing potions, the advanced civilization of the Zafarians, and the warrior race of the Saiyans was scattered across the cosmos like countless stardust, all obliterated by the explosion. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, within the Vegeta squad, chaos erupted. "What? Lord Nappa, this is bad," exclaimed the Saiyans, their faces etched with anxiety. Nappa, alarmed, inquired, "What is it?" The Saiyans reported, "Frieza's army has sent word that planet Vegeta has suffered a colossal meteor strike. The entire planet is destroyed." "What?" Nappa's expression mirrored their dread, as several fellow Saiyans wore expressions of profound grief. Not far off, the trio of Raditz, Vegeta, and Broly also absorbed the shocking news, each reacting in their own manner. Raditz remarked, "We are truly fortunate to be alive. It's a good thing we didn't heed Frieza's orders to return." Vegeta, devoid of sorrow, gnawed at an unfamiliar fruit, muttering, "How close I was to becoming King Vegeta." Only Broly remained silent, his thoughts heavy with lament. "Alas, Bardock, you were the true glory of the Saiyans. I wonder how my estranged father fares. Though I am not his biological son, I inhabit his son's body, and he cannot enslave me. Out of respect, I shall pray for your survival from this explosion. If fate has other plans, it would merely be the consequence of your many transgressions." Nappa approached Vegeta, inquiring, "Vegeta, you have a brother, do you not?" Vegeta replied, "Indeed, though I know not whether he lives or dies. Frankly, I have little interest in the matter." Raditz, adopting Vegeta's tone, added, "Yes, but he is a low-class warrior, cowering in the incubation chamber. Truly useless. I believe our mother intended to send him away, but I can hardly be bothered. And you, Broly? Do you have any family left?" Broly rose from the ground, refraining from answering immediately. He glanced at Nappa and the others, then turned to Vegeta and Raditz, saying, "You two rascals, with your families gone, still pretend to be aloof. Especially you. Vegeta, what good is your power? It seems lesser than Nappa's." Raditz retorted, "Oh, the mute has found his voice. We Saiyans value strength above all. Who cares for trivial matters? Broly, you must not speak disrespectfully to Prince Vegeta." Nappa, recognizing some truth in Broly's words, felt conflicted, yet also acknowledged Raditz's point. "Now, we are the last of the Saiyans. We cannot afford to fracture among ourselves. We must devise a plan for our future." He turned to Vegeta, awaiting his strategy. Vegeta hastily finished the remaining fruits, rose to his feet, and approached Broly. "What do you suggest I do? Should I weep like those inferior races?" Broly initially shoved Vegeta aside and delivered a punch that knocked Raditz to the ground, replying, "According to your logic, strength reigns supreme. If I were to kill you now, would you have any complaints?" Raditz, somewhat flustered, took a few steps back. Many had claimed that Broly's power level was not significantly lower than Vegeta's, and upon reflection, he had never truly unleashed his full strength during battles. Nor had he transformed into a great ape. It seemed that, at the very least, his power level surpassed Raditz, though he refused to show any sign of submission. "What do you intend to do?" Broly glanced around at a few others, recognizing that Vegeta was still the focal point of their group. He then provided his answer. Naturally, one should repay kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. However, I also hope you comprehend this. Let's divide the belongings. The Scions have met their deserved fate, having recklessly slaughtered innocents and plundered planets. Yet, I am not blameless either. But you all, proud and arrogant, fail to grasp the essence of emotions and refuse to accept reality. The so-called warrior race is merely a farce. Broly had initially intended to fly away, but after living together for so long, he reconsidered and nodded at Vegeta. Think it over. I cannot believe you genuinely think planet Vegeta was destroyed by a meteorite. Why would Frieza gather us? Now, I am heading to other planets, and we must ensure that Frieza pays for the tragic loss of our kin, as well as for the future of the Scions. Will you join me? Nappa and the others fell silent, taken aback that the usually taciturn young one could articulate such thoughts. However, Vegeta remained the prince and the strongest among them. Thus it was fitting for him to make the decision. Raditz felt a surge of enthusiasm, though he was unsure of Broly's intentions. He looked at Vegeta and declared, I will not go. You, with a power level less than mine, dare to dream of overthrowing Frieza? Vegeta, without a moment's hesitation, rejected Broly's proposition. And given your earlier insolence towards me, do you think I would simply allow you to depart? You are unworthy of my counsel. Broly shook his head, suddenly vanishing from sight, only to reappear before Vegeta, delivering a fierce punch that rendered Vegeta unconscious. If that is the case, then may we meet again by fate. I hope you do not perish too soon. With that, Broly soared towards the spacecraft. The Scions on the team were the first to react, questioning, Nappa, should we pursue? Nappa shook his head. Let it go. Prince Vegeta, with a battle power of 12,000, was defeated with a single blow. We are no match for him. Let him leave. First, let us assess Prince Vegeta's injuries. Nappa withheld one thought, although uncertain of Broly's correctness. He had a lingering feeling that the Scions would fare better under his leadership. Chapter 4. A serendipitous encounter. After locating the spacecraft, Broly procured some essential supplies for sustenance. However, he opted not to commandeer the spaceship. Instead, he exchanged it for a less comfortable, spherical single-person flyer. This choice afforded him the advantage of a smaller target, making it less conspicuous. Moreover, the flyer evoked a sense of authenticity within Broly, reminiscent of the comic books and animations he had once admired in his previous life. Though the confined space did not permit training, perhaps this was the essence of a man's romanticism, setting the coordinates to Earth. Broly understood that his journey would not be a matter of days. It was a long, arduous endeavor filled with moments of longing and tears. In the quietude, he practiced piloting the craft, searching for coordinates, a stark contrast to Kakarot, who navigated with reckless abandon. Given the vast distance ahead, Broly mimicked the narrative he had observed, switching the flyer to sleep mode, which offered the dual benefits of alleviating boredom and managing basic needs. He adjusted the flight speed to a normal pace, contemplating that arriving too early would serve little purpose. Without Bulma's radar, locating the Dragon Balls would prove challenging, and the World Martial Arts Tournament had yet to commence. Initially, he would need to follow the path laid out by the progeny of the saga, awaiting the necessary elements before devising his strategy. In the year 749 of the Age of the Universe, on Earth, a resounding crash accompanied by a significant tremor roused Broly from his slumber. Had he arrived? He emerged to stretch his limbs. Although his routine had been one of repose, his physical capabilities had not dulled. Over the years, Broly's stature had reached an imposing height of 2 meters. Finding a water source, he indulged in a moment of self-admiration. Aside from his towering height, the 9 years without rigorous training had left him less robust than his original portrayal. His physique resembled that of the classic Broly, though his eyes bore a resolute glint, and his chiseled facial features exuded a rugged charm. The addition of his finely arched eyebrows lent a touch of elegance, and his previously unkempt hair was neatly tied into a simple braid, enhancing his combat readiness. Yet, this was not his apex. He recalled that upon reaching adulthood, he would tower at an astonishing 24 meters. Height, in his mind, was of little concern. If one possessed agility and swiftness, it became an advantage, with longer limbs translating to greater strength. 9 years had slipped away in this manner, but fortunately, Scion lifespans were extended, with prolonged periods of youth. And should the need arise, he could always seek out Bulma to make a wish with the Dragon Balls. Having sufficiently rested, it was time for the narrative to unfold. He needed to prepare and find someone to inquire about directions. With a sudden burst of energy, Broly surged into the sky, disappearing in an instant. September 1st. At Bao Mountain, a child with a tail frolicked in the jungle, embodying the original protagonist, Sun Wukong. Endowed with immense strength, he could effortlessly hurl logs larger than himself. His agility was remarkable, as he dodged a saber-toothed tiger in pursuit, sometimes swinging through the trees like Tarzan, and at other times, sprinting on all fours like a gorilla. His cleverness was undeniable. Well, perhaps. He led the saber-toothed tiger to the edge of a cliff and then leaped into the abyss, reminiscent of Bugs Bunny and Mr. Fafa. The saber-toothed tiger plummeted down, while he managed to grasp a branch from the cliff. Just as Sun Wukong reveled in his cleverness, the branch snapped, and he too fell into the void, akin to the tiger. At that moment, a hand suddenly appeared and grasped Wukong. Upon recognizing the individual, he was astonished to see that this person was flying. "Thank you. You just scared me half to death." Wukong gasped in gratitude after being set down on the ground. "No need for thanks. You really know how to court disaster," the newcomer remarked. "But witnessing this scene brings back memories of my childhood." Wukong followed the shadow on the ground and beheld a towering figure clad in a blue bodysuit adorned with armor. You have a tail too," Wukong exclaimed, pointing at Broly's tail wrapped around his waist. "What's so surprising about that? Don't you have one too? It's a symbol of our lineage." With that, Broly playfully flicked his tail. "Our lineage? What does that mean? Is it delicious?" Wukong asked, wide-eyed. Faced with Wukong's adorably clueless expression, Broly sighed and explained, "We are Scions, renowned for our combat prowess. Since we are not Earthlings, we are different from them." "Never mind, you're still young. You'll understand when you grow up." After all that talk without an introduction, he continued, "My name is Broly. I'm 16 years old, and from now on, you can call me Big Brother." "All right, Big Brother. I'm Sun Wukong, and I'm 11. It's Big Brother, not Big Bro. That sounds disgusting." "Okay, Broly Big Brother. Big Brother, were you just flying? Big Brother, why have you stopped talking?" Broly mused to himself. "Is this what it feels like to take care of a child? Thankfully, I ignored those two little brats a few years ago and enjoyed some peace." With a finger to his lips, Broly said mysteriously, "Shoo, Wukong, don't make a sound. How about I take you hunting? I've heard that the fish in this season are delectable when grilled." "Wow, grilled fish meat. Let us go, Big Brother, hurry," Wukong exclaimed, even more excited at the prospect of food. Broly interrupted, "But your voice is too loud. You'll scare the fish away." "Oh, okay. I want to say a word." Wukong covered his mouth with his hands, determined to remain silent. Broly chuckled inwardly. "TCH, this little brat, mastering the tricks is easy. Harvest time. A bountiful catch, Big Brother," Wukong exclaimed, exuberant at the sight of their haul. "These fish will last us several days." After catching the fish, Wukong regained his energy. Broly remained silent, contemplating. "It's about time. Something's coming." Broly sensed an approaching presence. At this speed, it could only be the reckless Bulma. Upon hearing Broly's words, Wukong halted and asked, "Big Brother, what's coming?" As Wukong turned back, he found no benevolent elder brother awaiting him. Instead, he was confronted by a metal box hurtling toward him at an alarming speed. Unfamiliar with such an object, Wukong was momentarily paralyzed by fear, forgetting to evade the impending collision. Unfortunately, the reckless driver Bulma executed a sharp drift, sending Wukong flying. It was evident that Wukong's head was as tough as iron. After being launched, he performed a remarkable flip and landed upright, still concerned for his generous elder brother. "Are you all right?" he inquired, which left Broly momentarily flabbergasted. Upon hearing Wukong's words, a wave of guilt washed over Broly. "I am truly formidable," he thought, effortlessly dodging Bulma's vehicle. He closed his eyes and silently prayed for Wukong's well-being. "Wukong, my friend, do not hold this against me. Our Scion constitution can withstand a few blows. How else could we gather the Dragon Balls or seek Master Roshi? Without the Dragon Balls and Master Roshi, how could we save the Earth? You are not fighting for me. You are fighting for the entire planet." It was indeed proven that Wukong's head was remarkably resilient. After being thrown, he flipped back onto his feet, still concerned for his benevolent elder brother. This left Broly dumbfounded once more. Hearing Wukong's innocent inquiry, Broly felt a twinge of guilt. "I was born for this. Although this young one has his rough edges, he remains a kind-hearted child at heart. You truly regard me as your elder brother. I shall ensure to treat you well in the future, surpassing even Vegeta." Once they confirmed each other's safety, the time had come to settle the score. Chapter 5, The Departure. Wukong had assumed a fighting stance, gradually approaching Bulma while inquiring, "Are you a monster seeking to steal our food? Then come forth and attack. Is it possible that you are still alive?" Bulma had yet to recover from the earlier incident, merely watching as Wukong advanced step by step. Upon reaching the front of Bulma's vehicle, Wukong exerted his strength, lifting the car above his head and tossing it aside. The car was so forcefully thrown that its wheels flew off, prompting Bulma to peek out from the window. Shielding her head, Broly stepped in front of Wukong, pulling him behind him. "All right, Wukong, I shall speak with her." Broly gazed at the disheveled Bulma and found himself momentarily lost in thought, memories of animated scenes flashing through his mind. Realizing he had lost his composure, Broly cleared his throat and stated, "Ahem, miss, you crashed into me." As Broly began his sentence, he noticed Bulma drawing a handgun and firing 2 shots at him. Having once been a youth of the 21st century on Blue Star, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the vintage firearm. Yet, even in that instant, the bullets posed no threat to Broly, as his strength was undeniable. It was not entirely surprising that Bulma felt intimidated, facing the towering shadow before her. The oppressive sensation was almost palpable. Broly spread his arms wide, and the bullets clattered harmlessly to the ground. In the realm of martial arts, nothing is impenetrable. Only speed prevails. Broly smugly delivered his self-assured proclamation. Incidentally, the imposing image that Bulma had harbored of him shattered along with his overdramatic declaration. Broly fixated his gaze on Bulma, cautiously approaching her, as if fearing any further mischief from her. It was the first time Bulma had encountered someone who could withstand a car crash and evade gunfire, leaving her momentarily stunned. Broly seized Bulma, yanking her from the vehicle. "I must ask, miss, have you run someone over and now wish to silence them?" Goku circled Bulma, exclaiming, "Brother, she is also human." Bulma, internally rolling her eyes at Goku's obviousness, plastered a smile on her face. "My apologies, I thought you were bandits attempting to rob me. Yes, I collided with you. But you also damaged my car, so we are even." Upon hearing this, Broly erupted in laughter. "You truly think we can be dismissed so easily?" He raised his hand and unleashed a powerful energy blast at a nearby tree, showcasing his might. Bulma and Goku stared in awe, their mouths forming perfect O's. Broly lifted his chin, indicating for Bulma to continue. Noting the brother's skepticism, Bulma resorted to her classic tactic. "In that case, I suppose I shall sacrifice a little, allowing you 2 country bumpkins a glimpse of my underwear." Broly remained stoic, his expression dark, silently conveying his disinterest in her ploy. Goku, vigilant, kept a close watch on Bulma, ready to strike if she made any sudden moves. As Bulma assessed the 2 brothers, a clever idea struck her. These 2 bumpkins, with their faux tails, likely believed themselves quite fashionable. They probably had never heard of the Dragon Balls, given their impressive strength. Perhaps she could persuade them to act as her free bodyguards. With this thought, she transformed into a cunning detective, grinning widely. "Look at this," she exclaimed, producing a Dragon Ball and holding it aloft. "This is a Dragon Ball. There are 7 in total, and if you gather them all, you can make a wish. Any wish you desire." Broly's eyes widened at the sight of the Dragon Ball, the very object he had long desired. Imagine, wishing to control his rage. He could easily deal with Frieza then. "Grandpa," Goku shouted, inquiring if this was his grandfather. "Not quite. This is a Dragon Ball. Collect all 7 to make a wish." Bulma clarified. Goku's comment led her to suspect that another Dragon Ball was likely nearby, the one he referred to as his grandpa. Very well, Broly deduced Bulma's intentions, realizing she aimed to trick them into working for her. While it was indeed true that one could make a wish, it could only be granted once, and she had no say in who would make it. "Let us return home first," Goku suggested, recalling his grandfather's advice to be gentle with girls. He had no concept of wishes. He was merely eager to feast on the large fish his brother had promised him. After their meal, the trio prepared to depart, with Bulma producing a capsule, tossing it, and transforming it into a motorcycle. Bulma glanced at the 2 brothers and then at the motorcycle, pondering. "Can either of you operate any mode of transportation? This motorcycle can only accommodate 1 person." Goku, ever innocent, replied, "I can run by myself. I am very fast." Broly placed his hand on Goku's head, playfully ruffling his hair as he said, "You 2 can go together. I will fly over." Goku exclaimed, "Right. Big brother can fly." "Flying? Well, that would indeed be faster. Then I shall proceed at full speed." Bulma, slightly taken aback, soon understood, considering these 2 were practically invincible. It was hardly surprising they had the ability to fly. After traveling for a while, Broly noticed the duo had come to a halt. He called out from the air, "Why have you stopped?" Bulma, recognizing the situation, noted that although the younger one appeared somewhat naive, the elder had no trouble communicating. "Excuse me, please wait a moment." Upon hearing this, Broly gracefully descended. Goku, puzzled, asked, "Big brother, where is she going?" Broly recalled the context and replied, "She went to the restroom." Girls tend to be a bit shy, so some matters cannot be openly discussed. Goku furrowed his brow and remarked, "Women are truly troublesome." Seeing Goku's little adult demeanor, Broly couldn't help but chuckle. "Help! Is that Bulma?" Broly swiftly darted forward, with Goku closely following. Upon approaching, they discovered a dinosaur unique to the Baozi Mountain, a blue pterosaur gripping Bulma in its claws, who squirmed in fear. The pterosaur, upon seeing Broly and Goku, began to speak. "Hey, you two," but before it could finish, Broly swiftly dispatched it with a chop. Goku rubbed his eyes, having barely registered Broly's movement. "Big brother is so fast." "Do you have a knife?" Broly inquired. "No, I don't," Goku replied. "Hey, you two, can't you be a bit more considerate of a girl's feelings?" "Honestly," Bulma exclaimed, still shaken, as she overheard the brothers discussing unrelated matters. "What are you doing?" The scene shifted, revealing the brothers tearing the pterosaur apart. "What are you doing? Skinning it for meat?" Broly continued his task without looking back. However, Bulma found it rather cruel, considering the creature had just spoken. "What does it matter? It wanted to eat you, and we want to eat it. It's that simple." "It's fair," Broly countered, unconvinced of the cruelty in their actions. "What have we not encountered back when we were with Vegeta's team? Scions live a life of raw survival. I find it somewhat hypocritical of you, Bulma. Did you forget it wanted to eat you? Moreover, when you shot at us back then, you didn't think of the word cruelty." "What do you think, Goku?" Bulma persisted, unwilling to relent. "I believe my elder brother is right. He desired to devour you, but could not. So what is wrong with us feasting upon him?" Goku scratched his head, remarking that feeling hungry necessitates eating, which is quite normal, isn't it? Upon hearing Goku's words, Bulma fell silent, mentally labeling the two brothers as perilous. An unspoken tension lingered between Broly and Bulma, while Goku, with an innocent expression, remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. "Brother, Bulma, it is getting dark. Shall we spend the night here?" "All right," Broly replied tersely, internally criticizing Bulma. "How did I not notice her overwhelming compassion before? She is sulking too. I shall see how I can handle her." Bulma, observing Broly's sullen demeanor, surmised he was indeed upset, reflecting, "He saved me. Is it inappropriate to express my feelings? However, I doubt any girl would like me in the future." She retrieved her multifunctional capsule, tossed it onto the ground, and after a resounding explosion, a hemispherical dwelling emerged from the dissipating smoke. Standing before the house, Bulma called out to the two, "Aren't you coming in?" Even Goku, despite his naivety, sensed the discord between them. He glanced at Bulma, then at Broly, uncertain of whom to side with. Broly patted Goku's head and said, "You should go inside. It will be more comfortable. I am accustomed to the rigors of the outdoors, and besides, Goku, have you ever seen electric lights or a television? Go and broaden your horizons." "All right," Goku replied reluctantly, stepping toward the house. "What about your brother? Is he not joining us?" Bulma inquired softly, feeling a twinge of guilt. "My brother said he is used to this way of life." Bulma glanced at Broly, who had already ignited a campfire and settled against a tree, resting on the ground. Their gazes met, but Broly averted his eyes. Witnessing Broly's demeanor ignited a spark of irritation within Bulma. How infuriating. This guy is truly annoying. I hope he is left as nothing but bones by a wolf come morning. After ushering Goku into the house, Bulma instructed him to bathe. Her mood dampened as she turned on the television. As she watched, she became lost in thought. The romantic scene between the leading characters transformed into the moment Broly had rescued her. Am I being too harsh? Even so, shouldn't he make allowances for me? Indeed, his entrance was quite terrifying. Yet, upon reflection, he is rather handsome, tall, muscular, and with a pleasing face. Why am I even searching for Dragon Balls? Bulma shook her head vigorously. No, his temperament is far too unpleasant. I must continue my quest for the Dragon Balls. Perhaps I could wish for him to be obedient to my every command, or an endless supply of strawberries would suffice. In her mind, a vivid image emerged of Broly kneeling beside her, one hand cradling her chin while the other offered her strawberries. Suddenly, a loud noise startled Bulma. causing her to tumble off the sofa. The mischievous boy, what are you up to? Upon discovering it was Goku causing trouble, Bulma gave him a hearty smack on the head. Rubbing his head, Goku remarked, with that drool on your face, have you been sneaking some delicious food? Could I have a taste too? Get lost. No, a lady would never drool. Hurry and go to bed. Bulma's good mood dissipated at Goku's words, and she retreated to her room to prepare for sleep. In the middle of the night, Bulma tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Suddenly, she remembered Broly was still outside. I wonder how that guy's doing. I should check on him and sneak him a blanket. When he wakes up in the morning, he'll be grateful and feel guilty. Hee. Quietly, Bulma opened her door, only to find Broly had vanished. What? He hasn't been eaten by a wolf, has he? He is so strong that no animal could ever reach him. Perhaps he stormed off in a huff? What a bothersome fellow. Never mind. Tomorrow I'll ask Goku to find him and apologize. As Bulma turned to return to her room, she heard someone calling her. Are you looking for me? Following the voice, she saw Broly jumping down from the sky, carrying the meat of some large creature on his shoulder, with a piece of blue pterodactyl skin draped around his waist. What a demon. Who has the time to look for you? I simply couldn't sleep and went out for a stroll. Bulma closed her eyes and turned her head away. But unfortunately, the blanket in her hands betrayed her. Broly did not press the matter. By now, he had calmed down. Upon reflection, he realized that it was only natural for a young girl to be startled by such a scene. After all, he too had been riled up. What was the point of being angry with a mere child? Did I scare you today? It's not the time for conquering planets. There's no need to act like a savage. You've likely noticed it too, haven't you? We are not Earthlings. Goku is fine. He was sent here as a child and had a grandfather to look after him. As for us Scions, we were born to fight, to slaughter, to seize, and even face enslavement. Setting down his burdens, Broly sat cross-legged and began to share his thoughts. Bulma placed her blanket on the ground and sat down as well. I'm sorry. Just as you said, I was indeed frightened today, so I apologize. Bulma nearly shouted the last words, her face flushed. Haha, that is not like you at all. But since that is the case, let us call it a truce. Broly extended his hand. Bulma also offered hers, which Broly grasped gently. They gazed at each other, lost in the moment. So warm. What are you two up to? Goku, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, observed the pair. Startled, Bulma quickly withdrew her hand, clenching her fists in frustration. That insufferable little brat. Can't he take a hint? Seeing Bulma's expression, Broly understood her thoughts. Although he had never experienced romance in either of his lives, he had witnessed such scenarios countless times. In order to spare Bulma any embarrassment, Broly took the initiative to speak first. I am telling a tale, a story of our Scion race. We Scions have quite an appetite, and I know you might feel peckish in the dead of night, so I prepared some food. Would you like to join me to eat while listening? Chapter 7. The peculiar Master Roshi. The thought of indulging in food while hearing a story thrilled Goku, who eagerly performed a somersault, shaking off his drowsiness. Goku's sudden appearance was like a splash of cold water, bringing Bulma back to her senses. It was then she recalled Broly's earlier words. You and Goku are not from Earth? Broly flicked his tail, indicating, isn't that evident? Was what you said earlier true? Huh. What do you intend to do? Upon sensing Bulma's disbelief, Broly removed his chest armor and shirt, revealing his muscular torso. Look, these are the scars of evidence. As Bulma beheld the array of scars on Broly's body, some even quite alarming, her heart ached, compelling her to reach out and touch them. While other Scions might regard such marks as badges of honor, I hold a different perspective. For I understand that it is we Scions who are guilty, who have invaded others' homelands, inflicting pain and separation upon them. In a moment of impulsiveness, Broly drew Bulma into his embrace. Although she sensed something was amiss, she could not fathom why she did not resist. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. While Broly's exterior remained calm as he continued narrating the tale of the Scions, turmoil raged within him. What am I doing? This is madness. She is but a child, even though I am not much older. Observing the two in their embrace, Goku recalled his grandfather, son Gohan. Brother, why are you holding her? Can't you hold me instead? I suddenly miss Grandpa. Upon hearing this, Bulma quickly extricated herself from Broly's arms. And Broly's face turned red as he instinctively pulled Goku beside him. It's getting late. Let us save your story for another day. I'm off to bed, she declared, hastily retreating to her room, slamming the door shut with a resolute bang. Once inside her room, the atmosphere outside transitioned from one of ambiguity to warmth. Brother, do I have parents? Yes, Everyone has parents, though sometimes they might not be by your side for various reasons. On our planet, your name is Kakarot. And you have a brother too. Does Big Brother know my parents? Indeed, your father is a hero among us Scions. As Goku listened, he gradually succumbed to slumber. With the moonlight casting a gentle glow upon Goku's face, Broly found himself reflecting. Indeed, Goku, you have friends, teachers, a wife, and children. But where do I belong? I have a scheming father who wishes to ascend through me, carrying the weight of sins and bloodshed as I flee from place to place. Finally arriving at my ancestral home, only to find that this world no longer holds a place for me. At this moment, Broly underwent some transformations. If he were to gaze into a mirror, he would observe his pupils momentarily shift to a pale green before reverting. The following morning, Goku awoke from his slumber on Broly's thigh. Awake? Big brother, would you care to join me for some training? Goku exclaimed as he rose and stretched, instantly brimming with energy. Observing Goku's enthusiasm, Broly resolved to fulfill his duties as an elder brother. Very well. Today I shall teach you how to control your tail. Control my tail? I can do that. Just yesterday, I used my tail to wash myself. Goku boasted, playfully flicking his tail. No, I mean using it for combat. Approaching a massive boulder, Broly crossed his arms and, with a swift motion that Goku could scarcely perceive, shattered the rock into fragments with a single strike of his tail. I want to try? Goku declared, moving to another boulder to give it a go. Although he managed to exert some force, it paled in comparison to Broly's prowess. Ouch! That hurts, stop it! Please, stop! Goku cried out, startled by a sudden voice. In truth, Broly had long noticed the turtle, but for the sake of the unfolding narrative, he opted to let Goku make contact first, trailing behind him. Oh, you aren't a rock. My apologies, I mistook you for one, Goku said, bowing to the turtle in contrition. Upon hearing the commotion, Bulma emerged, now dressed, having escaped the previous night's events as Goku had slept with Broly. The turtle remarked, "Let's forget about that incident, but could you offer me a drink of salt water? Adding some seaweed would be delightful." Bulma shot him an incredulous glance. You turtles certainly know how to indulge. Nevertheless, she complied and provided him with a bucket of salt water. Afterward, Goku insisted on escorting the turtle home, but Bulma was reluctant, uninterested in meddling in affairs. As they debated, Goku recalled his elder brother. Big brother, what do you think? The turtle and Bulma turned their gazes to Broly, who had unknowingly become the backbone of their group. Let us take him. It will be a pleasant diversion. Well, since Broly has suggested it, I suppose we shall. Bulma swiftly altered her stance, prompting the turtle to roll his eyes at her. Understanding that the turtle intended to summon Master Roshi and would need to wait for them, Broly instructed Goku to ride on Bulma's motorcycle while he took the turtle back to the seaside. Despite this, Bulma and Goku lingered for quite some time before Master Roshi leisurely arrived on the turtle's back. Humming a tune, he disembarked and began to tremble, pointing at Broly. Yet words eluded him. The three exchanged perplexed glances, uncertain of the old man's meaning. "Grandpa, are you all right?" they inquired, prompting Master Roshi to snap back to reality. Regaining his composure, Master Roshi's muscles swelled dramatically, transforming him into a formidable figure reminiscent of a muscular demon. Yet, this was merely the beginning. He positioned his hands in a sunflower gesture at his waist, and a radiant sphere of light began to shimmer in his grasp. "Everyone, keep your distance." Master Roshi shouted at Goku and Bulma. "Huh, is this aimed at me? What is this old man going on about?" Broly exclaimed, confusion evident on his face. Kamehameha. A beam of dazzling blue and white light, as thick as a barrel, shot forth from Master Roshi's hands towards Broly. In response, Broly raised his hand and deflected the full force of Master Roshi's Kamehameha. The deflected energy erupted in the air, creating a massive explosion that sent shockwaves through the vicinity, leaving everyone but Broly struggling to maintain their footing. Master Roshi, with a look of terror, muttered, "Was that ineffective? It seems I have no choice but to resort to that technique." Wait. Chapter 8. The Turtle's Gratitude Wait. Broly sensed that something was about to be revealed. What does this elderly gentleman mean? Why did he attack me upon our first meeting? I don't believe I have done anything to provoke this. Noticing that Broly had not retaliated, Master Roshi sighed in relief and retorted, "What is your connection to King Piccolo? Why are you so powerful?" Upon hearing the name King Piccolo, Broly began to grasp the underlying reason. Scions do not suppress their energy. To Master Roshi, the strongest he had encountered was the elderly Piccolo, whose battle power barely surpassed 200. However, Broly had left Vegeta's team with a battle power exceeding 20,000. Though he did not grow in strength over time like the older Broly, his body had undeniably matured, and he estimated his current power to be around 30,000 to 40,000. Thus, it was only natural for Master Roshi to associate him with King Piccolo. Yet, to put it bluntly, how could an ant comprehend the distinctions between an elephant and a blue whale? It is because I am a scion, a naturally combative race. I am unfamiliar with the King Piccolo you mentioned. As Broly spoke, he sensed Master Roshi's lingering doubt and added, I have no ulterior motives for coming to Earth. I merely seek enjoyment. In truth, these words did little to assuage Master Roshi's concerns. However, he soon found solace in the realization that this individual was incomparably stronger than King Piccolo. Even if Broly did harbor malicious intent, there was likely no one on Earth capable of thwarting him. He could only hope that the Mafuba technique would prove effective against him. I see now. I was inconsiderate. My apologies, Master Roshi said solemnly, bowing to Broly. By the way, I have yet to introduce myself. People affectionately refer to me as Master Roshi. Or you may call me the Turtle Hermit, as you please. There's no need for formality, Master Roshi. My name is Broly, and this is Goku. While this young lady is Bulma. They are my friends and family. Broly introduced his companions. Goku? Do you know Gohan? Upon hearing the familiar name, Master Roshi could not help but feel a surge of excitement. He is my grandfather, Goku replied. Grandfather? Indeed, upon hearing your name and seeing your golden staff, I should have recognized it. That was a gift I bestowed upon him, as I am his mentor. However, Master Roshi, with a hint of confusion, remarked about the tales of you two. We are scions, Broly explained. He was sent to Earth as a child, and I came specifically to find him after my home planet was destroyed. Oh, what a wretched fate for a child, Master Roshi sighed. Very well. You are my disciple's grandson, and as you have saved the turtle, I shall grant each of you a gift. As he spoke, he disregarded Bulma entirely. Hey, I also contributed to saving it, you know? Bulma protested, somewhat displeased. Forget it, Bulma. I shall offer you my gift instead. Broly then turned to Master Roshi and said, If it pleases you, I would like the orb you wear around your neck. We are currently searching for it. Certainly, Master Roshi replied. I found this while diving and thought it beautiful, so I wore it. If you desire it, it is yours. But you must promise me to walk the righteous path and uphold your sincerity. With that, Master Roshi readily gifted the Dragon Ball to Broly. Agreed. Broly accepted the Dragon Ball and handed it to Bulma. Ha ha ha, your hardships are only beginning at such a young age. Observing Broly's actions, Master Roshi lost the initial urgency and revealed his true nature, winking at Broly. Old turtle, what nonsense are you spouting? We are not in that kind of relationship. Oh, youth is truly wonderful. Master Roshi then turned to Goku. Goku, is it? How about I gift you a phoenix? A phoenix? Everyone awaited the spectacle, yet nothing transpired. Broly awkwardly dug his toes into the ground, as Master Roshi now resembled his own summoning system. The turtle remarked, that phoenix, didn't he die from food poisoning last year? Master Roshi, scratching his head awkwardly, replied, Then I shall give you the flying nimbus. The flying nimbus. Moments later, a golden cloud floated down from the sky. Approaching the group. Can it be eaten? Goku inquired, curiously touching the nimbus. Master Roshi shook his head. It cannot be eaten, but with it, you can soar through the skies. Then I don't want it. The group gasped in astonishment. How could one simply refuse such a treasure? Even Broly was taken aback, as who had not once dreamed of flying. Strangely, though, why would Goku reject the nimbus? Could it have been a butterfly effect of his own making? My brother can fly as well. He promised to teach me how, so I do not need it. Master Roshi felt a pang of confusion. The flying technique? It's not particularly remarkable, even if he is strong. However, Goku's refusal rendered the atmosphere rather awkward, leaving Master Roshi at a loss for words. Wukong, accept this. Although I promised to teach you how to fly, you are not yet strong enough to learn. You may ride on the Nimbus Cloud for now. It can accompany you on your adventures, Broly advised. Master Roshi cast a grateful glance toward Broly. In truth, Broly harbored his own desires. Despite his combined 40 years of life, he was still, at heart, a youthful man. He secretly wished to test his own ability to ascend to the skies, though he held little hope for success. As usual, Broly soared through the heavens, while Wukong, despite his verbal protests, found freedom with the Nimbus Cloud, performing aerial acrobatics with abandon. Meanwhile, Bulma grumbled on the ground. Why are you flying so fast? Can I keep up? Are you just teasing me for not being able to fly? Upon hearing Bulma's complaints, Broly halted. Then allow me to take you with me. No. Don't touch me. Bulma's thoughts drifted back to that evening when Broly had held her close, and her cheeks flushed visibly. At this moment, when a woman says no, it often means yes, Broly mused, swiftly lifting Bulma into his arms and propelling himself forward. Though he held beauty in his embrace, Broly's heart was tumultuous. Why am I doing this? Haven't I always aspired to win over Android 18? Why do I feel this way about Bulma and act upon it? Oh heavens, am I truly a fickle-hearted stallion at my core? Chapter 9, a comedic twist. Beep, 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 beep. Following the direction indicated by the Dragon Ball radar, Bulma noted it should be nearby. Yes, probably in that village below. Understood, Broly responded, leading the descent from the sky. Upon entering the village, the trio found it eerily deserted, with no signs of life. This village is quite strange. There is absolutely no one here, Bulma remarked. Wukong surveyed the surroundings, shaking his head. No, there are indeed people in this village. Broly, taken aback, pondered. How can he sense life when I can't feel any energy? I've never concealed my aura, nor has Master Roshi, and yet he can't seem to detect us. How peculiar. Wukong confidently approached a house. I know you're inside. Open the door. He knocked loudly, but no one responded. If that's the case, Wukong declared, using a powerful punch to break through the door, forcibly unlocking it. Isn't this a bit extreme? Bulma cautioned from behind. Just as Wukong contemplated a response, a hatchet suddenly descended from above, striking him on the head. Watch out! Bulma shouted in alarm. Caught off guard, Wukong had no time to evade, but Broly sprang into action, using his forearm to block the blow. Contrary to Bulma's expectations of a gruesome scene, the iron axe shattered upon contact with Broly's battle attire, splintering into fragments. Indeed, was there no effect? Upon witnessing the sudden onslaught, Wukong assumed a defensive stance and directed a query at the assailant. What are you doing? Why are you attacking us? The intruder was a burly man clad in rustic American attire, with a little girl dressed as an Indian hiding behind him, appearing even younger than Wukong. Realizing his assault was futile, the man quickly surrendered. I apologize, Lord Oolong. I shall provide you with as much food and money as you desire. Just spare my daughter. What are you talking about? Who is Oolong? Wukong inquired, perplexed, casting a glance at the man. Once he understood that the three of them were not Oolong, the man called forth the villagers. Bulma looked sympathetically at Broly's arm and confronted the man. Hey, if that axe had struck me, I would have been dead. The man, visibly ashamed, profusely apologized. Wukong, noticing the little girl's dress, reached out to pat it. Broly delivered a punch to his head. Having narrowly avoided an axe from the original tale, he found Broly's fist considerably more formidable, and a bump immediately formed on Wukong's head. Ouch, that hurt, big brother. Bulma chastised Wukong's actions. How could you touch a girl's private area? Truly rude. As the responsible elder, Broly also extended his apologies to the villagers. My apologies. I am his older brother. That child is still unable to discern gender. By the way, who is this Oolong you speak of? Bulma cleverly redirected the awkwardness. Upon hearing the name Oolong, the expressions of the villagers shifted to one of anxiety, and even the man's daughter hurriedly concealed herself behind him. The man, flustered, began to explain. Oolong is a monster residing here, incredibly strong and merciless. Very strong, you say? We can simply defeat this creature. Wukong's personality shone through. The man grew increasingly agitated upon hearing Wukong's words. You must be jesting. That beast is enormous, and he has threatened to annihilate us if we resist. In ancient times, Jingke claimed he would slay the first emperor of Qin, Broly remarked, expressing his disdain for this tyrant. Bulma nudged Broly with her body, and when he turned to her, she signaled discreetly. Broly, understanding her clever intention, addressed the man. We can assist you in dealing with this Oolong, but we seek a starry Dragon Ball as payment. As she spoke, Bulma produced a Dragon Ball for all to see. At that moment, an elderly woman from the crowd stepped forward. I possess one. She rummaged through her belongings and produced another Dragon Ball. Broly accepted the Dragon Ball and handed it to Bulma, stating, Thank you, madam. We shall accept your reward, and I will help you deal with Oolong. Observing Broly, who towered over them by nearly half a head, the villagers had no further doubts. Just then, Wukong extended his hand again, preparing to make a move towards the elderly woman. Wukong. Broly feigned anger, glaring at him. Upon witnessing Broly's grim expression, Goku hastily withdrew his hand, instinctively covering his head. Bulma, exasperated, remarked, "Broly, do keep an eye on him. Ensure he does not terrorize any more girls." At that moment, the earth began to tremble rhythmically, as if something formidable was approaching with heavy footsteps. Outside, villagers were shouting, "Oolong is coming. Everyone run." Broly and Goku stepped outside to behold a figure clad in a suit, yet resembling a red demon from a distant island. "Goku, remember, regardless of what he transforms into, his strength remains unchanged," Broly advised, showing no inclination to engage with Oolong. "Very well, it seems you possess a bit of spirit. In that case, I shall transform into a robot, wielding a bowl of ramen soup. I suppose I shall have to devour you both," Oolong declared, unable to endure Oolong's antics. Broly shouted at Goku, "Stop wasting time with him. Remember what I taught you." Nodding in understanding, Goku approached Oolong, stroking the sides of his chin contemplatively, muttering, "It must be here." Oolong, noticing Goku's lack of fear and his peculiar soliloquy, escalated his threats. "Kid, have you been frightened into silence? You are clearly unaware of your impending doom." In that instant, Goku leapt into action, throwing a powerful punch that struck Oolong squarely on the jaw. Oolong rolled his eyes and fainted, his form dissipating in a cloud of white smoke, reverting to his original shape. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Goku hoisted Oolong onto his shoulder and tossed him in front of the villagers. After rescuing the girls deceived by Oolong, they left him behind to toil in the fields, repaying the debts incurred from his previous deceptions. Broly and his companions then set their sights on the next target, the Bread Mountain. Next, it must be Yamcha. Broly mused to himself. Although he harbored no particular disdain for Yamcha, he reflected on the young man's unfortunate trajectory. His early isolation had morphed him into a womanizer. Despite his numerous sacrifices in battle to protect the Earth, he ultimately faced a fate of mediocrity. Perhaps had he not crossed paths with Goku, his life might have taken a more favorable turn. Nevertheless, Broly's primary concern was to keep Bulma away from Yamcha. Their relationship remained complicated, and the last thing he wanted was for an outsider to intrude. Chapter 10. An inescapable fate. Having taken a circuitous route, the group finally arrived at the desert. But the sweltering heat of the air compelled Bulma to insist on traveling by foot. After merely a few hundred meters, she began to whine and insisted on resting in a stone cave. "The longer we delay, the more you will suffer. And will you abandon the quest for the Dragon Balls?" Broly remarked, unfazed, as he had faced far more arduous conditions throughout his life. Goku, similarly, had grown resilient, having adapted to the wilderness after Gohan's demise. "I'm not moving another step. How could I possibly compare myself to you two wild monkeys?" Bulma retorted, lying on the ground in a fit of frustration. Broly understood that Bulma, having been pampered since childhood, would find it unbearable. Perhaps it would be best to carry her through the air, urging her to endure just a little longer for the sake of expediency. "Absolutely not. If we fly over, my skin will be tanned." Bulma immediately began to throw a tantrum. Suddenly, Broly sensed an approaching presence, rapidly closing in on them. Could it be? Encountering someone in such a remote location felt improbable, yet he could easily surmise who it was. "You lot, hand over your valuables and universal capsules." The voice echoed from a distance before the figure even arrived. "Goku, take care of this," Broly instructed, directing Goku to confront the newcomer. A man with long hair and a sword leapt off a motorcycle, accompanied by a creature with blue fur. A woman. This could spell trouble. However, as long as there was no direct contact, it might be manageable. Yamcha, spotting Bulma on the ground, felt a pang of anxiety. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Broly instinctively glanced at Bulma, who, contrary to his expectations, did not appear smitten. Fortunately, no. Why was he feeling anxious? In terms of appearance and physique, how could he possibly be inferior? Unbeknownst to Broly, a small seed of relief took root within him. Responding to Broly's call, Goku jumped in front of Yamcha, readying himself for the latter's next move. Perhaps due to the presence of a woman, Yamcha felt compelled to assert himself. "Hey, you there, towering over everyone. Are you really going to hide behind women and children?" Broly couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing his name called, standing up and striding towards Yamcha. His steps were measured, yet they resonated like an earthquake within Yamcha's very soul. The closer Broly approached, the faster Yamcha's heart raced until Broly stood directly before him. With hands on his hips and slightly bending forward, Broly leaned in to whisper in Yamcha's ear, "Are you referring to me?" as Broly halted before Yamcha. The latter's heart nearly ceased, cold sweat pouring down his brow. The pressure exerted by this imposing figure rendered him nearly breathless. Instinctively, Yamcha jumped back, swallowing hard. Thinking to himself, "It's over. I've clearly chosen the wrong opponent. This guy is formidable." Though fear had already settled within him, he maintained his bravado. "Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're taller. If you know what's good for you, hand over your belongings quickly, and don't force my hand." "Oh." Broly cast a glance at Yamcha, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind him. "Where did he go?" Yamcha exclaimed in astonishment, frantically searching for Broly's figure. Just then, Puer shouted, "Yamcha, behind you." "Yes, right behind you." Upon hearing the words "behind you," a chill ran down Yamcha's spine, his skin prickling with dread. Forcing himself to turn, he beheld the towering shadow looming over him. "Ah!" The sound resonated like a battle cry, yet it seemed more akin to Yamcha rallying his own spirits. With that exclamation, Yamcha's body regained mobility, and without a moment's hesitation, he swung his weapon backward. What unfolded next left Yamcha utterly astounded. His strike landed squarely on Broly's neck. Not only did it fail to draw blood, but his full-force assault did not even budge Broly an inch. With a resounding clang, the blade shattered into fragments that fell to the ground. "Run, Yamcha!" Puer shouted urgently. Yamcha, however, required no reminder. Had he the capacity to flee, he would have long since done so. His legs had betrayed him, leaving him rooted to the spot. Paralyzed with fear, Broly extended his right hand and effortlessly unleashed a sphere of energy the size of a fist, which struck a nearby rock pillar, obliterating it in an instant. The towering structure, once a dozen meters high, was reduced to nothing but a deep crater, a mere testament to its former existence. Witnessing this spectacle, Yamcha collapsed onto the ground, barely managing to prop himself up with his hands to avoid falling completely. "I am a fair person," Broly declared. "If you attempt to seize my possessions, I shall simply take your wealth and capsules." With that, he extended his palm. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yamcha hastily relinquished all his belongings into Broly's grasp. "You may leave now." Broly suddenly recalled something and called out, "Wait." As Yamcha rose, preparing to escape, his heart sank at those words. Oh no. This person isn't planning to change his mind and eliminate witnesses, is he? In the future, keep your distance from us. Especially her. His voice was low, deliberately kept within the range of Yamcha's hearing, and he cast a glance at Bulma. Understanding Broly's intent, Bulma quickly interjected, Yes. Rest assured, I promise we won't appear in your sight again." Seeing that Broly showed no inclination to obstruct their departure, Puer transformed into a large bird, whisking Yamcha away in a frantic flight from that perilous locale. "What is wrong, Broly? Do you know him?" Bulma inquired. Broly seemed puzzled. "I don't know him." "Why do you ask? Then why did you exhibit such hostility towards him?" "It's the first time I've seen you so enraged," she remarked, gesturing to the large crater left behind. "It was merely a lapse in control," Broly replied dismissively. "Let us not dwell on that. We now have a means of transportation." As that fellow left behind his possessions and capsules, he scratched his head, contemplating how easily he was understood. Meanwhile, the narrowly escaped Yamcha dared not harbor any intentions against Broly and his companions for the time being. After a night of rest, the group set out once more. "Why do I feel increasingly hot?" Goku wiped the sweat from his brow and asked. "I feel it too. It seems even hotter than when we were in the desert." Bulma added, lethargy evident in her demeanor. "That's because ahead lies the Bread Mountain, once known as Lianjing Mountain. It was transformed into this fiery landscape after a catastrophic incident involving a divine alchemist's furnace, which erupted into flames that cannot be extinguished by ordinary means. Thus, it has been renamed Flame Mountain," Broly explained. Chapter 11. The Sino-American collaboration as they approached the site, known for the explosion of the Bread Mountain. It was said that this place was once called Lianjing Mountain. However, after the destruction of a celestial alchemist's furnace, a great conflagration transformed it into what it is today. This fire was not an ordinary blaze. Even the mightiest waters could not extinguish it, hence its current moniker, Flame Mountain. Broly provided an explanation, eliciting a sense of wonder. Is there truly such a thing as deities in this world? Goku perked up at the mention of celestial beings. Yet, Bulma, sharp as ever, interjected. "But how do you know this? Haven't you just arrived on Earth?" A bead of cold sweat trickled down Broly's forehead as he pondered. Indeed, she is astute. I must tread more carefully with my words. He recalled how when the great turtle first arrived on Earth, and spoke with Goku. A misstep could alter the course of the future. I learned it from that bandit over there. I merely inquired about the way ahead, Broly replied dismissively. However, Goku was eager to continue the conversation, only to be interrupted by Broly. No more buts. Let us hasten. We are but 2 Dragon Balls away. Do you not wish to fulfill your wishes sooner? As they progressed, they finally arrived at the castle of the Ox King, a medieval European fortress engulfed in flames. Oh, so this is what they call a Sino-American collaboration, Broly mused silently. Hey, Bulma. I'll ride the Nimbus and see if I can enter from above to retrieve the Dragon Balls. Perhaps still pondering the earlier mention of deities. Goku took the initiative to propose exploring the castle. Broly shook his head, stating, that will not work. Flames rise, and the heated air is lighter, congregating above. Conversely, the heart of the fire, where oxygen is scarce, is less intense. The dilemma lies in how we breach the outer flames. Bulma, upon hearing this, began to reassess her view of Broly. I never imagined a muscle-bound individual like you possessed knowledge of chemistry. Broly puffed out his chest and retorted, of course. We Scions are equipped with advanced technology. Just look at my battle suit. Yet internally, he thought, I learned this back in middle school. In the midst of their conversation, a colossal axe hurtled through the air, nearly the same size as Bulma. As the axe approached, Broly executed a swift spinning kick, sending the massive weapon back along its trajectory. Following the path of the returning axe, they beheld a rugged giant. Indeed, he was rough around the edges, contrasting starkly with the others. Adorned with a horned helmet and a scraggly beard, he bore a rather fearsome demeanor. After the axe returned, the giant skidded to a halt, acknowledging, you, little one, possess incredible strength. He remained blissfully unaware that Broly had exerted considerable force merely to avoid harming him. What brings you here? Wait, is that the Nimbus? What connection do you have with Master Roshi? And that staff? What relation do you have to go on? The Ox King, upon spotting Goku's Nimbus, seemed to transform, his demeanor losing its initial menace. My name is Sun Wukong. The Nimbus cloud was gifted to me by an elderly man riding a sea turtle, and the Rui Jingu Bang was bestowed upon me by my late grandfather, Wukong candidly replied. Is that so? Gohan and the Bull Demon King paused for a brief moment of silence in honor of Gohan. After the silence, the Bull Demon King eagerly inquired about the whereabouts of Master Roshi. Wukong, do you know where Master Roshi is? With his help, my castle will be saved. Could you lend me his banana fan? It would extinguish this raging fire. Wukong, Bulma interjected, discreetly giving Wukong a knowing glance as she pulled a Dragon Ball from her pocket and shook it. With prior experiences in mind, Wukong understood Bulma's implication. Uncle, can you give me one of these herbs later? Of course, the Bull Demon King thought, but hurry, or everything will burn to ashes. By the way, if you happen to see my daughter on your way, please bring her back with you. She could be your bride. Please, he added. Brother, shall we go together? You would make the journey quicker, Wukong asked Broly as he tucked away a photo of Chi-Chi. I think I'll pass. Today's journey has left me somewhat fatigued. You should hurry to and fro, Broly waved dismissively. After Wukong departed, Bulma quietly asked, do Scions also feel tired? Did you not hear? This time, he has to bring back a bride. What need do I have to go? I'm just worried that this kid might misbehave, Broly explained. Honestly, I thought Scions were inept in matters of the heart. Indeed, they are, but I am an exception, well-versed in the ways of the world. Broly flashed a charming smile. Nonsense. At this, Bulma turned away, refusing to engage with Broly further. What has gotten into that young lady? Broly hummed an old tune from a past life. I pondered and pondered. I guessed and guessed. The hearts of girls are truly strange. After some simple pleasantries, Master Roshi looked at Broly and asked, why are you here? You've made my trip in vain. Broly clasped his hands and replied, it is as such, Master Roshi. Perhaps I seem formidable to you, but it is merely the innate talent of a Scion. Moreover, our mastery of Ki is not on par with yours. I fear, you've reminded me. Very well, since I am here, I shall assist you once more. As he spoke, Master Roshi transformed into his explosive form and unleashed the Kamehameha, extinguishing the flames of Fire Mountain. Unlike in the original tale, this time the power was somewhat diminished. Although the castle suffered damage, it spared some belongings for Wukong. Under Master Roshi's demonstration, Wukong learned the Kamehameha. Recognizing Wukong's extraordinary talent, Master Roshi decided to accept him as a disciple and turned to Broly, saying, you should join us too. Although I am not as strong as you, I can teach you about key manipulation. Broly recognized Master Roshi's intentions. Despite the old man's lecherous tendencies, he meant no harm. It seemed he regarded me and Tien as similar individuals, fearing I might stray from the right path. Indeed, I find myself eager to learn the art of harnessing energy. Your guidance would greatly enhance my cultivation. However, we have pressing matters to attend to. Our first task is to locate the Dragon Balls, after which we shall pay a visit to your island. Chapter 12. The Mightiest Carrot in History. Broly comprehended Master Roshi's intentions. Though the old man had a penchant for lust, his heart was not malevolent. His remarks likely stemmed from a desire to prevent me and Tien from straying down a misguided path. With this in mind, we set forth to find the Dragon Balls. And subsequently, we will visit you. As the trio continued their journey, they arrived at a quaint town. They decided to replenish their supplies before resuming their travels. After spending so much time in the wilderness, Broly felt a wave of contentment upon reaching the town. His spirits lifted, prompting him to explore and shop. The three first found an inn where they refreshed themselves, washing away the fatigue of their journey. They agreed to reconvene at a clothing store. Bulma procured some capsules that might be useful on their journey, while Broly took Goku out for a hearty meal. In the end, they all donned new attire. Bulma chose a garment made of linen, reminiscent of Middle Eastern styles from a past life, tying her hair into a high ponytail to embrace the local culture. Initially resistant, Goku was persuaded by Broly to forego the treasured outfit left by his grandfather, who advised that such a precious garment should be preserved as a memento, to be worn only when longing for his grandfather. Frequent use in battle would only lead to its deterioration. Broly opted for a simple morning jogging ensemble, consisting of a black fitted outfit paired with black athletic shorts. He retained his original white combat boots for convenience. Yet, something seemed amiss. Ah yes. Broly reattached the previously worn blue dragon skin to his waist, completing his look. Bulma observed the two brothers clad in black and felt somewhat out of place. Is it merely my imagination, or do I appear somewhat rustic in comparison? Particularly when gazing at Broly, she found herself momentarily lost in thought, contemplating her reluctance to seek the Dragon Balls just yet. In that fleeting moment of distraction, a commotion outside shattered the tranquil atmosphere. A group of comical figures, clad in old military coats and adorned with rabbit ears, were pillaging and taking items without payment. As fate would have it, they encountered Broly and his companions just as they exited the clothing store. Hey, that blue-haired woman isn't half bad. Come entertain us, darling. One of the soldiers from the Rabbit Brigade called out, pointing at Bulma. This behavior felt unsettlingly familiar to Broly, who, for reasons unknown, felt a surge of anger rising within him, his fists clenched tightly. With a powerful leap, Broly propelled himself forward, launching two unrefined punches at the rabbit soldiers. Devoid of any technique, at Broly's level, even a mere 2 punches were beyond the endurance of ordinary beings. The sight was gruesome, with flesh and blood scattered, leaving behind only half-formed bodies. Even Bulma, standing not far away, was splattered with droplets of crimson. Witnessing such a scene, chaos erupted in the streets, with some shouting in delight while others wept in terror. Broly cast a glance but paid no heed, merely wiping the blood from his hands. Uncharacteristically, Bulma remained silent. Under normal circumstances, she would have been the first to cry and scream. Yet now, she found herself lost in her own thoughts. Was he angry because of me? It seems I hold some significance in his heart. Women are like that. Ugh, what a despicable scoundrel. Broly spat and returned to Goku and Bulma's side. Looking at his bloodied hands, Broly was puzzled by his own rage, which perhaps stemmed from an ancestral hatred. Since arriving on Earth, he had witnessed this place, reminiscent of his former home, become less bloodthirsty and combative. Even his potential rival, Yamcha, had been spared, so why did he harbor such fury against these two ordinary individuals? Just as they were preparing to leave, an adorable rabbit car came to a halt. Upon seeing the vehicle, the once chaotic street was suddenly devoid of life. A humanoid rabbit emerged, swaying as it approached the trio, glancing at the carnage on the ground and inquiring, "Who did this?" Broly recognized the foolish rabbit as likely the leader of the two miscreants. He did not answer the question, but retorted, "Are you their leader? Did you command them to pillage and burn here? So, this was your doing?" With that, the rabbit swung a punch at Broly's leg, which felt like a mere tickle. "Be careful," a familiar voice called out as Yamcha and Poir leapt from the shadows, having fled in disgrace earlier before a woman. Yamcha was determined to seek revenge and had stealthily followed Broly and the others. If it were Goku, of comparable strength, Broly might have been able to sense him from a distance, but Yamcha was significantly weaker, and having concealed his presence, Broly perceived him merely as an ordinary person. In truth, the rabbit's punch appeared to Broly as though it were moving in slow motion, and he did not even flinch. Just as Broly extended his hand, preparing to deliver a resounding slap in humiliation, an unexpected turn of events transpired. With a loud pop, Broly was transformed into a carrot. Broly! Both Goku and Bulma shouted in unison. Broly inwardly lamented his unfortunate fate, realizing he had suffered the same treatment as Vegeta. The lengthy passage of time had caused him to forget many plot points, and he found himself in this predicament. However, he remained unfazed. If Vegeta was the strongest candy in the world, then surely Broly must be the mightiest carrot in history. Goku, don't touch him. If he makes contact, you'll turn into a carrot too. Use the stick behind you to strike him, Yamcha warned. No need. As Broly transformed into a carrot, he floated upward, and with a swift motion, a crimson hole appeared on the snow-white fur of the rabbit. With the rabbit lifeless, Broly reverted to his original form, inspecting his body for any further anomalies while Goku and Bulma gathered around, curiously examining him. I'm sorry, Yamcha thought, realizing he had exposed himself in a moment of desperation, his legs racing like tires as he fled with Puer. What a fool. Did he really intend to save us earlier? He is not a bad person at heart. All that intimidation was for our own good, yet he ended up entangled in this mess. Broly shook his head, deciding to let it go. If you are still caught up in this, at least I can help you deal with that unfortunate vegetable creature. The trio continued on their journey, now only one Dragon Ball away. Hey, Bulma, what is your wish? Broly teased. I recall her mentioning something about wanting a lover, Goku reminisced. Forget it. That wish is null and void, she said, stealing a furtive glance at Broly. Pretending not to notice, Broly continued to fly ahead. What about you? Do you have a wish? Perhaps I could grant it, Bulma shyly suggested. I wish for an endless supply of meat. Goku interjected eagerly. I wasn't talking to you, Son Goku. I was asking Broly. What does it matter? My brother enjoys meat too. Goku persisted, still fixated on that desire. My planet has been destroyed. My wish is to protect you all, to safeguard Earth, my second home. As he spoke, Broly smiled, the words feeling strangely familiar. He hoped that the man from Leo could forgive him. Protect me? He said he would guard me. After this Dragon Ball adventure concludes, I shall bring him back to West City to marry. Bulma selectively interpreted his words, her eyes turning into hearts as she drooled over her fantasies. By the way, is today September 10th? Broly suddenly inquired. Bulma snapped out of her reverie, glancing at her digital watch. Yes, why? Upon hearing her response, Broly descended to the ground, gently setting Bulma down. Goku, Bulma, I have something to attend to tonight and cannot be present. As for what it is, you shall find out this evening. What? Where are you going? You can't just leave us, Bulma exclaimed, momentarily losing composure before crafting a clumsy excuse. I mean, you finally found Goku on Earth. Are you just going to abandon him? Goku looked equally distressed, gazing at Broly. Brother, where are you going? Can you take me with you? Do not worry. I will seek you out later tonight. As an alien with no home on Earth, where could I possibly go? With that, Broly ruffled Goku's hair and did the same for Bulma. How infuriating. Do not treat me like a child. Bulma displayed a face of dissatisfaction. Yet her heart was blossoming with joy. You two should come out now. I am aware that you have been trailing behind, Broly declared. If you do not reveal yourselves, I shall resort to more forceful measures. As he spoke, a green radiance flickered once more in his hand. I'm coming out, Yamcha and Puer exclaimed, raising their hands as they emerged from behind a large boulder. Having learned from past experiences, Broly remained vigilant towards Yamcha, had it not been intentional. How could they possibly keep pace with his speed? He beckoned Yamcha aside and whispered, ensure their safety. One is my brother, and the other, Yamcha's curiosity ignited. His gaze fixed on Broly, eagerly awaiting the conclusion. Ahem, the other is my girlfriend. Do not take advantage of the situation to covet what belongs to another. As he spoke, Broly emanated a powerful aura, momentarily shrouding the sky in darkness. Yamcha trembled in fear, his body quaking. Broly then gestured with 2 fingers, pointing to his own eyes and then to Yamcha, who fervently nodded, signifying his earnestness. After imparting his instructions, Broly soared into the air, flying off into the distance. In truth, he merely circled around, concealing himself behind the others. His earlier inquiry to Bulma about the date was solely to ascertain whether it was a full moon. Goku was manageable at the moment, his battle power barely reaching a few dozen. Even in his great ape form, he would only reach a few hundred, insufficient to pose a threat to Broly. However, should he inadvertently transform, there would be no one on Earth capable of stopping him. Even if he did not harm Bulma and the others in his transformed state, his immense battle power might inadvertently attract Frieza, leading to unforeseen complications. Broly deemed it more prudent to adhere to the storyline, as it also afforded him the opportunity to lie in wait for the Dragon Balls. As for the trio of misfits, they were even more innocent than Bulma, and Broly harbored no concerns regarding any potential threat they posed to Goku. The early Dragon Ball world was still a comedic realm, devoid of genuine villains. The only source of unease was whether Yamcha might overstep his bounds. Should he dare to act inappropriately towards Bulma, Broly would disregard all notions of plot, willing to bring the entire Earth down with him, if necessary. Pure love. Always and forever. After Broly departed, Yamcha harbored no ulterior motives towards Bulma, fully aware of Broly's formidable nature. His covert following was motivated solely by the Dragon Balls, and he had uncovered the secret of the Scion Tail during their encounter at Fire Mountain. Humph. You underestimate my ambitions with the Dragon Balls. I can become fearless of women and marry countless beautiful ladies, he chuckled. In truth, Yamcha's initial desire was indeed that innocent. Yamcha remained preoccupied with the Dragon Balls, oblivious to the fact that he could not even defeat Goku. Meanwhile, Bulma, at an age when young girls typically harbor crushes, found herself with a secret admiration and thus refrained from further engagement with Yamcha, merely acknowledging that he had helped them before and was not entirely bad. She is now solely focused on returning to her hometown with Broly once the Dragon Ball journey concludes. Only Goku remains preoccupied with Broly's previous prowess. Surely, my elder brother is stronger than both Grandpa and Master Roshi. I must surpass him. When he returns, I will ask him to teach me martial arts. Thus, the group continued on their path, each harboring their own thoughts. Perhaps due to the will of the world, they soon found themselves captured by the concoction of chaos and imprisoned in a dungeon until the moment the chaos wished for the summoning of the eternal dragon. Thunder roared across the sky as a colossal, emerald-hued legendary creature materialized before the comical trio. I desire to conquer the world and control my fury. Blindfolded with a strip of cloth, Broly stood before the eternal dragon. This wish cannot be fulfilled. Your power far exceeds mine. The eternal dragon did not grant his desire as anticipated. Who are you to dare steal my wish? The Chaos, enraged, confronted Broly. The Chaos, a companion of Son Goku, is known as Broly, and his strength is terrifying, whispered the scout, discreetly to the Chaos. Broly paid them no mind, effortlessly silencing the trio with a mere energy blast. Then, I wish to maintain my sanity upon transforming into a great ape. The eternal dragon's eyes glimmered with a crimson light. Your wish is granted. Instantly, it transformed into several stone orbs scattered across the world. Broly leaped gracefully, snatching one of them, recalling the significance of the 4-star ball for Goku and for their group of Dragon Ball enthusiasts. Meanwhile, the Chaos knelt on the ground, weeping like a child. Cursed be it, my dream of world domination. Suddenly, a wicked thought struck him. Since he is part of Son Goku's circle, I shall execute his companions. Ha ha ha. Just wait and see the dreadful consequences of provoking me. The Chaos. He halted his sobbing, seizing the intercom to command. Lock them in that room. On the other side, as Broly contemplated whether to demolish the entire castle to rescue them, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Goku had just finished recounting a tale from Grandpa when he noticed Bulma, Yamcha, and Puar had retreated to a safe distance. In truth, Bulma and the others had sensed something amiss. However, the cunning Bulma, with a mere gesture, diverted Goku's gaze towards the full moon. Goku's muscles expanded dramatically. His nose and chin protruded, and his brow and forehead began to bulge. Almost instantly, hair sprouted across his body as he transformed into a great ape. Chapter 14. A brief separation. As Goku morphed into the great ape, he broke free from the dungeon, unleashing havoc. You really are quite a handful, aren't you? Broly observed this colossal figure with gentle eyes, displaying no hint of alarm. Oi, Goku! Wake up! Yamcha! I almost forgot about them. Broly swiftly maneuvered, bringing the group from the castle's heights safely to the ground. Wonderful! You've come to rescue us, Broly. Bulma exclaimed, clinging to him like a monkey to a tree, unwilling to let go. Beside him, Yamcha emulated the action, tightly grasping Broly's other arm. That gigantic ape. It must be Goku. He transforms upon gazing at the moon. Bulma, be quiet. Before Bulma could finish her words, Puar and Yamcha covered her mouth. Broly is also a scion, and significantly stronger than Goku. Are you trying to get us killed? Upon hearing Yamcha's words, Bulma recalled that Broly was indeed a scion and instinctively covered her mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Broly withdrew his arm. Rest assured, I retain my sanity even in my ape form. He gestured towards the cloth covering his eyes. The three of them finally exhaled in relief. I will check on Goku. As Goku was mentioned, their gazes returned to the terrifying giant ape. The transformed Goku's eyes also turned towards them. Hey, wake up, or I might have to hit you. Broly flew before the giant ape, attempting to rouse Goku's consciousness. The giant ape, oblivious to Broly's identity, seemed to have completely forgotten his terrifying presence. The giant Goku seized Broly's shoulders, attempting to crush him. Faced with Goku's reckless behavior, Broly resigned himself to the situation. If restoring sanity were that simple, achieving Super Saiyan 4 would be far easier. Broly summoned his strength, breaking free from Goku's hold, and struck him in the abdomen. Take this, diaphragm punch. To Bulma and Yamcha's astonishment, Broly appeared to be standing still while the giant ape's movements ceased. Shortly thereafter, the immense creature began to struggle for breath and collapsed, eyes glazing over as it lost consciousness. Broly's power was indeed terrifying. Yamcha and Bulma's eyes bulged in disbelief. The following day, they observed Goku lying on the ground, soundly asleep, with Bulma kindly covering his navel. Upon Goku's awakening, they realized it was time to part ways. Goku, you should visit Master Roshi. There is much for you to learn, Broly advised, gently patting Goku's head. Sure, but when did you return? Haha. It seems he has already forgotten last night's events. After a night filled with trials, Yamcha reflected that Broly was not as fearsome as he had imagined. Yet, recalling Goku's defeat at Broly's hands, he conceded that Broly remained quite formidable, though not difficult to get along with. The Dragon Balls are gone. We should take our leave. With that, Yamcha and Puar hopped into their vehicle, waving goodbye to everyone. Wait, are you leaving? Can I come with you? Bulma felt a pang of sadness at the thought of parting. Goku, go play for a bit. I need to speak with Bulma. Okay, Bulma. I think I understand your feelings. We need to take a moment to reflect. I don't want our relationship to be based on impulse. If, after completing your studies, you still feel the same way, come find me at Master Roshi's. Listening to Broly's words, Bulma felt a pang of emotion in her nose, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably, rendering her speechless. I too hold a deep affection for you, yet we each have our own paths to tread. Look at you, so young, yet capable of creating the Dragon Radar. Once you complete your studies and become even more astute, who knows how I might seek your assistance. Broly himself was uncertain of the ramblings spilling forth, but as he observed Bulma's tears, he gently cradled her face and bestowed a soft kiss upon her forehead. In our hometown, there was an adage that stated, "Parting is for the sake of a better reunion." Upon hearing this phrase and feeling the warmth of Broly's kiss lingering on her skin, Bulma's tears ceased, though her thoughts remained unspoken and shrouded in silence. She no longer cried out. She understood Broly's sentiments, yet parting always bore a tinge of sorrow. Even the gentle breeze felt chillingly cold. Goku, it's time to depart. Broly called Goku forward. Understood. You too may go, but don't expect me to search for you at the Kame house. If you wish for me to be your girlfriend, you'll have to come to West City. Bulma stifled her disappointment, turning her back, attempting to maintain a facade of strength. Farewell, Bulma. Broly uttered no further words, and soon the sound of Goku's departing cloud echoed in the air. Once Bulma sensed the silence, she quietly turned back to catch one last glimpse of Broly's figure. Why haven't you left? Bulma suddenly realized that the person she longed to see was standing right before her. I let Goku go ahead. I wanted to escort you. So you won't be lost when you seek me in the future. With that, he lifted Bulma into his arms and soared into the sky. All of Bulma's conflicting emotions, whether sorrowful, reluctant, or pensive, vanished with Broly's simple words. After safely returning Bulma to West City, Broly resumed his training at the Kame house. Aware that Master Roshi's initial training for Goku primarily focused on physical conditioning, Broly discreetly conversed with Master Roshi, indicating that he no longer required such training and would not join Goku and Krillin for their regimen. Instead, He aimed to learn the Kame style as control over energy and the application of various techniques. His ambition was to become a tactical master akin to the GT version of Goku, effortlessly wielding techniques like the solar flare, afterimage technique, multiform, and spirit slash. However, for the time being, he could only learn the afterimage technique and its advanced variant. Meanwhile, Goku and Krillin experienced a series of unforgettable moments in their lives, gathering stones, delivering milk, tilling the land, and dealing with food poisoning. Notably, for reasons unknown, Krillin harbored an inexplicable animosity towards Broly. One day, 7 months later, as the sun was about to set, Krillin quietly pulled Goku aside and whispered, "Goku, your elder brother is rather intimidating. I senti? And why is it that while we train here, he sits cross-legged for an entire day?" Chapter 15. The Eve of the Tournament. Krillin. Do not speak ill of my elder brother. He is indeed mightier than Master Roshi. As he spoke, Goku glanced around cautiously before continuing. I have heard from Master Roshi that there is no one on Earth who can match him. What? He is even stronger than Master Mateto? Surely you jest. Krillin rolled his eyes in disbelief. You too, do not be lazy. Such whispered conversations cannot escape Master Roshi's notice. After reprimanding them, Master Roshi muttered to himself. That is but a fraction. You fail to grasp the true terror of that child. Even the deities today may not be his match. As Master Roshi pondered, a large hand landed on his shoulder, startling him so much that his shell nearly flew off. Turning to see who it was, he found Broly, who had somehow appeared behind him. It is I, Master Mateto, Broly waved harmlessly. Ah, Broly. It seems you have successfully mastered the art of concealing your ki, and the multi-image fist is no longer a challenge for you, I presume? Master Roshi patted his chest, relieved. Indeed. Master, I have little more to learn from you. Do you know why I refrain from calling you master like the others? Because your strength surpasses even that of my own mentor, Mateto. I am unworthy to call you my master. You're too modest. Even a single word from a teacher holds weight, and considering all you have imparted to me, I believe you deserve the title. I dare to address you as master. However, the world is vast, and there is much I wish to learn. I may seek other masters. So I wanted to express this to you first, as a matter of respect. I am aware of your concerns. It is precisely because I understand that I have come to seek your guidance in mastering this power. Very well. Master Roshi acknowledged Broly's growth. Despite his age, he possessed a wealth of experience, enabling him to see matters with a broader perspective. The child, while somewhat cunning, had a commendable character. He merely retained the inherent brutality, bloodlust, and combative nature of a scion. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not pleased to address such a formidable individual as master. Regardless, as long as you and Goku can walk the righteous path, I shall consider it a contribution to the martial arts. Brother, you have arrived. After conversing for a while, Goku, who had been training, removed his shell and rushed over, eager to bond with his brother. Krillin, hiding behind Goku, discreetly observed Broly. Since you are all here, let us conclude today as training. I have something to announce. The World Martial Arts Tournament is about to commence, and the organizers have called upon me to participate. I am old now. It is your time to shine. Ah, is that so? Bulma mentioned this in her letter. I came precisely for this reason. Broly pulled a letter from his pocket and waved it. Then it seems the championship is rightfully yours. Shall I accompany you both to witness it? Master Roshi glanced at Broly and then turned to the two younger fighters. Hey, Master Mateto is rather biased. We have been training diligently as well. Hearing this, Krillin felt somewhat disgruntled. Isn't that right, Goku? I too sense that I have grown considerably stronger, yet I am uncertain if I can defeat my elder brother. Though Goku's words may not be particularly sharp, there lies within him an inherent spirit of combativeness. Master Roshi and Broly exchanged glances and chuckled in unison. Master Roshi exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, splendid. The youth should indeed possess such vigor. Shall we depart tomorrow?" "No, Master Mateto. I have some personal matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave first," Broly replied, his face reddening slightly as he soared into the sky. Is it merely my imagination? Master Roshi pondered, observing Broly's retreating figure, and inquired of Goku. Goku, has Broly grown taller than before? At the dining table, Goku devoured his meal heartily, mumbling, "Why is my brother in such a hurry? The tournament hasn't even commenced yet. I still wish to exchange a few moves with him." Master Roshi, unable to suppress a mischievous grin, remarked, "That lad must have been holding back for quite some time." The turtle hermit glanced at the side, exasperatedly addressing Master Roshi. "You should be more respectful of your age. Lan Shi is still present, and Goku and Krillin are not yet of age. Upon noticing the collective gaze upon him, Master Roshi cleared his throat twice to ease the awkwardness and stated earnestly, "Such matters are not for children to inquire about." Indeed. Indeed. The two young ones resumed their enthusiastic meal. Meanwhile, in West City, at the Capsule Corporation, Broly, clad in athletic attire, arrived at the entrance and pressed the doorbell. "Excuse me, is Bulma at home?" The door was opened by a middle-aged woman with yellow, curly hair, whose beauty from her youth was evident. "Yes, and you are?" Broly nodded slightly. "Good day, madam. My name is Broly, a friend of Bulma's. I have come to West City specifically to see her." "I know you. Bulma has mentioned your adventures in search of the Dragon Balls." Mrs. Brief approached, momentarily taken aback by his height. "Bulma, your young suitor has come to see you," she called out cheerfully. Bulma dashed to the door, her face filled with exasperation. "Mom, please refrain from saying such things." She then took Broly's hand and led him outside, leaving him sweating profusely. "Your family is indeed quite unconventional." After greeting Bulma's parents, Bulma pulled Broly along, eager to see how he had been faring lately. "Bulma, do not be in such a rush. It has been ages since I have seen such a handsome young man. Let your boyfriend converse with us a while longer." Mrs. Brief chimed in, covering her mouth with a smile. "Mom, could you please not be so infatuated?" Broly thought to himself that his visit was not solely to see Bulma. He had a matter that required Mr. Brief's assistance. As he spoke, he rummaged through his pocket for something. "Oh, do tell. And I shall see if I can assist you," Mr. Brief replied, having formed a favorable impression of Broly. His appearance was certainly a plus. And unlike those rebellious youths outside, this young man was quite polite. "Could you take a look at this and see if you can replicate it? I have refrained from using it for a decade due to my concerns about potential eavesdropping devices. If replication is not possible, consider this little gadget a memento," Broly remarked as he handed over the Scot he had received from the Vegeta team to Brief. "What is this?" Brief's narrowed eyes widened in surprise as he cautiously accepted the Scot for examination. "And this is my old battle suit, made of excellent material, lightweight, and quite elastic. Such a design should not yet exist on Earth." Broly then presented his future battle suit to Brief as well. "Very well, leave it to me. If replication is feasible, you will have made a significant contribution to Earth," Brief responded, though his gaze remained fixated on the items Broly had brought. Bulma, somewhat displeased, interjected, "Humph. Why rely on him when you can depend on me? I am quite dependable, you know. The world's foremost genius beauty." Broly, aware of Bulma's subtle thoughts, explained, "Whether or not it can be replicated is secondary. I cannot arrive empty-handed, can I?" Bulma shot Broly a sidelong glance. "Who would have thought that you, having recently arrived on Earth, would become so suave? You are quite different from Goku." Broly smirked playfully. "I have mentioned it before. There is but one scion like me." Chapter 16. Pre-war anecdotes. The following day, Broly awoke in the guest room of Bulma's home, feeling invigorated after the tender moments they shared the previous night. Bulma, radiant yet slightly bashful upon seeing her lover, was equally affected. Do not misunderstand. Their interactions were limited to holding hands and sharing gentle kisses, which was quite audacious for their age. Early in the morning, Broly donned the training attire gifted by Master Roshi and commenced his warm-up in Bulma's courtyard. Bulma did not interrupt, instead observing from above, lost in her thoughts. "Awake so early? This is rather uncharacteristic of Bulma," Bulma's mother mused as she entered her daughter's room. Following Bulma's gaze downward. "Well, look at you, full of energy this early. Did he sneak into your room in the middle of the night?" her mother asked with a teasing glint in her eye. "That is not the case. We're not at that stage yet. Please do not meddle, Mom," Bulma retorted while shoving her mother out of the room. "My dear, why are your thoughts so conservative? How did I raise such a naive child?" "Naive? Do not look down on me." Bulma slammed the door shut, returning to the window to gaze at Broly. "Honestly, such things should at least wait until marriage, right? How can an elderly woman think such thoughts? Absurd." Hearing the commotion inside, Broly waved up to the second floor, leaping gracefully to perch on Bulma's windowsill. "Good morning, beautiful," he greeted, playfully pinching her cheek. "Just go away, truly shameless," she retorted. Bulma swiftly struck Broly's hand away, feeling a bit shy as she recalled her mother's words from that morning. "What do you plan to do next?" she inquired. Broly settled himself comfortably on Bulma's windowsill, reclining back with his upper body dangling off the edge. "In the near future, I intend to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. After securing the top position, I plan to purchase a house near your residence." Was he already contemplating marriage? Bulma blushed and pressed on. And then what? I wish to find time to visit the sacred palace. Ever since I arrived on Earth, I have not engaged in serious training. Recently, I have only learned a few techniques from Master Roshi. Broly candidly shared his intentions with Bulma, recognizing that at his current level, only in the sacred palace could he hope to advance further. Training, training, all you think about is training. Is it more important than me? Bulma lamented, sensing that she had not elicited the response she desired. Realizing her frustration, Broly sat up, his expression turning serious. Bulma, your perspective is misguided. Our relationship should not dictate our passions. If I were to demand that you cease your research and inventions, would you acquiesce? That would be a form of moral coercion. I believe we should maintain equality and respect in our partnership. Broly hesitated to discuss the future further, fearing that mentioning it might invite uncertainty. Bulma understood these principles but felt that Broly lacked sensitivity, dampening the mood. How infuriating. Must such matters always be voiced by the girl? Scions truly are creatures of pure muscle. Realizing that their conversation had reached an impasse, Bulma decided to conclude it there. With Broly's bluntness, further discussion might lead to unintended topics. However, girls' tempers can flare quickly and dissipate just as fast. By the afternoon, she accompanied Broly to register for the World Martial Arts Tournament, her arms wrapped lovingly around his, radiating happiness. At the event, a familiar voice called out, Broly, is that you and Bulma? Bulma squinted at the long-haired man, struggling to place him. Do we know each other? It's Yamcha, isn't it? Broly recognized the newcomer immediately. After spending considerable time training at Master Roshi's, he could sense the familiar energy, even if the appearance had shifted. Have you forgotten your comrades now that you have a boyfriend? Yamcha teased, though he bore no trace of anger. He approached the pair, extending his hand in camaraderie. Broly, how have you grown so tall? I have to look up to see you now. You weren't this tall before. Bulma rested her head on Broly's arm playfully. You're just being chatty. Yamcha, caught off guard, blushed in embarrassment. I knew something was different when I left yesterday. At that moment, Master Roshi arrived with Goku and Krillin. Long time no see, Bulma. Why are you clinging to him? Goku pointed at Bulma, curious. Blushing, Bulma exclaimed, this is adult business. Children should not inquire. Krillin whispered to Goku. The two of them are now in a romantic relationship. What is a romantic relationship? Can one eat it? Laughter erupted as everyone was charmed by Goku's innocence. After reminiscing, Master Roshi mysteriously called Broly aside, saying, Broly, since you wish to partake in this tournament, I shall refrain from competing. You will take my place and teach those two youngsters a lesson, making them realize that there are greater powers beyond their own, and that they should not be overly proud. Yes, Master Roshi, even without your instruction, I would have done so, Broly thought to himself, though he refrained from voicing an additional sentiment. After all, they are the future of Earth. The following day, the martial arts tournament officially commenced. The group effortlessly advanced through the preliminary rounds, and every opponent facing Broly was swiftly defeated in a single strike. In the backstage area, Yamcha seemed to sense something amiss. Inquiring, Broly seems different from before. Although he used to defeat opponents with one blow, there is an unmistakable distinction now. Goku's battle instincts remain sharp. Is it his energy? He hasn't used any energy at all. Yamcha stroked his chin, puzzled, as he had yet to join Master Roshi's tutelage. Energy? Could it be the technique Master Roshi employed on Flame Mountain? Regardless, whatever it is, it works to my advantage, and I have my own secret weapon. With Master Roshi absent from the competition, his number fortuitously fell into Broly's hands. After the preliminary rounds, Yamcha was the first to face Broly. As the gong sounded, the two combatants ascended the stage, exchanged greetings, and assumed their stances. Broly, I will show you no mercy. After this warning, Yamcha launched himself at Broly. Chapter 17. The Iron Fist of Love. Broly, I will show you no mercy. With that declaration, Yamcha initiated his assault. He leapt into the air, throwing a punch at Broly. Standing firm, Broly simply tilted his head to the side, effortlessly evading the attack. Observing Broly's easy dodge, Yamcha followed up with a sweeping kick from midair, but Broly remained unmoved, slightly leaning back to escape Yamcha's strike once more. Realizing both of his initial attacks had failed, Yamcha quickened his pace and rhythm. Transforming his hand into a claw, he lunged at Broly, who pivoted on his right foot, evading the attack, while simultaneously seizing Yamcha's wrist, using his momentum to nearly toss him off the stage. Alright, it seems I can no longer hold back. Behold my ultimate technique, the Wolf Fang Fist. Watch out. Yamcha, feeling a twinge of insecurity, knew he had to unleash his full power, lest he be unable to do so later. Very well. Allow me to demonstrate the tiger claw of the Five Elements fist. Broly similarly transformed his hands into claws, readying himself for the confrontation. Yamcha surged forward, leaping to deliver a swift claw strike, yet Broly evaded the attack with agility. As Yamcha altered his technique, attempting to strike at Broly's midsection, Broly seized Yamcha's right arm under his armpit, launching a fierce claw strike aimed at Yamcha's face. Yamcha, realizing his right arm was under Broly's control, could only turn his head to the left to evade the blow. Broly's initial strike missed, and with a deft twist of his wrist, he directed his assault towards Yamcha's head. In a desperate maneuver, Yamcha ducked, tracing a half-circle in the air to narrowly avoid Broly's onslaught. Seizing Yamcha's right arm with his left hand, Broly capitalized on the brief opening, executing another fierce claw strike targeting Yamcha's right ribcage. Unfamiliar with such a technique, Yamcha was bewildered by Broly's intentions. As Broly's fingers curled menacingly around Yamcha's ribs, realization struck him. Broly intended to crush his bones. With his right arm still ensnared, Yamcha found himself trapped, unable to break free from Broly's iron grip. In a moment of desperation, Yamcha grasped Broly's tail around his waist, yet instead of losing strength, Broly merely provided him a fleeting opportunity to breathe, an opportunity that was all too brief. Broly unleashed another powerful assault, the fierce tiger push, propelling Yamcha through the air. He crashed into half of a surrounding wall before tumbling to the ground, just before losing consciousness. The only thought that crossed Yamcha's mind was a realization of Broly's merciless nature, and with that, he succumbed to darkness. Such a spectacular display often goes unappreciated by the audience. However, this level of combat was just right for them. After Yamcha was carried away, the spectators erupted in applause. Broly, well done. Bulma led the cheers from the stands. The host ascended the stage to announce Broly's victory. After a few rounds of rest, it was once again Broly's turn to compete. Next up was Krillin against Broly. What should I do, Goku? I couldn't even discern Yamcha's fighting style. How could I possibly stand a chance against Broly? Having just defeated a savage opponent, Krillin felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. Aware that he was no match for Broly. If you're afraid, just concede. If he is your elder, I have no confidence either. Little Goku, ever candid, spoke bluntly. Baka, what nonsense are you spouting? If I concede now, Master Roshi and Broly will laugh me out of here. Goku's words unexpectedly bolstered Krillin's resolve, prompting him to bravely step onto the arena. Clang. The gong sounded once more, signaling the start of the match. Master, may I call you that? Krillin asked nervously, gazing at Broly's stoic face. Broly nodded in affirmation. Do not be anxious, simply give it your all. Losing is not the end. What truly matters is that you have the courage to step onto the stage. That would be the real disgrace, Broly thought to himself. In his mind, Krillin was somewhat timid, having been terrified by both Vegeta and Frieza, yet he ultimately chose to venture to Namek. All right, with all my might, I shall engage in battle. My apologies. Krillin's initial stance mirrors that of Yamcha, both commencing with a leap. However, while Krillin employs a series of kicks, Yamcha resorts to punches. Alas, the disparity in height between an average individual and Broly is insurmountable, particularly for the youthful Krillin. Yet, Broly does not extend leniency due to Krillin's tender age. On the contrary, he perceives Krillin's inherent weakness as a reason to impose even harsher discipline. Thus, Broly has opted for the more formidable style of Muay Thai, setting the bar at the lowest threshold that Krillin can withstand. Broly clenches his fists, his elbows arched above his head, exposing a wide opening down the center. With a slight bend in his back and his weight shifted backward, his right foot is positioned behind him and angled outward, while the toes of his left foot merely graze the ground, forming a quintessential stance. As Krillin approaches, Broly firmly plants his left leg, channels energy through his hips, and unleashes a sweeping high kick with his right leg, sending a fierce gust of wind toward Krillin. Even before making contact, Krillin, feeling the rush of air from Broly's powerful strike, realizes that this blow is exceedingly forceful, perhaps even more so than the one he faced against Yamcha. Upon impact, Broly's shin connects with Krillin, initiating a rotation of his left leg, followed by a coordinated movement of his right thigh, which drives his knee to pivot, thus propelling his calf in a circular motion. The sheer force presses Krillin into the ground with such intensity that he collapses, unable to rise. In the background, Goku leans against the wall, anxiously calling out to his friend, Krillin, wake up. Your big brother would never harm you. The referee steps onto the stage to commence the countdown. 1, 2, 3 in a daze. Krillin hears Goku's encouragement and struggles to prop himself up with his arms. Bulma gasps, covering her mouth in alarm. Was it truly necessary for Broly to strike so hard? We are all comrades. Master Roshi, however, counters with a serious expression, no. This is for Krillin's own good. If he lacks determination, it is best to end it here. A flicker of guilt crosses Master Roshi's mind. As he reflects on having encouraged Krillin to pursue martial arts due to a magazine, he wonders if he has been somewhat irresponsible in preparing him for formidable foes. Nevertheless, Broly's harshness raises doubts in Roshi's mind regarding whether he made the right choice in having Broly take his place. As Krillin trembles to his feet, Broly delivers another low sweep, striking Krillin's leg with such tremendous force that his feet involuntarily lift off the ground, causing his head to tilt downward under the weight of gravity. Fortunately, Krillin instinctively braces himself with his forearms, preventing his head from meeting the ground. Still unwilling to concede, Broly inquires, no, I will not give up. Krillin insists, resolutely persevering. Broly seizes Krillin's shoulders, applying his full weight downward, dragging his left foot back as he suddenly thrusts his abdomen forward, bending his knee sharply to collide with Krillin. In that instant, Krillin arches backward, inadvertently ramming his head into Broly's nose, a vulnerable area, eliciting a twinge of discomfort even from Broly. You may now submit, Krillin utters weakly. Clint, well done. You have not only summoned the courage to confront your adversaries, but also discerned the appropriate moments to strike. For you, this signifies your qualification. Broly gently placed Clint on the ground, signaling the referee that the match could come to a close. To my surprise, even Broly possesses the capacity for praise. What do you mean? I am quite amiable, you know. Broly extended his fist to lightly tap Clint's. Subsequently, Goku stepped onto the stage to assist Clint down. The victor of this match remains the formidable Broly. Chapter 18, Broly vs. Son Goku. The victor of this match is undoubtedly Broly. Following Goku's triumph over the nameless contestant, it ultimately culminated in a showdown between the two brothers. Although those familiar with them were acutely aware that Broly would likely emerge victorious, Goku is also a scion. One could never predict the unforeseen. Even if Broly were to win, the clash between these two brothers would undoubtedly be captivating. After a brief intermission marked by several other matches, Yamcha and Klin regained their senses. Despite their injuries, they were unwilling to miss the outcome of this grand tournament. While Broly's attacks appeared ruthless, he had actually shown restraint. Otherwise, even the formidable Piccolo, with his power exceeding 200, would have been swiftly obliterated by Broly. The two speculated on who would claim victory between the brothers. Would Goku prevail? Such a question surely arose from Goku's companions. How could that be? Clint, why would you entertain such a notion? That is Broly we are speaking of. Did his previous ferocity cause you to lose your senses? Yamcha jested, teasing Clint. Indeed. The two of us were effortlessly defeated. Acknowledging the vast chasm between themselves and Broly, they shook their heads, dismissing such unrealistic thoughts. Nevertheless, Yamcha, resting his chin in contemplation, considered the slightest possibility. After all, they were brothers. What if Broly conceded? The two exchanged thoughts in the background. The finals commenced. With the host's command, the decisive match was set in motion. The moment the host issued the signal, Broly sprang into action, his toes barely grazing the ground as he propelled himself forward. Goku, I am eager to test my strength against you. Alas, you have remained too feeble. This time, I shall temper my energy to match yours. So let us engage in a worthy battle. Absolutely. Brother, victory shall be mine. Though Goku's energy was not significantly more potent than that of Yamcha and Klin, his combat instincts and innate talent surpassed theirs by a considerable margin. Perhaps it was the influence of his scion heritage or the butterfly effect of Broly's presence. Goku now exhibited strength far exceeding that depicted in the original tale. Broly's fist collided with Goku's face, but Goku, leveraging the force with his legs, dissipated the impact. Before Goku could regain his composure, Broly launched another assault, targeting Goku's abdomen with an elbow strike. Goku bent backward to evade. Then, like a coiled spring, he sprang forth, channeling his energy through his hands, delivering a powerful kick to Broly. Due to his size, Broly had no way to evade the attack and received the blow squarely. However, it did not take long for Goku to sense something amiss. The force of his kick should have shattered even stone, yet it met Broly's abdomen with no discernible effect. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Goku leveraged the momentum to spring away, maintaining a safe distance from Broly. Broly retaliated with another punch, descending upon Goku due to his shorter stature. Seizing this opportunity, Goku deftly evaded while scaling Broly's arm, then executed a sweeping kick aimed at Broly's face. Alas, the outcome was still the same. The kick merely caused Broly's head to turn slightly, inflicting no real damage. Although Broly remained silent, he was internally astonished. In such a brief span, this young warrior had progressed from merely observing to matching his speed. Truly, the protagonist's aura is undeniable, he mused. Broly braced himself against Goku's foot, realigning his face. Sensing Broly's imminent counterattack, Goku employed a familiar tactic, forcefully driving his feet into Broly's chest, intending to use the recoil to propel himself away and maintain distance. However, while Goku learned rapidly in battle, Broly was no slouch either. After all, who isn't a genius in their own right? In midair, Goku found himself ensnared by Broly's grip. With a swift pull of his left hand and a powerful punch from his right, Goku was sent hurtling away like a cannonball, the sheer force causing him to roll twice upon landing before being launched out of the ring. Goku is formidable. Has he truly begun to contend with Broly? Yamcha and Krillin watched in wide-eyed astonishment, as both had suffered complete defeats at Broly's hands without a chance to retaliate. Has Goku grown this powerful? The old master Roshi couldn't help but lament his own age. Could it be that even the remarkably talented Goku cannot escape Broly's terrifying dominion? The commentator, observing Goku's imminent tumble from the ring, passionately narrated the unfolding drama. Just as everyone anticipated Broly's victory, Goku halted midair, executed a somersault, and landed gracefully. Flashing a broad grin, he declared to Broly, "Big brother, I've learned to fly." Broly smirked slightly, contemplating. "Goku, how many more surprises do you hold?" He had forgotten that he had only taught him the flying technique twice, yet here Goku had mastered it on his own. Goku charged toward Broly, utilizing inertia to launch a flying kick. Broly stood motionless, watching as Goku ascended to strike. Upon kicking, Goku felt as though he had struck cotton. There was no resistance, and he continued to soar forward. In a blink, Broly transformed into a shadow, shattering under Goku's kick, only for another Broly to suddenly appear behind him. With hands clasped, he struck Goku down to the ground as if wielding a baseball bat. Goku lay motionless for an extended moment, prompting Broly's dissatisfaction. "Is this your limit? Goku, a Saiyan's resilience is not so easily vanquished. Are you not rising?" With that, Broly lifted his right foot, poised to stomp down. As Broly, with a resolute heart, stepped upon Goku, he felt a bittersweet smile emerge within him. Indeed, just as Goku had sensed earlier, the Goku on the ground transformed into a mere afterimage and vanished. Broly, on one foot, leaped backward, and just as he did, another Goku descended from above, striking the very spot where Broly had stood moments before. Master Roshi, watching from below, shattered his sunglasses in disbelief, exclaiming, "My afterimage technique. He learned it with just a glance?" Goku scratched his head, a hint of frustration evident as he remarked, "I can't believe you dodged that. You have indeed grown significantly stronger, Goku," Broly sincerely complimented. "However, this has gone on long enough. Let us put an end to this." With that, he executed a sweeping kick aimed at Goku. Though due to height differences, the target was essentially Goku's head. Goku, quick on his feet, ducked just in time, prompting Broly to crouch down, using momentum to switch legs and deliver a sweeping kick that sent Goku flying. Goku's descent positioned him perilously close to Broly's knee, and Broly prepared to execute a soccer-style kick to send Goku out of the ring. Unexpectedly, just as Broly was gathering strength for the kick, Goku's tail ensnared Broly's supporting leg, and with a vigorous pull, both tumbled to the ground. Lying on the arena floor, Broly continued to praise Goku, saying, "I never expected you to bring me such surprises this time. Beyond your innate talent, you have also remembered to utilize your tactics, transforming your weakness into a weapon." It was then that both Goku and Broly simultaneously noticed something in the sky, the moon. Their pupils dilated in alarm as their bodies began to transform, gradually sprouting fur. "This is bad. This is bad." Yamcha and Bulma, who had witnessed Goku's transformation into a great ape, shouted in unison. "Am I really going to die here at such a young age?" Bulma uttered, seemingly in a daze. Chapter 19. The conclusion of the match. Am I really going to die here at such a young age? Bulma repeated, her voice laced with despair. Master Roshi observed the two undergoing transformation and inquired, do these two still possess a trump card? Meanwhile, Bulma and Yamcha, seated in the audience and backstage respectively, recounted the tale of the great ape to Krillin and Master Roshi. It's not merely a special move. Upon seeing the full moon, Goku loses his rationality and transforms into a great ape, becoming immensely destructive, yet indiscriminate in his fury. We must flee, Yamcha exclaimed, grabbing Krillin and dashing away, adrenaline momentarily overshadowing his previous injuries. In the chaos, Yamcha called out to the audience, Master Roshi, Bulma, run. Master Roshi seized Bulma's wrist, intending to escape the perilous situation. But Bulma showed no inclination to leave, sitting down resolutely. It's futile. Just Goku alone is already a grave concern. With Broly added to the mix, we are doomed. After transforming, Broly rose to his feet, first flexing his fingers while observing his arms, now adorned with a thick coat of black fur. Although this was not his inaugural transformation into a great ape, it marked the first occasion he had assumed this form with conscious awareness. He curiously sensed the changes coursing through his body. In this colossal form, his offensive and defensive capabilities were astonishing, yet his agility had diminished to an intolerable degree. Moreover, an obscure impulse surged within him, urging him to obliterate everything in his path. Hey, Broly, do you intend to slay your girlfriend and comrades like this? Bulma, emboldened by an unknown courage, picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at Broly, desperately attempting to restore his sanity. Bulma, are you out of your mind? Master Roshi was taken aback, astonished that this woman, in her madness, would risk her life without a second thought. At that moment, Yamcha rushed in, dragging Krillin along. Panting as he exclaimed, perhaps there's still a chance. Earlier, when Goku was pulled by the daughter of the Ox King, he lost all his strength and fell from the flying Nimbus. Master Roshi, we should distract those two while Puar transforms into scissors to cut off their tails. As the group strategized, Broly initiated his move. He lumbered forward, his massive form shifting as he uttered a dissonant phrase. What nonsense are you all speaking? I am not Goku. With that, he blinked his crimson eyes. Seeing that Broly retained some semblance of consciousness, everyone exhaled in relief. As long as Broly was unharmed, Goku would not pose a significant threat. While the others conversed, the great ape form of Goku had already begun wreaking havoc on the surrounding structures. Broly effortlessly seized Goku with one hand, lifting the gargantuan figure by the face. Goku struggled, flailing against Broly's arm. Broly's rigidity was formidable, thus far. No opponent had managed to break through his invulnerable state, especially not a transformed Broly. Why don't you take a little nap? Broly declared, delivering a punch to Goku's abdomen. Even in his great ape form, Goku succumbed to a childlike slumber after absorbing Broly's strike. Broly then cast Goku aside and turned his gaze toward the moon. In truth, Broly hesitated to destroy the moon, for in the civilizations of his past life, the Chinese people held a unique sentiment towards it. The full moon symbolized reunion and encapsulated the romantic ideals of their millennia-old culture. With a mighty roar, Broly opened his mouth wide, unleashing a beam of green energy that shot toward the moon. He refrained from obliterating the celestial body, recognizing that it was not the moon itself that affected the Psiots, but rather the blood's waves it emitted. I shall simply push it farther away, he resolved. Upon closer inspection, it was evident why the moon exerted such influence over the Psiots. In this world, the moon was positioned far closer to Earth than in his previous existence. After propelling the moon to a sufficient distance, Broly descended from the sky. As Wukong and Broly began to undergo transformations, their forms gradually diminished into a more humanoid shape. Upon regaining his human form, Broly was astonished to discover that the host remained steadfast instead of fleeing in panic. Such dedication. Moreover, he was aware that it was the Z fighters who had saved the Earth from Cell, and he had lived to a considerable age, even presiding over the battles of Xiaofang's grandson and the descendants of Vegeta. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the audience, filled with whistles and cheers. Wow, his physique is remarkable, exclaimed a female spectator. Not only her, but the women beside her were also covering their faces while surreptitiously stealing glances at the unfolding scene. Broly, perplexed, glanced at the unconscious Wukong and inquired of the referee, shouldn't the results of the match be announced? The referee, pointing at Broly, declared with righteous indignation, ahem. Competitor Broly, please be mindful of your image. At that moment, Bulma leaped into the arena, swiftly approaching Broly, shedding her jacket to cover him, shielding Broly behind her. She shouted to the audience, "You are not allowed to look. He is my boyfriend." Realizing why both the audience and the referee regarded him with such peculiar expressions, Broly blushed upon the realization that he had inadvertently exposed himself. Even for someone as formidable as Broly, the thought of being seen by so many and possibly broadcast on television made him flush with embarrassment, prompting him to retreat backstage. Once Broly and Wukong had changed into appropriate attire, the referee fulfilled his duty by announcing the conclusion of the tournament. In the end, the victor of the final match is the young competitor, Broly. Champion Broly. 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 The cheers from both the arena and the audience rang out in celebration of Broly's name. Though this match felt almost trivial in terms of Broly's capabilities, its significance was profound. It not only rekindled nostalgic memories of watching the animations, but also truly honored the essence of the martial arts tournament. Brother, congratulations on winning the championship. Wukong genuinely congratulated him from the side. Wukong, do strengthen yourself quickly. I can hardly wait to unleash my full power and challenge you. Broly replied, the prospect of battling Wukong igniting the warrior spirit within him. At the victory banquet, the two Saiyans indulged heartily, while Master Roshi, in front of everyone, queried, "What techniques did you employ against Yamcha and Krillin?" "The 5 elements fist and Muay Thai," Broly replied without lifting his head, gnawing on the leg of some large creature. "You Saiyans have interesting techniques. That tiger claw resembles my master's moves." Master Roshi reminisced about the days of training alongside Master Shun. Broly paused his feasting to respond, "No? It was taught to me by a master I encountered on a certain planet. He may have been from Earth." Broly told a fib. Master Roshi handed his plate to Broly, continuing to speak, "Since you acknowledge me as your master, do not mind my prattling. It is always beneficial to learn more. But one mustn't be greedy and bite off more than one can chew." Broly nodded, expressing his understanding of the principle. "My philosophy transitions from the formless to the tangible, amalgamating the strengths of various schools of thought, before returning to the formless, achieving a harmonious synthesis. A great master once proclaimed that one should be like water. When contained in a cup, it assumes the shape of the cup, and when poured into a bottle, it adopts the bottle's form. Not only can it take the form of droplets that penetrate even the hardest stone, but it can also transform into solid ice or invisible steam. Yet, from a distance, it merely appears as a puddle of water." The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, failing to grasp Broly's meaning. Only Master Roshi could be heard muttering, "Indeed, a truly great master. Like water, you say? Like water?" In Chapter 20, Eating Soft Rice, Hard to Swallow, a middle-aged man clad in professional attire smiled warmly at Broly and stated, 7 million zeni. After the World Martial Arts Tournament, Broly contemplated using his prize money to purchase a house near Bulma's residence, thus finally establishing a genuine home in the Dragon Ball world. However, he was taken aback when the real estate agent quoted an astonishing price of 7 million. Broly discreetly pulled Bulma aside and inquired, "Is this fellow trying to swindle me? Why is it so expensive?" Bulma replied innocently, "Not at all. The housing prices have remained consistent over the years. This isn't overpriced. Curse the evils of capitalism. Damn the wealthy." Broly muttered under his breath, "I only received 500,000 zeni." Bulma shot him an exasperated look. "I offered you a place in my home, and you refused. Our house is spacious, with a robotic butler. I just don't understand how men think." Broly thought to himself, "Of course. Do you expect me to beg on my knees? I certainly don't want to live under Vegeta's shadow for decades." Observing Broly's awkwardness, Bulma proposed, "Why not use my money? After all, what's mine is yours. We could even consider it our future marital home. Are you instructing me on how to handle matters?" Broly feigned firmness. Yet the exasperating price was mercilessly tormenting his fragile psyche. The salesperson, sensing the hesitation between Broly and Bulma, suggested, "Dear customers, if this property isn't suitable, perhaps you might consider this alternative. This semicircular architectural design has been meticulously calculated. Not only is it aesthetically pleasing, but it also offers excellent resistance to natural disasters like earthquakes and typhoons. Its structural framework is designed for optimal weight distribution, and the price is only 800,000 zeni. Only 800,000 zeni. Only 800,000 zeni. Only 800,000 zeni." The salesperson's words echoed in Broly's ears like a devil's whisper, lingering long after. I suddenly feel that our Capsule Corporation premises are sufficiently spacious. There's no need to purchase another property. Even with wealth, one should not squander it recklessly, Broly declared, attempting to convince himself as he took Bulma by the hand and headed for the exit. Thank you for visiting us. We hope to see you again. The salesperson maintained a professional smile as they escorted the pair out. Emerging from the sales office, Broly wore a gloomy expression, a bitter smile etched upon his face, with glistening pearls forming at the corners of his eyes. Did I traverse such a great distance only to beg on my knees? Even in this realm, must I endure the trials of life? He felt the weight of Bulma's gaze upon him, her eyes scrutinizing him with an unsettling intensity. Ultimately, Broly resigned himself to the reality of his situation, yet he sought solace within. What kind of wretched dwelling demands such exorbitant prices? Do they speak of uniform stress distribution? Can it withstand a blow from View? Can it endure an assault from Nappa? Will it survive a strike from old Piccolo? I wonder how they would fare when their properties crumble in their hands. Disheartened, Broly resolved to focus on his training, vowing that should anyone dare to destroy his home, he would skin them alive to craft a tent. Upon returning to Bulma's residence, his future father-in-law, Brief, brought forth delightful news. The combat suits and scouters that Broly had brought could now be successfully replicated. At this time, when most still relied on landlines and street payphones were operated by hand, the replication of the scouter, which could not only gauge a fighter's power but also evade danger and serve as a team communication device, was a remarkable feat. However, due to the complexity of its electronic components, mass production was currently unfeasible, and the old model Broly had brought back was limited to just 2 units. Brief confirmed Broly's suspicions, revealing that beyond the aforementioned functions, the scouter also possessed a listening capability. Fortunately, Brief had dismantled the transmitter, as Broly's meticulous nature had prevented Frieza from arriving on Earth prematurely in search of the Dragon Balls. In that moment, Broly felt untroubled by Frieza, for in his previous life, the Broly who had just arrived on Earth was only slightly stronger, yet still managed to overpower Golden Frieza and even exchange blows with Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. However, he worried that if this young Frieza were to be beaten into a frenzy, transforming into Black Frieza, matters would become exceedingly complicated. Contemplating the prospect of Black Frieza, Broly felt a surge of pressure. He understood that it was time to prepare for the future. Grasping one of the scouters, he handed the other to Bulma. Put this on and see what my battle power is now. They ventured into the yard, where for the first time on Earth, Broly began to amplify his power. As his energy surged, small pebbles danced and levitated around him, and the previously calm weather shifted, a gust of wind swirling around Broly. 6, 9, 73, 380, 500, 870, 2004. With each rise in his battle power, Broly's hair stood on end, and the animal skin at his waist was whipped upward, fluttering wildly. Wow! Serious Broly looks incredibly handsome. Bulma, in an untimely bout of infatuation, exclaimed. 8,750. 11,000. Wow! Broly, your reading has surpassed 10,000. The wind stirred by Broly intensified, compelling Bulma to place one hand on her forehead to push aside her disheveled hair, while the other hand pressed firmly against her skirt to keep it in place. Once Broly's combat power exceeded 10,000, a halo of white energy enveloped him. 33,400. With a thunderous roar, Broly's ultimate power settled at this figure. The grass beneath his feet was uprooted, and the ground around him began to crack. Impressive. Over 30,000 in combat power, truly a dimensional strike in the early stages, but still merely on par with the transformed Sabo, not even matching Jinyu. I wonder if my power will increase upon revival from the brink of death? Broly, you truly have made a mess of this place. As Bulma observed Broly's aura diminish, she approached him to express her grievances. However, Broly's mind was preoccupied, and he did not register Bulma's words. Seeing that Broly ignored her, she stood on her tiptoes. But their height difference was too great, forcing her to abandon that approach. Instead, she shouted at Broly, Broly, look at what you've done to my yard. Are you even listening to me? Witnessing Bulma's frustration, Broly couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, thinking, truly, you are remarkable, Bulma. Daring to shout at a scion with 30,000 combat power, no wonder even the gods of destruction regard you lightly. My apologies, I was lost in thought, Broly replied, lowering his head as he noticed Bulma's anger. Humph. Bulma turned her head away, feigning irritation, and ignored him. Broly placed his hand on Bulma's waist. attempting to soften the mood. You are so beautiful, it wouldn't suit you to be angry. Mind your own business, Bulma retorted, but her body betrayed her. Leaning into Broly's embrace. Noticing her change in demeanor, Broly seized the opportunity to share his plans. I might need to train again. Before he could finish, Bulma pushed him away, attempting to escape his hold, but how could she match Broly's strength? He pulled her back into his arms. Do not rush, hear me out. I cannot disclose the reasons, but you know I love you. Who could bear to leave such a delicate beauty at home, enduring grueling training? Besides, you are quite the wealthy lady. Wouldn't it be better to relax? As he reasoned, he complimented Bulma, causing her expression to soften somewhat. Taking advantage of the moment, Broly continued, rest assured, I will return often, and your father has fixed Scott, so we can communicate at any time. Then go ahead, once you're gone. I'll find another handsome man, Bulma replied, still somewhat displeased. In that case, I shall destroy the earth and perish alongside you, Broly feigned sorrowfully. Shameless. Go away. Don't come back. Before Bulma could finish her retort, Broly silenced her with a kiss. After their kiss, Broly playfully pinched Bulma's flushed cheeks and teased. There's no need to rush. We could leave a couple of days later. We can fly kites or watch a movie together. He added, remember, if danger arises while I'm away, just call out, gesturing towards Scott, who was perched on his ear. Chapter 21. Training on Korin Tower a few days later. At Korin Tower, a solitary figure and a cat exchanged glances, each lost in their own thoughts. How did this formidable creature arrive here? Should I report this to the deity? Goodness, the Korin sage appears quite large and robust for a mere cat. How dare you? I am a sage, not an ordinary house cat, Korin exclaimed, his anger causing him to momentarily overlook Broly's formidable strength. Mind reading? How did I forget about that? My apologies, Sage Korin, Broly said, his voice dripping with flattery as he tossed a capsule. With a loud pop, a refrigerator materialized on the ground. Broly approached and opened the door, revealing it crammed full of fish. You've done well, Haven to you? Now what do you need me for? Korin wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, realizing Broly was not as terrifying as he had imagined, and adopted a more dignified demeanor. Don't you possess mind-reading abilities? Why go through this unnecessary formality? Broly queried, somewhat puzzled. Using mind-reading indiscriminately is impolite. I am not so lacking in decorum, Korin replied, licking his paw before turning his gaze back to Broly. I accept your gift, but if there's nothing else, I must bid you farewell. There is something, Broly insisted. I have two requests for you, Sage Korin. First, I've heard you possess a magical bean that can heal injuries and sustain one for several days without food. I wish to obtain some. Oh, the magical beans do indeed exist, Korin said, tapping his staff on the ground, causing a bag to materialize before Broly, who instinctively caught it. My second request is to become stronger. Broly's face hardened at the mention of strength. I cannot assist you with that. Perhaps the deity can help. You should continue your ascent, Korin said, denying Broly without a moment's hesitation. I certainly intend to visit the deity, but before I do, I must begin my training with you. You refuse because you've assessed my strength, but mere power without skill is a waste. I've also heard you possess both super holy water and ultra divine water, which require trials before consumption. That is indeed the case. Which would you like to drink? However, super holy water is merely ordinary water. Broly shook his head. I wish to attempt the trial, not drink either. The ultra sacred water, as the cat sage mentioned, is merely ordinary water. While it is true that the super divine water can enhance one's power, the benefits it brings are negligible, and the consequences are burdensome. A risk that Broly cannot afford to take. In his previous life on forums, many claimed that Goku's heart disease was caused by the super divine water and the Kaioken technique, prompting Broly to diligently avoid such harmful substances. You truly are an odd individual. Try to snatch this bottle from my grasp, the cat sage remarked, but you must suppress your strength to the bare minimum. I cannot guarantee the outcome. Broly remained silent, lowering his energy to its lowest point, intending to rely solely on his physical prowess to pass this trial. Responding to the cat sage through action, he had initially assumed that even relying solely on his physique, he would navigate this trial with ease. After all, the cat sage's prowess seemed to barely reach 100, and Broly's strength and speed far surpassed his. Surely, the beginning might be challenging, but once he discerned the patterns, success would be inevitable. However, Broly was mistaken. An hour into the trial, he still could not seize the bottle from the cat sage's hands. Although the sage's movements appeared to him as if in slow motion, each time he was on the verge of grasping the bottle, the sage would unexpectedly alter his actions. How about it? Shall we continue? The cat sage yawned, inquiring. I will not concede, Broly declared. Ironically, those with greater strength often lack patience. And Broly's determination was to the cat sage's liking. Thus, the sage offered a piece of advice. I am pleased to see your resolve, but sometimes you must not rely solely on your eyes. Engage your mind. Damn that fat cat. Is he implying I lack intelligence? Broly thought, a twinge of annoyance surfacing within him. Logically, your speed should far exceed mine, and your strength is incomparable. The reason you cannot seize the bottle is that you have not comprehended my movements, nor deciphered my breathing, the cat sage continued, seemingly aware that his previous statement may have been ambiguous. Broly inwardly scoffed. Isn't that obvious? If I could understand, I would have taken it already. Then it dawned on him. Did that mean he needed to anticipate the sage's next move? No wonder each action caught him off guard. But what did understanding his breathing entail? Must he mimic Goku and pretend to slumber like this lethargic cat? Now, the difficulty shall increase, the cat sage announced. With that, the cat sage transformed into multiple figures, twisting and taunting, while observing Broly's actions. The afterimage technique? It seems Master Roshi may have learned this technique here. Is he suggesting I discern the real from the illusion through breathing? That's unnecessary. The afterimage technique only requires one to sense the opponent's energy. This is utterly redundant. Though Broly grumbled internally, he did not cease his attempts. Thus, the standoff continued, and after an extended period, he finally managed to snatch the bottle from the cat sage. Ah, so that is how it is. I understand now. Broly finally comprehended the meaning behind the cat sage's words regarding understanding breath. Each time the cat sage executed a leap or evaded an attack, he would take a deep breath and exhale rhythmically, reminiscent of what his physical education teacher in a past life had instructed him about mastering breath control. This innate bodily response ensures that one's every movement remains unaffected by the rhythm of breath. In contrast, smaller movements like side turns and hand shifts allowed for a smooth breath. Previously, Broly had fallen into a misconception, believing that the emphasis should be on the predictions articulated by the cat sage. However, feints cannot be anticipated. The rhythm of breath, on the other hand, is an unwavering truth. Had Broly discerned this sooner, he would not have wasted so much time. He felt that his oversight had led to an unnecessary expenditure of time. While the cat sage regarded Broly's talent as astonishingly high, especially considering that the last individual to pass the trial was Master Roshi, who took a full 3 years to do so. Broly realized he had underestimated the rigors of divine training. Many aspects are difficult to notice without guidance. As Broly was still reflecting on these revelations, the cat sage extended a furry paw, presenting him with an object. Here, take this. Chapter 22, Thunderbolt Body Refinement. Here, take this. The cat sage handed Broly a bell. This is a gift for you. Once you ascend, present it to the Supreme Being. All right. I will bring fish to visit you next time. Do remember to save some senzu beans for me. With his spirits high after passing the trial, Broly turned and leapt out of Korin Tower, heading towards the temple in the sky. After flying for some time, Broly finally beheld a temple shaped like a funnel. How high is this? Am I already in the stratosphere? Broly muttered under his breath. Upon reaching the temple, he discovered the Supreme Being and his attendant, Bubbles, waiting for him. Are you Broly? The Supreme Being inquired. Yes, esteemed Supreme Being, Broly replied with a respectful gesture. You have passed that little one's trial? Are you considering further training? To be honest, you have no rivals on this earth. Why are you so fixated on training? The Supreme Being asked cautiously. What about beyond Earth? I would also prefer to relax and lead a tranquil life here. But what if stronger outsiders invade our planet? One is born from adversity and perishes in comfort. Moreover, training itself is quite fascinating, particularly when not utilized for combat. Broly responded with humility yet firmness. You speak wisely. The Supreme Being mused for a moment. I can impart all I know to you, but I must ask a favor in return. Broly surmised that the Supreme Being merely desired him to confront Demon King Piccolo, seeking atonement for the chaos he had caused on Earth. However, he refrained from hastily agreeing to the Supreme Being's request, instead offering a vague response. If anyone poses a threat to Earth, I will lend my assistance. With your assurance, I feel at ease. You may begin your training whenever you are ready. Bubbles will assist you. I am getting old and need to rest more often. Having spoken, he stepped into the temple, lost in thought. Mr. Bobo, I believe we can commence. My anticipation is palpable. Broly was not being courteous. Having observed the Ultra Instinct technique in his past life, he felt it bore a striking resemblance to Bobo's training of Goku. Now presented with an opportunity, Broly was eager to experience this youthful rendition of Ultra Instinct. First, temper your energy. I shall assess your capabilities before determining where to begin. Bobo rubbed his chin thoughtfully. All right, be cautious. In an instant, Broly lunged towards Bobo, throwing a punch to gauge his opponent's reflexes. Bobo deftly sidestepped, appearing beside Broly. To the side, just as I suspected, Broly swiftly pivoted, executing a spinning kick. Bobo reappeared on Broly's opposite flank. What? Evaded? As surprise registered on Broly's face, Bobo executed a throw, hooking Broly's support leg and bringing him to the ground. It seems the feline's teachings have taken root. You can indeed predict your opponent's movements. However, your performance is inadequate for your potential. One might say you are wholly unacquainted with the application of your strength. Mr. Bobo, how can you be so hasty in your judgment? Isn't it too early for such conclusions? Broly, sprawled on the ground, attempted to grasp Bobo's foot with his tail, but found only air. Seizing the opportunity during Bobo's evasion, Broly sprang back to his feet, launching a rapid series of strikes. What would happen if I accelerated the pace? Deep down, Broly remained unconvinced. He recognized his current fighting prowess was lacking. Yet, Bobo's words stung his pride. With his present skill, even 100 deities would falter against him. Yet he found himself belittled by Bobo. As Broly had anticipated, with his speed increasing, Bobo transitioned from complete evasion to occasionally parrying the blows. Bobo blocked one of Broly's punches with an elbow strike. Relying solely on physical strength, I possess considerable confidence. With that, Broly intensified his assault, sending Bobo sprawling. Indeed, your physical strength and speed are formidable, but you have yet to master their application. My assessment of you will not waver. Broly's frustration surged, gradually clouding his reason as he unleashed relentless attacks based purely on speed and instinct. Observing Broly's demeanor, Bobo appeared to adopt a more serious posture, reverting to the initial rhythm of the battle, effortlessly dodging all of Broly's strikes. If you wish to proceed with your training, you must abandon your previous combat style, including those lessons imparted by that cat. It is a path fundamentally at odds with what you seek. Bobo once again evaded Broly's assault, positioning himself behind him as he spoke. Upon hearing Bobo's words, Broly regained his composure and ceased his offensive. I apologize, Mr. Bobo. What should I do? Your mind must be as tranquil as the sky, and your movements quicker than lightning. To be as tranquil as the sky means to empty my mind and thoughts, does it not? It seems that the training from years ago in the cultivation chamber is about to be put to use. Broly took a deep breath and closed his eyes. In an instant, Bobo appeared before Broly, throwing a punch towards his face. Sensing the rush of air and the sound before him, Broly managed to evade Bobo's attack at the last moment. Wow! Unprincipled Bobo, after Broly narrowly dodged that punch, delivered another hook to Broly's abdomen. Caught off guard by the force of Bobo's blow, which he had not anticipated, Broly felt an intense pain, nearly bringing him to the brink of vomiting bile. Quite interesting, but still insufficient. With your prowess, perhaps you should contemplate utilizing my previous training methods. After all, I was considerably weaker during my training. Upon hearing this, Broly couldn't help but reflect. So you intend to provoke me, do you? I shall maintain this stance, lowering my physical defenses to the minimum, risking my life just as you do. Broly's expression was resolute. It is commendable that you possess such awareness. Then follow me. Bobo led Broly to a peculiar machine, stating, "Go forth to Kolo Mountain and retrieve the sacred crown." Following a cascade of shimmering lights, Broly was teleported to a mountain peak. Atop the mountain, there lay a stone platform, flanked by two strangely shaped statues, with a golden crown quietly resting upon it. Broly examined the intricate designs on the platform and the two bizarre statues, marveling. Goodness, I never noticed before. Is that the Pumapunku? Or perhaps the Anunnaki? As he spoke, Broly picked up the crown, finding it quite intriguing, reminiscent of the laurel of Artemis from ancient Greece. Just as Broly grasped the crown, dark clouds began to gather in the sky. Instinctively, Broly glanced upward, then at the crown in his hand. No way. Given this situation, could lightning possibly strike me? Just as he pondered this, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. Oh my, it's real. Damn it. Broly hastily tossed the crown aside. But the lightning still struck him. Struggling to rise from the ground, Broly felt the raw power of nature. The moment the lightning hit, it ignited his very blood, scorching parts of his skin. As he gazed at the crown on the ground, he fell into deep thought. If I do not evade, could this heavenly thunder temper my body, enhancing my physical strength? Chapter 23. Returned to the ground, Broly contemplated the crown on the ground. If I do not evade, could the heavenly thunder strengthen my physique? You fool, what are you thinking? Your training requires you to dodge these lightning strikes. The furious voice of a deity echoed from the sky. Fine, I shall try. After receiving a scolding, Broly retracted his audacious thoughts, yet he mused aloud. Lightning is not so easily evaded. With speeds of several thousand kilometers per second, although not as swift as light, it essentially means that by the time you notice it, it is already too late to dodge. As anticipated, Broly was struck by lightning and lost consciousness, resulting in the trial's failure. Thus, Broly found himself living a life marked by several encounters with Bobo, followed by moments of being stunned by lightning. Amidst this, an unexpected interlude occurred when Bulma, through Scott, managed to reach Broly. He initially presumed that Bulma longed for him and wished for his return. However, the message conveyed was a plea for help from Goku. Broly declined, recognizing that such intervention would not only hinder Goku's growth, but also disrupt the narrative that was to unfold. Moreover, he regarded the diminutive Demon King Piccolo as beneath his notice. After advising Bulma to steer clear of conflict, Broly concluded the call. Are you not curious to see? The Demon King Piccolo embodies my malevolence, and your brother is far from being his equal, inquired the deity, appearing unexpectedly behind Broly. There is no necessity. Goku is quite capable of handling it. Without adversity, how shall he grow? Broly articulated philosophically. To understand the natural order is to embrace inclusivity, which leads to fairness, completeness, and ultimately, alignment with the celestial path. Such wisdom fosters long-term prosperity while averting calamity. This is the essence of Wu Wei. Upon hearing Broly's profound reflection akin to the Tao Te Ching, the deity nodded in appreciation, exclaiming, "What an embodiment of Wu Wei! It seems you are more suited for the role of a deity than I. How about taking my place once the Demon King Piccolo is no more?" "I must decline. My ambitions lie elsewhere," Broly responded without hesitation, jesting internally that life as a deity paled in comparison to the pleasures of the mortal realm. Regrettably, the deity offered no counterargument, merely reiterating his lament. In the year 753 of the Age of the Gods, Broly had developed the ability to perceive his adversary's movements through his energy. He comprehended that by dispersing his energy into the atmosphere, he could sense everything around him, even with his eyes closed. However, Bobo remarked that his understanding remained incomplete, urging Broly to discover this truth for himself. As Broly continued his training, a familiar presence approached the temple. At last, it has arrived, he thought, pausing his actions in anticipation of the energy's owner. A familiar orange figure ascended the temple, and upon seeing Broly, leaped with excitement. "Brother, at long last, I see you," Goku exclaimed, crouching to bump fists with Broly. "How does it feel to vanquish your foes? Do you hold any resentment towards me?" Broly inquired with a smile. "Not at all. However, Piccolo was truly formidable. I exerted considerable effort to defeat him," Goku replied, prompting Broly to chuckle and shake his head in silence. "Also, Bulma mentioned that she intends to give you a piece of her mind when next we meet," Goku added, mimicking Bulma's tone. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Broly's forehead as he mentally mused. This woman, why not communicate through the communicator? Instead, she sends Goku to deliver her warning. Quickly shifting the topic, Broly asked, "Goku, have you come here to train?" "I have already acquired some knowledge, and allow me to introduce to you, this is Bobo, a servant of the celestial deity. If one wishes to cultivate their abilities, they may seek his guidance." A few days later, Bobo requested a strand of Broly's hair, informing him of new training content and that he could train alongside Goku. Momentarily, Broly, observing an opponent of similar stature, recalled who he was to confront and felt a surge of dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "How infuriating. I was so absorbed in refining my skills and honing my perception that I completely forgot about this. And you, Bobo, after my prolonged stay here. This information only comes to light when Goku arrives, truly fitting for a protagonist." Yet, despite his grievances, with this opponent, Broly could finally assess his own strength. The battle commenced. Aware that this adversary was, in essence, himself, Broly released the energy he had long been suppressing. "Goku, having recently faced the formidable Demon King Piccolo, was taken aback and found himself seated on the ground in astonishment. Has he truly grown this powerful? Goku pondered as he observed the fierce confrontation. No, he has always been this strong since his arrival. He has been honing his technique. Bobo's words were as piercing as ever. I will certainly catch up to him. Goku resolved, undeterred by the disparity in strength, his desire to grow even stronger ignited. Emboldened by this determination, Goku initiated his own combat. As the battle escalated, Broly's might became so overwhelming that it rendered Goku unable to fight. The residual energy from their clash was beyond what he could withstand. For reasons unknown, Broly perceived that the opponent before him fought in a manner entirely distinct from his own. His doppelganger evaded attacks with the precision reminiscent of the original Bobo, executing only essential movements, directing all remaining strength towards offense. Initially, Broly managed to recall Bobo's teachings, yet as the battle intensified, his fury surged, morphing his strategy into a reckless exchange of blows. Moreover, this transformation did not seem to be within Broly's conscious control. It appeared to be the fighting style his body instinctively preferred. Broly, be as tranquil as the sky, Bobo reminded him from the sidelines. Sensing the fervor of Broly's struggle against his doppelganger, the celestial deity emerged from the temple. After bowing to the deity, Bobo remarked, "Great deity, I believe Broly is more suited to inherit your mantle than you were on that day." The deity offered no definitive response, merely stating, "Who knows? The path ahead is still long, and the choice lies within him." Ultimately, Broly emerged battered and exhausted, while the doppelganger had sustained irreparable damage and could no longer be utilized. In the year 756 of the Age of the Universe, as days progressed, Broly's advancements became increasingly apparent. From his initial tendency to exchange injuries and succumb to rage, he evolved to a state where he could maintain his composure even in fierce combat, employing the most efficient and effective methods of fighting. Finally, he reached an understanding of Bobo's teachings, learning to use his energy to perceive the unseen, achieving a state of tranquility akin to the sky and swiftness like lightning. Broly discovered that this state of being does not require enveloping the objects to be sensed with one's own energy, but rather involves merging one's energy with nature itself, using the essence of nature to perceive the movements of adversaries. This method of perception not only expands the range of awareness, but also significantly reduces the energy required. However, attaining this state took Broly a full 6 years, twice as long as Goku. It is not that Broly lacks talent. Rather, it is that reaching this state proves more challenging for him, perhaps due to the greater intensity and volatility of his power, or perhaps because of the uncontrollable fury lurking within his bloodline. Brother Broly, the world's greatest martial arts tournament is about to commence. Shall we descend to witness it? Goku, having packed his belongings and prepared to return to the surface, suggested. It is indeed time to go back, but given Bulma's temperament, you must assist me in keeping her at bay since I have been away for so long. Hearing Bulma's name, the typically cheerful and optimistic Goku also appeared somewhat troubled. Before departing, the Supreme Kai imparted a profound statement to Broly. Your path diverges from Goku's. Should you choose to tread the same road as him, you must exert efforts several times greater than his to attain success. Conversely, the rewards you reap will also surpass his. However, if you opt for your own path, it may suit you better, though the outcome remains uncertain. I hope you maintain your resolve and do not allow that power to sway you. Chapter 24. Reunion. A gentle rain fell from the sky. Yet throngs of visitors and participants streamed towards the martial arts tournament. The first to arrive at the arena were none other than Master Roshi and Launch, who awaited the return of their companions at the entrance. Following the events involving the Demon King Piccolo, everyone became acutely aware of their own weaknesses, prompting them to embark on their respective journeys of training. The second to reach the venue was the now statuesque Bulma, adorned in a black and purple short dress complemented by cream-colored thigh-high boots that accentuated her figure. Her azure hair cascaded to her shoulders, radiating the vitality of youth. Noticing that Goku and the others had yet to arrive, Bulma struck up a conversation with Launch, reminiscing about old times. As the two engaged in discussion regarding the changes over the years, a young girl chased after a balloon that had escaped her grasp and approached the group. The balloon, drifting nearby, became ensnared in a tree branch, coming to a halt. Bulma, now standing at a somewhat rare height of 1.7 meters, found herself just shy of reaching the string of the balloon even when she stood on tiptoe. "Hey, You all, lend a hand. Bulma called out. Just as she turned to speak, a tall figure effortlessly retrieved the balloon and returned it to the girl. Long time no see. Hey, is that Broly? Master Roshi was the first to recognize the newcomer. I heard you have been training in the Supreme Kai's realm. Has Goku come to seek you out? Have you grown stronger? The enthusiasm with which Master Roshi greeted Broly rivaled that of Bulma, as he inquired with genuine curiosity. Long time no see, Master Roshi. I apologize for my absence during the battle with the Demon King Piccolo. How have you been lately? Broly has also greeted everyone. That's quite alright. I understand that the younger generation has their own thoughts and struggles. Besides, I'm doing just fine, aren't I? As he spoke, Master Roshi patted his chest to demonstrate his vigor. Ahem, upon seeing Broly, Bulma's expression darkened noticeably. Bulma, you have become even more beautiful, Broly said with an endearing grin, attempting to flatter her. Spare me your flattery. It's good to see you back, Bulma feigned annoyance. Of course, I had to return. I feared you might run off with someone else. With that, Broly shifted the topic. I knew my judgment was sound. I am truly grateful that you chose me and not Goku. Ha. Please, I'm not a weirdo. How could I ever be attracted to that little brat? Bulma unwittingly began to follow Broly's lead in conversation. By the way, where's Goku? Didn't he come back with you? As Goku was mentioned, everyone was eager to see how the once small boy, now a savior, had transformed. Goku, come and greet everyone. Broly took Bulma's hand and stepped aside, creating a path for the man behind him. Long time no see. How has everyone been? The man behind Broly greeted the group. Though he was not as tall as Broly, he stood with an imposing presence among them. You're Goku? The others looked on in disbelief. Time had passed, and Goku had grown from a small child to a height of 175 centimeters, his physique now more robust. Bulma whispered to Broly, no wonder you said that. It seems Goku has truly matured. Shoo, he is not quite an adult yet. There's a grand spectacle tomorrow, Broly quietly revealed. Huh, Bulma, are you feeling unwell? Your face is so pale, and your lips are so red, Goku inquired, pointing at Bulma. What do you know? This is makeup. Broly swiftly pulled Bulma behind him, gesturing to Goku to keep his distance. Shoo, stay away from my Bulma. Haha, big brother, you become so protective when it comes to Bulma. Goku laughed heartily at Broly's demeanor. Hearing Goku's remark, Bulma tightened her grip on Broly's arm, feeling a wave of sweetness in her heart. Indeed, Master Roshi wouldn't dare to be careless with Bulma any longer, Lan Chi teased from the side. The playful banter caused Master Roshi's face to flush with embarrassment as he sternly exclaimed, You rascals! Don't speak nonsense. My Master Roshi is not the kind of person to flirt with his disciple's girlfriend. He thought to himself, I must be brave. This fellow is far more terrifying than the Demon King Piccolo. All participants of the martial arts tournament, please complete your registration procedures promptly. The event staff announced as the group conversed. Wukong, Broly, hurry up and complete your registration. We can talk later, Master Roshi reminded. I want to participate this time. I'll leave the opportunity for everyone else. My primary purpose for returning is to witness your growth, especially Bulma, mainly Bulma. After Broly spoke, Bulma, satisfied, finally released her grip on the soft flesh at Broly's waist. Master Roshi, noticing Bulma's subtle gesture, quietly remarked, This woman's temperament is truly dreadful. Once Goku completed his registration, Krillin and the others arrived just in time before the deadline. Broly, are you really not participating in this tournament? I was eager to see how much you've grown. Master Roshi reiterated his inquiry at the last moment. No, I've returned simply to give myself a break, and my strength hasn't increased significantly. My time in the temple was mainly devoted to mental cultivation and honing my techniques. Broly shook his head in refusal. What a pity. I've heard from everyone that you are quite formidable. I was hoping to cross paths with you in this competition, Tien, a new member of the Turtle School, remarked. At this point, Tien had just begun to temper his brilliance and had yet to adopt a more laid-back attitude. Acknowledging Tien's goodwill, Broly politely replied, It's all right. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I've learned all I can at the temple, and I plan to stay longer this time. After the tournament, we can find time to spar. Goku quietly said to everyone, Come on, Grandpa, don't say that. If Brother Broly participates in this tournament, we want to have a chance. Is Broly really that strong? Even you, Goku, aren't his match? Tien was still grappling with the concept of Broly's strength. Goku, with a serious expression, responded, The Supreme Kai mentioned that before Broly even went to the temple, he could easily destroy the earth. during my training. I've sparred with him many times and never won. The Supreme Kai also said that even 100 Piccolo Daimos wouldn't stand a chance against him. The only concern for Earth is Broly's inability to control his emotions. Is he truly that terrifying? Originally brimming with confidence after returning from training, Krillin felt deflated upon hearing Goku's words. The group discreetly glanced at Broly, who was still flirting with Bulma, and sighed in relief, thinking, at least Broly is on our side now, and someone can manage him. Don't be discouraged. After all, brother isn't participating in the martial arts tournament this time. So we all have a chance. Goku encouraged the group, noticing they were still absorbed in their previous conversation. In that case, let us work hard. We are also striving to improve our skills. Chapter 25. Becoming the commentator. The next day, the Third World Martial Arts Tournament officially commenced, and as the preliminary rounds began, the competition grew fervent. Broly, like everyone else, stood in the audience. Watching the matches from the sidelines felt entirely different compared to competing. To ensure Bulma had a better view, Broly lifted her and let her sit upon his shoulders. This competition has indeed attracted quite a number of intriguing individuals. Although their combat prowess may not be remarkable, they embody a cause and effect that is rather amusing, chuckled Broly as he surveyed the crowd. What nonsense are you spouting? Bulma queried, perplexed by Broly's words. Look, that little chubby fellow in the mask must be the same Akairold who once assisted Goku in vanquishing Demon King Piccolo. And the one adorned with mechanical prosthetics is surely familiar to Master Roshi, Broly pointed out, one by one, to his companions. Indeed, he appears familiar. Yet I cannot recall where I have seen him. Age does have its drawbacks, Master Roshi remarked, adjusting his sunglasses. That man is the younger brother of Tien Shinhan, once known as the world's greatest assassin until he was defeated by Goku through underhanded means. It seems he has been resurrected through augmentation. Perhaps by the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army? Broly mused, resting his chin on his hand, recalling the narratives he had encountered in the past. The Red Ribbon Army? That nefarious organization, along with that Peach White. It seems he has come seeking vengeance against Goku, Bulma gasped, clutching Broly tightly in fear at the mention of such a terrifying name. And then there's that cloaked figure. He is none other than Piccolo Jr., the son of the slain Demon King Piccolo. It is reasonable to surmise he too has come for retribution, Broly added, gesturing towards the ominous Piccolo. Piccolo Jr., Bulma exclaimed, her face etched with terror. Broly quickly covered her mouth, urging her to keep her voice down to avoid inciting panic. He recalled that Piccolo had previously broadcasted live, and should the crowd recognize him, it would undoubtedly cause a commotion that he wished to avoid, as he did not want to miss the unfolding spectacle. Did Broly yearn to witness a clash between Goku and Piccolo? Not at all. Rather, he anticipated the sight of Chi-Chi delivering a sound thrashing to Goku. Indeed, Broly had spent much of his life in tranquil meditation, which rendered his existence rather dull. Thus he had developed a penchant for mischief, reveling in the role of a spectator. As if sensing Broly's gaze, Piccolo's attention shifted towards him. Yet upon encountering the towering figure, he felt no fear, but rather an intriguing curiosity in Broly's eyes. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he cast a threatening glance at Broly and his companions before turning away. The main event today is that woman clad in a qipao. I shall refrain from disclosing her identity, but Bulma, you and Master Roshi are acquainted with her. She is indeed quite beautiful, albeit her volatile temperament is not easily tolerated by the average person. Just then, Bulma seized Broly's ear, twisting it a full 180 degrees. Whom are you calling beautiful? Observing this exchange, Master Roshi wiped the sweat from his brow, muttering under his breath. You two are rather similar in that regard. Broly held a keen interest in the earlier stages of the World Martial Arts Tournament, where the competitors' skill levels were relatively modest, primarily relying on technique for victory. Besides the main cast, there were also numerous practitioners from various disciplines such as judo, boxing, karate, and even wrestlers and Shaolin disciples. While they may not hold a candle to the protagonists, they were by no means weak in their own right. Regrettably, due to a change in regulations, the preliminary matches could only be viewed through recorded broadcasts, as spectators were prohibited from entering the arena. As the competition progressed, individuals emerged from the venue, their faces etched with regret. Some were even carried out, among them a familiar visage, Jiaozi. A few approached, expressing concern for Jiaozi's well-being. Who did this to you, Jiaozi? Master Roshi admonished. Broly produced a senzu bean from his possession and offered it to Jiaozi. He felt a certain affinity for these characters steeped in the essence of Chinese culture. After consuming the sins of bean, Jiaozi's body returned to its normal state, lifting him from the stretcher. Although Jiaozi did not recognize Broly, he felt an inexplicable familiarity. "It must be your former master, Tao Bai Bai," Broly remarked. "He has indeed become unrecognizable in his current form." Noticing Jiaozi's concerned expression, Broly added that he had shown restraint, perhaps out of a desire not to jeopardize his qualification for the tournament, or perhaps out of respect for their past connections. Such veiled consolation could be considered a form of masculine tenderness. Without uttering a word, Jiaozi rejoined the others in the audience. Ultimately, the preliminary rounds concluded, leaving 8 contenders for the main event, with Goku and his companions unsurprisingly securing their spots. The first match featured Tien Shinhan against mechanical Tao Bai Bai. Though Tao Bai Bai had grown stronger, he remained no match for Tien. However, his opening statement caught Broly off guard. "This body cost me 1 trillion zeni, and I shall exact a terrifying revenge upon you and Son Goku." 1 trillion. Damn, the wealthy are infuriating. If only I had known he was so affluent. I could have taken the opportunity to seize some of his wealth. I've been on this planet for years and can't even afford a house. I am filled with resentment. Broly lamented, howling towards the heavens. "Hey, Broly, what is wrong with you?" Master Roshi inquired, observing Broly's dazed demeanor. "Bulma, what is the matter with this guy?" When Broly failed to respond, Master Roshi turned to Bulma for clarification. After Bulma recounted how Broly had intended to buy a house with his prize money, the others appeared to have an epiphany. "Ah, so that's it. Broly, why not take a cue from me and Goku? Find a pleasant place and build a house for yourself. You could enjoy closer contact with nature," Master Roshi suggested, prodding Broly with his staff. "Isn't Bulma's family rather well off? Since you two are married now, don't you have some wealth of your own?" teased Launch, addressing Bulma. "Oh no, marriage? Isn't it too soon for that? I'd rather travel the world with Broly while he has the time," Bulma responded, her cheeks flushed. Yet she did not dismiss the notion of marriage. "Perhaps I could eventually take over Tao Bai Bai's business? While murder may be a bit excessive, having a bodyguard could be quite advantageous," Broly pondered, entirely oblivious to the fact that Bulma had already circulated his embarrassing predicament. As the match unfolded, it became evident that Tao Bai Bai was no match for Tien Shinhan, just as Broly had predicted. Out of consideration for their past camaraderie, Tien refrained from delivering a humiliating defeat to Tao Bai Bai. However, undeterred and resolute in her quest for vengeance against Goku, Tao Bai Bai resorted to underhanded tactics, even willing to commit fouls. After a courageous host ventured onto the stage to intervene, she audaciously attempted to attack Tien with a firearm. Ultimately, Tien resolved to end the confrontation, teleporting in an instant to stand before Tao Bai Bai and delivering a single punch that concluded the battle, subsequently escorting her from the arena. Chapter 26. A sweet showdown. The second match commenced with Goku facing off against Chi-Chi. As the second round began, Broly emerged from the shadow of 1,000 billion, declaring, "Unforgivable. Son Goku, I shall never forgive you." The moment the match commenced, Chi-Chi boldly declared her intentions to Goku. However, her transformation was so dramatic that only Broly, having surreptitiously glimpsed the script, recognized her true identity. The others remained oblivious. Goku, filled with confusion, inquired, "I still can't comprehend. Have you mistaken me for someone else?" Chi-Chi retorted sharply, "There is no mistake. You are indeed Son Goku, correct? Are you ready? Let the battle begin." As the host's voice faded, Chi-Chi surged forward, launching an assault on Goku. She swiftly approached him, executing a series of spinning sweeps, which Goku adeptly avoided. Realizing her initial tactics were ineffective, Chi-Chi's gaze hardened with determination as she transformed her hand into a blade, aiming a strike at Goku's face. Chi-Chi's foundation was commendable. Her upper body engaged in relentless thrusts and slashes toward Goku, while her lower body executed whip kicks and sweeping legs, driving Goku to the edge of the ring. Subsequently, she concentrated her strength in her waist, launching a flying knee strike towards Goku. Such a formidable thrust, executed with remarkable fluidity, maintained balance despite simultaneous offensive maneuvers. Her prowess was likely nearing that of the previously formidable Tao Bai Bai, though her physical strength was regrettably lacking. As both power and speed fell short, Broly commented from the sidelines, genuinely believing that with proper training, Chi-Chi's talent could allow her to contend with the young Goten and Trunks in the future. Yet, he mused, being a woman. She might be reluctant to bear any scars or develop a muscular physique. Are you truly optimistic about her? Bulma interjected, feeling displeased by Broly's praise. You think too highly of her. I merely believe she possesses considerable talent, and you need not worry. Just watch the unfolding events, Broly replied, offering no further explanation. Aware that Chi-Chi's identity would soon be revealed. Have we truly met before? Goku pondered while evading Chi-Chi's attacks, trying to recall the visage of the enraged woman before him. Is it true? When? Goku racked his brain, unable to identify this woman, her transformation being so profound. It is precisely because you have forgotten everything that I feel this anger. As she spoke, Kiki quickened her movements, launching an assault on Wukong while conversing with him, declaring, "You have no understanding of a girl's heart." Remarkably, she even executed a self-sacrificial spinning kick, yet in a battle of this caliber, such actions would only expose her vulnerabilities. Broly, observing from the sidelines, offered his unsolicited commentary, while Bulma, reassured, realized that Wukong harbored no ulterior motives towards Kiki. The onlookers were captivated by the exchange between the two, but it was Broly who focused intently on Kiki's movements and techniques, while Bulma became fully engrossed in their dialogue. "I've been waiting for you," Kiki exclaimed. Wukong, perplexed, posed a question that made even Broly facepalm. "You say you're waiting for me. Waiting for what?" As expected, Kiki erupted in fury upon hearing those words, her attack power and speed doubling as she retorted, "Have you forgotten our promise?" The two ascended from the ground to the sky, Wukong merely wanting to clarify the situation, unwilling to engage in a futile skirmish, for Kiki, despite her strength, was still within the realm of ordinary humans. Thus, he leaped into the air, asking, "Promise? Our promise?" Of course. Kiki continued her assault, using both hands and feet to trouble Wukong. This girl was undeniably formidable, seemingly employing the turtle school techniques, yet Master Roshi couldn't recall any female disciples. As their figures descended from the sky, Kiki's patience finally wore thin. "Can you seriously not remember? I'll tell you. Once, you promised me that when I grew up, you would come to marry me. Bride." Everyone in attendance was taken aback, astonished at Wukong's unexpected revelation. Only two remained unfazed. Broly, who already knew this girl was Kiki, and Wukong, who was utterly oblivious to the concept of a bride. Wukong hastily sought assistance from Krillin, who was backstage eating snacks with Yamcha, asking, "Krillin, what is a bride?" "You fool. A bride is when two people are to be married." Krillin responded, exasperated. "It means becoming a couple and living together," Yamcha added. "Living together? With you? Did I ever promise such a thing?" Wukong exclaimed, astonished, hearing such intolerable words. Kiki did not grow angrier. Perhaps she had realized Wukong was indifferent to worldly matters, or perhaps her fury had reached its peak. "Who are you? Please, tell me." "I can tell you, but only if you defeat me first." Kiki seemed to understand that Wukong was oblivious to the significance of their oath, and a confident smile graced her lips, reflecting her self-assuredness in her abilities. "That's wonderful. I thought I would have to live with someone whose name I don't even know." When it came to combat, that was Wukong's forte, and Kiki's strength was still insufficient to warrant his concern. Wukong merely stood in place, delivering a punch into the air before him, the force of his strike sending Chi-Chi tumbling off the stage. Seizing the moment, she revealed her identity. Astonishing the crowd, this agile young woman was none other than the daughter of the Bull Demon King. The host, displaying remarkable skill, adeptly managed the unexpected turn of events, rousing the audience who were left in a state of confusion. Amidst the applause and cheers, Chi-Chi took Wukong's arm and led him backstage. Broly's entourage, consisting of close friends and family, was granted an exception to enter the backstage area to extend their congratulations to Wukong. "I believe you are Wukong's elder brother. Thank you for looking after him. I will soon be his wife. My name is Chi-Chi. I look forward to your guidance." Chi-Chi's swift and natural shift in demeanor regarding her identity left Broly feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Greetings, I am Broly. Although we share the same lineage, I am not Wukong's biological brother. I merely encountered him early on. If the opportunity arises, I would be delighted to introduce you to Wukong's family." At this moment, a girl's aspirations were palpable, yet upon hearing Broly neglect to introduce himself, Bulma coughed to assert her presence. "Apologies for my earlier oversight. This is my girlfriend, Bulma. You two should engage in conversation." With that, Broly gestured towards Bulma. "Very well, Miss Bulma. Ultimately, we have known each other since childhood. and our family should cultivate a closer bond. Without a doubt, Chi-Chi's emotional intelligence shone through, as her mere mention of the two families brought joy to Bulma's heart. Chapter 27. Krillin's surrender. Although Chi-Chi's arrival infused the atmosphere with varied emotions, the competition must continue. Krillin, still engulfed in envy and jealousy, was called to the stage. This match features the second generation of demons versus contestant Krillin. Baldy. Piccolo seized the moment with a taunt, further diminishing Krillin's spirits. Unfamiliar with his opponent, Krillin felt only anger towards Piccolo's words. Despite his frustration, Krillin maintained his composure, waiting for the host to signal the start of the match before adopting a stance that even Broly had never seen before. In truth, the long interval had caused him to forget this rarely used technique. Krillin squatted into a horse stance, fists clenched tightly. His martial virtue was commendable. He shouted "Begin!" before launching his attack. With his hands clawed, he unleashed two orange energy waves that surged towards Piccolo. At first glance, this move appeared lacking in intimidation. In terms of speed and power, it was merely average, and the wind-up time was excessively long. Even Piccolo shared this sentiment. With a flick of his cape, he vanished from sight, only to reappear high in the sky. At this moment, to everyone's astonishment, Krillin skillfully manipulated two energy waves, altering their trajectory to pursue Piccolo as he ascended into the skies. This small bald head had demonstrated such remarkable control over energy. It was evident that one should not underestimate anyone. Krillin's maneuver not only surprised Piccolo, but also caught Broly off guard, who offered him a commendation. What? Piccolo, unprepared for Krillin's attack to track him into the heavens, felt a slight panic. However, with his formidable strength, he quickly retaliated, unleashing a beam from his eyes that collided with Krillin's energy wave, resulting in an explosion. Observing that the power of Krillin's well-prepared technique was rather modest, Piccolo donned a look of disdain. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Krillin appeared behind Piccolo and delivered a powerful punch, sending him flying. Krillin rolled to reduce his descent speed and landed smoothly, while Piccolo, after being propelled into the air, halted mid-flight before gradually descending to the ground. This guy isn't all bad, Broly remarked unexpectedly. Hey, why are you speaking up for him? Krillin is on our side. Bulma, engrossed in the match, failed to grasp Piccolo's intentions and began to cheer for Krillin loudly. If he mastered the flight technique, he could easily attack Krillin from the air, whether through a diving ambush or a long-range energy wave, causing him significant trouble. Yet, he chose to return to the ground, Broly elucidated. Perhaps his flight technique only allows for brief pauses in midair? Bulma, unconvinced, felt that Broly was bolstering another's confidence and countered. No, once you learn the flight technique, it requires little effort. Have you ever seen me fall while flying? Moreover, Kaiatsu is typically in a floating state. Hearing that Broly did not concede to her, but continued to explain, Bulma huffed and returned her focus to the match. Krillin launched another attack on Piccolo, unleashing a flurry of punches that were all blocked by Piccolo's cloak, as Krillin charged like an enraged bull, repeatedly striking the matador's red cloth. Still not willing to concede? Rest assured, even so, I will not kill you. The time is not yet right. As he spoke, Piccolo's left arm suddenly elongated, grasping Krillin's leg, and with a swift retraction, he pulled Krillin close, following up with a backhanded punch that sent him flying. Before Krillin could land, he charged at Piccolo once more. But the outcome was the same. He was kicked into the air by Piccolo's dual feet. In midair, Krillin realized that Piccolo might be stronger than himself, and if he did not act soon, he might lose his chance. Regaining his posture in the air, Krillin positioned his hands in a sunflower shape, gathering energy for his final Kamehameha wave. As Piccolo soared into the air, he positioned himself behind Krillin, preparing to execute his tried-and-true technique of a punch from behind. However, Krillin had anticipated the attack and swiftly turned, unleashing a powerful Kamehameha wave directed at his rear. Yet, Piccolo had already devised his next move, transforming his form into an afterimage that vanished before Krillin's eyes. It's over, Broly declared. See, I told you Krillin would win. Who doubted him just moments ago? Yet, a thought crossed his mind. If that guy were to perish, would Krillin be disqualified? Bulma, having initially believed Broly was referring to Piccolo, finally seized the opportunity to lightly mock him, breaking her silence. Broly, unfazed by Bulma's teasing, remained focused on the unfolding battle, keen to observe any possible shifts in the outcome. From backstage, Goku shouted, "Krillin, look out behind you." Piccolo reappeared behind Krillin, fists clenched, and struck him on the head, sending Krillin crashing heavily to the ground and creating a sizable crater in the arena. Broly inwardly scoffed. No wonder this kid hasn't grown taller. Everyone keeps hitting him on the head. The audience held its breath, watching to see if Krillin could rise again. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, Krillin struggled to stand, but ultimately plopped back down. I forfeit. He understood the significant gap between himself and Piccolo, recognizing that this was merely a match where perseverance held little value, leading him to make a decisive concession. Upon witnessing Krillin's surrender, no one expressed blame or questioned his decision, especially Master Roshi, who had seen Krillin grow from a child into a martial artist. Among this new generation of disciples, Broly was the mightiest, followed closely by Goku, with Krillin, who occasionally cut corners in training, standing out as the only one to have matured into his current stature as an ordinary person. After Krillin admitted defeat, Goku rushed onto the stage to assist him down. Next up was the final battle of the quarterfinals, pitting Yamcha against the Celestial Fighter. Initially puzzled by the identity of this celestial contender, Broly struggled to recall any mention of this character until he finally caught sight of him, triggering a vague memory of the storyline. Observing the Celestial Fighter's attire, Broly remained silent, but the audience around him could no longer contain themselves, erupting in laughter. What a joke. He's just an ordinary middle-aged man. Given the circumstances, it seemed likely that Yamcha would easily advance to the semifinals. Among the group, Bulma, with her extroverted personality, was the first to break the silence. With Bulma initiating the conversation, Broly joined in, lightening the mood. How about a wager? If you lose, you must agree to do me a favor. Why do you always oppose what I say? Bulma retorted. Let us not dwell on that. Are you brave enough? Who is afraid of whom? As she spoke, Bulma suddenly blushed, as if recalling something. The final quarterfinal match concluded swiftly, yielding an outcome that took everyone by surprise. Save for Broly. The Celestial Fighter, with an appearance and demeanor that exudes a sense of absurdity, is known only to Broly as a divine being. Although his combat prowess pales in comparison to Broly's, one cannot deny the envious array of skills possessed by the divine race. For instance, their energy is imperceptible unless one is also a deity, and their instantaneous movement allows them to traverse space without sensing the energy of others, consuming significantly less energy than ordinary teleportation. No matter how Yamcha assaults, he is effortlessly evaded by his opponent. In a moment of desperation, Yamcha resorts to his ultimate technique, the Spirit Ball. He manipulates the energy spheres in relentless attacks against the Celestial Fighter, yet they are all deftly dodged. Ultimately, when Yamcha directs a downward strike with his energy ball, the Celestial Fighter narrowly escapes. Just as the Celestial Fighter commends Yamcha's creativity and technique, Yamcha retorts, "Isn't it a bit premature to praise me? You don't think this is over, do you?" The Celestial Fighter, momentarily bewildered, fails to grasp Yamcha's intent. Suddenly, from beneath the recently struck ground, Yamcha's energy ball surges forth, finally landing a hit on the seemingly unassuming Celestial Fighter. The Celestial Fighter seems to perceive this blow as an affront to his dignity. Upon landing, he retaliates with a single strike that sends Yamcha crashing to the ground, toppling him from the stage. The audience gasps in astonishment as the outcome of the match is decided before they can fully comprehend the events. Bulma, taken aback, remarks on how unexpectedly strong Yamcha and Krillin have become, yet they still lost the match. It's truly unbelievable. Broly shakes his head, solemnly stating, "From the perspective of an ordinary person, they are indeed formidable, but adversaries will also grow stronger. If you do not strive to enhance your abilities, there will come a day when others surpass you." Bulma nods, partially understanding his words. Next, Goku faces off against Tien, which is one of the primary reasons Broly attends the tournament. While the ultimate showdown promises to be more intense, this match holds greater significance for Broly, as Tien may finally unveil his long-cherished solar flare and tri-beam techniques. Broly believes that, rather than solely focusing on brute strength, these techniques and strategies can yield unexpected advantages. As the battle commences, Goku launches the first offensive, engaging Tien in a fierce struggle. Their speeds are evenly matched. Yet Broly is acutely aware that Goku is not utilizing his full potential. Suddenly, with a burst of speed, both combatants vanish from sight, leaving only the sound of their collisions echoing in the air. "Where did they go?" Bulma exclaims, pointing in astonishment at the ring. The other spectators strain to catch a glimpse of the fighters, but they can only hear the sounds of their clashes, unable to see their movements. They have not disappeared. Their speed is simply too great for the human eye to perceive. The human visual frequency is roughly 24 frames per second. Thus, if their speed exceeds 85 Hz within your field of vision, they become invisible. Yet, even from a close distance, the ring remains within our sight. Theoretically, their speed is indeed faster, is it not? When it comes to Bulma, she is no longer sleepy. Using her intellect is her forte. However, this is not all there is to Goku's strength. He is still bearing the weight of his clothing. Unless an unforeseen event occurs, Tien is likely to lose this match. Broly revealed the underlying truth. What? Little son is still weighted down? If he were to shed that weight, would Tien be unable to perceive his movements? Rapid movement in battle is ineffective if it does not inflict damage. It merely exhausts one's stamina unnecessarily. Moreover, combat is not akin to examinations. Numerous unexpected factors can determine the final outcome, unless there is a significant disparity in their power levels. As if to validate Broly's statement, the two fighters did not maintain their high-speed combat for long, transitioning instead to a contest of strength. They began to engage in grappling techniques and joint locks, wrestling and subduing one another. Broly found it hard to watch as these two formidable men wrestled for dominance, while the audience erupted in cheers. Indeed, while the previous display of speed was exhilarating, it was largely invisible to the spectators. However, the contest of strength was palpable, with muscles bulging, veins protruding, and energy surging. These were all visible manifestations. The magnitude of their power was clearer than ever, even to the earth beneath their feet, which began to crack under the strain. Breaking free from Goku's hold, Tien leaped into the air, prompting Goku to chase after him. Unexpectedly, Tien employed his agility and the clouds to obscure Goku's line of sight, delivering a heavy blow to him. Goku, aware that he was not the only one growing stronger, recognized that it was time for him to reveal his true power. After tumbling onto the arena, Goku removed his inner garments, wristbands, and shoes. When Krillin and Yamcha assisted in taking away these items, they discovered that their combined weight was an astonishing 200 pounds. Observing Goku on the stage, Bulma cast a peculiar glance at Broly and inquired, "You're not wearing such strange clothing as well, are you?" As she spoke, Bulma playfully touched Broly, seizing the opportunity. "Enough of that," Broly said, brushing her off. Although secretly amused, he maintained a stoic expression. It seems that the saying holds true. Only those with handsome appearances can comprehend how forward women can be. That level of training is of no consequence to me. The 200 pounds feels as light as carrying 2 sheets of paper. Broly indulged Bulma's curiosity, explaining that he too trained in the temple but did not bear the same burdens as Goku. Once Tien shed his weight, he could no longer match Goku's speed. In fact, he struggled to even see Goku's movements. With no other choice, Tien resorted to his ultimate technique, standing firm in a horse stance with his fists crossed. Tien manifested 4 distinct selves, each striking their own pose upon the arena. This is it. Upon witnessing Tien's 4-way fist technique, Broly closed his eyes, choosing to sense Tien's movements through his aura. Broly not only perceives Tien's movements through his aura, but also senses the flow of energy within Tien himself. Thus, through this acute perception, Broly has grasped the essence of the 4-way fist technique. Is that the afterimage technique? Observing Tien employ his own signature move, Master Roshi did not exhibit much surprise. However, after witnessing Goku endure a brutal beating, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down Master Roshi's forehead. Could it be that these four are indeed corporeal? Chapter 29, The Semifinals. The flaw in this technique is quite apparent. It is more effective when faced with multiple opponents of lesser strength. If Goku could recall the teachings imparted by Popo, he would likely discern this easily. Since Broly's observation stems from a profound understanding of Tien's energy flow, he is acutely aware of the technique's weaknesses. Yet, Broly is perplexed as to why, despite training in the heavenly realm, Goku learns swiftly but seems to have forgotten everything he mastered. Perhaps it is the author who has forgotten his own narrative constructs. Is it possible that even the formidable Son Goku cannot best Tien? Compared to Tien, Bulma undoubtedly leans more towards Goku. Having grown up together and shared countless experiences, it would not be an exaggeration to say they have lived and died together. How could this be? Observe how Goku endures the onslaught without a hint of disarray in his breathing, while Tien, after a brief exchange of speed, is already panting heavily. Broly understands that Goku is not the type to dispatch his foes in a single breath. The 4 Tien clones position themselves at the corners of the arena, contemplating the energy wave they would unleash towards the center where Goku stood. Given the simultaneous angles of attack, even if Goku evaded, he would still be caught in the resulting explosion. Therefore, Goku chose to leap high into the air, seeking refuge among the clouds, much like Tien himself. The Tien clones stretched their index and middle fingers beside their third eye, which began to radiate with light. Just as they unleashed their attack, Goku's voice resonated from above. I shall borrow your ultimate move first. Solar Flare. Oh no, quickly shut your eyes. Broly hastily closed his eyes and covered Bulma's eyes with his hand before reaching out to sense Goku's energy. In truth, the Solar Flare is far simpler than the four-way fist. It merely transforms energy into light, and energy inherently possesses luminescence. What transpired next was witnessed solely by the referee and Master Roshi, as they alone donned sunglasses, while Broly remained with his eyes shut, perceiving through his aura. In such a scenario, had Broly been the one to unleash this technique, he would have merely dove towards the ground, propelled by the intense light, casting his opponent from the stage. However, being Goku, he refrained from exploiting the situation. Instead, he chose to elucidate. Because your vision is keen, you rely heavily on your eyes. Once your sight is obscured, you lose track of my movements. With that, Goku accelerated his speed, casting the 4 Tien clones from the arena, gradually unveiling the second weakness. Even though you have become 4, your power and speed are equally divided among you. Broly listened in silence, finding the remarks utterly redundant. Is it not a given that normal individuals utilize their eyes to observe? They have not trained alongside Bobo. And the realization of their powers being susceptible to fragmentation only underscores that they have not maintained the state as Bobo advised. Observing Goku's ostentatious display on stage, Broly, though exasperated, refrained from dampening the atmosphere. The ensuing matches took on a somber tone. First, the deity engaged in combat with Piccolo using only his physical form. It could be attributed to the fact that he borrowed a human body, or perhaps due to his advanced age contrasting with Piccolo's youthful vigor, possibly a combination of both, that led to his physical disadvantage. Ultimately, the deity resolved to employ the Demon Seal Wave to imprison Piccolo, yet the latter had anticipated this move, cleverly reversing the spell and sealing the deity within a bottle instead. In that fleeting moment of confinement, the god relinquished his hold on the deity's body, granting him an avenue for escape. As the god was sealed by Piccolo, a pall of gloom seemed to envelop the arena, with even the heavens weeping in a light drizzle. The onlookers gathered, men deliberating strategies to confront Piccolo, while the women and those lacking combat prowess watched from a distance. The first to speak was Master Roshi, cautiously broaching the subject due to previous events. Broly, will you intervene this time? Resolving this matter, he suggested, should be left to Goku, who is more than capable of handling Piccolo. For Broly, defeating Piccolo would be a mere trifle, yet for Goku, it represented an opportunity for growth, and Piccolo required Goku's influence for transformation. However, with even the deity failing, Master Roshi hesitated to continue. Although Goku was formidable, Broly's strength was overwhelmingly superior. Should he choose to intervene, their chances of victory would increase significantly, especially since Goku fought for the sake of this world. Continuing down this path could be hurtful, even if Goku might not perceive it. Broly wrapped his arms around Goku and Master Roshi's shoulders, giving them a reassuring pat as he spoke. Fear not, Goku, you will surely prevail. You are the strongest warrior in the universe. He then crouched down to face Master Roshi. Master, rest assured, should Goku falter, I will take care of it. No one will perish this time. Upon hearing Broly's words, Master Roshi felt a wave of relief wash over him. He too patted Goku on the shoulder, smiling as he said, with Broly's assurance, I can rest easy. The responsibility of safeguarding this world now rests upon your shoulders. I entrust this to you, Goku. At that moment, Broly's demeanor shifted to one of cold indifference as he turned his gaze towards a specific direction, unexpectedly uttering, Do you enjoy eavesdropping on others? Upon being noticed by Broly, Piccolo found himself enveloped by an overwhelming aura that rendered him immobile. Initially intending to make a grand statement, he was taken aback by the sheer terror emanating from this seemingly unremarkable giant. Humph, do those who gossip behind others' backs have the right to speak? Even as Broly constrained his movements, Piccolo's defiance remained unyielding. Broly merely aimed to intimidate Piccolo, who appeared rather arrogant, materializing behind his companions without even attempting to conceal his aura. If Piccolo were aware of Broly's intentions, he would likely be infuriated. The reason gods can remain undetected is due to their ability to transform their energy into divine aura, a skill acquired only after becoming a deity. A feat far beyond Piccolo's capabilities. Once Broly realized he had effectively demonstrated his prowess, he retracted his energy. You are formidable. After I deal with Goku, I shall prioritize eliminating you. With a glare directed at Broly, Piccolo vanished in an instant. Once Piccolo departed, Krillin, Master Roshi, and the other Z warriors breathed a sigh of relief, unaware that Piccolo, too, had exhaled with relief, savoring the sweetness of oxygen, while mentally noting Broly's presence, marking him for future confrontation. With the entrance of the two fighters, differing thoughts swirled in the minds of the spectators. The Z warriors understood that the outcome of the battle between Goku and Piccolo could determine the fate of the world. Goku resolved to triumph over Piccolo, not only to liberate the sealed god, but also to honor Broly's expectations of him. Meanwhile, Piccolo felt a twinge of anxiety. He believed Goku was not his adversary. Yet Broly posed a significant challenge. He hoped that these champions of justice would allow him to depart safely after vanquishing Goku, enabling him to train further and seek an opportunity to defeat both Goku and Broly. Broly, however, was less concerned, reasoning that the narrative suggested Goku would narrowly prevail. And given the aura, Goku seemed slightly stronger. Even if unforeseen complications arose, Broly was confident in his own abilities. The audience remained blissfully unaware of the implications of this battle. They simply knew that a new champion was on the verge of emerging. Chapter 30. Unexpected developments. As the match commenced, the silhouettes of the two fighters intertwined. In terms of speed and strength, they appeared evenly matched. The pathway to victory would depend on how each could leverage their advantages. After a fierce exchange, they momentarily separated. Piccolo suddenly unleashed an elongated arm technique he had previously used against Krillin, but Goku, unlike Krillin, deftly evaded Piccolo's grasp and countered by swinging him away. Seizing the opportunity while Piccolo was airborne, Goku delivered a feint before accelerating towards him, preparing for close-quarter combat. In midair, Piccolo abruptly halted and unleashed an energy wave, interrupting Goku's advance and sending him tumbling down. Following this, he executed a prince's maneuver against the descending Goku. The ensuing explosion not only shattered the arena's stone bricks and terrain into scattered debris, but also kicked up a cloud of dust, obscuring the view. Broly enveloped the audience area with his energy, recognizing the fragility of ordinary human bodies. A stray stone could prove fatal. As the dust settled, Goku's shirt lay in tatters, revealing the damage sustained. Has his attire been destroyed? It seems the initial exchanges have reached their conclusion. This marks Broly's first encounter with Goku's explosive power in reality, leaving one to wonder if there is any special enhancement at play. The two warriors ceased their mutual probing, instead amplifying their energies to a saturated state before unleashing a more ferocious assault. As they engaged seriously, both resorted to unorthodox techniques. While grappling with Goku, two beams of crimson light shot from Piccolo's eyes, only for Goku to evade them by lowering his head. In retaliation, Piccolo elongated his arms, resembling two whips, and forcefully hurled Goku towards the ground. Not to be outdone, Goku broke free from Piccolo's grasp, leveraging the extended arms to close the distance, and delivered a knee strike to Piccolo's face that nearly misaligned his jaw. Goku accelerated, momentarily vanishing from sight, yet Piccolo anticipated his reappearance, sending Goku flying upon his return. However, Goku's form faded once more, this time materializing behind Piccolo, his right foot coiled with energy, delivering a powerful kick that sent Piccolo soaring. A flurry of strikes ensued, leaving Piccolo momentarily incapacitated, culminating in a final blow that propelled him skyward. As Piccolo regained his composure in midair and noticed the blood staining his body, his temper flared. Oblivious to Broly's imposing presence, he gathered his energy, unleashing a violent gust that left onlookers squinting against the wind. Broly, observing Piccolo's fierce demeanor, surmised his intent and enveloped the arena in his own aura. In a moment of folly, both Piccolo and Goku disregarded Broly. With Goku challenging Piccolo, "Aren't you going to attack me? I'm right here." Broly smirked, deeming Goku a simpleton. Yet recognizing that only someone like him could influence the future Piccolo, Vegeta, and even the true Broly of the original narrative. Piccolo's energy wave barely grazed Goku, ultimately detonating in the distance and shattering several small mountains. The crowd gasped in astonishment at the explosion's might. Had it not been for Goku, they might have been the ones obliterated, entirely unaware of Broly's underlying influence. As Goku returned to the arena and beheld the devastation, an ember of fury ignited within him. Gathering a brilliant blue light in his hands, he shouted, "Let me show you my Super Kamehameha." Just then, Master Roshi cautioned urgently, "No, Goku, remain calm. If you kill him now, the Supreme Kai will perish too." Upon hearing Roshi's warning, the blue light dissipated into the air, while Goku contemplated how to confront Piccolo. The latter, now airborne, discerned an opportunity on the ground and taunted Goku to provoke his rationality. "Aren't you supposed to have some ultimate technique? Your greatest flaw is your inability to be utterly ruthless. Because you're worried about the Supreme Kai, you can't bring yourself to strike me, whereas I have no such reservations." With that, Piccolo amassed an even greater energy, declaring, "I will ensure everyone perishes and turn this place into hell." Upon hearing Piccolo's words, the crowd recalled the earlier energy blast unleashed by him, which was now even more formidable. Realizing that their lives might be at stake, the ordinary spectators scattered in panic, leaving only the Z-fighters and the dedicated host behind. Observing the fleeing audience, Broly felt a sense of relief. After all, saving lives is far more challenging than taking them. With the bystanders gone, he could now focus on protecting Bulma and others. In a critical moment, it was Krillin who instilled confidence in Goku. "Don't be afraid, Goku. Once he is gone, we can use the Dragon Balls to revive the Supreme Kai." As a devoted fan of the Dragon Ball saga, Broly might have forgotten some plot points and details, yet he would never overlook the crucial fact that after a being's death, the Dragon Balls turned to stone. However, he refrained from dampening Goku's spirits and silently observed the unfolding situation. Encouraged by Krillin's support, Goku gathered his resolve and unleashed his Kamehameha wave. Broly internally scoffed, thinking, "Goodness, you truly don't know the meaning of danger," challenging Goku. As anticipated, Goku's Kamehameha proved superior, pushing back both Piccolo's attack and his own. Broly sensed that Goku had restrained his power somewhat, indicating that Piccolo likely sustained minimal injury, perhaps due to the Supreme Kai's influence. What transpired next left Broly somewhat perplexed. It closely resembled a scene from Journey to the West. Piccolo grew to a colossal size and launched an assault on Goku, who lacked any ability to shrink in stature. Instead, Goku resorted to cunning tactics, first provoking Piccolo to enlarge further, then diving into his mouth to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks, ultimately causing Piccolo to regurgitate both Goku and the bottle containing the Supreme Kai. Princess Iron Fan remarked, "Now this I recognize." After expelling the Supreme Kai, Goku felt liberated. His strength was slightly superior to Piccolo's, and as they exchanged blows, both combatants began to show signs of fatigue. In terms of close combat, Piccolo was at a disadvantage, a realization that did not escape him. Gathering the remainder of his energy, he prepared to deliver a finishing blow with his special beam cannon. Seeing that Goku did not take action against the gathering Piccolo, but instead led the others to safety, Broly was incensed. "Even now, are you still being reckless?" Piccolo's technique bore resemblance to Vegeta's self-destruct, accumulating energy around his body before releasing it all at once, albeit unlike Vegeta, who utilized both ki and life force. Broly deemed this move rather peculiar. The truly destructive techniques were those like Piccolo's Demon Light Grenade, Frieza's Death Beam, Cutting Discs, and Krillin's Destructo Disc, skills that compress energy to its utmost extremes. Such expansive attacks, in contrast, did not showcase the same level of potency. After a powerful shockwave, Goku remained standing, having withstood Piccolo's full frontal assault. Conversely, the once formidable Piccolo now finds himself at the twilight of his strength. Yet Goku still possesses a flicker of energy. Gathering his remaining ki, Goku charges towards Piccolo. After a flurry of blows, Goku ascends into the sky and unleashes his final Kamehameha towards Piccolo. Just as the referee and the onlookers grapple with the uncertainty of Piccolo's fate, an unforeseen twist occurs. The seemingly defeated Piccolo rises from the ground, unleashing a wave of energy that strikes Goku's right chest. Broly witnesses this unfolding drama but refrains from intervening, only to chastise Goku after he collapses, questioning why Goku would lower his guard when he knew the god was still alive. bloodied and unable to articulate a response. Goku struggles on the ground before finally rising to face Piccolo, uttering an apology for his carelessness. Unmoved, Broly queries him, asking if he ever considered the consequences of his negligence on his friends and wife. With renewed determination, Piccolo launches an assault on the recently risen Goku, targeting the wound on his chest. The ensuing scene is brutal, as Piccolo not only shatters Goku's legs and arms, but also prepares to deliver a final, lethal blow. Unable to bear the sight, Bulma implores Broly to intervene, exclaiming that enough lecturing has been done and urging him to save Goku before it is too late. Hearing Bulma's plea, Krillin, Chi-Chi, and others echo the request for Broly to put an end to Piccolo. Broly sighs deeply, his heart heavy with conflict. On one hand, he does not wish to rewrite history like a certain character from a television series. He acknowledges the reality of the situation. Yet, on the other hand, he recognizes that Goku's reckless habits have led to numerous mistakes, such as with Frieza. Had Goku not shown mercy, Frieza would not have returned to wreak havoc on Earth. Without the intervention of Dend, Earth would have faced annihilation upon Goku's arrival. As Broly remains passive, the Supreme Kai recalls their prior discussion regarding non-action. Instead of requesting Broly's assistance, he implores Tien to end his own life, believing that his demise would also lead to Piccolo's. The notion of the Supreme Kai preparing for a mutual destruction with Piccolo ignites a flicker of shame within Broly. We Saiyans are not to be trifled with. This declaration resonates with fury, though it is not directed at Piccolo for his actions against Goku, nor at Goku for his negligence, but rather at himself. Broly quietly reflects. Perhaps I have erred. At that moment, another unexpected turn transpires. A blue flame erupts from Goku's mouth, interrupting Piccolo's incantation. Severely wounded, Piccolo, already hanging by a thread, cannot withstand the force of Goku's counterattack and plummets from the sky. The crowd rushes to assess Goku's injuries, while Broly retrieves a Senzu bean from his pocket and administers it to Goku. The celestial being, upon reflection, suddenly enlightened, chuckled and remarked, "No wonder you, Broly, remain unperturbed and so stern with him. It appears you possess this. However, it seems Goku has indeed exceeded your expectations. Nay, all of our expectations." After consuming the Senzu bean, Goku stretched his limbs, his injuries fully healed. Chapter 0, Tranquil Moments. Goku, now restored, uttered his first words of apology. "I sincerely apologize for my oversight that placed everyone in peril. I vow to maintain vigilance until the battle concludes next time." With that, Goku bowed solemnly to all present. Broly, feeling slightly embarrassed, insisted, "No, it was not just you. I too learned a lesson from this." Despite his discomfort, he recognized the importance of accepting responsibility and mustered the courage to voice this sentiment. The conclusion was joyous, and the group began to engage in lighthearted conversation. Observing Goku's complete recovery, Broly recalled the earlier events. Ultimately, Goku had triumphed over Piccolo through his own strength. Yet, one question lingered in his mind. Was that technique a mimicry of my powerful roar? I only employed that move during the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, when we had both transformed into great apes and lost our rationality. Logically, you should not possess that memory. Goku scratched his head and replied, "Well, you see, Piccolo injured my limbs, and in a moment of desperation, your method of launching energy through your mouth flashed through my mind. So I thought I would give it a try. To my surprise, it worked." Broly reflected on the scene. While Goku had indeed imitated his technique, the underlying principles differed. His powerful roar required a specific emotional intensity, channeling energy into sound, hence it was deemed a roar. Goku, however, had merely replicated the action of firing energy from his mouth. Regardless of the technique, effectiveness is the true measure of merit. As they conversed, Broly noticed the deity approaching the barely conscious Piccolo with a resolute expression, preparing to strike with a hand poised like a blade. He cast a knowing glance at Goku, who quickly positioned himself between the deity and Piccolo. "What do you intend to do, Lord Kami?" The deity continued to weave a fabricated narrative to manipulate the group. "If this creature survives, he may pose a new threat in the future. While you and Broly are present, you may contain him, but what will happen if you both perish? Our lifespans are considerably lengthy. Moreover, after my demise, you can resurrect me with the Dragon Balls. But after your death, the Dragon Balls will turn to stone, will they not?" Broly interjected unexpectedly, before the deity could respond. Broly continued, "While you may currently possess the strength to vanquish Piccolo, what about foes even more formidable? Leave the future challenges to us. Besides, the Dragon Balls are still quite useful. What do you all think? With that, Broly glanced around at the others, who readily concurred, no problem. Although we may not be as powerful as Goku and Broly, we will strive to train diligently and protect the Earth. The Turtle Hermit, addressing the deity as an equal, remarked, "Esteemed God, the children are indeed correct. The future must ultimately rest in their own hands." Upon realizing that others shared this sentiment, the deity relinquished the thought of extinguishing Piccolo's life. In a moment that left the onlookers bewildered, Goku offered Piccolo a senzu bean. This time, Broly refrained from protest. Although the outcome remained similar, he pondered whether the very moment he arrived in this world had already set in motion the delicate flutter of a butterfly's wings, the consequences of which were yet unknown. After this matter was settled, Goku and Chi-Chi celebrated their union with a wedding, welcoming a son whom Goku named Son Gohan in honor of his grandfather. Ultimately, they returned to live in the peaceful confines of Mount Payos, where Goku had once shared life with his grandfather. Broly, on the other hand, chose to reside in West City, relishing the conveniences of modern society. Who would willingly forsake such comforts for a pastoral existence? Though he harbored aspirations for a rural lifestyle, that desire was not immediate. Once the narrative of his life approached a state of tranquility, he envisioned taking his wife and children to experience the charm of the countryside. But for now, he opted to embrace the life of a common man. During this period, Broly occasionally accompanied Bulma to visit the Turtle Hermit's abode at Mount Payos. In the original story, Bulma and Chi-Chi had a somewhat contentious relationship, perhaps due to Goku's influence. However, this time, with Bulma choosing to be with Broly, they found a harmonious connection. Broly contemplated utilizing this fleeting tranquility to enhance his training. Although Goku's current prowess lagged significantly behind Broly's, it was sufficient for Broly to engage in a few sparring sessions. Yet, the benefits were minimal, nearly negligible. Thus, Broly shifted his approach, attempting to practice the four-body fist, fighting against himself or employing techniques akin to shadow clones. But the results remained unchanged. In desperation, Broly sought assistance from Bulma, recalling the unfinished business stemming from their previous wager. Upon learning of Broly's request for her to fulfill her promise, Bulma blushed, hesitating to agree immediately, claiming it could only be addressed after their marriage. Broly, realizing her misunderstanding, hastily clarified his true intent. He recalled how Vegeta, during his time on Earth, was desperate to transform, prompting Brief to construct a gravity chamber for him. Vegeta trained tirelessly, ultimately achieving his transformation through pride and fury. Thus, Broly yearned for a similar gravity chamber, ideally one with a gravitational force exceeding Vegeta's by 300 times. However, having previously entrusted Brief with matters concerning his battle suit and Scott, he felt reluctant to impose upon his future father-in-law again. Hence, he sought Bulma's help in conveying his request to Brief. Upon recognizing her misinterpretation, Bulma felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Although displeased, she did not refuse his request. Due to Broly's significant advancement compared to Goku and the other inhabitants of the Turtle Hermit's abode, it is evident that while the latter are perpetually engaged in rigorous training, Goku's dedication is particularly excessive, especially considering his marriage and fatherhood. In contrast, Broly frequently indulges his partner with outings for shopping, gaming, or visiting picturesque locales to whisper sweet nothings. Although Bulma occasionally exhibits rather risque thoughts, their bond remains remarkably pure, reminiscent of the innocent stirrings of adolescence. This relationship epitomizes the most beautiful state of love, even leading Bulma to harbor a delightful illusion of eternal youth. Regrettably, the response from Brief was less than encouraging. The technological landscape of this planet is peculiar. While Brief has managed to create capsules, he has yet to develop smartphones and still relies on payphones. Despite the prevalence of hover vehicles, he informed Bulma that the current technological level does not permit the construction of a gravity machine due to the lack of essential electronic components. However, once these components are upgraded, he would be willing to attempt creating one for Broly. He also requested Bulma to convey to Broly that he need not be so formal, as his research is pursued for enjoyment, and he would be thrilled to develop anything beneficial for humanity. He expressed that he is currently experiencing a creative block, but if any ideas arise, he would gladly assist Broly. Broly was not surprised by this information. After all, even the spacecraft required for an early journey to Namek would necessitate the reference to Namekian technology. He resolved to wait patiently. However, he harbored concerns about his own lack of substantial power increase. He felt an instinctive notion that his body could not enhance itself merely through near-death experiences and training. He sensed that only through combat with formidable opponents could he truly evolve. Although he could not ascertain the validity of this premonition, its intensity was undeniable. With no superior methods of enhancement available, he decided to savor life instead, engaging in games of mahjong and do di ju with Bulma's family. While offering brief some modern perspectives to inspire the development of smartphones, LCD televisions, and projectors, thereby allowing them to relish the conveniences of technology prematurely. Chapter 0. A reunion of brothers. Thus, 5 years passed in an ordinary manner. In the year 761 of the age of Earth, a spherical spacecraft crash-landed with great force in the northeastern region of Earth, from which emerged a tall scion, Raditz, a member of the squad that had parted ways with Broly years ago. Meanwhile, Broly was accompanying Bulma on a shopping trip in preparation for an upcoming gathering at the Turtle Hermit's place. In his previous life, he had found accompanying a woman shopping to be exhausting, but now he realized that accompanying a wealthy woman was even more taxing. After dispatching the onlookers, Raditz left behind tales of his meager prowess and began searching for Goku's presence. Upon detecting a powerful energy signature, Raditz naturally assumed it belonged to Goku and set off towards the erroneous target. Piccolo, who had been deeply engrossed in meditation, suddenly sensed a formidable energy rapidly approaching his direction, causing his green visage to pale in fear. Is it Son Goku? No, wait, it's that Broly. As Bick was still trying to ascertain the identity of the approaching figure, Raditz had already descended from the heavens. Bick feigned composure and inquired, "Who are you? What brings you here?" Raditz replied with a smirk, "I am not here to seek you." To which Bick retorted, "Then are you seeking death?" Bick sensed the formidable power emanating from this individual and was perplexed by his own audacity in speaking so boldly. Raditz pressed a button on the scouter perched on his ear, revealing Bick's power level to be 322. "No wonder you are so arrogant. On this planet where power levels are generally low, you indeed possess some cause for such arrogance." Nevertheless, Raditz did not regard Bick as a threat. Bick's gaze fell upon the tail coiled around Raditz's waist and realized that this individual belonged to the same race as Goku and Broly. With similarly peculiar hair and a tail, there was no mistaking it. Acknowledging the identity of his visitor, Bick launched an attack without hesitation, firing a ki blast at Raditz. The explosion stirred up dust, yet failed to inflict any significant damage upon Raditz. As Raditz brushed off the dust, preparing to retaliate against Bick, the scouter beeped, detecting another powerful energy signature. Ignoring the stunned Bick, Raditz ascended into the sky. Meanwhile, Broly had just selected attire for Bulma, remarking, "I believe lighter solid colors would suit you better, as your hair is quite striking. Wearing overly flamboyant patterns might overshadow this asset. In contrast, solid, lighter hues would enhance your hair color and highlight your essence." Elsewhere, Raditz had arrived at Master Roshi's house ahead of schedule. "At last we meet. Although you've grown, I recognized you immediately, Kakarot. You resemble your father exactly." Raditz disregarded the presence of others, engaging in conversation with Goku. "That name, Broly spoke of it. It is your true name. He must be your kin, Goku." Master Roshi recalled their first encounter with Goku and Broly. Krillin also noticed the tail at Raditz's waist, confirming his identity. "Indeed, Goku, he is your kin. He too possesses a tail." Raditz ignored the crowd, directing his inquiry at Goku. "What is the meaning of this, Kakarot? Wasn't your mission to annihilate all humans on Earth?" Goku remained silent, recalling the tales Broly had shared about their scion lineage. "Hey, Kakarot, did you hit your head as a child? Have you forgotten your own mission?" As Goku continued to ignore him, Raditz's voice grew louder. "No. Brother Broly once said that my father sent me to Earth for refuge, having foreseen the annihilation of our race, but no one believed him." Goku retorted loudly, "What were you all just saying about Broly, 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 Broly?" The name that had been forgotten in his mind resurfaced alongside vivid images of battles. Raditz anxiously surveyed his surroundings, only relaxing once he confirmed that Broly was nowhere to be found. How infuriating! The situation had become more complicated than he anticipated. He never expected that the man would also be here. After he had disappeared without a trace, Raditz had assumed he was dead, only to learn that he had come to Earth. The mere mention of Broly's name sent beads of cold sweat trickling down Raditz's forehead, as he vividly recalled the moment he had defeated Vegeta with a single blow. A tail? Spotting the tail behind Gohan, an idea suddenly struck Raditz, and he inquired, "Is this little brat your son?" Although he had already deduced the answer upon seeing Gohan's tail, he did not wait for Goku's response. With a swift knee strike, he drove it into Goku's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground, gasping for breath. Raditz then scooped Gohan into his arms, muttering, "With this little one, Broly should think twice before making a move." As he looked at the fallen Goku, Raditz was astonished to discover that Goku did not possess a tail. Raditz's expression morphed into a menacing snarl as he demanded, "Where is your tail?" "You fool. Did Broly do this?" "No. I removed it myself for the sake of my training," Goku replied. Hearing this, Raditz's demeanor softened slightly, but he retorted angrily, "You imbecile. Do you not understand the significance of a tail to us Saiyans?" Enraged, Raditz knocked Goku unconscious, slinging him over his shoulder while cradling Gohan in his other arm. Soaring into the sky, before departing, Raditz left a parting message for those on the ground. "I am taking this boy with me. Let Broly come and find me." By the time Bulma and Broly arrived, it was too late. The situation unfolded as Master Roshi recounted the details to Broly. "This fellow is indeed cautious. He fled upon hearing my name and even took Goku with him. It seems the circumstances have changed significantly." Analyzing the current scenario, Broly deduced, despite the stranger not introducing himself, that it was likely the weakest Raditz, based on the descriptions from the others. "Very well, I shall go and investigate. Do not worry. A mere Raditz is no match for me." With that, Broly retrieved an old scouter he had not used in quite some time, searching for Raditz and Goku's location. Given Broly's current power, attempting to spread his search across the entire Earth seemed somewhat improbable, especially considering Raditz's battle power of over 1,000. It would take ages to locate him in such a manner. Fortunately, he had acquired a new type of scouter back then, which proved to be quite convenient. Just as Broly powered on the scouter to track Raditz, a figure emerged before the group. "That guy is formidable. Do not underestimate him." It was none other than Piccolo, who had been overlooked by Raditz moments earlier. "Piccolo, this is a matter for us Saiyans. It does not concern you." "You bastard. Are you looking down on me?" "First and foremost, I do not harbor any contempt for you. It is merely a fact that you cannot contend with him. Secondly, rest assured, my prowess is more than sufficient to deal with Raditz without your assistance. On your quest to conquer the world, you need only to pursue me and Goku. The rest is of no concern to you. However, if you wish to observe, feel free. Experience is indeed invaluable." Broly understood that the early Piccolo was rather like Vegeta, prideful in nature, hence he refrained from speaking harshly. After finishing his words, Broly soared into the sky. Piccolo remained silent. Aware that Broly spoke the truth, he was indeed no match for that Saiyan, and it appeared he could offer no assistance either. Yet, to watch the battle was to better comprehend his future foe, was it not? Thus, he chose to silently follow Broly after he departed. Chapter 0. The Descendant. Upon finding Raditz, Broly was astounded by the scene before him. Raditz was feeding Gohan, while Goku watched anxiously, fearing his brother might do something untoward to his son, as they engaged in casual banter. "Kakarot, did Broly truly tell you about your arrival on Earth?" Raditz inquired. "That fellow was once on my team. How could I be unaware of such matters? How should I know? He never mentioned to me that you scoundrel, would kidnap my son as a hostage. Do not worry, Kakarot. I have no intention of harming you or your son. My purpose here is to bring you back. Among the remaining Saiyans, including Broly, there are only 5 of us left. Vegeta also has a brother, but his fate remains unknown. We require manpower." As he spoke, Raditz muttered under his breath, audible only to himself, "That wretched old man deceived me into believing he sent you here to conquer the planet. I never imagined it was to seek refuge. How biased of him. What? Are you feeling jealous? Who is it that claimed Saiyans were indifferent to such matters?" Broly teased as he descended from the heavens, observing Raditz's discomposed expression. Upon Broly's arrival, Raditz hastily discarded the food in his hand and seized Gohan by the neck, warily stating, "Broly, do not approach, or I shall strangle this little one." Broly disregarded Raditz's threat entirely, instead approaching the spacecraft he had once traveled in, reminiscing, "Ah, how nostalgic. I recall leaving at the age of 8. It has been over 20 years since we last met. Ultimately, we are still comrades." "Humph. If you truly cared about such things, you would not have betrayed us after defeating Vegeta," Raditz retorted, cautiously using Scouter to assess Broly's battle power. 0. How is that possible? Raditz's mind was tumultuous, Yet his exterior betrayed none of his inner turmoil. Raditz was, of course, oblivious to the fact that Broly had achieved a state of mental and spiritual emptiness, rendering his energy completely contained within himself. If he chose not to reveal it, no one would perceive Broly's aura. Stop staring. That broken machine isn't malfunctioning. I merely came to have a conversation with you. Do you really think holding your little nephew would be enough to deter me? Without disputing whether you can outpace me. What makes you think that seizing your nephew will serve as a means of coercion against me? Although Broly had an inkling of Raditz's thoughts, Raditz still showed no intention of releasing his grip. Stop trying to intimidate me. I am impervious to such tactics. No matter how you plead, I shall not relent. If you are not weary, then hold on. Did you come to Earth at Vegeta's behest? Indeed. Is it because there aren't enough warriors to conquer other planets? Yes. Fool. Have you not grasped Vegeta's intentions regarding past events? Why would he send you to seek out Kakarot, this inferior warrior, when he could cultivate more scions? Faced with Raditz's silence, Broly began to gather energy. As the aura surrounding Broly intensified, the device on Raditz's arm, Scouter, recorded astonishing figures. Ultimately, the Scouter malfunctioned, unable to gauge Broly's full power, resulting in a catastrophic failure. Even now, you cling to a relic from 2 decades past? When I departed, Frieza had already dispatched 500 new Scouters. It appears Frieza truly views you as beneath contempt. Do you still believe that planet Vegeta was obliterated by an asteroid? Raditz found himself unable to respond. In truth, since Broly's departure, he had pondered this question multiple times, yet, like the average scion, he was reluctant to accept the harsh reality. Broly shook his head and remarked, Vegeta is preparing to consolidate his forces, plotting to betray the Frieza army, and you, simpleton, remain blissfully unaware. As he spoke, Broly gestured to the Scouter on his ear, adding, Yet Vegeta is not particularly astute. Frieza has likely known of his plans for some time. Once Vegeta's utility wanes, he will undoubtedly meet the same fate as our planet, casually annihilated by Frieza. At this revelation, Raditz collapsed to the ground, with Gohan also landing unceremoniously. Gohan. Upon seeing Gohan released, Goku swiftly gathered him into his embrace. Broly's words, though few, lingered in Raditz's mind for an extended while. Ultimately, Raditz rose, raising his chin defiantly, and inquired, What reason do I have to trust your assertions? Whether my words bear truth or falsehood, you shall understand once Vegeta arrives to inquire, Broly replied. Raditz, enveloped in silence, approached the spacecraft from whence he came. Unbeknownst to him, Broly had positioned himself before him, extending a hand to halt his advance. If you fail to return Kakarot, do you think Vegeta will spare your life? Mark my words, should you neglect to respond to his summons, he will assume you deceased and come seeking you here. Goku and Piccolo stood by. Astonished, was this formidable adversary subdued merely through verbal exchange? Even Broly himself felt a measure of surprise. His recollections of Raditz painted him as not easily swayed, expecting a confrontation, which is why he had brought Piccolo along. Broly's inherent strength was already sufficient to instill fear in Raditz, and moreover, his words were grounded in reason, leaving no room for rebuttal. In truth, when Broly departed those years ago, his unyielding demeanor and the words he uttered had already sown the seeds of doubt in the hearts of a few. What are we to do henceforth? Observing Raditz's despondent expression, Broly felt a twinge of disappointment. What of the warrior race? What can be done? Even if you manage to persuade Vegeta, isn't Frieza already aware of his plans? I merely wish to find a place to hide and quietly savor the remainder of my days. Does this frighten you? Listen closely. Goku, and all of you, are you truly aware of the extent of Frieza's strength? Allow me to enlighten you. His first form boasts a battle power of 530,000. Ultimately, his power will surpass 100 million. As he spoke, Broly turned his gaze towards Goku. Perhaps you are unaware of the implications of such a figure. The combined strength of you two does not exceed 1,000, and the once mighty King Piccolo barely reached over 200. Hey, do not misinterpret this. Frieza is a matter for you scions. Do not entangle it with Earth. Piccolo does not believe Frieza would come to our planet, although Goku remained silent. He shared this sentiment. Despite Broly instilling notions in him during his youth, he still felt more akin to being Earthling, albeit with a newfound respect for the Scion heritage. Broly nodded in agreement. You are correct. It truly has no bearing on Earth, and I shall not force you to make decisions. Yet, he will inevitably uncover the secret of the Dragon Balls and seek this place. I shall confront him in 2 years. This is not solely the resentment of the Scions. It may well be the fate of the North Galaxy. Broly's poignant speech ignited the Scion blood within Goku. Do not refer to me as elder brother. Raditz is your true elder sibling. From now on, simply call me by my name. I recall stating that we Scions do not place great value on familial ties. Yet despite this, your elder brother has not wronged you or your son, which is precisely why I allowed him to remain on Earth. You too must remember. We are the descendants of the Scions. As he spoke, Broly felt a surge of melancholy. Gazing upon the setting sun, he uttered one final phrase, descendants. A title that signifies a home forever lost. No, at the very least, you still have me. Bulma, having arrived by aircraft, was accompanied by Master Roshi and Krillin. If you can lead the remaining Scions, allowing them to thrive on Earth, it would be commendable. Master Roshi, adopting a serious demeanor, still exuded the aura of a martial arts master. It is too early to discuss such matters. You must have heard my earlier words regarding Frisia. There is truth to them. However, rest assured, as I mentioned, Earth is my second homeland. I will confront him before his arrival, so that even if we Scions falter, we shall not bring disaster upon Earth. Ever since Broly realized that his power was rising at a sluggish pace, it became a source of inner turmoil for him. He hesitated to place all his hopes on the potential of his current form, and thus, even while harboring a glimmer of hope, he prepared himself for the worst. What do you think, Goku? 2 years from now, will you accompany me to seek out Frisia? Broly understood that Goku felt little affinity for his Scion heritage. Yet his presence would enhance their chances, for he was the originally destined hero, the child of prophecy. However, as Broly had surmised, many circumstances had shifted since his arrival in this world. I don't know. I think I should consult Chi-Chi, Goku replied, uncertain of his choice. Caught between his friends on Earth and Broly, who had nurtured him since childhood, he shouldn't go. His inferior battle power would be of little use. It's better for him to stay here and preserve the spark of the Scions, Raditz declared, crossing his arms with disdain. Just because you are Goku's elder brother does not grant you the right to speak so dismissively. 2 years is ample time for Goku to surpass you. And this matter is not for us to decide. Krillin interjected, unable to remain silent. He believed Goku's involvement would also benefit the Scions, and Raditz's remarks were unwarranted. Is being stronger than me sufficient? Vegeta, who is certainly stronger, still serves Frisia. Raditz maintained a stern stance. Ha ha ha, Raditz, is this the gentleness of a Scion? Perhaps you fear we shall lose this time, and wish to spare Goku from Frisia's wrath. Yet, you are right. Having grown up on Earth, he has every right to decline. Even if we face failure, the legacy of the Scions will endure, and in times of crisis, Earth will still have you to protect it. No, I will go. If you all perish and Frisia finds Earth, I alone would struggle to prevail. Goku was resolute, driven not only by the fate of the Scions, but more so for the future of Earth. Goku, Krillin glanced at him, then at Master Roshi, who nodded in understanding of Krillin's sentiments. Seeing his master concur with his thoughts, Krillin made up his mind. Since you intend to go, I shall accompany you. Let it be known, I do not do this to assist the Scions. My life was restored by Goku's wish to the dragon, and my purpose is to support Goku and Earth, although I am aware of the risks. As he spoke, Krillin's voice grew softer. Thank you, Krillin. Goku expressed his gratitude earnestly. Then I entrust this child to you, Piccolo. With Goku's decision to venture forth, the future of Earth rests in your and Gohan's hands. Why? The training of our Scion race should naturally be our own responsibility. Besides, his strength does not yet match mine. Raditz objected vehemently. Enough, Raditz. Trust in my judgment. I have my own plans. Broly recognized that while wild training might indeed be best conducted by a Scion, having Piccolo as a mentor would not only transform Gohan, but also bring about a change in Piccolo himself. Broly glanced at Goku, seeking his approval, for he was Gohan's father. Wukong nodded. Then I entrust Gohan to you. Initially puzzled, Piccolo, upon hearing Wukong's words, acquiesced in his heart. Perhaps this was his own way of contributing to Earth. You Scions are all a bit unhinged. With that, Piccolo carried Gohan away and departed. Seeing Piccolo leave first, Broly guided the others to Bulma's residence, gathering Yamchu, Tien, and the others who were still training. For even a single vegetable warrior was beyond the capabilities of the current Earthlings. Broly had not anticipated that, with something precious to cherish. Even he might one day find himself troubled by the vegetable warriors. Let us not think too far ahead. We must consider the immediate concerns. Vegeta is not one to obey easily, even if our objectives align. Raditz, what is Vegeta's current battle power? I'm not entirely sure. All I know is that, like you, Scott can no longer assess his full strength. After you left, Vegeta regarded the defeat you dealt him as a disgrace, spending his days training and attacking other planets, harboring resentment for quite some time, until he finally returned to normal after receiving no word from you. Broly pondered. Raditz and the others likely still possess the old model of Scott. This implies that Vegeta's power must exceed 22,000, surpassing the 18,000 from the original tale. According to Raditz, Vegeta's team now consisted only of Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz. I will handle Vegeta, but Nappa conservatively possesses a battle power of at least 4,000, and they are accompanied by vegetable warriors, each with approximately 1,000 in battle power. I fear I may not be able to attend to all of you then. I did not bring any vegetable warriors with me. There should be fewer than 10 remaining. Then this means that before Vegeta arrives on Earth, he must train to surpass that vegetable warrior, correct? Asked Krillin. Indeed. And bear in mind that the vegetable warriors can self-destruct and secrete potent acids from their heads. This is something to be wary of. As he spoke, Broly cast a glance at Yamcha. Bulma, bring out 2 Scotts. Everyone may not yet grasp the concept of battle power. Bulma nodded and retrieved 2 new models of Scott from the laboratory. Once Broly led everyone to the yard, their curiosity piqued by this novel device. They were eager to gauge their own strengths. The results were in. Broly had the highest battle power, reaching 35,000 at full strength, followed by Raditz with a battle power of 1,700, which was slightly elevated compared to the original narrative. Meanwhile, Goku's battle power barely reached 500, and Master Roshi was the weakest, with a mere 150. Upon seeing the data, only Raditz displayed no surprise. He had long known that Vegeta boasted over 10,000 battle power at the age of 8, yet was still defeated by Broly in a single strike. Battle power does not convey everything. It merely offers a general understanding of one's capabilities, as many styles, like the Turtle School, can conceal their energy, Broly elucidated. Is there truly such a technique? No wonder that during the Scott assessment, your combat power registered as 0. Such tactics might be regarded with disdain by Science. However, should you be confronted by an unfamiliar opponent who launches a sudden attack, the consequences could be dire. This technique not only aids in concealing one's energy signature, creating an element of surprise, but it also conserves energy expenditure. Perhaps you might consider learning it when time permits. Broly possesses profound insight into Raditz, recognizing the inherent arrogance within Science. How infuriating it is that despite our relentless efforts, the gap remains so vast. Tien clenched his fists. Broly, we are aware of the disparity, but how shall we proceed with our training? Goku, indifferent to matters of combat power, simply yearns to grow stronger. I have contemplated this as well. Krillin, Yamcha, you may visit the temple where the Supreme Kai has valuable resources that I and Goku have previously trained with. The group had no objections. After all, progress in training must be approached step by step. Goku, you could ask the Supreme Kai to guide you to Lord Kai, who will enhance your strength. Are you not going? Goku inquired. Broly shook his head, stating, I have committed grave sins in the past. The Kai would not favor someone like me. During this time, I will find opportunities to observe your training alongside Gohan. And what of me? The sole individual left unassigned was Raditz. You should accompany them to the Kai, learning to harness your energy. One critical piece of advice, temper your temper. Before you act impulsively, remember Frieza, whose first form boasts a combat power of 530,000. Broly felt compelled to caution Raditz, fearing potential conflict between him and the Kai or the Earth Warriors. Enough of this rambling. Chapter 0, The Science Strike. Raditz appears to have been eliminated. His Scott connection has been severed, and messages sent to his spaceship have gone unanswered. Meanwhile, far away on another planet, Vegeta sensed an anomaly on Earth. Useless trash. Can't even handle a lowly warrior like Kakarot? Vegeta scoffed, showing little concern as he leisurely consumed the fruit in his hand. Yet, prior to the severance, it seemed he had mentioned Broly's past, leaving a lasting impression on everyone present, including Nappa, who observed Vegeta's expression with caution upon hearing the name. Nappa's apprehension was warranted. Upon hearing that name, Vegeta crushed the fruit in his hand, his visage contorted with rage as he uttered a couple of words. To Earth. Full speed. Nappa, upon receiving Vegeta's command, had no choice but to set the spaceship's destination. With Raditz, the lowest-ranking scion, absent, such tasks naturally fell to Nappa. After charting the course, Vegeta and Nappa embarked on the same trajectory as Broly and the others, Earth. On the other side of the universe, Earth, Broly emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, discarding a shattered doll onto the ground. He casually accepted the scarf handed to him by Boppo and remarked, "It's futile. There's been no progress. Even with enhancements, that doll can only fight for 10 minutes. Perhaps the issue lies in the materials. It cannot endure for long. And if it sustains excessive damage, it will break prematurely." During his time inside, he had engaged in solitary combat with his four-bodied technique, yet the results remained disappointing. "How is your new transformation coming along?" the Supreme Kai inquired, recalling Broly's mention of a new form he wished to explore, one that he believed would surpass the Great Ape transformation. Broly shook his head, having initially assumed that the Wrath form was merely an alternate manifestation of Super Saiyan 4, transforming into a Great Ape first, then reverting to human form during the transformation's duration. However, the outcome was far less favorable than Broly had anticipated. He had failed to achieve either Super Saiyan 4 or the humanoid Great Ape Wrath form. Reflecting on the reasons for his failures, Broly pondered that perhaps he had been mistaken from the outset. The processes may have seemed similar, but the underlying principles were likely different. His Wrath form utilized the frenzied power of the Great Ape in humanoid form, which he believed had no bearing on maintaining rationality, whereas Super Saiyan 4 required one to remain lucid while in Great Ape form. Notably, the canonical Super Saiyan 4 transformation involved first becoming a Golden Great Ape before reverting to Super Saiyan 4. It was possible that the transformation into a Golden Great Ape necessitated achieving Super Saiyan status beforehand, or perhaps his base strength was simply inadequate. In the Dragon Ball universe, transformations were initially slow and transient. With repeated attempts, one could achieve prolonged and accelerated transformations. This phenomenon was evident during the Cell Saga. Additionally, Broly had attempted to transform into a standard Super Saiyan, whether through rage or by concentrating his power on his back, but ultimately faced failure. Logically, the transformation methods of the Sixth Universe were relatively straightforward, and having resided on Earth for over a decade, his years of meditation and cultivation should have sufficed for the S-cells to enable transformation. It appeared that there was indeed a threshold of power required for transforming into a Super Saiyan. "Hey, Raditz, that's not correct. You should first retract your energy within your body and unleash it when necessary," he advised. "Tien, you might want to try my method, combat against 3 clones with your original self." Broly offered suggestions tailored to the training methods of his companions. Meanwhile, Goku was diligently practicing King Kai's techniques under his guidance. As time passed, the visible enhancement of their powers became evident. 10 months later, 2 spherical spaceships descended upon a bustling metropolis. Vegeta was the first to emerge from the vessel, surveying the gathered crowd with disdain. "What a disgrace. Kakarot and Broly couldn't even conquer this weak planet," he scoffed. "Nappa, show these backward Earthlings a taste of Saiyan prowess." With Vegeta's approval, Nappa extended 2 fingers, unleashing a torrent of energy from within him. Countless streams of energy surged skyward from the ground, lifting the entire city into the air. Subsequently, these forces erupted violently, obliterating the city's structures and landscape from the inside out. In a fleeting moment, what was once a vibrant metropolis transformed into barren wasteland. The blinding flashes produced by the cataclysmic explosions were even visible from the surface of the earth, hinting at their immense power. As the 2 figures breached the atmosphere, the warriors of Earth had already sensed the potent auras and were hastening toward their descent. Upon detecting the energy emanating from Nappa's destruction of the city, they quickened their pace. Among them, Broly was particularly anxious. The location where Vegeta and he were landing was near the heart of the Dragon Ball world, merely a town away from West City. If they did not reach their destination swiftly, West City would likely suffer the consequences. Currently, Bulma's home was essentially Broly's as well, and while he had arranged for the safety of the people, what about the property? Broly couldn't help but recall a humorous anecdote from his past life. When Ultraman lifts the car you bought with a 3-year loan to smash your 30-year mortgage home. Do you still believe in light? With this thought, Broly accelerated his pace once more. In truth, it was not only Broly who was pursuing Vegeta. Even if he did not seek Vegeta out, the latter would likewise pursue Broly's location. since Broly had destroyed Raditz' scout upon his arrival. Vegeta was still unaware of the existence of Dragon Balls on Earth, making his journey here primarily to locate Broly. Wherever Broly was, trouble would surely follow. And wherever trouble arose, Vegeta would be compelled to follow suit. Just as Vegeta and Nappa had greeted Earth, preparing to use their scouter to locate the others, they sensed several powerful auras approaching them. Nappa, it seems we need not search. They are coming to us, Vegeta declared. No sooner had he spoken than a towering figure appeared before them. The fragmented memories of the past began to coalesce with the figure standing before him, ultimately resting on the face of the newcomer. Vegeta clenched his teeth, his fists tightening, veins protruding from his forehead. Long time no see, Nappa and Prince Vegeta, Broly greeted. Nappa, we rushed over upon hearing the news. I can't believe you're truly alive. Did you and Kakarot defeat Raditz? We fought together, Nappa exclaimed, visibly affected by Broly's earlier words. He was incensed to learn that Broly had eliminated Raditz, a fellow scion and comrade. Before Broly could respond, the other warriors had arrived at the scene. Nappa, what nonsense are you spouting? Who did you say was eliminated? Vegeta inquired, his expression darkening as he maliciously questioned, so, are you planning to defect to Broly's side? As he spoke, Vegeta raised his hand and extended 2 fingers. In that case, I shall ensure you reunite in hell. His middle and index fingers began to glow ominously. In that critical moment, Nappa could not fail to comprehend Vegeta's intent, and he cried out, no. What? Do you wish to ally yourself with that wretched Broly? Vegeta was taken aback. He had anticipated Raditz's betrayal, but never did he expect Nappa, who had been by his side for so long, would dare to intervene. No, Vegeta, I harbor no intention of betraying you. We are all Scions, and with so few of us remaining, cannot we have a discussion? Nappa first affirmed his loyalty before expressing his thoughts. Enough of this nonsense. I have no need for worthless trash. Once I deal with those 3, I shall attend to you. Vegeta glared fiercely at Nappa, and the interrupted incantation resumed its radiant glow. That's enough. In an instant, Broly stood before Vegeta, adopting the classic stances of Goku and Frieza, facing Vegeta directly while grasping his attacking right hand with his left. Vegeta was astonished. He had not anticipated that a mere glare at Nappa would bring Broly so close. Seeing Vegeta's expression, Nappa realized that victory was unlikely today. The usual Vegeta was not only ruthless but also composed. However, upon encountering Broly, he had lost his rationality after just one glance. Let go. Vegeta attempted to retract his hand, but Broly's grip was like an iron clamp, firmly holding his wrist, and the pressure was steadily increasing. As Vegeta felt his hand becoming trapped and the pain in his wrist escalating, he knew that if he did not break free soon, Broly would surely crush it. In a moment of desperation, Vegeta let his right hand go slack and, using it as a pivot, leaped into the air to kick Broly in the face with his left leg. Typically, most opponents would have released Vegeta and evaded, for continuing to hold him would effectively bind their own upper body, making it challenging to dodge Vegeta's horizontal attack. However, his adversary was Broly, who showed no inclination to evade. His stance seemed to convey that even if Vegeta were to break his neck, he would still crush Vegeta's hand. Seeing this, Vegeta smiled. Even if Broly were to shatter his hand, it would merely be an inconvenience. However, should Broly's neck break, his demise would be certain. The next moment, feedback from his foot informed Vegeta of impending doom. His foot had come to rest against Broly's face, which had not budged an inch. As Broly fixed his gaze upon Vegeta, long time no see, Vegeta. Is this how you greet old friends? Realizing that his kick had failed to inflict any harm on Broly, Vegeta was left astonished, with no time to respond to Broly's words. Then allow me to return the favor. As he spoke, Broly tightened his grip around Vegeta's wrist with his left hand, stepped forward with his right leg, pivoted, lowered his center of gravity, and swiftly followed with his left foot retreating a step, bending down to forcefully slam Vegeta into the ground. After enduring Broly's powerful throw, Vegeta found his lungs and diaphragm compressed, leaving him momentarily breathless and incapacitated. Broly lowered himself, gazing at the fallen Vegeta, and remarked, I initially intended to have a conversation with you, but it appears you wouldn't heed my words unless I bested you, wouldn't you agree? Broly was all too familiar with Vegeta, who was the epitome of one who only responded to soft approaches, yet only from those stronger than himself, save for that peculiar cat. Furthermore, after hearing from Raditz about events following his departure, Broly sensed that this young man had already regarded him as a rival, reminiscent of the old Broly and Goku, forever shouting Kakarot, and eager to eliminate him upon sight. I advise you not to perceive me as the version of myself from the past. Suddenly, while lying on the ground, Vegeta launched several energy blasts at Broly's descending face. Broly was taken aback. He did not expect Vegeta to fire so close. It seemed there was a latent fierceness within him. Leaning back, Broly evaded a few blasts, only to find that Vegeta had vanished from his view. Aware that Broly had engaged in countless battles and would not make the foolish mistake of letting down his guard against an opponent who was not yet defeated, Vegeta seized the moment to leap away and create distance between them. Then Nappa, plant all the Scion vegetables. You and the Scion army shall handle Raditz and these Earthlings. Hold nothing back. Having assessed the brief skirmish, Vegeta realized that although Broly's battle power was indiscernible, he likely did not possess a significant advantage over him. Thus, it would be prudent to let Nappa deal with Raditz and the Earthlings while he occupied Broly. Understood. Nappa acknowledged, knowing that Broly spoke the truth. Vegeta was not one to heed others' advice. Regardless of the outcome, they must fight until the end, with the caveat that the defeated could survive. Yet, he harbored a faint hope that Broly would emerge victorious, now that he had matured, as he was eager to hear Broly's thoughts. Nappa retrieved 2 transparent vials from his waist pocket, each containing several green, bean-like seeds, and knelt down to prepare them for planting. Broly directed a green energy blast towards Nappa, not wishing to eliminate the few remaining members of his race. Before Broly's blast could reach its target, Vegeta, noticing Broly's movement, retaliated with a purple energy blast that collided mid-air with Broly's, resulting in an explosion. The sound startled Nappa, interrupting his actions. Fool, what are you waiting for? Vegeta questioned Nappa. Raditz, are you unaware of the capabilities of the Scion race? Must we truly wait for him to plant the seeds? How had he survived so many years in battle outside? This was Broly's voice urging Raditz. Although Raditz felt a twinge of displeasure at Broly's reminder, he acknowledged its validity and charged towards Nappa. Similarly, upon hearing Vegeta's warning, Nappa hastened his actions, shifting his focus onto Raditz and several Earth warriors. As Raditz approached, Nappa executed a knee strike to Raditz's abdomen, sending him hurtling away and maintaining his distance. After propelling Raditz, Nappa finally buried the seed in the soil. Just as he prepared to retrieve another vial, Krillin sprang into action, raising his right hand to conjure a spinning disc blade and hurled it towards Nappa's position. Sensing the surge in Krillin's combat power through his scouter, Nappa recognized the significance of the attack and swiftly evaded the Kienzan, though the ground where he had stood was cleaved apart. Spirit Bomb. The remaining fighters joined the fray, launching their assaults against Nappa. Tien also utilized his psychic abilities to restrict Nappa's movements. However, due to the fundamental disparity in power, Nappa countered their techniques with a few energy blasts. He then poured the cultivation liquid from another vial onto the ground, and moments later, several green vegetable beings emerged from the earth. Chapter 37. An Unexpected Defeat? As the vegetable beings surfaced, they gazed at their creator, Nappa, and Vegeta, awaiting their commands. Distracted, Broly noticed the vegetable beings had indeed been cultivated. Without a second thought, he resolved to swiftly eliminate them with an energy blast. However, Vegeta had appeared behind him, seizing Broly and interrupting his incantation. You lot, get to work and eliminate these Z fighters. Vegeta commanded the vegetable beings, and upon receiving the order, they sprang into action. Raditz suddenly materialized behind one of the vegetable beings and delivered a swift chop, severing the unfortunate creature's head, which subsequently erupted into shards. Useless scum, Vegeta scolded, preparing to issue further commands to the vegetable beings when Broly broke free from Vegeta's grasp, hurling him towards several vegetable beings, followed by another energy blast aimed at Vegeta. The thrown Vegeta collided with one vegetable being, regaining his balance just as he sensed Broly's energy approaching. He seized the vegetable being he had just struck and hurled it towards the oncoming energy blast, resulting in an explosion that shielded Vegeta from the attack. Vegeta's mindset began to shift. Events were not unfolding as he had planned. With 2 vegetable beings already eliminated, the situation had become dire. At that moment, 2 figures descended from the sky. Piccolo had arrived with Gohan in tow. Observing the fierce battle upon landing, Piccolo wasted no time and unleashed an energy wave, further diminishing the ranks of the vegetable beings. Don't let yourselves be taken down like this. Self-destruct now. Vegeta issued his final command to the remaining 3 vegetable warriors. Although they were reluctant, they complied. It must be noted that while their combat power was not exceptionally high, it was still considerable. A power level exceeding 1,000 was more than sufficient to surpass Frieza's minions, without the burden of salaries or resource consumption, and their loyalty was unquestionable. Their combat instincts, however, were quite commendable. The 3 vegetable warriors targeted the weakest fighters present, Gohan, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha. Perhaps fate was playing its hand, as Yamcha was the first to encounter misfortune. However, thanks to Broly's earlier warning, he enveloped himself in energy upon being seized by the vegetable warriors, forming a rudimentary energy shield. Though he still sustained severe injuries, he managed to survive, ultimately collapsing in a classic pose within a small crater created by the vegetable warrior's self-detonation. Gohan and Kaiatsu were considerably more fortunate. The vegetable warrior advancing toward Gohan was swiftly intercepted by Piccolo, who seized its arm and dispatched it with a lethal thrust. Kaiatsu, in collaboration with Tien, executed a coordinated maneuver. Kaiatsu employed his psychic abilities against the approaching vegetable warrior. Although the warrior's combat strength surpassed Kaiatsu's, the difference was not insurmountable, allowing Kaiatsu's powers to momentarily hinder its actions. Seizing this opportunity, Tien unleashed a powerful attack, obliterating the last vegetable warrior. At this point, both Vegeta and the slow-witted Nappa recognized that the time for games had ended, prompting Nappa to amplify his energy. He launched an assault on Krillin. But Piccolo intervened with a magical technique aimed at Nappa. Nappa evaded the strike and redirected his aggression toward Piccolo, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. The intensity of the conflict escalated, yet the situation did not bode well. Under Broly's influence, Vegeta's relentless training also bolstered Nappa and Raditz, rendering them stronger than in the original narrative. However, the gap between Raditz and Nappa remained significant, even after their training in the Sacred Temple. Raditz was still ill-equipped to contend with Nappa. Perhaps due to Broly's influence, the fighters were destined to perish at Nappa's hands. Yet, since Broly expressed a desire to converse with them, Nappa refrained from unleashing his full wrath. Nevertheless, the disparity in strength was too great, and as a power-oriented warrior, Nappa inflicted severe injuries upon the group. Only Raditz fared somewhat better, possibly due to his superior strength or the bond of kinship, as Nappa showed him a modicum of mercy. Meanwhile, the battle between Broly and Vegeta raged on. Initially, Broly did not exert his full power, as he was studying Vegeta's combat habits and techniques during their clash. However, upon witnessing his comrade's fall, Broly resolved to unleash his full potential. The sole piece of good news was that through battling Vegeta, Broly discerned that Vegeta's strength was indeed beneath his own. Broly's combat power now stands at an impressive 35,000, while Vegeta hovers around 30,000, nearly doubling his strength from the original narrative. In the original tale, Vegeta had to face death twice to attain a similar level of might, indicating that the humiliation he endured in the past has driven him to exert considerable effort in his training. Although Vegeta and Nappa's strengths have surpassed their original portrayals, it is also noteworthy that Broly possesses the ability to learn and grow stronger during battles with adversaries. Since arriving on Earth, Broly has dedicated himself to mastering techniques. And even when facing opponents of comparable strength, he remains confident in his ability to best Vegeta. Not to mention, Saiyans are inherently proud and are unlikely to engage in battles with multiple foes unless their lives are at stake. As Vegeta grappled with Broly, he felt an increasing sense of pressure. Broly seemed to grow ever more formidable, and Vegeta struggled to keep pace with his speed and power. Nappa, observing their confrontation, was taken aback by their prowess. Once, at the tender age of 8, Vegeta had already achieved a remarkable combat power of 12,000, a feat that marked him as an extraordinary prodigy. Yet, he was effortlessly defeated by Broly. Nappa was well aware of the relentless efforts Vegeta had put forth since Broly's departure, engaging in rigorous training and participating in Frieza's oppressive campaigns. Despite his enhanced capabilities, which had surpassed the limits of measurement by a scouter, he still found himself overpowered by Broly. Nappa stroked his chin in contemplation, pondering whether the rumors from years past held any truth. It seemed they were not mere fabrications. Broly's combat power at birth had far exceeded that of Vegeta, although it had later been dismissed as a malfunction of the scouter. Suddenly, A series of urgent mechanical beeps interrupted Nappa's thoughts. Following the sound, he noticed the scouter they had previously discarded. Vegeta had mentioned that a few individuals on Earth possessed the ability to alter their energy signatures, suggesting they should not trust the scouter, leading them to set it aside. Nappa picked up the device and scanned the surroundings, sensing an approaching presence. The target's combat power was approximately 2,000 and was approaching at an astonishing speed. Could it be Kakarot? Perfect timing. I have some idle moments to spare. Let us see whose strength prevails, myself, who has fought alongside Vegeta, or you, who has followed Broly. Before long, an orange figure descended from the sky. It was Goku. Having finally arrived from King Kai's planet, Goku surveyed the battlefield, noting that his former companions lay defeated, though they still exhibited some residual energy. Vegeta and Broly were locked in a fierce battle, oblivious to his presence. There was also a bald giant seemingly awaiting his arrival, who had been observing the clash between Vegeta and Broly. Goku surmised that the survival of his comrades was likely due to this individual's intentions, and he felt a flicker of appreciation for the actions of his fellow Saiyan. You must be Nappa, the one Broly spoke of. Did you bring them down? Goku asked sternly, fixing a serious gaze upon Nappa. Oh, you are Kakarot. Compared to Vegeta and Broly, you are quite renowned as well. I recall that you are the low-class warrior, the son of Bardock, whose battle power was merely 2 at birth, later sent to Earth. Nappa, sensing a hint of menace and intimidation in Goku's words, retorted sharply. Let us cut the nonsense. Since they are occupied, I shall be the one to defeat you. Goku assumed a fighting stance. That suits me perfectly, Nappa shouted as he launched an attack on Goku. After a few rounds of combat, Nappa realized that he was no match for Goku. Perhaps the overwhelming aura of the surrounding Saiyans had affected him. Remarkably, he retained his composure and, without Vegeta's reminder, entered a serious mode. The battle resumed, and this time Nappa exchanged blows with Goku more evenly, even gaining a slight upper hand. This won't do. If it continues like this, I will lose. It seems I must employ the Kaioken. Goku resolved, preparing to unleash the Kaioken against Nappa once more. At that moment, the earth began to tremble, and even the nearby hills crumbled under the overwhelming energy. Goku and Nappa halted their battle, turning to observe the clash between Broly and Vegeta. It appeared that Vegeta had been relentlessly pressed by Broly, ultimately allowing his rage to overcome his reason. He unleashed his full energy, his muscles slightly swelling with explosive power. Oh, is this all your strength? Broly observed Vegeta with an unhurried demeanor. Broly, I will kill you and wash away the shame you have brought upon me with your blood, Vegeta declared, charging at Broly once again. Feeling the intensity of Vegeta's assault, it was evident that post-explosion, Vegeta had experienced a significant enhancement in power, speed, and defense, even subtly surpassing Broly in velocity. Despite both Broly and Nappa being classified as power-type warriors, Broly had not neglected the importance of speed, understanding that brute strength is ineffective without the ability to connect. However, due to Broly's physique, mass, and denser muscle fibers, he was inherently slower at the same speed. As the battle progressed, Broly sensed his body adapting, adjusting to Vegeta's speed and strength. Vegeta, astonished, thought, how could this be? This is all my power. Suddenly, an ominous phenomenon occurred. The sky darkened, and the ground trembled persistently, though not as violently as when Vegeta unleashed his energy, yet it lasted longer. Did Bulma and the others summon the dragon? Broly pondered, perplexed by the unfolding spectacle. Given that Raditz had not returned with news of the Dragon Balls, Vegeta was equally in the dark about the situation. Observing the strange occurrences, an unsettling feeling gripped Broly's heart. As the earth cracked open, tendrils resembling vines emerged from the ground. Let us refer to them as vines, for they were remarkably robust, each with a diameter of 4 to 5 meters. Hold on, Broly called out to Vegeta. What? Are you conceding? Vegeta continued to mock Broly with his words. Broly gazed at the rising vines, which seemed vaguely familiar, until he witnessed a towering tree ascend from the earth, at which point he realized the true nature of the vines before him. Broly exclaimed, "This is disastrous. It's the Tree of Might. Vegeta, allow me to deal with this first before we settle our battle." With that, Broly disregarded Vegeta and prepared to take flight. Vegeta, however, would not permit Broly to leave so easily. To him, even if Broly were to defeat him in their previous fight, it would not sting as much as being abandoned now. What is this? Do you look down upon me? You scoundrel! Do not flee. Vegeta unleashed his prince's technique against Broly, but Broly effortlessly evaded each attack, not even casting a glance back at him. You shall not escape. Frustrated by Broly's dodging, Vegeta pursued him with fervor. Watching Broly and Vegeta soar away, Nappa instinctively followed their figures into the sky, leaving Goku alone on the ground. Realizing that Broly had left both Vegeta and himself behind without a word, Goku sensed that a more severe crisis was at hand. He glanced at his fallen comrades and told the Supreme Kai to take care of them before he too took flight. As Broly flew, contemplating the current predicament, Vegeta still unaddressed. The tree of might already planted, he realized that he would soon face an additional adversary, Tails. He pondered the strength of this individual and how he might manage to confront both threats simultaneously. Moreover, wasn't he this character an event exclusive to the movies? As the new iteration of Broly, he should logically belong to the realm of Dragon Ball Super. Before he could fully grasp the situation, he found himself near the Tree of Might, which loomed ominously with its expansive branches and leaves, and the roots that continually surged from below, causing Broly to feel overwhelmed. This Tree of Might would incessantly siphon the life energy from Earth, ultimately leading to the wilting of plant life, the depletion of water sources, and the transformation of the planet into a desolate wasteland devoid of living beings. Contemplating this, Broly gathered energy in his hands, preparing to obliterate the tree. Who are you? I've never seen you on Vegeta's planet, a sudden voice echoed from behind Broly. Turning to investigate, he beheld a figure strikingly similar to Goku, clad in a blue-black vintage battle uniform with red-tinted lenses. However, this Goku bore darker gray skin and sported a tail at his waist. This familiar silhouette matched the character from Broly's memories perfectly. He was none other than Tails, the antagonist from the film The Earth's Conquest. Chapter 39, Is this it? How could I possibly lose? Who are you? Why have I never encountered you on planet Vegeta? Broly inquired, gazing at the familiar scion visage before him. You must have been sent to another planet at birth, thus evading disaster. You survived the cataclysm that obliterated planet Vegeta. As Broly finished speaking, Vegeta and his companions arrived, their eyes widening at the sight of the astonishing tree and the scion resembling Goku. Curiosity enveloped them as they pondered the unfolding events. Isn't this the noble Prince Vegeta? You seem rather disheveled, one remarked with a hearty laugh. Who would have thought that the so-called genius of the science, Prince Vegeta, would find himself battered and bruised? How amusing. Observing the approaching Vegeta and Nappa, the scion's eyes glinted with malice as he taunted. It appears Broly was correct. Your lowly warrior status spared you from calamity. Vegeta, dismissing the stranger with contempt, noted that the scion population was already scarce. If this individual were truly formidable, he would have made an impression. The fact that he did not was indicative of his mediocrity as a low-class warrior. Unbeknownst to Vegeta, he had uncharacteristically acknowledged Broly's words. As the gathering of individuals reached a semblance of completion, the scion clad in a dark blue battle suit commenced his introduction. My name is Tails. You are indeed correct. My combat prowess is lacking. I was sent to another planet at birth, much like this one, where the inhabitants also possessed feeble fighting abilities. I swiftly conquered that world. Subsequently, I returned to my birthplace, engaging in the trade of planets like other scions. Regrettably, the fate of a low-class warrior is one of servitude, despite my relentless efforts. What have I truly gained? Thus, I resolved to break free from my squad, and in doing so, I acquired this. At this pivotal moment, Tails paused, turning his gaze toward the Tree of Might. From that point onward, I realized that the deity of fate had not forsaken me. Rather, he revealed that the fault lay not within me, but with the ludicrous scions. Do you know how elated I was when planet Vegeta was annihilated? Tails' fervor escalated, his expression becoming increasingly frenzied. In fact, upon my arrival on Earth, I witnessed your battles. With compassion, I decided that the victorious side would be granted an exception and welcomed into my ranks to serve me. However, I shall only accept elites. I will never tolerate the presence of refuse. With an air of superiority, Tails cast a disdainful glance at Broly, Vegeta, and Nappa, once esteemed scion warriors. Feeling the weight of Tails' contemptuous gaze, Nappa retorted, What are you staring at? Do you consider me refuse? Boring. Broly, let us continue our fight. I have no time to listen to this fool's delusions of world domination. Vegeta dismissed, showing little regard for Tails. Follow you. Pray tell, what is your grand scheme? Broly inquired. As Broly regarded his proposal, he exhibited a certain interest, unlike Vegeta, who was typically more impudent. Dallas began to weave grandiose dreams. I shall continue my conquests across various planets, harnessing the power of the Tree of Might to augment my strength. Ultimately, I will bring Frieza to his knees, and at that moment, the entire universe shall bow before me, and you shall be my esteemed ally. How absurd. To be candid, the plight of the Scions is indeed a consequence of their own actions, yet your folly is equally amusing. Rather than striving to amend the flawed system, you choose to flee. Now, emboldened by the Tree of Might, you return with the intent to overthrow your former oppressor and impose your will on others? You are nothing but a jester in my eyes, even less worthy than Vegeta 3. Dallas's words inexplicably brought a sense of satisfaction to Vegeta, who also harbored disdain for Dallas. Good, 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 Dallas repeated thrice, his heart simmering with rage. Since you refuse my overtures, from this day forth, I shall stand alone as the last Scion. In truth, Dallas once harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Vegeta, for he was not only born an elite warrior, but also the son of King Vegeta. However, after hearing Broly's words, his hatred shifted towards Broly. For not only was Broly an elite warrior, but his very words rendered Dallas insignificant, and more painfully, they were undeniably true, leaving him no room for rebuttal. In a sudden fit of rage, Dallas unleashed a colossal energy sphere aimed at Broly. Surrounding Broly, an emerald glow erupted, and his aura surged with ferocity. Just as Dallas's attack was poised to strike, a verdant energy shield enveloped Broly, thwarting the assault. This was merely the beginning. The protective barrier expanded exponentially, from a mere 3 meters to several kilometers in diameter. This was not an ordinary shield. It resembled the self-detonation unleashed by Majin Vegeta, radiating outward from Broly's core. What madness is this? Vegeta thought, hastily conjuring his own barrier to shield against Broly's indiscriminate onslaught. The green energy engulfed all present, and as the brilliance faded, the surrounding landscape lay utterly devastated. Dallas, now stripped of his defenses, appeared disheveled and battered, his armor no longer resembling its former glory. In stark contrast, the others, including the relatively weaker Goku and Nappa, emerged relatively unscathed save for tattered clothing, as the explosive force seemed not to have inflicted harm upon them. A deliberate act by Broly. Although Dallas bore some injuries, they were not severe, merely a dent to his pride. He scoffed once more. It seems impressive, yet in reality, it amounts to nothing more than a trivial display of power. That maneuver must have drained a considerable amount of your energy. And for daring to reduce me to this state, your demise is assured. Broly appeared unfazed, silently observing Dallas's posturing. A smirk of disdain crept onto Vegeta's face as he interjected, "You imbecile, have you not yet realized?" Having spoken, Vegeta displayed his iconic thumbs up and gestured towards the nearby spirit tree. Before their eyes, the spirit tree visibly withered, ultimately reduced to ashes. Indeed, Broly's initial target was not Darius, but rather the world tree beside him. Broly skillfully manipulated the energy shield's momentum to influence Darius's judgment, seizing the opportunity to channel energy into the spirit tree, launching a tempestuous assault that obliterated the roots and trunk from within. "How dare you?" Darius exclaimed, witnessing the spirit tree's transformation into dust. The last vestiges of his rationality crumbled as he lunged at Broly in a fit of madness. Darius unleashed a relentless barrage upon Broly. However, to Broly, Darius's attacks were less formidable than Vegeta's. He remained stationary, absorbing the onslaught without evasion or defense. As the fray continued, the frenzied Darius seemed to sense an anomaly, a flicker of clarity and shock crossing his eyes. He had not anticipated that his furious strikes would inflict no damage upon Broly. While Darius wrestled with the question of why, Broly seized the moment to counterattack. With a classic diaphragm strike, the sudden pain rooted Darius in place, followed by a swift turn that sent him flying through the air. Darius traced a perfect parabolic arc before crashing to the ground. Chapter 40. The cunning Darius, is that all? How could I possibly lose? Observing Broly's strategic focus on the spirit tree, Vegeta felt a sense of satisfaction. Although uncertain of the spirit tree's significance to Darius, it was evident that it was his pillar of strength and a hidden ace. This exemplified the true Scion combat style, never allowing an opponent a chance to recover. It was this very conviction that enabled Vegeta in the original narrative to employ tactics such as sand throwing and princely maneuvers. It was akin to facing a scion who had artificially created a full moon. Broly's action was tantamount to obliterating that artificial moon, denying the transformation opportunity. Yet, the later Vegeta, whether due to his ability to transform into a Super Saiyan or influenced by Goku, seemed to have forgotten this combat philosophy, even granting Cell an opportunity to achieve his perfect form. In truth, Broly was merely intent on preventing the spirit tree from continuing to siphon Earth's vitality. Otherwise, the planet would perish, endangering ordinary lives like Bulma's. Thus, he prioritized the assault on the spirit tree, plain and simple. Broly, shall we resume our earlier battle? Vegeta eagerly inquired, having long awaited this moment. For the majority of the past 2 decades, his aspiration had been to defeat Broly upon their inevitable reunion. Casting a glance at the fallen Darius, whose energy had become erratic, Broly concluded that even if Darius managed to rise and attempt a sneak attack, it would pose no threat. He resolved to align with Vegeta's intent and bring the confrontation to a close. With this decision made, Broly re-engaged with Vegeta in battle. Vegeta gradually became aware of the unsettling reality. His attack seemed increasingly ineffective against Broly. Although the initial encounters mirrored this scenario, he had previously entered a state of full power, allowing him to inflict damage on Broly even while at a disadvantage. Now, however, he truly comprehended the situation. Broly was growing stronger, continuously adapting to his combat style while enhancing his physical strength, power, and speed. At that moment, Darius, who had been knocked to the ground, rose again. With his abilities, he could still discern the flow of battle between the two. Witnessing Vegeta's gradual decline and the widening gap between them, fear gripped his heart for the first time. Vegeta, at this rate, you will perish. What do you say? Consider my offer. Join me, and I shall share this universe with you. Darius's words were merely a ploy. He had never intended to share the opportunity of becoming the ruler of the cosmos with anyone. Even though Vegeta currently surpassed him in strength, he believed that once he returned to his ship to search for any leftover spirit fruit seeds and replanted the spirit tree, he could easily dominate Vegeta. Darius's shout momentarily distracted Vegeta, and Broly seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful counterpunch. Fortunately, Vegeta reacted swiftly, blocking Broly's strike with his forearms. Yet he was still sent flying. He did not respond to Darius's invitation, merely uttering a single word with disdain: "Get lost." Seeing this, Darius was frantic, akin to an ant on a hot pan. If he did not find an opportunity to eliminate both of them during this battle, they would undoubtedly obstruct his path to becoming the ruler of the universe. He resolved to forcibly intervene in the fight, intending first to assist Vegeta in defeating Broly, then to catch Vegeta off guard. Darius lunged between Broly and Vegeta, adopting a combat stance. Broly paid little heed to Darius's clownish antics. Rather, he welcomed Darius's participation, for he had sensed during his previous skirmish with Vegeta that his instincts were correct. Through this confrontation, his strength would accelerate in its growth. With Vegeta alone, Broly posed no substantial threat. He was eager to test his ability to take on 2 opponents. Darius's power level was estimated to be between 25,000 and 30,000, while Vegeta's combat strength exceeded 30,000. Before the battle commenced, Broly's power stood at 35,000. The combined strength of Darius and Vegeta was nearly double that of Broly. Even with the techniques he had learned, Broly knew it would be insufficient to face both of them simultaneously. However, he had experienced an increase in his combat power during his fight with Vegeta, though he was uncertain of the exact figures. "Scram! You are in my way," Vegeta shouted, delivering a fierce kick that sent the unsuspecting Darius flying, threatening, "If you interfere again, I will end you." Vegeta, Darius, having been forcefully thrown, clutched his ribs and glared fiercely at Vegeta, his mind racing with strategies. At that moment, both Darius and Vegeta coincidentally conceived a plan: transformation. Yet, Vegeta hesitated. Although Broly was not clad in battle attire, donning his usual black bodysuit complemented by a blue dragon skin draped at his waist, Vegeta had faintly caught sight of Broly's tail during their recent skirmish. Unlike Kakarot, who had severed his own tail, Broly could indeed transform into a great ape. However, Vegeta possessed his own advantages, as he was unaware of any wishes Broly might have made to the Eternal Dragon. In Vegeta's understanding, only he and King Vegeta could retain their intellect post-transformation, with only a few elite warriors capable of maintaining some semblance of reason. But none could match his level of clarity in their transformed state. Darius, however, did not dwell on these nuances. He viewed the proposed plan as a dual opportunity. Once Broly lost his sanity and transformation, Vegeta would have no choice but to join forces with him. And the combined strength of himself and Vegeta would surpass Broly's. The disparity would only widen once they transformed into great apes. If one were to equate Broly's power to 4, then he and Vegeta would be akin to 2 and 3, respectively, expending a significant amount of energy. Darius concentrated it into his right hand, coalescing it into a white energy sphere, which he then hurled between Vegeta and Broly. Broly, vigilant and unyielding towards Darius, only contemplated the possibility of a sneak attack during his confrontation with Vegeta. Observing the slow flight of the energy sphere, Broly sensed something amiss. Why was its speed so sluggish? Vegeta, too, took note of the projectile launched by Darius. This technique was rare among Saiyans. Yet Vegeta happened to be one of the few capable of executing it. The energy sphere initially vanished into the air, blending with it, before re-emerging and enlarging. Broly recalled that during the original narrative, Vegeta and Goku had transformed into great apes during their battle. Thus he had some familiarity with this technique. A bold notion sparked within Broly. If he were to engage Vegeta in his great ape form while remaining in his humanoid state, would his combat power increase rapidly? However, the corresponding risks were substantial. He could very well meet his demise. Yet, without courage, how could one achieve greatness? After Darius launched his energy sphere, Broly sensed the impending danger and shifted his focus elsewhere, opting not to transform. As Darius melded his energy with the air, a luminous sphere resembling the moon reflected Bulma's light, causing his body to undergo a transformation under its influence. Vegeta, too, was affected by Bulma's radiance. In astonishment, his hair lengthened and his physique expanded. What? Goku exclaimed in shock. Broly, somewhat puzzled, wondered why Goku seemed surprised, having previously informed him about the great ape transformation. Surely, he should have been aware that Gohan had also been trampled during his own transformation. What was there to be astonished about now? Broly turned his gaze towards Goku, finally understanding why Goku had exclaimed in astonishment. It turned out that both Broly and the orchestrator of this farce, Darius, had subconsciously overlooked Goku in Nappa. Goku, perhaps due to his concerns for Gohan, had chosen to abandon his tail, but Nappa, being a Saiyan as well, was similarly dismissed despite his lower combat power. This negligence made their already formidable one-on-two situation even more precarious, and with Nappa's inclusion, the stakes were raised. Fortunately, Goku and Raditz had not transformed. Otherwise, things could have spiraled out of control, and even the Earth might not withstand the consequences. However, the ensuing events did not unfold as Broly had anticipated. Although Vegeta and Nappa transformed under Darius' influence, they retained their consciousness and did not succumb to chaos. Darius, on the other hand, upon transforming, initially succumbed to a frenzy and then launched an assault on both Vegeta and Broly. As Darius struck with a punch resembling his own massive fist, Broly did not overestimate himself but chose to defend against the onslaught with both hands. Yet, he was taken aback. Despite knowing that his power would significantly increase in his great ape form, the force behind Darius' punch exceeded Broly's expectations, causing him to slide backward due to the sheer momentum. In contrast, Vegeta found himself in a more manageable position. Darius' strength was inherently inferior to Vegeta's, and after transforming, it remained the same. When Darius' punch connected with one of Vegeta's hands, he retaliated with a headbutt that struck Darius' nose, drawing blood from the colossal creature. Having lost his reason in his great ape form, Darius acted solely on instinctual destruction, and Vegeta's blow incited the already enraged monster. Darius unleashed a stream of crimson energy, which spiraled chaotically through the air, leaving destruction in its wake. Broly adeptly maneuvered through the air, evading Darius' attacks. Meanwhile, Vegeta's voice, now deeper and echoing, expressed his disdain rather than seeking to evade or defend. Trash, he scoffed, a smirk gracing his face that revealed his contempt for the situation. Choosing a more potent technique than his great ape fire, Vegeta unleashed a super energy wave, emitting a blinding white light as a thicker energy beam shot forth from his mouth, colliding with Darius' fiery assault and ultimately resulting in an explosion upon impact with Darius' face. Perhaps the transformation emboldened Vegeta, as he seemed a different being entirely from the one who had previously been toyed with by Broly. With newfound confidence, he issued a directive to Nappa. Nappa? You are not to interfere in this battle. Otherwise, I will ensure your demise afterward. Understood, replied Nappa, now in his great ape form. Disregarding Goku beside him as he settled onto a large boulder, resting his chin on one hand in a nonchalant manner. Within the depths of Nappa's heart, tranquility was merely a facade. Firstly, he had resolved not to intervene in this battle. Vegeta had long awaited this moment, a sentiment Nappa intimately understood. Secondly, this individual was as ruthless as he was resolute in his intentions. Yet, the most crucial point remained. He possessed no capacity to partake in their conflict. Broly, come forth. No one shall disturb our battle any longer. Surely, you do not presume you can defeat me without transforming? Broly, of course, entertained such thoughts but refrained from verbalizing them. Knowing it would provoke Vegeta, in the temple, he had pondered that if his battle prowess surged during combat, he must not allow his opponent to unleash their full might immediately. To dispatch him in an instant would be to squander his innate talent. Broly's restraint inadvertently bestowed upon Vegeta a sense of delight. Previously, Broly had dominated him, yet the tides had now turned, a reversal that would please anyone. Vegeta unleashed another punch, sending Broly soaring. Before Broly could regain his footing, an enormous shadow descended from the heavens. Vegeta, planting his foot upon Broly, taunted, "Ha! Still no transformation? Are you still unable to control your transformation, fearing the loss of consciousness?" Although Vegeta and Broly had been allies for a period, Broly had never transformed before others, unwilling to reveal his vulnerabilities. Even though Vegeta would eventually redeem himself, Broly preferred to fight alone, even in dire situations requiring transformation. While Vegeta had never witnessed Broly's transformation, the terrifying energy exuded during battle and the devastation left in its wake provided insight. At that time, Vegeta speculated that Broly struggled to control his great ape form, yet he dismissed the thought, attributing it to Broly's youth. With such formidable combat strength, Broly was undoubtedly a superior warrior, and Vegeta hoped he would learn to master his rationality in adulthood. Unbeknownst to Vegeta, Broly's physiology vastly differed from that of ordinary Saiyans. He was born with a battle power exceeding 10,000, an extraordinary talent, and a transformation unlike any other Saiyan, an enigma beyond Vegeta's comprehension. Only Broly understood the duality of this power. Wielded wisely, it would yield triumph. Mismanaged, it would lead to self-destruction. Since you cannot control this power, do not accuse me of bullying you. I have grown weary of this game. Vegeta's voice suddenly amplified, and the force of his foot intensified. Perish. To Vegeta's astonishment, his foot seemed unable to find solid ground. Logically, given his current size and strength, creating a massive pit was well within the realm of possibility. Why then did it feel as though he could not press down? This fellow still possessed strength? Indeed, Broly himself was perplexed. From the moment Vegeta's foot bore down upon him, his mind swelled, blood surged, and a murderous intent enveloped him, while his power began to swell inexorably. Struggling to avoid being crushed by Vegeta, Broly summoned every ounce of strength within him and hurled Vegeta's colossal ape form away. Since the onset of their battle prior to the arrival of Dales, Vegeta had sensed a subtle increase in Broly's combat prowess, initially dismissing it as mere illusion or a ploy. However, considering his own energy expenditure during their conflict, both in flight and in the recent 2-on-1 skirmish, along with the energy used to obliterate that tree, he realized that Broly must have employed some method to grow stronger mid-battle. The implications of this were terrifying. He could not afford to hold back any longer, for if Broly continued to evolve, he might surpass even Frieza in ferocity. As Vegeta was propelled through the air, he quickly steadied himself, adopting a defensive posture, his legs bent slightly, arms crossed behind him, emanating a soft pinkish-purple glow. Broly understood that while the great ape form boasted tenfold power relative to Vegeta's base strength, it primarily augmented his ki, enhancing his offense and defense at the cost of significant speed reduction and rendering many offensive maneuvers ineffective due to the change in size. This was likely why Vegeta had not resorted to the great ape form again. Ultimately, Vegeta's decision to conclude the battle with a Gallic gun was astute. He recognized that this was his optimal choice. Should Broly indeed grow stronger in combat, his stamina would dwindle, and the tides of battle would shift once more, exacerbating the disparity between them. Thus, he concentrated all his energy, aware that if this attack failed to vanquish Broly, he might face defeat once again. As Vegeta prepared to unleash his decisive strike, Broly chose not to interrupt him. The power he had exhibited earlier resembled an adrenaline rush, amplifying his strength while dulling his pain perception and marginally increasing his speed, albeit at the cost of injuring his body. If he failed to best Vegeta in this state, he risked exhausting himself, leaving him incapable of continuing the fight. This condition was akin to a different manifestation of the Kaioken technique, which drained the body's vitality and cellular activation, whereas Broly's state tapped into his latent potential, reminiscent of the tier of the goddess in League of Legends, wherein each battle incrementally augmented one's total mana, albeit with minimal immediate increase. Thus, the stakes were set for a decisive confrontation. Broly, harboring similar intentions, began to gather his energy as Vegeta concentrated his power for a final attack. Chapter 42. The Scions rise again after much contemplation. Broly resolved to employ the Kamehameha to conclude the battle, partly to rectify the missed opportunity for Vegeta to face Goku. However, more importantly, Broly was uncertain whether the full force of his technique would indeed be lethal to Vegeta. Much like Tien's Tri-Beam, under equal force, a smaller contact area yields greater pressure and enhanced penetration power. Other forms of energy attacks, akin to the Spirit Bomb, primarily rely on explosions, which, while possessing a broader range, lack the potency of the Spirit Bomb itself. If Vegeta had not sustained serious injuries, he would undoubtedly resort to lethal measures against himself, thus rendering such tactics irrelevant to Broly's strategic considerations. The only viable techniques are the Spirit Bomb and the Kamehameha, which, unlike explosions, penetration, or cutting, primarily exert a thrust, characterized by a gentler force. However, should the user so desire, their destructive power can be formidable, exemplified by the decapitated Cell and Goku's tenfold Kamehameha. Broly positioned his hands in a sunflower shape, nestled between his ribs, as energy began to coalesce towards the center of his palms, a dazzling blue-white light emanating forth. A purple energy beam, measuring 1 to 2 meters in diameter, erupted from Vegeta's hand, unimpeded and heading straight for Broly. "You two, get out of the way," Broly shouted to Nappa and Goku, aware that even if Nappa were caught in the blast, he would likely remain unscathed in his great ape form, which had enhanced his defenses. However, Goku's situation was precarious, with a battle power below 10,000. Even a glancing blow from Vegeta's great ape form would pose a significant threat. Yet, the others were puzzled by Broly's words. Had he given up? If so, why not interrupt Vegeta's charge? Was he willing to perish in battle? Nonetheless, many Scions would consider such a demise a noble fate. Nappa seized Goku with one hand and leaped backward, distancing them further from the impending danger. "Let me go? I want to help," Goku protested, but Nappa, as a loyal subordinate of Vegeta, would not permit him to interfere. Moreover, dying in combat was an aspiration for many Scions. Nappa's sole concern was to protect Broly from Kakarot's interference. Even Vegeta was moved by the tragic atmosphere, yet he did not cease his actions. Instead, he intensified his energy output, uttering just loud enough for Broly to hear, "I will remember you, Broly. If you return with Kakarot, perhaps you will not perish." Vegeta's Gallic gun surged towards Broly, who remained immobile, further solidifying the crowd's suspicions, until Vegeta unleashed a full-force Gallic gun in his great ape form, the sheer power of which generated a cloud of dust that enveloped the surroundings. Goku, it seemed, bore the brunt of misfortune, just as Broly had forewarned. The blast's impact extended to him and Nappa, who instinctively shielded Goku from some of the damage. However, even the residual force was too much for Goku, with his battle power insufficient to withstand it, though he emerged with only minor injuries. He felt a sense of frustration, perhaps being the first person in the world to be injured merely by spectating. Vegeta exhaled in relief, preparing to retract the artificial moon, his remaining energy dwindling, when his eyes widened in astonishment. From amidst the swirling dust, he beheld that radiant blue-white glow. Originally, Broly harbored no thoughts of defeat. His stillness was a calculated strategy to prolong his energy accumulation, thereby amplifying the potency of his Kamehameha. As the Gallic gun approached, Broly employed the afterimage technique, executing a clever ruse that caught Vegeta off guard. Consequently, Vegeta found himself devoid of the time required to adopt a defensive stance, and he bore the brunt of the nearly point-blank Kamehameha. Fortunately, his great ape form afforded him enhanced defense, sparing him from a fatal outcome. In the final fleeting moments of consciousness, Vegeta mustered all his strength to utter a few words. "Despicable." What a notion of despicability! Vegeta, Was that truly your line? Broly remained indifferent to Vegeta's disparagement, finding it absurd that after having the upper hand against others, Vegeta would dare to label him as such. Unbeknownst to Broly, he misinterpreted the thoughts of the others. He presumed that Vegeta felt slighted for not engaging in a beam struggle, who decreed that he must reciprocate a beam attack. A great ape form striking against his ordinary state? Only a fool would comply. And you? Nappa, will you continue to fight? Broly panted heavily, eyeing the great ape Nappa with caution. Nappa responded with action, unleashing an energy blast that obliterated the artificial moon created by Dor. He then remarked, "No more fighting. Let's resume once you've recovered." With the disappearance of the artificial moon, the bodies of both the fallen Vegeta and Dor, as well as the standing Nappa, began to undergo a transformation, their fur gradually vanishing as their physiques reverted to their normal sizes. Once Broly ensured the well-being of his comrades, he instructed the Z fighters to gather the Dragon Balls. The impact of Dor's spirit tree on Earth was significant. If not addressed promptly, it could precipitate a calamity. Despite suffering grievous injuries at the hands of the enhanced Nappa, the Z fighters had ample Senzu beans to recover, provided they were not dead. However, Broly did not possess the same benevolence toward these scions as Goku did. He hesitated to use Senzu beans on them, uncertain whether their survival would augment their battle prowess. Moreover, he sought to take advantage of their weakened state to instill a new mindset, as only then would they be receptive to his teachings. A day later, in the central wilderness, Dor gingerly touched his swollen face, musing, "I somehow survived? I wonder which of those two prevailed. Never mind, what does it matter to me? I must return to the ship and search for any remaining spirit fruits, if none are left. I shall have to scavenge for seeds and seek refuge on another planet for a while." Lost in thought, Dor struggled to rise. "Thinking of returning to your ship? Forget it, I destroyed it. A spirit tree is a blight that should not exist in this world." "What? Destroyed?" Dor gasped in shock, his anger rising, only to be subdued by the sight of Broly, who appeared unscathed and entirely unharmed. Alas, when one is beneath a roof, one must bow their head. As a scion, why not strive to grow stronger by one's own merit? What use is there in relying on external forces? Can you truly honor your tail? Dallas was acutely aware that now was not the time to sever ties with Broly, yet his tone was laced with resentment. "Humph, such eloquent words. If you had endured what I have, I wonder if you would still utter such sentiments. Are we, the lower-class warriors, destined to be oppressed? Your lofty proclamations make me feel nauseous. You speak with reason. Indeed, one cannot counsel another without having faced their struggles. But do you believe that possessing superior combat prowess and being a higher-ranking warrior suffices? Is it the life you desire to be regarded with suspicion, nearly exiled to a desolate planet to fend for yourself? Had it not been for my cleverness, perhaps Vegeta 3 would have obliterated me within the incubation pod." Dallas was taken aback by Broly's unexpected experiences. He yearned to retort, yet found himself at a loss for words. "You have awakened, have you not? Cease your pretense of slumber." Broly directed his gaze towards Vegeta, who stood nearby. Indeed, Vegeta 3's reign had been fraught with failure and folly. Yet were you blameless? Which among you bears no blood on your hands? Who among you had the audacity to rebel against Vegeta 3 or resist Frieza? At that moment, Raditz and Nappa arrived with Goku, conveniently overhearing this exchange, though they feigned ignorance. With everyone gathered, Broly commenced his indoctrination. "Not only do you lack courage, but I do as well. Why, you may ask? The answer is simple: we are far too weak. Vegeta 3 may have been somewhat tolerable, as some had grown accustomed to his rules and methods. Yet Frieza regarded us as mere slaves, threats to be annihilated, even while we obediently followed his commands. I wonder if any among you are acquainted with Kakarote's father, Bardock. He was the only scion who dared to confront Frieza head-on with a battle power of merely 20 to 30,000. His team was slaughtered, yet he narrowly escaped injury. After dispatching the Frieza force that sought to intercept him, he returned to planet Vegeta, bearing news of Frieza's intent to annihilate the Scions. But alas, Broly drew out a long sigh, and not a single soul chose to believe him. No, it was more accurate to say they lacked the courage to believe. They could not fathom what they would do against Frieza, who possessed a battle power of 530,000 without even exerting his full strength, should he choose to destroy the Scions. But what transpired? Frieza indeed obliterated planet Vegeta, claiming to those of you who narrowly escaped that it was destroyed by an asteroid. A race of warriors, known for their combat prowess, ultimately had to rely on a lower-class warrior to safeguard their planet and kin. This is the grim truth of the Scion extinction. Do you feel a sense of shame upon hearing this? With that, Broly paused, surveying the expressions of those around him. Nappa, Raditz, and Dallas clenched their fists, while Goku bowed his head, conjuring the figure from his memories. Vegeta, arms crossed, turned his face aside. Yet the fingers digging into his flesh betrayed his current emotions. Satisfied with their reactions, Broly felt a sense of approval. If these individuals could unite, they would form a formidable force, for one understands the latent potential of the Scions. Even the Scions from Universe 6 can engage in a back and forth with the protagonists. Should the opportunity arise to resurrect other Scions and guide them towards the right path, it would echo the lyrics. Henceforth, even the gods shall tremble in awe. Chapter 43. Diverging paths. I believe that both King Vegeta 3 and Frieza have erred. I shall not rank them in superiority or inferiority. What I do know is that King Vegeta 3 was obliterated by Frieza, yet the oppression upon us persists unabated. It is time to rise. No one is destined for the shackles of slavery. Likewise, no one is inherently meant to be deemed a lower-class warrior. Our fate lies within our own grasp. Kakarot serves as a prime example, having transformed from a mere combat power of 2 to surpassing Raditz, who was once considered a superior warrior. If he can shatter the chains of his destiny, then so can you, I, and all. Vegeta, I have previously shared words with you that I trust you have taken to heart. You have long harbored intentions to rebel against Frieza, have you not? Vegeta, taken aback, inquired, how did you know? The Scion race possesses combat abilities that surpass Frieza's minions, coupled with absolute obedience, requiring neither resources nor wealth. If Frieza were to discover this, he would undoubtedly be intrigued. Moreover, your summoning of Raditz to Earth serves to unite the remnants of our kin, does it not? Your thoughts are transparent. Humph. So what? Even together, we are inferior to his Ginyu Force. These are mere fantasies. No, that is certainly not the case. While we may indeed be weak in comparison to him, do you know why he harbors such trepidation towards a Science? Is it merely due to our great ape transformation? Since my earliest cognizance, a legend has circulated among the Scions. Are you referring to the Super Scion? Preposterous. In all recorded history, including the conquest of planet Vegeta, there has been no sighting of a Super Scion. I happen to know both the legend and the transformation method. Broly's voice, though soft, landed like a nuclear bomb amidst tranquil slumber, capturing the attention of all present. What? That is truly more than mere legend? The Scions are poised for resurgence. Listen to me. The prevailing image of us Scions is that we are cold-hearted and ruthless, indifferent to the lives of our comrades and kin, and indeed, this is largely true. However, prior to my arrival on Earth, I encountered a revelation. On a certain planet, there exists a race remarkably akin to us Scions, ranking among the top in combat prowess. While they cannot compare to us, their strength is largely derived from their eyes, with the conditions for activation being exceedingly stringent, necessitating immense stimuli such as the loss of loved ones or enduring inhumane torment. As the method for awakening their powers circulated, some even resorted to fratricide. On their planet, it has become a common belief that they are a cursed lineage. I scoffed at this notion until I encountered an alternative perspective. Their group does not disregard emotions. Rather, it is precisely because they hold emotions in such high regard that they possess this enlightening approach. Their strength does not derive from the slaughter of their kin. Instead, this power exists to safeguard the bonds of their emotions. Are you suggesting that we Scions must adopt such a method to transform? Vegeta, in his fervent desire for power, has grown somewhat impatient. Yet, I contend that without something to protect, it is exceedingly difficult to achieve the transformation into a Super Scion. I shall not keep you in suspense. There are indeed two methods. First, akin to their group, we must experience tremendous stimuli to trigger our transformation, with such emotions predominantly stemming from anger. The second method is more suited to the researchers and logistical personnel of our planet, necessitating a prolonged existence in a relatively stable environment. When the substance known as S cells within us accumulates sufficiently, we can concentrate our power in our backs to transform. Before Broly could finish his words, several individuals attempted the process, including the injured Vegeta and Dorius, who were particularly eager. There is no need for experimentation. Both methods are absolutely viable. However, the transformation into a Super Scion demands a combat power threshold, likely in the millions. This figure may seem distant to us now, yet at least we have a goal. I have spoken at length today, gathering you not solely to discuss this legend, but more so to seek your assistance. Approximately a year from now, I intend to confront Frisia, and I hope you can aid me then. Of course, this is merely a request, and you may decline. However, should you choose not to participate, I implore you to preserve the spark of the Science. If possible, please safeguard this beautiful planet within your capabilities. As Broly bowed to the group, Vegeta stepped forward, resting a hand on Broly's shoulder, muttering, "Unnecessary." Goku also placed a hand on Broly's shoulder from behind, giving it a reassuring pat. If one relies solely on others for salvation, they are unworthy of freedom. Rise up, comrades. Broly extended his fist. Goku, having spent the most time with Broly, was the first to grasp his meaning, extending his own fist to meet Broly's. He then turned his gaze to Raditz. After less than a year of camaraderie, Raditz had come to acknowledge Goku as his brother, his character subtly influenced by Goku's presence. Upon witnessing the two fists connect, Raditz also extended his own. Nappa finally heard the remainder of Broly's words. Since their parting years ago, he had often pondered Broly's expression of disappointment. Now he understood that Broly had resolved to lead the Science in vengeance from that very moment, and it seemed that Vegeta shared this sentiment as well. For a brute like Nappa, not having to choose sides between the two was already the best outcome. Thus, Nappa extended his massive fist as well. The remaining Dales and Vegeta exchanged glances, perhaps influenced by Broly's egalitarian philosophy, which had painted an idyllic utopia in their minds, leaving them enmeshed in contemplation. Yet, being Science and men, there was an undeniable awkwardness in the air. Noticing Vegeta's reluctance to speak, Dales took the initiative. "Let me clarify. My cooperation with you is merely temporary. Broly, what you have destroyed is not just the tree of might and the fruit, but my dreams of universal domination. Once we vanquish Frisia, I will settle the score with you." Subsequently, Dales extended his fist to join the others, though his dark gray skin made him appear somewhat out of place. "Very well, I await your challenge. Not just from you. After we defeat Frisia, I am prepared for your vengeance." This was no mere formality. If they could grow stronger, surpassing him, Broly welcomed their challenges, for in doing so, he too would evolve. Eventually, the group's gaze fell upon Vegeta. Broly had a keen understanding of this proud prince. How could Vegeta possibly lack interest in defeating Frisia? Reflecting on his words during the Namex saga, it became evident that his power had always been insufficient to confront Frisia, compounded by his deep-seated pride. Vegeta valued the honor of the Saiyan race above all else, perpetually claiming the title of Prince of the Saiyans. And his self-esteem as such permeated the entirety of the Dragon Ball narrative. Finally, Nappa spoke up. His recent rapport with Vegeta fostered a desire for the few remaining Saiyans to unite in pursuit of their dream of revival. "Vegeta, Nappa, have you forgotten your identity? Are you instructing me on how to act? And you all, do not become too complacent. Vegeta, temper your fury. I believe you are better suited to the second transformation." Broly interjected, unfazed by Vegeta's disdain, offering him a way out. "Nonsense. Clearly, a combat genius like me is better suited for." Before Vegeta could finish, Broly seized his wrist with a firm grip. After several futile attempts to break free, Vegeta ceased his struggle, clenched his fist, and joined the others, feigning reluctance as he turned his face away. Chapter 44. Farewell. Gathering on a balmy afternoon, the group gathered, bringing various items to celebrate with the party. Several Saiyans had resolved to restore their race, and without a doubt, Raditz chose to remain on Earth to train alongside them. Meanwhile, Nappa and Dales listened to Raditz boast about the supposed weakness of Earthlings, claiming that one could easily find lucrative work and live like a lord. Broly had repeatedly reminded them that Earth had become a second home for Goku and himself, urging them to refrain from reckless behavior, as it might also serve as a second home for the Saiyans. Dales, whose former aspiration was to become a cosmic emperor, had relinquished that dream but found the tranquil life of Earthlings an appealing alternative, especially with Broly present, making training and sparring convenient. Nappa remarked, "Having fought my entire life, is it not my right to indulge a little?" However, Vegeta chose to depart, as this battle unveiled the dormant potential of the Saiyans, the ability to resurrect stronger from the brink of death. Thus, he decided to return to Frisia, not only to observe Frisia's movements, but also to acquire the latest intelligence. If Frisia remained unaware of the events on Earth, Vegeta's strength would likely be utilized for some time, aiding in his own ascension in power. Broly considered this approach to be quite sound. Presently, Frieza was oblivious to the Dragon Balls, and he could not guarantee that Frieza would venture to Namek. It was prudent to keep a watchful eye on him. Broly handed Vegeta a scouter, instructing, "This has been specially crafted for you by Bulma at my request. When activated, Frieza will hear your usual activities. In case of an emergency, pressing this will switch to our private channel, allowing you to contact us in times of danger." Vegeta remained silent, stowing the device away. This gathering, although a farewell, is an opportunity to relish Earth's delicacies. Savor this tranquility before the impending battle. But do not forget to train, or I shall be the first to eliminate those who dare to hinder me. With that, Vegeta grew less reserved and began to boast. You, with that foul demeanor and repugnant tongue, should recognize that Broly orchestrated this celebration for our enjoyment. Even if you do not appreciate it, refrain from uttering such disheartening remarks. Bulma interjected, pointing an accusatory finger at Vegeta. Enough, Bulma. It's of no consequence. Scions are simply like that. Do not take it to heart, Broly consoled, wrapping his arms around her. Seeing Broly at a disadvantage brought joy to Vegeta, who chewed on his food, quipping, "This woman embodies the spirit of a scion. Albeit her fighting prowess is rather lacking. On our planet, she would scarcely surpass the logistical staff." What do you mean by embodying the spirit of a scion? Bulma retorted, recalling Broly's tales, noting that aside from the rare exceptions like Goku's mother, Chi-Chi, most female scions are fierce warriors akin to Caulifla. Initially, due to the previous conflict and the scion temperament, Broly had arranged for several scions to sit separately from the Earth warriors. Yet, following this little commotion led by Raditz, laughter erupted among the group, fostering a more harmonious atmosphere. Bulma can indeed be quite intimidating when riled. Goku jested. Vegeta's assertion held truth. Female scions were formidable, indeed. All right, enough of this chatter. Food will only silence your mouths, Broly hastily interjected, shoving food into the mouths of the two brothers. Broly instinctively glanced at Bulma, only to be taken aback by her new appearance, which momentarily left him entranced. Although he was aware of Bulma's ever-changing nature, witnessing her in such an outfit in reality made it impossible for him to feign indifference. Bulma had opted for a charming, mid-length wavy hairstyle reminiscent of the Showa era, a style that the likes of Akina Nakamori and Seiko Matsuda had adored in a previous life. However, the sky-blue hue of her hair felt somewhat discordant with Broly's recollections of her dark brown locks. "Hey, say something, will you?" Bulma exclaimed, nudging Broly with her elbow, only to find him staring vacantly at her. Seeing this, her irritation evaporated, replaced by an uncontrollable smile as she deliberately adjusted her hair. Time passed swiftly, and the scions indeed had an enormous appetite. After they finally satiated their hunger, Bulma suggested they engage in some entertainment by conjuring a drone using a capsule. From the drone, a beam of light projected a 3D image, yet, to their surprise, it turned out to be a news broadcast. The host on the projection narrated their recent discovery. "We have found 2 spherical machines in the previous ruins. According to relevant authorities, these may be spaceships, and the extensive explosion might have been caused by extraterrestrials arriving from this site." "Isn't that our spaceship, Vegeta?" Nappa pointed at the screen. "We can just reclaim it. After all, it rightfully belongs to us," Raditz suggested. "Why complicate matters? You recognize this, don't you, Shorty?" Bulma said, waving an object in her hand. "Shorty, are you referring to me?" Vegeta's expression darkened visibly, but upon recognizing the object in Bulma's hand, he hesitated to act. "Isn't that the remote control for my spaceship? How did it end up with you?" "Return it immediately. It was found by Krillin. Given the sophistication of your ship, can't you just recall it?" Bulma replied, having already studied the remote the previous night. Although the remote was in Bulma's possession, Vegeta wasn't overly concerned. He understood that even in jest, there were limits. Moreover, he had heard from Broly that the new type of detector had been modified with her assistance, so she, being a researcher, would likely not make any grave errors. "Bulma, you should return the remote to Vegeta. He needs to get back," Broly urged, reaching out to take the remote from her hand. As if, Bulma is not one to easily heed advice. Even Beerus and Whis would have to consider her mood, Bulma retorted as she fiddled with the remote, causing the spaceship in the projection to spring to life. What a trivial matter. Before Bulma could finish her sentence, the remote emitted a series of beeping sounds, and the spaceship in the projection erupted in an explosion due to the proximity of the two vessels. The shock left everyone astounded, even Broly, who hadn't anticipated Bulma's reckless maneuver. "You wretched woman! Return my spaceship!" Vegeta bellowed, but he was restrained by Raditz and Nappa, preventing him from losing his temper. "What are you yelling about? How was I to know that your Scion spaceships had a self-destruct mechanism?" Broly swiftly positioned himself between the two, acting as a mediator. "Do not be angry. Do not be angry. The spaceship I arrived in is still with Bulma's father. If that fails, isn't there another one with Raditz?" Chapter 45. Chiou-Yi's tragedy. After bidding farewell to Vegeta, the group commenced their exploration of methods to traverse the cosmos. Broly's spaceship had been dismantled into components by Brief and was still under examination, while Raditz's vessel had been pilfered by Vegeta. This prompted Broly to recall the Supreme Kai, who, as a Namekian, had originally come to Earth. His spacecraft should still be located somewhere. Broly established telepathic contact with the Supreme Kai, and after explaining their situation, the Supreme Kai generously offered his own spaceship to Broly and his companions. Subsequently, Bulma and Brief began modifying the Supreme Kai's vessel, while the others opted to continue their training in anticipation of news from Vegeta. Broly chose to remain with Bulma, providing them with suggestions. Given the substantial number of individuals traveling, the Supreme Kai's spaceship would prove inadequate. A larger vessel needed to be constructed, in addition to the essential amenities. Broly requested Bulma to specifically allocate a space for training. The gravity device Broly had previously mentioned could also be utilized after studying the Namekian spaceship. One must commend the advanced technological prowess of the Namekians, which at this juncture seemingly surpassed that of the Scions and the Frisia Force. Broly could not help but express his admiration. The Namekian ships not only boasted superior speed compared to their Scion counterparts, but they also required no manual operation, functioning solely through voice commands, truly remarkable. In fact, Bulma had suggested utilizing the Dragon Balls to transport everyone to Namek, since this time Piccolo had survived. And the Supreme Kai was also alive, thus the Dragon Balls were available for use. However, Broly dismissed the idea, feeling that unforeseen complications might arise. To err on the side of caution, it was prudent to reserve the Dragon Balls for emergencies. With the spaceship arrangements complete, the next step was selecting personnel. The few Scions were certain to join, and then there was Piccolo. According to the Supreme Kai, if they were indeed heading to Namek, Piccolo should take the opportunity to visit his homeland and fight for it, especially since his presence would facilitate communication with the Namekians. However, to Broly's surprise, Krillin, Gohan, and even Bulma decided to accompany them. "This is absurd. What do you intend to accomplish? Do you think this is merely a game?" Broly admonished Bulma loudly. "I'm not going. If the spaceship breaks down along the way, who will repair it?" Bulma retorted, leaving Broly momentarily speechless. Indeed, while any Scion present, except for Goku, could operate the ship, none possessed the skills to repair it. "What about him? Kakarot, why should he be involved in this?" Raditz pointed at Gohan, recalling their agreement to preserve a trace of Scion lineage. "Let him go if he wishes." Surprisingly, Piccolo, who was often more protective than even Gohan's biological father, did not oppose this time. "What nonsense are you spouting? He is indeed the last hope of our Scion race. Do you understand?" Raditz questioned as he grasped Piccolo by the collar of his cape. "Let Goku decide. After all, he is Gohan's father," Broly interjected. Goku shook his head and replied, "I believe he should be allowed to make his own decision. When Raditz first arrived on Earth, he was too frightened to fight. If Gohan makes a choice, we must respect it." Broly nodded in agreement. It is often said that Goku's parenting methods are questionable. To him, it seemed that Goku was so consumed by training that he neglected his family. In her disappointment, Chi-Chi could only place all her hopes on Gohan. However, under Broly's influence, Goku's character had begun to change. From Goku's earlier words, Broly could discern that he was indeed a good father. "Kid, are you really going there? There are monsters that eat people, you know. We won't be able to look after you then," Raditz said, attempting to intimidate him. Gohan was initially frightened, but his expression soon hardened as he nodded resolutely. "Krillin, what about you? I have already stated that this mission is entirely about our Scion affairs. You need not involve yourself," Broly asked. Others might be unaware, but Krillin had the least chance of survival, and only with his sacrifice could Goku transform. Although Broly was not inherently benevolent, he still felt compelled to offer a warning. "I may be afraid of dying, it's true, but as I said, I am going to repay Goku's favor. Besides, I have found that spending time with you Scions isn't as difficult as I thought," he chuckled. Since Krillin had made up his mind, Broly chose not to argue further and began preparing for the final arrangements. In Broly's heart, the nature of this mission had shifted. He once thought that if they failed, they could use the Dragon Balls to revive themselves. However, if Gohan, Bulma, and Piccolo were present, a defeat would mean utter annihilation. Thus, Broly silently resolved that this battle must be won at all costs. Meanwhile, Vegeta returned to the temporary base of the Frieza Force. With the assistance of the Grunts, he was taken to the healing pod. Although Vegeta had spent a few days recuperating on Earth, he inflicted some additional wounds on himself to avoid raising Frieza's suspicions. After several days of treatment, Vegeta emerged, seeking Frieza to inquire about the upcoming plans. However, the medical staff informed him that Frieza had already departed from the planet. It seems he has grown tired of this place, Vegeta mused, finding no surprise in Frieza's nature. Lord Chiu-E requested that after your treatment, you meet him in the training room. He has matters to discuss, one of the staff said. I have nothing to say to that fool, Vegeta retorted, striding toward the exit. Just then, he was intercepted by Chiu-E, who approached him head-on. Hey, Vegeta, I heard you suffered a crushing defeat on Earth? Even Raditz has betrayed you, has he? Who is this adversary capable of rendering the invincible Saiyan helpless? Chiu-E emphasized the word invincible, clearly attempting to provoke Vegeta. Humph. The other party is also a Saiyan. Is it not entirely expected to defeat a Saiyan? Step aside. I have no time for idle chatter. Although Vegeta was reluctant to engage in frivolous conversation with Chiu-E, his pride compelled him to provide a brief explanation. Just as Vegeta intended to pass by Chiu-E, the latter seized his shoulder guard and remarked, I didn't expect there to be other surviving Saiyans, but no matter, Lord Frieza will take care of them all. What do you mean by that? Chiu-E's words piqued Vegeta's interest. You do not truly believe your actions are flawless, do you? You have long harbored intentions to betray Lord Frieza, haven't you? Surely, you do not think that Frieza has merely installed a listening device on your scouter? In truth, both Broly and Vegeta had anticipated the scouter's surveillance capabilities. Thus, Vegeta refrained from divulging any advantageous information to Frieza. However, he was taken aback by Frieza's cunning. When had this occurred? Despite the shock coursing through him, Vegeta maintained his composure. Your ship is equipped with one as well. Although no valuable information was gleaned on Earth, the astute Lord Frieza had already surmised your treacherous intentions. However, Chiu-E continued, locking his gaze onto Vegeta's face in an attempt to discern any signs of panic. Lord Frieza has not deemed you insignificant characters worthy of his concern. Recently, someone has presented him with information regarding the Dragon Balls, claiming that any wish can be granted. Lord Frieza intends to wish for eternal youth and life before dealing with the remaining Saiyans. Oh no, does that mean he has already gone to Earth? Earth? No. The information brought by that person stated it was on Namek, but it matters little. Lord Frieza will inevitably arrive on Earth. At last, Chiu-E observed a flicker of panic on the otherwise imperious Vegeta's face, which filled him with satisfaction as he taunted. So, even the invincible Saiyan can experience fear? Vegeta remained silent, suddenly erupting in a fierce attack. He delivered a powerful knee strike that doubled Chiu-E over, followed by a swift decapitation with his right hand. After completing this, Vegeta dashed towards his ship and activated the scouter Broly had given him. Broly, just as you predicted, Frieza is already aware of the Saiyan situation. However, according to Chiu-E, they have not overheard any discussions on Earth and remain oblivious to the existence of Super Saiyans. Yet, Frieza has received information about the Dragon Balls from elsewhere and has already set off. Understood. We will hasten our journey to Namek. As anticipated, Frieza has already become aware of the Saiyans. However, according to Chiu-E, they have not overheard the conversations on Earth and remain oblivious to the existence of Super Saiyans. Yet, Frieza has not only heard of the Dragon Balls from other sources, but has also set out in advance. Upon receiving the news from Vegeta, the group promptly resolved to make their way to Namek. Everyone, brace yourselves. Once we break through the atmosphere, the turbulence will cease, Bulma cautioned. Broly interjected. Most of us have navigated through space, except for you, Piccolo, and Krillin. Piccolo, having been somewhat tempered by Goku's influence, responded, the memories of us Namekians are inherited. To be precise, only the two of you lack such experiences. Huffed, what is so impressive about that? Broly scoffed, suddenly realizing an oversight. Oh no. Weavy rushed off without considering one crucial detail. Does anyone have the coordinates for Namek? Goku chimed in. Bulma, ever since you started hanging out with Broly, You've become rather unreliable. Bulma flushed at the remark and retorted, That's rich coming from you. Did you not also overlook it? The coordinates are SU 839045XY. I had researched them before coming to Earth. At this moment, Broly stepped forward. Initially, he intended to visit Namek to make a few wishes before heading to Earth. But he abandoned that plan, recalling the Namekian's ability to read minds. He feared that if his identity as a traveler were to be revealed, Whis and Beerus might cause him trouble, even if such abilities could not uncover his true nature. Any discoveries regarding his actions with Vegeta's team could lead the Namekians to deny him the use of the Dragon Balls. The thought of coercing them into granting wishes had never crossed Broly's mind. The Namekians would likely choose death over submission, which would only serve to sour relations and create complications in future confrontations with Frieza. Days passed, and due to the pressing nature of time and circumstances, Broly informed a few individuals of the Scion's predicament and prepared them with senzu beans. The group's power levels surged rapidly, including Broly's, whose strength grew even more formidable with each battle. Originally, it would have taken a month for the journey using the Supreme Kai spaceship, but Broly had long since entrusted his ship to Bulma for research. This time, the vessel was a redesigned model based on the Supreme Kai's ship, rendering it significantly faster, allowing them to reach Namek in less than half the usual time. As they beheld the green skies and 3 suns, the landscape was breathtaking. Although it was Broly's first time on Namek, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Let us hope Frieza does not act too hastily, he mused. They activated their scanners and separated to search for the Dragon Balls and any signs of Frieza, agreeing to reconvene in 1 hour. Additionally, I have already instructed everyone on the use of Ki. Frieza cannot sense weaker Ki, unless absolutely necessary, or if Frieza is already aware of our presence. We should avoid using Ki and refrain from flying, opting instead to walk. After Broly instructed everyone to disperse, he remained with Bulma to guard the spaceship, as it was too precarious for her to be alone. The strategy that Broly devised was one of rural encirclement of the urban center. It was clear that Frieza would not come alone. Why would he undertake the tedious task of searching for the Dragon Balls himself? Broly resolved to quietly eliminate Frieza's subordinates dispatched to find the Dragon Balls on Namek before Raditz, Nappa, and Dor would deal with those left aboard Frieza's ship, culminating in a unified confrontation against Frieza. On Frieza's side, activity was not sluggish. Within a day and a half of arriving on Namek, he had already located 4 Dragon Balls. Seated in his hovercraft, Frieza cautioned his minions to remain vigilant regarding Vegeta. Reports from the temporary base indicated that Vegeta had betrayed them and had eliminated Shui. Mr. Dodoria summoned the Jinyu force. I have a premonition that an intriguing battle may unfold on Namek, he declared. As if struck by a sudden thought, Frieza added, After you send the message, join Mr. Sorbet in dealing with Vegeta. I've heard his battle power reached 30,000. The 2 of you should suffice. I do not wish to be disturbed while making my wish. It seemed as though some unseen force was guiding fate, steering events back on course. Gohan and Krillin discovered Frieza's presence and miraculously escaped from his clutches with the rescued, healing Namekian, Dend. We've been spotted by Frieza. 2 of them are pursuing us. Everyone, immediately head towards Gohan's position. Those chasing us may include Frieza, so be cautious. With that, Broly concealed Bulma far from the spaceship and set off toward Gohan's location. Did you engage in battle with them? Were you injured? Goku inquired anxiously. No, they were searching for the Dragon Balls. An elderly Namekian resembling Uncle Piccolo destroyed their scouter, and then I charged in. Uncle Krillin saved us with the solar flare. A scouter? The solar flare? Broly reflected, recognizing the wisdom in their actions. It was unlikely that anyone else could have escaped Frieza's grasp, let alone rescue others. Dodoria and Sorbet were still relentlessly searching for Gohan and Krillin when they encountered a figure of modest stature. Vegeta? You are quite audacious. Did you not hear the message from the scouter? Lord Frieza commanded us to eliminate you, and yet you dare to appear before us? They taunted. Ha! You certainly have a bold tongue. Without the scouter, you must find it impossible to send word. Look around you. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Dodoria and Sorbet turned to survey their surroundings, only to discover that several individuals had mysteriously appeared beside them. Raditz? Nappa? You 2 are not the only Scions who share similar appearances, yet have never been seen before. As a group of burly men encircled them, the corpulent visage of Dodoria began to glisten with cold sweat. In a moment of desperation, he attempted to parley. Vegeta, do you truly intend to openly defy Lord Frieza? You ought to consider this carefully. If I were in your position, I would lead this band of scions to another planet. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Vegeta wore a sinister grin. Dodoria cast an enraged glare at Gohan, causing the boy to cower behind Goku. Curse it. That wretched brat is merely bait. If it were just you, Vegeta, it would surely be your demise. Darius, unable to remain silent, noted that Raditz and Nappa, who had previously been part of Vegeta's squad, held a degree of respect for him, especially in Broly's absence. Yet Darius was unimpressed, viewing Vegeta merely as an ordinary compatriot. After all, the Scion lineage was nearly extinct. He then interjected, Vegeta, why waste your breath? Eliminate them swiftly. We have more pressing matters at hand. Continue with your tasks. I shall handle these too, Vegeta declared. He had overheard Broly's strategy and, despite his extensive battles, found little to critique. However, a flicker of resentment brewed within him towards these two arrogant foes. Enough of this delay. We cannot afford to attract Frieza's attention prematurely. Darius was perplexed by Vegeta's unusual demeanor. He was a man of strength. And today he spoke of one-on-one confrontations? Leave those two to him. Let us proceed with our endeavors. The farthest Broly had also arrived, and following their battle on Earth, Vegeta's power now exceeded 50,000, while Dodoria, if memory served correctly, was at 220,000, and after transformation, Zabon was below 30,000. In the realm of Dragon Ball, once combat power surpassed a certain threshold, the outcome was often a swift annihilation. With Broly having spoken, Darius ceased his deliberations and, adhering to their original plan, dispersed. Chapter 47. An unwelcome character. Zabon. Transform quickly, Dodoria urged as he saw the others truly departing. Damn that Vegeta. I had no desire to assume this grotesque form. This is all you're doing. If you are unwilling to transform, then do not, Vegeta interrupted, unleashing a powerful energy wave. Now it is your turn. As he observed Zabon fall, Dodoria began to plead for mercy. Vegeta, spare me. I am merely following Frieza's orders. If you let me go, I will assist you in eliminating Frieza. I have long found him intolerable. Why would I ally with someone who cannot even best me? Humph. Did you not see? We Scions have come for vengeance. His end is nigh. With that, Vegeta concentrated energy in his hands. Wait, spare me, and I shall divulge a secret about the Scions. Dodoria's instinct for survival surged. Oh, speak then. In truth, your Scion planet was annihilated by Frieza. As warriors of your caliber proliferate, Frieza grew fearful of your potential unity, leading him to obliterate your world. Now, might I be granted a reprieve? What were you about to say? Can you fathom why so many Scions have appeared on Namek? It appears you had not finished your thoughts. As Vegeta unleashed a powerful energy wave, casting him aside. This is Broly. Within Frieza's spacecraft, for Dragon Balls have been located. The voice of Dales resonated from the detector. I have found one as well, came Goku's voice. I too possess one. This one was discovered by Vegeta. How are Frieza's henchmen faring? Broly inquired. Doria and Zarbon have been vanquished, Vegeta replied. We have largely dealt with those we encountered along the way. Dales, what is your status? Humph. There are no survivors aboard the ship. Very well, let us converge on the location of the final Dragon Ball. After issuing the command, Broly soared towards the last Dragon Ball's position. With just one Dragon Ball remaining, once gathered, its power could facilitate a reversal. However, the wish to be granted necessitates careful contemplation. What wishes can the eternal dragon fulfill that would also enable the defeat of Frieza? Is Piccolo present? I am here with Goku. Did Gohan not rescue one of your kin from Frieza? You might converse with him regarding matters on Namek. Broly intended for Piccolo to inquire about the Grand Elder. Yet he had yet to meet the Grand Elder, making such a request difficult to articulate without arousing suspicion among the astute Namekians. Understood. As anticipated, the final Dragon Ball resided within the Grand Elder's dwelling. Upon arrival, Piccolo engaged in recollections with the Grand Elder, while Dan assisted the others in summoning the Eternal Dragon. Suddenly, the arrival of a group of uninvited guests rendered the situation tense. Someone has come, and not just one. Their energy is formidable, yet not at the level of Frieza. It appears to be a mercenary squad under Frieza's command, the Ginyu Force. Having served under Frieza for many years, Vegeta was quite familiar with such matters. However, they numbered only 5, yet there seemed to be 8 presences. Regarding the perception of energy, Broly, having trained the longest, possessed the keenest sensitivity among them, pointing out the inconsistency in Vegeta's statement. Little one, make your wish quickly. Time is of the essence, Broly urged. I've spotted them. In a moment of urgency, Broly resolved to lead the Scions away, allowing Krillin and Gohan to make the wish. Divert their attention, Broly shouted. Mid-flight, a thought struck him. He paused and called out to Krillin. No matter what wish is made, Piccolo must not perish. Leaving his final words, Broly surged into the distance. Dan, you heard that. Let us grant our companion eternal life. Dandy summoned the dragon Purunga using the Namekian language, casting a shadow of immense light across the darkened sky. It was futile. The dragon proclaimed that he was the result of a singular being split into two. Without unity, the wish could not be fulfilled. Let us test whether this wish can indeed come to fruition. The 8 individuals, initially heading towards the Elder's position, sensed the presence of Broly and his companions, and altered their course to pursue Broly instead. Here shall suffice. This location should not affect Gohan. It would be prudent for Piccolo to make the wish, though I wonder if Gohan and Krillin might make any reckless wishes. As Broly pondered this, the group that had been trailing them finally arrived, and upon landing, the true nature of their identities was revealed. It appeared that the 8 were not aligned as a single faction but were divided into 2 groups, presenting themselves in succession. First, a peculiar 5-member team struck strange poses. Indeed, the Ginyu Force as anticipated by Vegeta, accompanied by 3 others unfamiliar to him. Yet, Broly recognized them. How could they possibly be here? Greetings, Scions. You must have heard of our name. We are the mercenary organization known as the Ginyu Force, affiliated with Frisia's army, announced the captain, Ginyu. Subsequently, another individual, resembling a leader, stepped forward. His features could be described as handsome, adorned in a peculiar one-shouldered armor, with a violet bodysuit strikingly similar to that of the Scion combat attire. However, what captivated attention most were his azure skin and golden hair. You may not recognize us. Perhaps more familiar with those 5 individuals. Allow me to introduce myself. We are the Gula Mecha Brigade, the personal guard of Lord Gula. I am the captain, Shaviza. I look forward to your acquaintance. Who is Gula? Goku inquired curiously. Ginyu, please enlighten them. Vegeta, it is astonishing that after serving under Lord Frieza for so long, you have yet to hear of Lord Gula. Pay attention. Lord Gula is the elder brother of Lord Frieza, and indeed possesses even greater strength, Shaviza added. What? Stronger than Frieza? Shaviza chuckled, covering his mouth. Haha, do not be alarmed. It is not yet time for the 2 lords to intervene. Lord Gula merely heard that Lord Frieza had discovered a fascinating entity known as the Dragon Balls, and he came to observe. Please do not misconstrue our intentions. Shaviza, they are only 6, while we number 8. How do you propose we divide? Do as you wish. We are here solely to eliminate this bothersome swarm for Lord Gula. How we proceed is of little consequence to us. In that case, they shall all belong to us. In an instant, Broly delivered a lethal kick that snapped the neck of the shortest among them, Gudu. Now you are left with only 7. Chapter 48. The Scion Combat Style Raikum. What? Such speed. Bart, he seems even faster than you. Cough indeed, he nearly caught up to me. Although Bart is tall and robust, he specializes in speed and is thus quite sensitive to it. He barely caught a glimpse of the previous strike, yet he could not voice this sentiment. How infuriating. After all our hard work perfecting such graceful dance steps, you have eliminated Gudu. Captain Ginyu, you will have to redesign a routine for 4 people now, lamented Raikum. Very well, but let us first deal with them. Ginyu seemed utterly unconcerned about Gudu's demise. Hey, Ginyu, out of respect for our past, allow me to remind you not to underestimate them. Although Shaviza watched coldly from the sidelines, he offered this advice out of goodwill. Silence. Since this group of wild monkeys is ours to handle, do not meddle. Shaviza's well-meaning warning only ignited Jinyu's resentment. It turned out that Ginyu was once destined to be the captain of the Gula Mecha squad, but due to Shaviza's emergence and superior strength, he was ousted. Even Frieza was unaware of this. With Jinyu's dominant nature, he would never accept someone eliminated by his rival Gula. Moreover, Shaviza had even seen Jinyu's true form. Clearly, their relations were not as amicable as they appeared on the surface, which presented an opportunity. They likely perceived us as scions and misjudged our capabilities, wishing to toy with us. This allows us to divide and conquer. We can deal with them one by one according to their own strategy. However, we must not be overly optimistic. Once they realize their numerical advantage, they will surely launch a collective attack. Before that happens, we must strike unexpectedly, aiming to incapacitate or eliminate them to eliminate any future threat. Broly observed the situation and temporarily requested his companions to play along, feigning weakness. Hey, you the big guy. Must be the powerhouse of your group, right? Come over and exchange a few blows. We'll leave your captain, Jinyu, to our leader. Raikum pointed at Nappa. Go on, Nappa. Remember what I told you, Broly advised. All right. It has been a while since I've engaged in a proper fight. Is it acceptable to kill him? Nappa revealed a cruel smile, for while he felt more camaraderie and kinship on Earth, slaughter and battle were the true nature of a Scion. Fool. Do not underestimate your opponent, came the unique concern from Vegeta. Nappa stepped out of the crowd and beckoned Raikum to attack him. If you won't come to me, then I shall come to you. Raikum swiftly closed the distance and delivered a punch to Nappa's abdomen, causing it to contract and his back to arch. He then unleashed a flurry of combination punches to Nappa's face. Humph, just a Scion monkey daring to disregard me. How detestable. Even if you beg for mercy now, I shall not spare you. Raikum felt it was time and charged a powerful rear fist, intending to send Nappa flying before finishing the fight with his mouth cannon. Now is the moment. Just moments ago, the beleaguered body of Nappa stirred, choosing not to block or evade, but rather to surge forward towards Raikum, leaving Raikum momentarily stunned. Seizing this opportunity, Nappa dove low, tilted his head, and delivered a precise gut punch that rendered Raikum rigid, clutching his abdomen in pain. Subsequently, Nappa approached Raikum, leaning in to the side, grasping Raikum's hair to direct his gaze. He remarked, "Your hairstyle resembles one I once had, and I find it displeasing." With that, he unleashed an uppercut that sent Raikum flying. In a final flourish, Nappa extended 2 fingers, striking a classic pose. His elbow lifted slightly, guiding those fingers upward, as Raikum soared through the air, culminating in a tremendous explosion. Remarkably, Raikum, a true powerhouse, was not obliterated by the blast, but merely fell from the sky. Was that the end? Not quite. Raikum struggled to rise from the ground, yet before he could utter a word, he collapsed once more. Nappa! Vegeta shouted, prompting Nappa to glance at Broly, comprehending their intent. A second energy wave was directed at the fallen Raikum. Stop! Among the Jinyu force, the bond between Buddha and Raikum was the strongest, and Buddha, possessing the swiftest speed in the group, intended to rush forward to intercept the blow meant for Raikum. Don't interfere. As Buddha moved, Vegeta also sprang into action. In his fervor to save his comrade, Buddha failed to anticipate an attack against him, and Vegeta, taking advantage of the surprise, restrained him. Nappa's energy wave struck Raikum unimpeded, and following the explosion, Raikum lay still, devoid of life. Raikum, how dare you? Buddha watched helplessly as his companion perished, directing his wrath towards Vegeta, who had thwarted him. Goku, keep your eyes on Jinyu, the one with the purple skin. Be wary of his special move. He can exchange bodies with his opponent. When he inflicts self-harm, you must remain vigilant. But he requires his limbs to be spread wide to emit the body-switching beam. Just keep an eye on that beam, and you'll be fine. Additionally, he cannot move while releasing it. Understood. Meanwhile, Vegeta maneuvered his arms through Buddha's armpits, tightly locking him in place. After multiple futile attempts to break free, driven by overwhelming resentment, Buddha forcefully propelled himself downward, inadvertently pinning Vegeta beneath him. After several collisions, blood trickled from Vegeta's lips. Yet he wore a cruel smile as he whispered into Buddha's ear, "I will not relinquish my hold." Observing the growth of his companions, Broly felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Although these technique-based maneuvers may become less relevant as their combat power increased, as he had stated, they would invariably find unexpected applications. After all, these techniques were derived from the most scientifically rigorous modern combat theories, and if employed judiciously, their efficacy would be both remarkable and immediate. Moreover, Broly's philosophy is that one should not be confined to mere techniques. What is effective is what is truly valuable. Take Nappa, for instance. He initially feigned weakness to deceive Rikuum into underestimating him, skillfully evading a critical blow and retaliating, ultimately delivering the final strike, an action that Broly greatly admires. It appears Nappa possesses a blend of brawn and cunning. As Bart prepared to rescue his teammate, Vegeta was the first to notice, swiftly immobilizing him with a hold, rendering Bart's pride in his speed futile. What should have been an effortless victory, akin to a frog being boiled in warm water, was complicated by the emotional turmoil stemming from his comrade's demise, prompting him to resort to a reckless exchange of injury against Vegeta. In Chapter 49, titled "This is How We Operate," confronted with a stalemate, Vegeta found himself momentarily at a loss for a better strategy when Broly made his move. Clenching his fists and crossing his wrists to form a cross, Broly signaled to Vegeta, who pondered the meaning of the gesture and suddenly grasped its significance. Realizing the implication, Vegeta released his grip on Bart's neck. Sensing his newfound freedom, Bart attempted to strike Vegeta's chest with his elbow. However, Vegeta had anticipated this, even before loosening his hold. He had considered how Bart might retaliate. With Vegeta's legs still constraining Bart's waist, Bart could only move his upper body, limiting his attack options to either ramming his head into Vegeta's nose or chin, or using his elbow to counterattack. Vegeta adeptly evaded Bart's assault, and as Bart relaxed his other arm during the attack, Vegeta seized the opportunity to wrap his right arm around Bart's neck, pinning his chin with his elbow to prevent escape. With his left hand crossing over his right wrist to secure Bart's head, he ultimately locked his right hand onto Bart's upper arm, effectively restraining Bart's left hand, which had been rendered vulnerable due to his offensive posture. "What are you still doing? If this continues, your teammates will perish." Shaviza could no longer bear to watch. Despite his grievances with Jinyu, he found the latter's incompetence intolerable. Just moments ago, they had been strategizing on how to allocate their forces against the Scions, and in such a short span, 2 of their own had already fallen. With another on the brink of defeat, yet Jinyu remained in a stupor. "You Scion monkeys dare." Jinyu's words were cut short as he charged forward, only to be halted mid-stride by an orange figure blocking his path. Meanwhile, Jeez was not idle either. He rushed alongside his captain, finding himself in a similar predicament, confronted by a Scion sporting a crab-like hairstyle. "Shaviza, hurry and assist." At this moment, Jinyu could no longer afford to dwell on past animosities or pride. If he failed to save Bart, and his elite team brought disgrace before Goldo, even if he exterminated all the Scions, he would still face certain death. "Nez, Door, lend a hand." Shawiza merely instructed his 2 subordinates to assist while remaining indifferent himself. It was not his intention to seize the opportunity to eliminate Jinyu. Rather, he discerned that the true powerhouse on the opposing side was the one adorned in a beastly skirt. He needed to keep a close watch on Broly's movements. As the adversaries finally grew restless, Nappa and Raditz prepared to join the fray. "Rest assured, Vegeta, we shall not allow these foes to lay a finger on you." Nappa advanced once more, but was halted by Broly's outstretched hand. Although Nappa appeared only slightly injured, the aerial explosion he had executed was quite taxing. "Nappa, take a moment to recuperate. Raditz, you handle the one named Nez, the creature resembling a mantis. The green giant and the blonde-haired one are mine." With the support of comrades, Vegeta felt an unprecedented sense of relief. He intensified his grip, causing Barta's eyes to bulge and his face to redden. Alas, once the naked choke was established, one could not escape without possessing several times the strength of their opponent. Barta fared better than an average Earthling. A regular person would likely succumb to dizziness or death within mere seconds, while Barta managed to endure half a minute before collapsing from the air. Even so, Vegeta did not release his hold, plummeting to the ground alongside Bartu, unwilling to let this killing opportunity slip by due to carelessness. After a prolonged 2 minutes, ensuring Bartu had perished, Vegeta rose and spat upon Bartu's lifeless body. All but Nappa engaged in their respective battles. The most unfortunate was Dre, who, like Rikum, Nappa, and Raditz, was a warrior of brute strength. However, he soon realized that his attacks were utterly ineffective against Broly. "Finished? Now it's my turn." Broly encircled Dre's neck with both arms, unleashing a barrage of knee strikes. A powerful punch followed, striking Dre's abdomen with such ferocity that it shattered his insides. The previous knee strike had already wreaked havoc, and this punch nearly cost Dre his life, causing him to spew blood as he crumpled forward. Though Broly's fist still propped him up. "Is this the renowned first squad under the Cosmic Emperor Frieza and his brother?" Broly mused, gripping Dre's face and hurling him away, casually launching a green energy blast that reduced him to mere dust. Broly's words were not mere bravado nor provocation. He aimed to intimidate the other adversaries present and provoke Shawiza into a rash charge, preventing him from alerting Frieza and Cooler prematurely. If they acted swiftly, they might still return in time to make a wish, thereby increasing their chances against the two. The explosion halted the ongoing battles, and all eyes instinctively turned toward the source of the detonation. Had Dre truly been dispatched so effortlessly? As their numbers dwindled, Nez had already lost the will to fight against the Scions, especially after witnessing the deaths of his comrades from the Jinyu force. Overwhelmed by the realization of the enemy's might, he could not help but feel a sense of trepidation. What a splendid opportunity. Perish. As Raditz seized the moment while Nappa was distracted, he effortlessly dispatched the enemy with a single-handed energy blast, bringing an end to the prolonged skirmish. On the other side, Dorius also concluded his battle with ease, joining his comrades to assess the unfolding situation. The only one yet to resolve his conflict was Goku, renowned for his relentless dedication and rigorous training. Despite being the weakest among the Scions, his combat prowess had flourished beyond that of 180,000 in the original narrative. Thanks to extensive training with his fellow Scions and the gravity machine aboard the brief spacecraft, all without resorting to the Kaioken technique, Broly had intentionally matched Goku against the 120,000 power level Captain Jinyu to ascertain whether Goku would exhibit the same naivete as in the original tale, potentially falling victim to a body swap. He had already informed Goku of Jinyu's signature moves and vulnerabilities. Should Goku succumb to the body switching, he would certainly require a few corrective punches from Broly to regain his composure. Meanwhile, Jinyu found himself increasingly frustrated as he realized that both his speed and strength paled in comparison to Goku's. Contemplating a self-inflicted injury to facilitate a body exchange, he soon discovered that Goku adeptly evaded the attempt, revealing that Goku had thoroughly analyzed his abilities. It was no wonder that when Jinyu had harmed himself, his allies had regarded him with incredulous expressions. This was no mere illusion. Upon failing to switch bodies for the third time, Jinyu heard a voice in his ear proclaiming, "Kamehameha." Seizing the opportunity presented by Jinyu's momentary vulnerability following the attempted switch, Goku unleashed his signature technique, the Kamehameha. Goku found Jinyu's body-swapping ability distasteful and was determined to prevent him from seizing any further chances. As he spoke, a green aura enveloped Broly's hand. The other Scions, upon hearing this, could not help but envision the grotesque scenario of being swapped with Jinyu, sending shivers down their spines as they simultaneously unleashed their most formidable attacks. Jinyu was utterly obliterated, leaving no trace behind. In the fleeting moments before the attack struck, he beheld the world transform into a blinding whiteness, his heart exclaiming, "Today, though I perish, I shall be honored." Tears streamed down his cheeks. Chapter 50. Surrender. The display of prowess left Shiviza utterly astounded. What was the meaning of this? Hadn't he heard that the Scions were all fierce warriors? Why were they ganging up? To be honest, Shiviza now regretted underestimating this group of Scions. Swiftly, he recognized that his own forces were falling one by one. He should have acted when he had the chance to warn Jinyu. Initially, he had contemplated ambushing Broly when he engaged, hoping to catch him off guard and turn the tide against the Scions. However, he was unprepared for Broly's swift and ruthless response. In mere moments, Dorius had met his demise. The current situation is exceedingly dire for Shiviza. It seems that no matter how he moves, he is destined for defeat. Engaging in direct confrontation is out of the question, especially with so many adversaries remaining. Even if it came down to facing Broly alone, he would hardly stand a chance. A sneak attack appears implausible as well. Had he managed to strike during the chaotic melee, perhaps he could have escaped with a hostage. Yet now, all attention is focused upon him, and he fears he may meet the same fate as Jinyu. His final option is to surrender. Having refrained from attacking, perhaps the enemy might spare his life. However, he realizes that fleeing would mean a lifetime of evasion, as Gula and Frisia would undoubtedly seek retribution. Nevertheless, escaping is preferable to dying here. "Wait," Shiviza exclaimed, raising his hands. "I surrender. Look, I haven't laid a finger on you throughout this encounter, right? The outcome is already decided. I would be foolish to sacrifice myself for Gula and Frisia. What say you to sparing my life?" "Oh, how can we trust that you won't inform your masters?" Dales was skeptical, gathering energy in his hands. He wouldn't dare. All his subordinates and Jinyu's men have perished. Neither Gula nor Frisia would show him mercy. Broly discerned the truth. "Indeed, so please spare me. I assure you, I will leave this planet immediately," Shiviza pleaded with a sycophantic demeanor. Broly remained silent, merely casting a glance at Shiviza. Realizing he had received tacit approval, Shiviza wasted no time, fearing a change of heart, yet his greatest anxiety stemmed from Gula and Frisia. I am grateful for your magnanimity. Farewell. However, I doubt we shall meet again." With that, Shaviza discarded his scouter, shattering it beneath his foot, and ascended to flee from Namek. But he had scarcely departed when a crimson beam, akin to a death sentence, struck squarely at his chest, piercing through him. How could this be? This fellow possesses an 180,000 battle power, and with a single strike he is brought down? Who is it? Vegeta was astonished. For he alone had not trained in the gravity chamber, his passive abilities being minimal, yielding a mere 60,000 battle power. Even the mightiest among them, Goku, barely surpassed 200,000, while Nappa and Raditz averaged below 100,000. Dale's was slightly superior, around 110,000, and as for Broly, his scouter consistently displayed 0, leaving Vegeta oblivious to his true strength. Surely, only Frieza and his brother could achieve such prowess, Broly remarked, eyeing the direction from whence the beam had originated with caution. Clap, clap, clap. A sparse applause resonated as two figures descended from the sky. Lord Frieza, why? Shaviza was bewildered. He had just removed his scouter. And Frieza and his brother bore none. Why would Frieza target him? Were you attempting to flee? Your comrades and my subordinates have perished, yet you sought to escape alone? Not at all. I intended to return and relay information. Cease your evasion. Why do you bear no marks of battle? Frieza, unwilling to waste further words on Shaviza, unleashed another deadly beam, piercing through Shaviza's chest, extinguishing his life entirely. It should have been my turn to act. Frieza, your lack of decorum is appalling, remarked Cooler, though he made no further motion. Dear brother, let us not dwell on trifles. Allow me to engage with them. With that, Frieza took a few steps forward, surveying the corpses strewn across the battlefield. I never anticipated encountering so many Scions here. You have done remarkably well, not only vanquishing my Ginyu force, but also dispatching my brother's mechanized battalion. Frieza cast a satisfied glance at the frowning Cooler and added with a smirk, what say you? Would you consider joining my legion? As for you, Vegeta, should you acquiesce, I might overlook your previous transgressions. Do not jest, Frieza. If obedience to your commands could spare us, Vegeta's planet would never have been annihilated. Broly, fully aware of Frieza's intentions, laid bare his deceit. Is he truly Frieza? How has he grown taller? Vegeta voiced the confusion shared by himself and Nappa, for the three had encountered Frieza in his initial form, which Vegeta failed to recognize now. He must have transformed, perhaps due to some feud with his brother. He likely possesses 2 more transformations. That Scion, what is your name? How do you possess such knowledge? Frieza inquired, intrigued by Broly's identity. Broly understood this revelation would eventually come to light, but he had prepared an explanation. As you can see, I am a Scion. Regarding your query, have you heard of planet Kanesa? I was afflicted by the Kanesa people's phantom fist, which grants me glimpses of the future, albeit not always accurately, as the future remains malleable. Ah, I see. Broly, is it? You are indeed astute, unlike this band of mere brawlers. You are correct. I will certainly eliminate Vegeta, as well as those two. Their visages evoke troubling memories. However, if you so desire, I may spare you and Nappa. What do you say? Broly followed Frieza's gaze and realized he referred to Goku and Duralis, understanding Frieza's implications. You speak of Bardock, correct? When you obliterated planet Vegeta, one Scion managed to break through your encirclement, intent on mutual destruction. Does this scenario not echo the past? Ha ha ha, indeed. That Scion perished by my hand. Should you emulate him, your fate shall be no different. While I still possess patience, it would be wise to reach a decision promptly. Nearby, Goku clenched his fists, recognizing that the Scion known as Bardock was the very figure etched in his memories. At long last, Vegeta could no longer contain himself. Broly had repeatedly mentioned, and he himself could surmise that planet Vegeta was indeed annihilated by Frieza. Yet, upon hearing the confession directly from Frieza, Vegeta's reason was overwhelmed by fury. He surged past Broly, charging at Frieza. You seek death. Frieza unleashed another deadly beam, piercing through Vegeta's chest. If you choose silence, I shall assume Vegeta speaks for you all, he taunted, raising his finger once more to unleash 2 more beams of death, this time striking Goku and Darius. As Frieza executed his previously declared intentions, do your choices mirror his? Nappa and Raditz exchanged glances, and in unison, unleashed their most potent energy waves towards Frieza. Perish, Frieza! They cried. Ha ha ha, foolish mortals, Frieza scoffed. absorbing their combined assault with little more than a superficial wound. He retaliated against Nappa and Raditz in kind. It appeared that the Scions were indeed on the brink of extinction. Wait, if I consent to join you, will you spare them? Broly knelt beside Goku, reluctantly posing the question. Spineless wretch. Guldo interjected derisively upon hearing Broly's words. Broly, are you truly so oblivious to the intentions of these two brothers? Am I to be considered part of your charade as well? In truth, Guldo and Frieza were merely ordinary siblings, albeit with a strained relationship due to their rivalry for supremacy. Thus, they were always at odds, vying for dominance. The recent incident with Zarbon had left Frieza feeling humiliated, and he hoped that Broly and the others would provide an opportunity for him to retaliate and humiliate his brother in turn. Hey, Broly, even Kakarot, this lowly warrior, has joined the fray. How can you surrender before even striking a blow? Where is your pride as a Scion? Vegeta questioned, clutching his wound as he intermittently challenged Broly. The others remained silent, awaiting Broly's response. Calmly, Broly approached each of them in turn, offering them a peculiar object. A hint of a smile graced his lips as he revealed the items. Even Vegeta understood Broly's intentions. What Broly produced were the mystical Senzu beans from Earth. Prior to their journey aboard the spaceship, Broly had thoughtfully reserved a few beans for each individual, anticipating such an unforeseen circumstance. His earlier words had merely served to buy time. Regrettably, I cannot acquiesce to Frieza's demands, he began, but before he could finish, events took an unexpected turn. Now is the time, Broly declared, leading the charge with a beam of energy identical to Frieza's, the Death Beam. As if mirroring the situation with the Ginyu Force, the crowd simultaneously launched an assault on Frieza. Haha, well done, I admire your tactics, praised Cooler from the sidelines. As the dust settled, Frieza appeared thoroughly disheveled. He had never encountered Scions employing such cunning strategies. This was, in fact, anticipated by Broly, for if Frieza could be dispatched so easily, he would scarcely deserve the title of Emperor of the Universe. Damn Scion monkeys, how dare they treat me this way? Frieza clenched his fists in fury. Frieza, do not be foolish. Their battle power has multiplied several times since their initial attack. You must deal with them swiftly, Cooler remarked, having sensed the shift in dynamics while fiddling with the device on his face. Unbelievably, you have already discovered our presence. We are the strongest batch of Scions. The very Super Scions you fear. Vegeta, having recovered from his injuries, felt an exponential surge in power, surpassing even the original narrative's values. His confidence swelled dramatically, causing him to utter a term that Frieza deeply abhorred. What a ludicrous joke. Though Frieza despised the term Super Saiyan and would have typically eliminated the boastful Vegeta, he had to concede that Cooler was correct. The situation had indeed escalated. First, there was Broly, who had bestowed some enhancement upon the Scions. Not only had the fallen Scions fully healed, but their battle power had also significantly increased. It appeared that this healing individual needed to be dealt with first. Yet, Frieza realized that his current form was inadequate to confront such a multitude of Scions. Frieza concentrated his energy, initiating his second transformation. His body began to undergo a remarkable metamorphosis. 2 shoulder guards emerged, his horns vanished, replaced by more bizarre protrusions, and his head elongated, prompting Broly to remark that he now resembled an alien creature. This transformation had elevated his battle power beyond 200,000, leaving him with no other recourse. Everyone, give it your all, Broly thought to himself, wishing Goku would engage Frieza while he faced Cooler, hoping to enhance his own strength. However, the current circumstances suggested that even they might struggle against Frieza's third form. No, we have one last resort, Dorlos exclaimed, gathering white energy in his hands. The Great Ape Transformation? Broly contemplated, recognizing that losing rationality at this level of combat could be catastrophic. Just like Vegeta on Earth, who transformed at a power level around 30,000 and achieved a tenfold increase, the actual battle power he manifested was just shy of 200,000. Moreover, Raditz and Dorlos struggled to maintain their sanity in their Great Ape forms. Yet, faced with the current predicament, there seemed to be no alternative. Let them witness the wrath of the Scions. With Broly's approval, Dorlos hurled the energy sphere skyward. The white sphere, as before, vanished into the atmosphere before swelling in size. As the Scions erupted with relentless roars, their physiques swelled and their hair lengthened, ultimately transforming into colossal beings towering several dozen meters high. Feeling the ferocious energy emanating from this band of scions, Frisia experienced panic for the first time. He was aware of the scions' ability to transform. Yet due to their typically unimpressive base combat strength, their transformations had seemed inconsequential. However, the several scions before him, boasting combat powers in the hundreds of thousands, reached levels akin to his second and third forms upon transformation, which was utterly terrifying. The transformation granted them not only immense power, but also a primal ferocity that accompanied their monstrous forms. Nevertheless, Broly had observed from their previous battle that even in their berserk states, the great apes would not attack their fellow kind. Thus, he urged Goku to retreat to the sidelines, ensuring that the great ape's focus remained solely on Frisia and himself. This wildness drew even Cooler, who had been a mere spectator, into the fray, resulting in utter chaos on the battlefield. Frisia, once the dominator of the conflict, found himself on the receiving end of brutal assaults. He wished to transform into his ultimate form to counter the overwhelming odds, but the sheer number of adversaries prevented him from seizing that opportunity. In a moment of desperation, Frisia reluctantly appealed to Cooler for assistance. "Cooler, hold them off for me. I need to transform." At that moment, Frisia lamented his own arrogance. Having believed that maintaining his first form sufficed, encountering an unreasonable opponent left him without the time to transform, while his brother Cooler, who consistently remained in his fourth form, faced none of these dilemmas. Cooler smirked, relishing the moment as his ineffectual brother finally bowed to him. Truthfully, even if Frisia were to be defeated, Cooler would not intervene. He would rather inherit the throne and empire of Kurta. Yet, he recalled the precarious situation of Shaviza. Fighting alone too late was a lesson hard learned. Thus, such a predicament could only manifest in his absence. Chapter 52. The most pathetic transmigrator in history? Goku, you've grown. It is once again your turn to shoulder the heavy burden. Broly, enough of this. I will swiftly deal with them, and then bring you all back to Earth. Kakarot, when did his energy surpass ours by such a margin? Vegeta finally realized that he had mistakenly believed Goku's lack of a tail would render him ineffective in this battle. He had not anticipated that Goku would become their ultimate trump card. Damn it, to think I would be reduced to being saved by a lower-class warrior. Vegeta, what nonsense are you spouting about upper and lower-class warriors? It is precisely because of this mindset that I despise you so-called elite fighters, Dallas retorted. Vegeta fell silent in response. Before Broly could interject, Dallas continued. Have you forgotten the Bardock that Broly speaks of? Does status and combat power truly matter? It is because of such things that you are consistently outshone by lower-class warriors. You possess nothing worthy of protection. The burdens you speak of will only weigh you down, hindering your progress. Broly was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Dales, who left little impression beyond his appearance and the spirit tree fruit, could possess such insight. Perhaps it was precisely due to his status as a lower-class warrior and the treatment he received that led to his corruption in the original narrative. Upon encountering Broly, his words influenced Dales, guiding him to become a second Son Goku. No, he was even more pragmatic than Goku, possessing a deeper understanding of the essence of power. As Broly observed the clash between Goku and Frisia, a lingering question plagued his mind. Despite the continuous enhancement of his strength, something essential seemed amiss. Logically, how could Broly, in the original tale, be bested by a third form Frisia? The original self withstood immense pressure, toppling 2 Super Saiyans, and even without transformations, he had overwhelmed the later Super Saiyan Vegeta. Surely, he must be stronger than the current Frisia, right? Was it because he was not the true Broly? No. This body is Broly. I am Broly. I understand the trajectory of the plot. Perhaps even better than Broly himself comprehends the path to cultivation and strength. Then could it be that his base power is simply too feeble? That seems implausible. Although Broly's scouter cannot accurately gauge his strength, it would not deviate significantly. Could a monster from planet Vegeta rival Mai and Master Roshi's understanding of martial arts? Or compare to the guidance of deities like Shun and Popo? Broly remained puzzled. Yet he sensed that it was indeed the absence of something crucial that prevented his power from escalating as it did for the original Broly, who embodied the true essence of growth through battle. He had experienced similar circumstances before, but that was merely due to the advantages of this body and his comprehension of combat, coupled with the ability to learn his opponent's fighting style and habits through battle, and to sense the fluctuations in their ki to fundamentally grasp their techniques. Perhaps this was merely a manifestation of growth through conflict. Yet it was certain that the original self did not embody this form of strength enhancement, particularly after this transformation into a great ape. Broly's perceptions became even more acute. What could it be that influences not only his state in base form, but also in his great ape form? Never mind. It is futile to overthink. I shall conserve my energy and focus on survival for now, Broly mused. Initially, Goku could hold his own against Frieza, but he had evolved into the tactical master Broly had mentioned, employing techniques like the afterimage technique and the solar flare, conjuring unexpected moves. However, the disparity between them was insurmountable. Frieza retained an undeniable advantage. How about this? I'll let you use both hands, Frieza remarked. Noticing that Goku was relying on strategy to create advantages, revealing that his strength was not as formidable as anticipated, and resumed his showmanship. Such a fortunate turn of events? Goku did not refuse. In moments where he could exploit an advantage, he aimed to create as much trouble for Frieza as possible. Don't get too cocky. I still have tricks up my sleeve. Though Goku bore injuries, he remained confident in the face of Frieza, whose power surpassed his by several magnitudes. 20 times Kaioken. As Goku seized the moment while Frieza basked in his own arrogance, he suddenly unleashed the Kaioken, his body enveloped in a crimson aura, his speed and strength surging dramatically. Unaware of the impending danger, Frieza felt a fleeting brush of Goku's energy against himself. By the time he comprehended the situation, he was already on the receiving end of a relentless beating. Broly recognized that this assault was far from sufficient. All it would accomplish was to incite Frieza's wrath without achieving any substantial results. Everyone, lend me your remaining energy. I am prepared to sacrifice my life if need be. He exclaimed. I know Goku possesses the Spirit Bomb, a technique of immense power, albeit one that requires a lengthy charge time. Perhaps that could be the key to defeating Frieza. Broly himself held little faith in his words, although Namek was considerably larger than Earth. Its harsh climate had nearly led to the extinction of the Namekian race, forcing the Elder Piccolo to seek refuge on Earth. Even if they were to gather enough energy for the Spirit Bomb, Frieza would not simply perish. The only viable option to vanquish Frieza lay in Goku transforming into a Super Saiyan. Yet, Krillin was still with the Elder, and even if he were present, Broly felt it was unjust to exploit Krillin's death to awaken Goku's latent potential. The best course of action now seemed to be to attempt to drag Frieza into self-destruction. His own demise might trigger Goku's transformation, thereby leaving Goku with a chance to defeat Frieza alongside the remnants of Gula. It was said that Krillin would be sacrificed, but little did they know that it would be the turn of an interloper like Broly to fulfill that role. Sensing Broly's resolute determination, the others did not hesitate to channel their final energies into him. Seizing the opportunity while Goku maintained the upper hand, Broly lunged towards Frieza, locking him in a tight embrace. Given Broly's significantly larger physique compared to Vegeta's, Frieza found it exceedingly difficult to escape his grasp. What are you doing, Broly? I can handle this, Goku exclaimed, realizing Broly's intentions from his posture. Silence. Step back quickly. Use the Spirit Bomb while you have the chance. Broly chose not to waste time on further discussion. The longer he delayed, the more unpredictable the situation became. So he swiftly began to gather the energy within him. Frieza, realizing his precarious situation, began to panic. Did Broly intend to take him down with him? Struggling, Frieza attempted to ensnare Broly's neck with his tail. Frieza, have you forgotten that I also possess a tail? Indeed, the Scion had a tail. Broly's tail ensnared Frieza's. And just as Frieza thought he was about to meet a humiliating end, the worst possible scenario unfolded. Chapter 53, A Fierce Battle. At that moment, several beams of purple energy shot forth from behind Broly, striking him. A searing pain surged through him, a cruel reminder that his life was nearing its end. Broly cast a resentful glance at the source of the beams. It was Gula. Had this adversary finally decided to intervene? Seeing that Broly remained steadfast despite his condition, Gula unleashed several more death beams. Exhausted from the previous battle, Broly succumbed to the onslaught, his body betraying him as he collapsed to the ground, his eyelids growing heavier, threatening to close forever. Hey, do you truly believe I would allow you to eliminate him in my presence? Gula resumed his posture with arms crossed, observing the battle as Broly relaxed his grip. You have wounded me, Gula. Was that intentional? Frieza inquired. How could that be? If I hadn't increased my strength, that fool would have dragged you down to hell with him. You ought to express gratitude, my dear brother. Finally liberated. Frisia moved his body and stomped forcefully on Broly's chest, seemingly blaming him for the embarrassment he felt before Gula. You Science, Bardock, Vegeta, you, and Bardock's son, each of you, stubborn as mules, refuse to understand the futility of defying me. But what is the ultimate purpose of your resistance? Of course it holds meaning. Though someone like you will never comprehend it. Where there is oppression, there will be rebellion. Although today we may perish here, for every one of me that falls, there are countless others. That is the spirit of the Science, Broly declared with a grim smile. Frisia, seeing Broly still smiling, felt his fury peak. Yet he recognized that such a spirit would not yield to mere physical torment. Thus, he maintained a semblance of gentlemanly composure, hoping to extract information from Broly before his demise. What nonsense are you spouting? Are there other Scions? I shall leave none of them alive. Save your breath, Frisia. I have no intention of revealing anything to you. Oh, I just remembered, I did encounter a little brat on my way here. He is not a Namekian, yet he lacks a tail. Judging by your words, he must be the offspring of someone from your kind, correct? Unfortunately, he, like that old fool, proved to be quite stubborn. I took care of him and another bald child, along with those two fused Namekians and that old man. Not a single one remains. What? Broly could scarcely believe that Frisia had killed Gohan and the others. He had specifically drawn them away. Could it be due to the disturbances caused while summoning the dragon? Observing Broly's astonishment, Frisia realized he had struck a nerve. With no hidden cards left to play, it was now safe to execute him. However, before proceeding, Frisia sought to further inflame the situation in retribution for the pain and humiliation the Scions had inflicted upon him. Is that true? Do you not believe me? Weren't you curious as to why I transformed into my second form? It was because those two Namekians fused, and their combat power exceeded 1,000,000. My first form was insufficient to contend with them. Oh no, what he says is true. If that is the case, everything is lost. Gohan and Krillin are dead. And Piccolo too. There will be no dragon to resurrect them. Indeed, I should never have consented to allow Gohan to come to Namek. This has turned disastrous. Even Bulma is here. If I perish, Frisia will undoubtedly annihilate this place. Why? Why has it come to this? Why can I not revert to my original form? Why is Gula present here? Why does everything seem to conspire against me? I am so filled with rage. A relentless surge of power emanated from Broly's being. If Vegeta and the others were still conscious, they would surely notice that Broly's aura was no longer contained or restrained. His hair stood on end, the once tied braids now severed, flowing wildly with his ferocious energy, resembling that of a Super Saiyan, albeit in a dark hue. Broly's pupils transformed into a golden hue for the second time, as veins bulged on his face and body, muscles swelling and tightening. His once green aura now shimmered in a transparent hue, enveloping him. At that moment, a significant shift occurred nearby. Not only was a powerful energy manifesting, but even the lightning in the sky seemed to converge towards that direction. Broly's blood surged, drowning out any words spoken to him. His consciousness, though still present, had simplified to a singular thought. He desired the demise of Frisia and Cooler. This sensation could be simply described as a state of frenzy, a bloodlust consuming him. Broly's overwhelming presence repelled Frisia, who had been standing upon his chest. Rising from the ground, Broly pointed a finger at Frisia and declared, "Let the blood sacrifice begin with you." In the next instant, Broly appeared before Frisia, delivering a punch that distorted the latter's face. Following this, his attacks became a frenzied assault, devoid of any specific technique, as Broly merely sought to unleash the power within him. This immense force instilled a sense of dread within Frisia, extinguishing any notion of resistance. Yet this was not sufficient to satiate Broly's wrath. He seized Frisia's tail and mindlessly slammed him against the ground. At this moment, the formidable energy had arrived beside Broly. It was Goku, donned in his familiar orange GI. Though his hair had transformed to a light blonde, and his gaze reflected a newfound intensity. "Leave him to me. I shall avenge Gohan and Krillin." Broly shot a glare at Goku, then, filled with resentment, hurled Frisia towards him. "Allow me to be your opponent, Broly." Cooler provocatively beckoned with a gesture. Remarkably, Broly, in his furious state, took the bait. In an instant, he lunged towards Cooler, delivering a kick that sent him crashing to the ground. As Broly's fury escalated, his transparent aura gradually shifted to a grass green, deepening in hue. Correspondingly, his attacks grew increasingly brutal. He pressed Cooler's face against the ground, dragging him for a distance before suddenly ascending into the sky and accelerating downwards. Harnessing gravity and his own strength, he aimed for Cooler, who was still struggling to rise. Finally comprehending the despair that Frisia had experienced in facing such a formidable opponent. Sensing Broly's onslaught, Cooler cast aside all notions of dignity, rolling away in a desperate attempt to evade the attack. Broly's strike created a massive crater in the earth, and taken aback by Cooler's unexpected evasion, he was propelled forward by his own momentum. Gazing into the gaping pit, Cooler was seized by a wave of dread. Had he absorbed such force, it would surely have been fatal. Cursed Scion, it seems that even a fraction of my effort might lead to my demise. Seizing the moment while Broly remained trapped within the pit, Cooler initiated his final transformation. This change was not particularly dramatic. A helmet-like protection adorned his head, yet his power surged to nearly half that of Frisia's. Just as Cooler began to relish his newfound strength, a vibrant green light erupted from the depths of the crater. Broly charged forth once more. And as Cooler pondered why Broly had opted for mere proximity rather than an immediate assault, he beheld the green energy sphere forming at Broly's chest. In such close quarters, the impending explosion posed a grave threat. Before Cooler could fully comprehend the danger, Broly unleashed the energy blast, propelling Cooler backward before it detonated. Chapter 54. Narrow escape. Though he understood Goku's intentions, Cooler found himself ensnared, knowing that failing to intervene would likely result in his own obliteration. Cooler, if you wish to survive, you must assist me. Frisia suddenly conceived a daring notion. What would happen if he chose not to intervene? This planet might explode. Yet he could endure in the vastness of space. Could these Scion monkeys say the same? Farewell, brother. I am grateful for your assistance. I shall avenge you. With that, Frisia unleashed all his inner energy, breaking free from Goku's grasp. Just as Frisia prepared to flee with all his might, he noticed a multitude of green orbs swirling around him. No, these were Broly's energy blasts. As Frisia comprehended the imminent threat, the orbs sprang to life, converging upon him. In the aftermath of the explosion, Frisia was torn into several pieces, yet the resilient life force of the frost demons prevented his immediate demise. Instead, he defiantly taunted Goku. Do you believe this will secure your survival? Broly's energy has already begun to affect the planet's core. Once the core becomes active, it will trigger tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and a surge in carbon dioxide levels. Ultimately, when the core can no longer withstand the pressure, this planet will implode from within. You shall all accompany me to the grave. Upon hearing Frisia's words, Goku grew anxious, turning to Broly, eager to discuss their escape from Namek. As their gazes met, Broly surged forward, delivering a crushing blow to Goku's abdomen. Engaged in battle with Frisia, Goku had nearly exhausted his energy, and Broly's strike reverted him to his base form. Broly, have you lost your mind? Broly appeared oblivious to the exclamation, raising his hand to seize Goku by the throat. As Broly intensified his grip, Goku realized that this was no jest. Broly had succumbed to a frenzied state, genuinely intent on ending his life. With this understanding, Goku ceased to hold back, transforming once more into a Super Saiyan to restrain Broly's arm. The sight of Goku, given his stature, clinging to Broly appeared somewhat absurd. Yet he could not afford to dwell on such trivialities. His sole focus was to awaken the dormant consciousness within the raging Broly. Wake up, Broly. If this continues, we shall perish here. Broly remained unresponsive. With Piccolo, Krillin, and Gohan lost, and Vegeta and the others also at risk, Goku pressed on. Must you also meet your end here? Shall the Scions face extinction in this place? Consider Bulma. If we do not find her soon, she too will fall victim to this fate. At last, Goku's impassioned words ignited a flicker of clarity in Broly's eyes. The darkness within him began to dissipate, yielding to the surrounding golden light, and Broly regained his sanity. Acknowledging the chaos he had unleashed, he made a resolute decision. Goku, we must flee. Frisia's ship cannot be far from here. And what about you? Goku inquired. I will return to find Bulma. If I cannot locate her, I shall not return. But the Dragon Balls, I understand, death is not the end. What matters most is your survival. There exists another set of Super Dragon Balls, and we shall have the chance to reunite again. Broly interrupted Goku, asserting, this chaos is of my making. Thus, I must bear the consequences. I must hasten to find Bulma. She must be terrified alone. We must go. With that, Broly turned away, not allowing Goku the chance to object. and soared towards their ship. Goku, meanwhile, boarded Frisia's vessel, frantically pressing buttons, narrowly escaping the impending explosion. Upon returning to Bulma's hiding place, Broly found it submerged beneath the waves. In despair, he closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of his imagined demise. Yet, the destruction he anticipated never materialized. A familiar voice broke through the silence. Broly. Opening his eyes, he found himself within a sanctuary, facing the enchanting figure of Bulma, surrounded by Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan, and even Vegeta. Piccolo recounted the events that had transpired. It turned out that Broly had diverted the Ginyu Force, and in a moment of desperation, Krillin had wished for Piccolo's second life. Before the remaining wishes could be fulfilled, Frieza and his brother arrived at the Grand Elder's location. Defiant, the group refused to surrender. Even the fusion of Piccolo and Nail could not contend with Frieza. Frieza then slaughtered the Grand Elder, causing the dragon to vanish. Once Frieza departed, Piccolo contacted the Supreme Kai and used the Earth's Dragon Balls to wish back all the good souls slain by Frieza on Namek. Upon the resurrection of the Great Elder, the Divine Dragon re-emerged as well. The King of the World informed Piccolo of the current circumstances, prompting him to decide to transport all living beings here, except for the two brothers, Frieza. Regrettably, the third wish could not be utilized. Observing the absence of Goku by his side, Broly came to a realization. Although the trajectory of the story might alter, it would inevitably unfold in another form. As for Goku, Piccolo shook his head, responding that he did not know, yet there would still be an opportunity to wish for Goku's revival later on. No need for that. He will return. Next year's wish shall be dedicated to assisting the Namekians in their journey home, Broly replied. How do you know? Krillin inquired eagerly. Before he arrived on Earth, he was struck by the illusionary punch of the Canassian, granting him the ability to glimpse the future intermittently. Vegeta provided an answer on Broly's behalf. Well then, on behalf of the Namekians, I extend my gratitude, Piccolo stated, bowing slightly alongside the Guardian. Broly waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such formalities. The Dragon Balls were crafted by your people, and the current state of Namek is a consequence of my actions. I am the one who owes an apology. Nay, had it not been for you Scions, we Namekians would not have been able to confront the Frieza brothers, the Guardian reasoned, acknowledging that despite the Scions' past transgressions, they had indeed aided the Namekians in vanquishing a formidable foe. Guardian, I have a notion. After I return your kin home, I wish to resurrect the Scions. Rest assured, I will guide them down a different path, Broly proclaimed, gazing into the distance. At that time, I shall protect both Earth and Namek with the strength of the Scions. Broly, had you already intended to resurrect the Scions? Vegeta questioned, eyeing him curiously. The Scions present were filled with excitement. This was the future they yearned for, as they would march forward under Broly's leadership. Moreover, upon their revival, they would reunite with their families, friends, and those they had previously overlooked. Indeed, however, matters of the future shall be discussed later. Chapter 55. The New Haven of the Scions. Thus, peace reigned on Earth for 2 years, leading to the year 764. As the Z-Warriors had not perished in their battle against Raditz, several wishes remained unspent. During this time, Broly wished for the resurrection of all Scions and the creation of a new planet Vegeta. The Scions were bewildered, unable to comprehend why they had returned to life, having seemingly perished alongside the destruction of planet Vegeta. Just as confusion enveloped them, Broly arrived at the new planet Vegeta with the few surviving Scions by his side. Everyone, I understand your bewilderment. Indeed, you perished alongside planet Vegeta. However, Broly led us to victory against the Frieza brothers and wished for your revival along with the planet. Today, we have something important to convey, Dales announced, ushering Broly forward to address the group. I am aware that many of you harbor discontent regarding the previous King Vegeta and Frieza, and I understand your grievances concerning the rules they established. Thus, I have devised a new way for the Scions to survive. Did he truly defeat Frieza? Is that authentic? It comes to mind that in the past, there was indeed a young prodigy whose battle power surpassed that of Prince Vegeta. His name appears to be Broly. If I recall correctly, he was the son of Paragus. Wasn't he? Following Broly's remarks, the Scions engaged in fervent discussions below. How dare you? We Scions have always revered strength. Who are you to dictate our actions? At that moment, amidst a throng of guards, a familiar figure emerged. It was none other than the former king of planet Vegeta. King Vegeta III. Do you remember our previous encounters? Since you have spoken so boldly, I shall grant you the opportunity to challenge me. Broly recognized that gentle persuasion would not suffice with this group of scions. Thus, he unleashed his energy, creating an overwhelming aura that rendered the crowd breathless. His power level had soared to such heights that it was beyond measurement, confirming the veracity of his claim to have defeated Frieza. Silence. I will not permit you to lead the scions. If you wish to usurp my authority, you must first defeat me. King Vegeta displayed an unexpected vigor. Old fool, do not embarrass yourself. You are no match for him, spoke Vegeta. Observing his son defend an outsider left King Vegeta perplexed. Vegeta, my actions are for your benefit. How can you so readily relinquish our throne? Humph. I have grown weary of such trivial matters, Vegeta replied, crossing his arms and turning his face away. Indeed, as Vegeta recalled the battle on Namek, he thought of Broly's mention of the Super Saiyan. He yearned to transform swiftly, to surpass Goku and Broly, and had little interest in the throne. Old man, he did not merely defeat Frieza. Are you aware of the Super Saiyan? He has led a lower-class warrior to become a Super Saiyan. Do you not comprehend? A lower-class warrior transforming into a Super Saiyan? What does that entail? The Saiyan population was merely around 1,000, with only a small fraction engaged in combat. Among them, 80% were lower-class warriors, while only a few guards were upper-class fighters. The so-called elite warriors consisted solely of Vegeta and King Vegeta, implying that anyone could potentially become the legendary Super Saiyan. Upon Vegeta's declaration, the crowd erupted in commotion, debating the truth of his words. Is this true? King Vegeta remained skeptical. The legend of the Super Saiyan was not only factual, but the individual who transformed was not himself or his son, but rather a lower-class warrior. A notion that was unacceptable to the bloodline-focused King Vegeta. Yet, if it were false, how could he have defeated Frieza? Frieza's power hardly requires elaboration, does it? Indeed. So many Scions perished at Frieza's hands without even enduring a single blow. Does Frieza's strength still warrant questioning? As the voices of dissent began to wane, Broly expressed his satisfaction and continued, when I say I am here to govern the Scions, it is not out of a desire for power or status. The unjust and unreasonable rules have caused immense suffering for me and my friends, and I believe that the majority of Scions share our plight. Those who do not relish combat have been coerced into research and logistics, while those who yearn for battle are denied the resources they deserve due to their combat power and rankings. Pausing for effect, he observed the reactions of the crowd. Indeed, this is manifestly unfair. Why should only the elite warriors be entitled to these resources? Have I not fought valiantly on distant planets? We have never been fond of combat. Being assigned to research and logistics departments is still for the sake of battle. Why can we not pursue our true passions? Seeing that the crowd was resonating with his sentiments, Broly pressed on. It appears that many of my fellow comrades have had similar experiences. It is precisely because the previous rules were unjust that I seek to overturn them. First and foremost, regarding labor, everyone should be free to engage in what they desire, without the necessity of joining the combat division. Secondly, the distribution of resources will no longer be determined by rankings, but by one's contributions to the community. Even if your combat power is low, if you are a medic who has saved many lives, that is a contribution. If you are a logistics officer who has solved the issues of sustenance and supplies, that too is a contribution. It will no longer depend on whether you are an elite warrior. Upon announcing his new regulations, countless formerly low-ranking warriors erupted in applause, as they had long harbored dissatisfaction with the Scion system, but had been silenced by King Vegeta's iron-fisted rule. Lastly, and most importantly, I will abolish the Scion practice of conquering planets. Upon hearing this, even those who had previously supported Broly began to question, how will we survive without conquering planets? The entire operation of our civilization would come to a halt. Do not be hasty, Broly replied. I understand that after years of warfare, this may be difficult to accept. However, have you ever pondered why our Scion race, with combat capabilities surpassing many other races, has found itself in such dire straits? We have fought for years, yet earned a notorious reputation. Our slaughter and conquest have consequences. Should we provoke a more powerful race, we could face another Frieza to obliterate us. Therefore, I have decided to transform the task of planetary conquest into one of protection and employment. In this way, we remain warriors between survival and battle, but we also gain legitimacy in our existence, allowing us to acquire more abundant and superior resources. I plan to form alliances with Earth and Namek, wherein we shall provide military protection in exchange for their resources and technology. Lastly, regarding the throne that you speak of, I am not particularly concerned. Initially, I will manage in a provisional capacity, but during this time, you may elect a successor who possesses both wisdom and courage. Indeed, the throne is no longer an inheritance. It shall henceforth be a position elected by us, a choice that will serve our scion people more effectively. As Broly concluded his statement, the ensuing discussion grew fervent, surpassing even the earlier debates concerning the defeat of Frieza. At that moment, the scions comprehended that a transformation was imminent on planet Vegeta. Chapter 56. The resurgence of Frieza. With matters on planet Vegeta settled, Broly returned to Earth. However, several scions who had once fought alongside him chose to remain on planet Vegeta due to the new regulations. Nappa and Dariz expressed their preference for combat, while Raditz opted to spend more time with his parents, stating that he would bring them to see Goku upon his return to Earth. Only Vegeta decided to accompany Broly, aware that he could only grow stronger in this environment, striving for the chance to surpass Goku and Broly. I know your return stems from your relentless pursuit of strength, but why not reminisce with your father on planet Vegeta? Broly mused, unconcerned about whether Vegeta would surpass him. While he possessed a competitive spirit, he recognized that such rivalry was merely a source of amusement, as long as their goals remained aligned. Broly harbored greater worries about the possibility of this fellow becoming involved with Bulma. Although he wished to trust her, uncertainty loomed. Better to let the old man enjoy his twilight years, for his temperament was unlikely to yield greatness. Broly was somewhat moved by Vegeta's remarks. In his heart, he acknowledged that while King Vegeta was indeed headstrong, he possessed the cunning, courage, and ambition necessary for leadership. After all, he had endured years under the oppression of Frieza and his ilk, ultimately perishing in rebellion against Frieza. It could be said that, aside from his inherent strength, his greatest flaw was a lack of profound wisdom. The scene shifted to Earth, where Broly was still sharing tender moments with Bulma when the sound of a communicator pierced the air. Broly, your suspicions were correct. Frieza is leading a fleet towards Earth. The voice belonged to Dariz. Broly understood that Frieza was intent on seeking vengeance, prompting him to instruct his fellow scions to maintain surveillance, ensuring that any signals of approach were reported without engaging in direct confrontation. The main adversary would be dealt with by them. Understood. Proceed according to the plan. Once Frieza and his son arrive on Earth, take care of their surrounding fleet. Exercise patience to avoid unnecessary casualties. After providing Dariz with the strategy, Broly made his way to the specially constructed armory, donning a black battle suit in preparation for the impending conflict. Broly, you sense it too, do you not? That familiar energy. Vegeta burst through the door. Broly swiftly pushed him back outside, saying, I was already aware. I've had Dariz monitoring the area around Earth. There is no need for you to be so anxious. Why are you always in such a rush? Would you barge in like this if I were still in Bulma's room? Vegeta, fully understanding Broly's implication, flushed slightly. Nonsense. I, Vegeta, am of royal lineage, and I am not one to behave so rudely. I truly cannot comprehend what enchantment Bulma has cast upon you. Nowadays, we scarcely see you in the training room, as you and she are perpetually entwined. Do you even still resemble a scion? And now that fellow has returned, yet you remain utterly unfazed. Broly mused inwardly. Your incessant presence here compels me to remain with her, thereby minimizing your encounters. Changing the subject, Broly reassured, you need not worry. Today's matters will be addressed, and the Super Saiyan you so fervently anticipate will indeed return. Kakarot, this fool dares to abandon us for his own training. Dare? Let us not forget that even Chi-Chi, whom he fears, has also cast him aside. Broly silently scoffed. Let us hurry. Why are you not anxious now? With that, Broly led Vegeta towards the landing site of Frieza and his son, awaiting their arrival. Upon their arrival, Broly discovered the Z-fighters had already gathered. He approached them to reminisce. As they conversed, a single-person spacecraft descended from the sky, and Bulma, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, pointed at Broly and chastised. Why are you here instead of at home early in the morning? She showed no mercy in front of the others. Vegeta, observing Bulma's demeanor, turned away and muttered, what an embarrassment. Having spent years with Bulma, Broly had long since deciphered her temperament and gently replied, Frieza has returned. I did not inform you to ensure your safety. Then you should have told me. What if you perish here alone? With that, Bulma seized Broly's arm, resting her head against him. A chorus of disapproving tisk tsks echoed around them, revealing the group's dissatisfaction with the pair. Bulma, must you be so indiscreet? Can we not discuss matters at home? Krillin, unable to bear the sight, protested, having recently endured the heartache of a first love betrayal. Mind your own business. We would rather die together. Amidst their chatter, the familiar circular spaceship descended, and the formidable aura emanating from Frieza and his son silenced all other conversations. Yamcha remarked, "Did you truly battle such a powerful foe in the past? Let us take a look," Broly suggested. "But what difference does it make if we cannot match their strength?" Yamcha hesitated. Tien Shinhan, sensing the overwhelming aura, felt his resolve waver. And there are two such powerful presences, with the other even stronger. Would going there change anything? If he so desires, we cannot escape regardless of our location. Piccolo, the voice of wisdom, observed with clarity, even without merging with Kami. Ironically, Krillin, who typically feared death the most, felt strangely indifferent due to their previous encounters with Frieza. Piccolo's words caused Vegeta to regard him with renewed interest. Thinking to himself, this Namekian possesses some fortitude. On the other side, Frieza emerged from the spacecraft, his eyes filled with the image of that ferocious scion, as well as the moment when the golden-haired scion had cast him into the abyss. The fear of Broly and the resentment towards Goku had driven Frieza to the brink of hallucination, clenching his fists so tightly that they bled. Only the pain alleviated his tumultuous state. The humiliation brought upon us by those two scions shall be repaid in kind. You, annihilate every inhabitant of this planet. Frieza commanded his subordinates. Frieza, are those two wild monkeys truly as formidable as you claim? What has stirred such fury within you? Inquired a tall figure beside him. Frieza's father, King Cold. Indeed, father, the strength of that black-haired scion is unfathomable, while the golden-haired one surpasses my full power. However, this is not rage, it is exhilaration. I can hardly await the moment when Goku returns to witness the slaughter of his fellow Earthlings. Frieza replied, deceiving himself. What of the other one? Is he not on Earth either? Frieza fell silent for a moment before responding. That individual can conceal his energy. The scanner indicated his energy was at 0 before the battle, so I cannot ascertain whether he is still on Earth. However, Goku's energy has been detected, and he is expected to return in approximately 1 hour. Chapter 57. The Mystery of the Boy's Heritage. The mysterious boy extended his right hand, effortlessly deflecting the incoming energy blasts, the one shot towards Broly and his companions. Broly caught it, feeling it closely. Indeed, as he suspected, it was energy. He was astonished that Frieza possessed such technology. Although it appeared rudimentary, controlling the storage of energy without human intervention posed significant challenges. Normally, energy could be manipulated by its master, either remaining stationary or set for simple timed explosions. Yet, once detached from the body for an extended period, it would dissipate, merging with the ambient energy of nature. It seemed that the seemingly inconspicuous object in Frieza's possession held considerable intricacies upon closer inspection. Having deciphered its workings, Broly chose not to remain hidden any longer and hurled the energy blast back at Frieza. The mysterious boy's pupils suddenly dilated as he sensed the sound of the energy blast slicing through the air beside him, inwardly exclaiming, "How swift!" This sentiment was mutual, as Frieza was equally startled. Fortunately, the blast was not aimed at him. Had it been, even if the damage were minimal, he would have been embarrassed. "It's you, father. He is the one who killed Gula and left me in this state." "Oh, it seems the main character has arrived. Let me engage with him." King Cold cast aside his cloak, keenly observing Broly's movements. "No, you misunderstand. This time, your opponent is he." Broly pointed at the young boy before him and remarked, "I merely came to extend my greetings, for I am quite curious. Frieza, you have narrowly escaped death, yet your brother Cooler did not survive in such a manner. Was he vanquished by me at that time, or did you, fearing he might usurp your position, take his life?" Upon hearing Broly's words, Cooler cast a strange glance at Frieza. "That is not true, father. You intended to pass the throne to me. Why would I do such a thing? Moreover, I know that this wild monkey devised this scheme to sow discord between us. None of that matters now." Cooler interrupted Frieza. "I have heard of your deeds, and I find you quite impressive. How about it? Would you consider becoming my son?" Broly, taken aback, asked, "What? Do you also go by Edward?" Almost bursting with indignation, he refrained from uttering a curse and instead responded, "Very well. If you two cannot handle this boy, You shall henceforth refer to each other as brothers. And I shall consider you my son. Cooler's expression shifted. He was taken aback by this insolent fellow, who had such a foul mouth. He commanded Frisia, "Go, Frisia. Dispose of that boy. If you cannot manage it, I shall assist you." With Cooler backing him, Frisia's demeanor improved slightly, though he still felt uncertain about Broly. The prospect of Cooler's involvement altered the stakes. "Thank you for your trust. I will eliminate them," the young boy stated coldly without turning around. After his declaration, he began to roar, gathering energy that caused the debris around him to levitate under the pull of his power. "This energy feels oddly familiar," Vegeta mused, observing the boy's spiked hair, which further confirmed his suspicions. How could this be? Apart from Kakarot, is there truly another who can attain that form, and without a tail? Vegeta struggled to accept this truth. For 2 years, aside from the elusive Goku, he had been the most diligent Saiyan. How could anyone else have transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan before him? "Hey, Broly, what is going on? This fellow is a Saiyan, yet he has no tail, nor does he wear battle armor. His insignia resembles that of Bulma's family. Could he be your illegitimate child?" Vegeta, upon mentioning Super Saiyan, lost his rationality, failing to notice that his words had ignited a frenzy among the others. "Illegitimate child? Broly, what is the meaning of this? I do not recall you having such an offspring." Bulma, unable to contain her anger, was incensed at the thought of Broly having a child with someone else while she had been searching for the Dragon Balls alongside him. Krillin and Yamcha exchanged mischievous glances, grinning at Broly. "Who would have thought, Broly, that you had this up your sleeve? Enough. This boy has no connection to me, for reasons unknown." Broly felt an inexplicable irritation and loudly interrupted the commotion, casting a complex gaze upon the boy before him. "How dare you be so fierce with me? You know well how I have treated you all these years. Look how much Gohan has grown, and what about you? You have never even mentioned marriage." Bulma, feeling wronged, finally exploded with emotion. It turned out that Broly's agitation stemmed from his awareness of the boy's true identity. He was meant to be Trunks, the son of Vegeta and Bulma. Yet here he was, walking alongside Bulma, and the future seemed untouched by their presence. If the past cannot alter the future, then they must not exist on different timelines of the same world, but rather within a parallel universe birthed at a certain moment in time. However, if this were indeed a parallel world, then this Trunks should be able to return to their world's past using the time machine, rather than traveling to another universe's past. Could it be that Bulma from the future had miscalculated the time machine's design? "Let us discuss this later. Trust me, I will clarify everything," Broly said, striving to calm his turbulent emotions while holding Bulma's hand to assure her. Yet, Bulma, feeling indignant, attempted to pull her hand away from him. But how could an ordinary person surpass Broly's strength? She could only endure his grip while turning her face aside in discontent. Observing the unfolding situation, even Vegeta, despite his usually thick skin, recognized his blunder and silently averted his gaze to watch the battle between the boy and Frisia. Frisia seemed to be affected by the boy's words as he ascended into the sky, extending his right index finger upwards, rapidly gathering an energy orb that resembled molten lava, expanding with alarming speed. Was he truly intent on obliterating the Earth? Vegeta could sense that Frisia was now more powerful than he had been during their confrontation on Namek. Chapter 58. Frisia cannot rise again. "Frisia, do you intend to destroy this planet?" Kuririn understood that Frisia was now in a furious state. "No matter. Goku will handle that guy in the universe, and as for Broly, even if he survives this attack, he will stand no chance in the cosmos." Under normal circumstances, Broly would have delighted in stoking the flames of the enraged Frisia, teasing him with words like, "You're getting anxious. Look at you, so frantic." But now, due to the boy's identity, he found no amusement in the situation. Should the boy falter, it would fall upon him to confront the two and vent his own frustrations. The boy's power was commendable. He effortlessly raised Frisia's supernova attack with one hand. Witnessing the boy handle the attack with such ease, Frisia, maintaining the semblance of stability with his energy sphere, fired an energy blast at it. Upon entering the energy sphere, the blast disrupted its stable structure, ultimately triggering a chain reaction that resulted in a tremendous explosion in the boy's grasp. Frisia's attack was undeniably formidable. The shockwave generated by the explosion was enough to topple an average person. Broly instinctively shielded those around him, gripping Bulma's hand a bit tighter. Feeling the warmth radiating from her hand, Bulma's previously tempestuous emotions began to calm. After the explosion, Frieza and his son, as before, had failed to learn how to sense their opponent's position through energy. The youth had already taken his place atop a massive rock behind them, but they remained oblivious. Convinced they had dealt with the troublesome boy. With his hands poised like claws, the boy seemed to be casting a spell in the air, ultimately positioning his palms to aim at Frieza and his son below. Was that technique from the Demon Clan? Broly glanced at Piccolo but chose silence, as his mood was quite grim, leaving many thoughts unvoiced. Frieza, the boy bellowed before launching his attack. Did he believe in the principle of not taking advantage of another's misfortune? No, the actions that followed would reveal it as a cunning strategy. Upon hearing his name, Frieza leaped to evade Trunks' strike, mocking, "You think you can defeat me with such feeble efforts?" In the next instant, the boy appeared above Frieza, and as the vision split in two, Frieza's body was cleaved in half. Much like his cold demeanor, the boy's actions were equally ruthless. To prevent Frieza from resurrecting as he had previously, he struck the severed halves with several swift blows, and with a surge of energy, he unleashed a powerful wave that reduced Frieza to mere dust, dissipating into the atmosphere. The cosmic tyrant Frieza had truly met his demise in a foreign land. Everyone present, including Cooler, was left in shock, unable to fathom how this seemingly unassuming boy had so effortlessly vanquished an even mightier Frieza. "That sword you carry appears exceptionally sharp. Might I take a look?" Cooler attempted his old ruse, trying to provoke the boy into relinquishing his weapon. "Or perhaps it was this sword that allowed you to slay Frieza, and you fear placing it in my hands? Enough of your prattle." Broly suddenly appeared before Cooler, and before anyone could comprehend his movement, he struck with his hand, severing Cooler's outstretched hand that sought the boy's sword. Cooler barely registered the pain before watching his hand fall to the ground, succumbing to gravity. Before Cooler could utter a cry of agony, Broly delivered another piercing strike, penetrating Cooler's chest, sealing the fate of the frozen demon family. Broly retrieved Cooler's discarded cloak, wiping the blood from his hands. "You are impressive. May I challenge you?" The boy, still transformed, regarded Broly with vigilance. "Certainly. Let us conclude swiftly, for I have questions for you." Broly could no longer contain his impatience. Otherwise, he would not have taken action to eliminate Kurd. "You are a scion, are you not? Will you not transform?" The young boy's gaze wandered ceaselessly over Broly's tail. "At present, I am incapable of transforming into a super scion. I possess only another form. However, there is no need for sparring," Broly stated. "Even in sparring, I shall give my all. Be cautious," the boy warned, drawing his sword once more and striking at Broly. Unlike his tentative approach with Goku, he sensed the formidable strength of this unfamiliar scion. Trunks swung horizontally at Broly's neck. Broly effortlessly blocked the blade that had just severed Frieza, then delivered a powerful right punch, causing the boy to kneel in pain, expelling a substance that was uncertain whether it was gastric fluid or bile. "You talk too much. Must you announce your intentions before attacking?" Broly seemed to be admonishing the boy, yet he was merely venting his own emotions. The boy internally scoffed. "Isn't this sparring? He hasn't even called out during a real fight. We're going to meet Goku. Hurry and catch up." With that, Broly pulled the boy to his feet and led the way toward Goku's location. He did so to prevent others from overhearing their conversation, particularly Piccolo, whose keen hearing and lack of subtlety were well known. Upon arriving, Broly broke the silence, asking, "You come from the future, do you not? How did you know?" The boy, astonished, replied, "Your name is Trunks?" "Yes, I am Broly, as you can see, a scion. During my previous conquests of other planets, I was struck by a technique known as the illusory demon fist, which occasionally allows me glimpses of the future." "What? You can see the future?" Each word from Broly struck Trunks' understanding like a thunderclap. "Thus, I am aware that your purpose here concerns the androids that will emerge 3 years hence, is it not?" Upon hearing Broly's words, Trunks fell silent, neither affirming nor denying, seemingly deep in thought. Sensing Trunks' distrust, Broly decided to wait for Goku's return to continue their discussion. Chapter 59. A conversation with the future. After conversing with Trunks for a while, the others who had been left behind arrived, including Bulma, who had rushed over in her aircraft, eager to discover the connection between this boy and Broly. Goku also returned from his training on Yardrat, and due to Trunks' secret, he informed everyone that only he and Broly could be privy to this matter, which everyone understood. Trunks reintroduced himself to Goku. "What? You are Bulma and Vegeta's child?" Goku exclaimed in astonishment. "I had thought that Bulma would end up with Broly, Goku scratched his head and remarked, "Mother and you?" Trunks' face flushed momentarily, before he seemed to recall something and drew his sword from behind him. "Hey, Trunks, what are you planning to do?" Goku's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he inquired. Observing Goku's demeanor, Broly felt a sense of relief, even upon discovering the youth's identity. Goku did not immediately intervene, but instead aligned himself with Broly's perspective when Trunks unsheathed his sword. "I apologize, Mr. Goku, Mr. Broly. But I have stated before that my parents are Vegeta and Bulma. The emergence of Mr. Broly could potentially alter the future, leading to my own disappearance. However, there are still matters awaiting my attention in the future. I cannot simply vanish. I must protect this Earth for Gohan," Trunks declared resolutely, willing to confront both Goku and Broly if necessary. "Hold on. Take a moment to explain the situation in your future. I will analyze it for you. Besides, you cannot be sure you can defeat both me and Goku at the same time, can you?" Broly, unfazed, understood Trunks' predicament. He was the sole hope for the future, and such thoughts were comprehensible. Trunks fell silent for a moment, realizing he indeed lacked the confidence to face both Goku and Broly simultaneously. Moreover, with so many Z-fighters present, a conflict could very well see even his own parents siding with Broly. Most importantly, he had finally reunited with these cherished friends from the past. He was not here to instigate a battle. Trunks resolved to continue. "The reason for my visit is that approximately 3 years from now, around 10 o'clock in the morning on May 12th, an exceptionally powerful duo will emerge on an island 9 kilometers southwest. They were created by Dr. Gero, a subordinate of the Red Ribbon Army that you, Mr. Goku, defeated long ago." "The Red Ribbon Army? I remember that name. I thought they had been eradicated," Goku recalled, striving to recollect events from his youth. "That is not entirely incorrect. However, Dr. Gero, a member of the Red Ribbon Army, did not perish and has continued his clandestine research. He has fashioned 2 incredibly formidable androids, endowed with limitless energy, who, upon their emergence, murdered Dr. Gero," Trunks explained. "Since there are 2 of them, I cannot defeat them. And even in a one-on-one scenario, escaping from them would be exceedingly difficult." At this point, Trunks thought of Gohan, his fists clenched tightly in frustration. "What? You can't even manage to eliminate them in an instant, like you did with Frieza?" Goku remarked, as if struck by a thought. "Wait, you mentioned one-on-one. What about the others?" At this question, Trunks lowered his head, filled with guilt. "They all perished in the battle 3 years from now. Only Gohan survived. But he too died 4 years ago while protecting me. Did I also perish in that battle? And what of Broly? He is even stronger than I am." Goku inquired. "I apologize, Mr. Goku, for your absence in the battle. Soon, you shall succumb to viral heart disease and perish shortly thereafter. As for Mr. Broly," Trunks was momentarily taken aback. "In our era, the existence of Mr. Broly is non-existent. This implies that your world has inexplicably transformed at some point, rendering your efforts to eliminate me inconsequential for the future. In fact, my absence may even provide historical legitimacy for the future, would it not?" At this juncture, Broly's tone took on a grave seriousness. "In other words, your arrival may alter our world, yet your future depends solely on your own endeavors to reshape it." "How can this be?" Trunks, seemingly drained of vigor, no longer resembled the composed and spirited warrior who had just vanquished Frieza. Instead, he embodied the essence of a 17-year-old boy, ravaged by despair and helplessness after all he had endured. "Gather yourself, lad. Do not lose hope. If Gohan were still alive, this is precisely what he would impart to you. His desperate efforts to save you were a testament to his belief in you, in your ability to safeguard your future with your own strength," Goku encouraged, placing a reassuring hand on Trunks' shoulder. "Regrettably, I shall never witness the formidable adversaries you speak of." Feeling the warmth absent from his future world, Trunks resolved to regain his composure. "In any case, fret not. I have brought a miraculous remedy for heart disease with me. Even if I cannot alter the future by changing the present, I shall strive to assist in the battle alongside everyone." With that, Trunks retrieved a capsule from his pocket and handed it to Goku. Having fulfilled his mission, he prepared to bid farewell to everyone before embarking on the time machine to reassure Bulma in the future when Broly discreetly intercepted him. "Mr. Broly, is there something else at hand? Though such matters are somewhat difficult to broach for both of us, I must implore you to clarify to Bulma the significance of your attire and your scion identity. Bulma currently believes you to be the illegitimate offspring of myself and another." Trunks found himself at a loss for words. Clearly, his mother shared a remarkable bond with Mr. Broly. As Broly had stated, his world lacked the presence of Broly. Even if this world's Bulma chose Broly, it would bear no impact on his realm. Since the misunderstanding arose from his own existence, he might as well clarify. Despite the embarrassment it brought him, upon revealing to Bulma that he was the son from a future world, even the unconventional thinking Bulma could not suppress a gasp of disbelief. How is that possible? You are the child of me and Vegeta. After explaining the circumstances, Bulma surprisingly accepted this notion with remarkable composure. Ah, I see. So that world lacks Broly. Broly was taken aback. He remained conflicted, unsure whether to feel elated or indignant at Bulma's straightforward acceptance. You accepted this so readily? What does it matter? Though she is another version of me, she is herself. And I am myself. We shall not regret the decisions we have made, regardless of what the future holds. It is sufficient to pursue that which brings joy and feels right. After listening to Bulma's words, not only did Broly unveil the knots in his heart, but even Trunks reaped profound benefits, wholeheartedly agreeing with Bulma's perspective. Mother is indeed correct. I shall endeavor to excel and not disappoint Gohan's expectations. Mother, I have completed the necessary tasks. It is time for me to return. I wish to inform the mother of the future world of my safety. I shall make time to visit you and Trunks. Trunks did not finish his sentence, aware that prolonging the discussion would be somewhat inappropriate, and merely cast a sidelong glance at Vegeta. Impudent brat, do not speak so recklessly. I am not yet married, and in this world, my husband is him. Isn't that right, my dear? Bulma first shot Trunks a look before playfully clinging to Broly's arm. In front of so many people, such embarrassing declarations were best left unsaid. Broly felt his face flush. He understood Bulma's intention was to remind Trunks and save face, yet showcasing affection in front of Trunks, who could be considered half a son, felt somewhat awkward. With misunderstandings resolved, Trunks returned to the future via the time machine, while the others resolved to embark on a journey of training once again, in preparation for the formidable adversary that loomed 3 years ahead. Goku demonstrated his newly acquired instant transmission, a skill that even Broly envied. With this ability, there would be no need for tedious travel. Goku had pilfered Master Roshi's sunglasses from 10,000 kilometers away on Kame House, prompting even the initially begrudging Vegeta to concede the skill's merit. Subsequently, Goku decided to train alongside Gohan and Piccolo, while Krillin opted to return to Kame House for Master Roshi's guidance, and Yamcha chose to train with Tien and Kaiotsu. Vegeta, on the other hand, entrusted his training entirely to technology, commissioning briefs to construct a gravity chamber with 300 times the usual gravity, engaging in relentless training. As for Broly, having finally unraveled the burdens that had long plagued him, he was prepared to deepen his relationship with Bulma, particularly now that Trunks had made his appearance, prompting certain matters to rise to the forefront. In terms of training, Broly intended to balance effort with rest. Upon returning from Namek, he had come to understand the root of his challenges. He once believed that his combat power would only enhance during battles, but he later realized this misconception. The power he gained from defeating Cooler stemmed significantly from the previous battle on Namek. Yet, despite both instances being battles, the disparity in power enhancement was stark. The answer lay in transformation. Previously, after becoming a great ape, Broly felt a void within himself, which was indeed his anger and ferocity, the raw, untamed strength characteristic of Saiyans. Fearing that this rage might cloud his judgment, blurring the lines between friend and foe, Broly made a wish to the dragon to retain his reason while transformed. It is precisely this wish that rendered the transformation into the humanoid great ape, or rage form, so arduous for Broly. Only by completely succumbing to rage, leaving no avenue of retreat, can his power continually escalate. However, in such a state, Broly becomes indistinguishable from friend or foe, rendering him exceedingly perilous. The wish Broly made to the eternal dragon resulted in 2 consequences. On the downside, whether in his wrathful form or as a Saiyan, Broly requires a greater emotional surge to transform, making it increasingly challenging for him to breach the threshold. Conversely, once transformed and entering a state of fury, awakening his might becomes significantly easier than in his original form, thus providing a layer of insurance for the volatile Broly. Chapter 60, Cozy Everyday Life. Over the course of 3 years, Broly lived a life of leisure, occasionally visiting the Kame House. It must be said that Master Roshi truly knows how to savor life. While Krillin tirelessly trains, Rashi indulges in television and adult magazines, with launch cooking whenever hunger strikes, a life of utter comfort. Occasionally, he would join Vegeta in the gravity chamber to maintain his muscle memory, ensuring his body did not rust and forget its combat instincts. Vegeta looked down upon Broly's approach, considering it a waste of such remarkable talent to merely frolic alongside Bulma, instead of dedicating himself to training. Yet Broly countered with an irrefutable statement. Vegeta, everyone has their own path. I cannot dictate how you should proceed, yet you cannot claim my way is entirely incorrect. Look, even though I do not train as rigorously as you, my strength remains intact. In fact, a balance of work and rest might benefit us Saiyans. Have you forgotten what I said about the second transformation of a Super Saiyan? Such notions are misguided. A Saiyan must incessantly strive to battle and enhance their power, transforming only through the emotions stirred in combat, Vegeta retorted. As I mentioned, I would not assert that your method is erroneous. Let the results speak for themselves. Ultimately, different paths can lead to the same destination. Broly remained unconcerned, aware that Vegeta's approach was indeed the most prudent and secure. However, as a time traveler, this body was the greatest boon bestowed upon him by fate. Having discerned the means of enhancement, who would willingly opt for a more arduous and challenging path? Since he could not choose his journey through time, he resolved to seize the opportunity to explore this world more fully. Occasionally, Broly would take Bulma to visit Goku's home. Understanding that with Goku's character, it was only natural for Chi-Chi to become a harried housewife during her menopausal phase. Teaching Goku about the nuances of human relationships in his spare time would be beneficial as well. One evening, Broly brought Bulma to Goku's house, eager to sample Chi-Chi's culinary skills. The culinary prowess of both Chi-Chi and Bulma was well known. Chi-Chi's dishes were notoriously unappealing in appearance, yet surprisingly delightful in taste, while Bulma's creations appeared sophisticated and appetizing, though their flavors often left much to be desired. Upon entering, Broly immediately spotted Goku and Piccolo at the door, engaged in a lively exchange, while Gohan cowered in his room, diligently completing his homework. Upon observing the situation, Broly sensed something amiss. Chi-Chi, a woman of traditional values, often expressed her discontent through veiled remarks about Goku's acquaintances. This time, both Piccolo and Goku found themselves on the receiving end of her ire, indicating to Broly that Chi-Chi was genuinely upset. What has transpired? Broly inquired tentatively. Broly, you have arrived, Goku exclaimed, as if he had encountered a savior. Historically, Chi-Chi had never shown leniency to anyone. Even Vegeta would turn away to avoid her gaze. Krillin, Piccolo, and Master Roshi had all felt her wrath at some point. Only with Broly could she engage in a calm conversation. It's those two again. Not only have they been neglecting Gohan's studies, but they also train incessantly, leaving their foul-smelling clothes for me to wash. Just moments ago, I was nearly sent tumbling off a cliff while being chased by a wild boar. And Goku didn't even express a shred of concern. Chi-Chi recounted the events, enlightening Broly on the matter at hand. Goku, how could you act this way? Chi-Chi is not your mate. Bulma chimed in, empathizing with Chi-Chi's plight and chastising Goku. After all, it's merely a wild boar. It's not a grave concern. Chi-Chi is quite capable. Most would find her a formidable opponent. Goku scratched his head in confusion, unable to comprehend why Bulma was siding with Chi-Chi. Goku, this time you truly are at fault. As a member of this household, especially as a man, you must shoulder your responsibilities. You cannot leave everything to Chi-Chi. Broly offered a fair observation. Look at Broly and Bulma. Does your mind only contain muscle? Chi-Chi felt some solace from Broly and Bulma's words, her anger dissipating significantly. At that moment, Bulma interjected sarcastically, Humph. Chi-Chi, don't be swayed by his words. While someone speaks eloquently, I've yet to witness him contribute anything for us. And it's no different, is it? Broly felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Isn't she referring to Goku? How did this turn into a discussion about me? How about this, Goku? The Saiyans have been revived for a while now, and Vegeta's planet is being managed decently under the oversight of Dales and his team. Once we establish diplomatic relations between Vegeta's planet and Namek, I will send people to Earth. You and Vegeta can take turns training the Saiyans who will be stationed on Earth. This way, not only will your training remain on track, but it will also provide you with additional income. The location will be where Vegeta first arrived on Earth, perfectly situated at the world center. I have even thought of a name, the Vegeta Planet National Security Bureau Earth Office. This grand title astonished Chi-Chi, prompting her to shoot a pointed look at Goku, urging him to acquiesce quickly. Very well, Goku replied. Bulma, may I ask you both for a favor? Broly inquired. What is it? Bulma responded, eager to assist. Do not hesitate. We have known each other for so long, and we are more than willing to help. Before Broly could finish his request, Bulma preemptively agreed. Casting a challenging glance at Broly, Broly sighed, reflecting on how increasingly disrespectful this woman had become. In the past, it could be overlooked, after all. He had relied on her hospitality. Yet now, even as he had grown to resemble a formidable figure, she continued to treat him dismissively. Ultimately, Broly did not wish to undermine Bulma's pride, so he acquiesced to her words. Indeed, Bulma speaks the truth. There is no need for formality between us. As for Goku, they were all aware of his past. He had suffered a head injury in his youth. Although his demeanor differed from that of the Saiyans, he was nearly disconnected from this world. Aside from training, he knew little of societal norms. Broly hoped that they could assist him in acclimating to modern life and learning the nuances of human interaction, at the very least, to obtain a driver's license. Oh, what do I care? I would teach him that regardless. And obtaining a driver's license is straightforward. Isn't it just a matter of having hands? Bulma interjected with a snort. Questioning what? Do you have a driver's license? After some contemplation, Broly realized that while he had no trouble piloting a spaceship, an Earth driving license was indeed something he lacked. With an awkward chuckle, he replied, well, you see, I've been rather busy since arriving on Earth, and Haven T had the time to take the test. Tomorrow, I'll take the two of them to have a look. Upon hearing their agreement, Chi-Chi's spirits lifted, and she began preparing dinner for the group. The next day, Goku wore an expression of reluctance, complaining, Broly, why is this so bothersome? I usually use instant transmission. I don't even need a license. And isn't there the Nimbus Cloud? It seemed she envisioned him driving her and Gohan around joyfully. Broly, feeling somewhat defeated, responded, Hey, Broly, why must I accompany you both to obtain this driver's license? I hardly interact with anyone. The speaker was Piccolo, perplexed as to why a distinguished Namekian should be involved in such a mundane earthly endeavor. He mused that if he ever ruled the world, he would abolish licenses and ban all forms of transportation, insisting that everyone should perfect their instant transmission skills. In his mind, Gohan was more likely to heed Bulma's words than Goku's, making him the true instigator of this predicament. Broly's temper began to flare. And you dare say that? If it weren't for you two, I could have been training with Vegeta instead of dealing with this driving nonsense. It's infuriating. At first, Broly assumed that since it was merely a vehicle, there wouldn't be much difference. After all, he was already adept at driving. However, upon encountering the car, he was utterly taken aback. The operational setup was similar, yet there was one minor detail. The vehicles in Dragon Ball were right-hand drive. The group approached their respective examiners. Broly began his lament. Is it not customary in this world to practice driving before taking the test? His examiner, an elderly gentleman, appeared to be the chief examiner, struggling even to open the car door. Broly's examiner was a middle-aged woman, chatty yet relatively unproblematic. Meanwhile, Piccolo's examiner was a strikingly beautiful young woman who, at first glance, seemed perfectly normal, but once behind the wheel, her driving style was akin to a frenzied whirlwind, reminiscent of a manic witch. As for the trainees, Goku tends to forget what he learns, resembling a sponge that has no affinity for driving, while Piccolo performs better, managing to follow the coach's instructions and attempt to operate the vehicle. Surprisingly, he even raced against Goku. Among the three, only Broly, who had driven in a previous life, exhibited a degree of proficiency. Once accustomed to the vehicle's controls, he could be considered relatively steady in his driving. During their journey, they encountered an unexpected incident, rescuing a bus that was nearly struck by a landslide caused by the rain. Thanks to this incident, the examiner wiped away tears of emotion from his face and stamped the three with an incomplete mark on their performance sheets. Chapter 61. The arrival of the androids in the year 767 of the Age of the Universe. On May 12th, Goku was enthusiastic about combat, arriving early in South City, only to find that Broly and another had arrived even before the others. Upon seeing Broly, the group was astounded by an extraordinary sight. Goku noticed that Bulma was cradling an infant, while Broly was playfully engaging with the child. Goku quietly inquired of Broly, "Is this your child?" Broly shook his head, replying, "This is Trunks. You saw him 3 years ago, did you not?" Bulma wasn't with you? I thought history would change," Goku exclaimed. "Get lost," Broly retorted. giving Goku a light thump on the head. What are you talking about? This is my sister's child. While his father is indeed Vegeta, his mother is not me. Bulma, holding the infant, revealed the child's identity. It turns out that after the Scions established relations with Earth and Namek, this news made its way into the cosmic headlines. Bulma's sister, Thais, a cosmic fantasy writer, had not returned home for some time and thought to gather inspiration from her sister and brother-in-law, ultimately encountering Vegeta. Since Thais is the mother, the child's name followed the tradition of the Bulma family, hence he was named Trunks. Upon seeing the child's white and purple hair, Broly recognized that this Trunks was indeed the original. History, it seemed, was returning to its rightful path in its own manner. Bulma, you have a sister? The news astonished everyone. Yes, but she rarely comes home, and after having the child, that woman ran off again, Bulma said, clenching her fists in frustration. Where's Vegeta? Why hasn't he shown up? Instead, you two are here with his child? Piccolo inquired. Perhaps little Trunks understood Piccolo's words, or perhaps he was startled by his appearance. He began to cry in Bulma's arms. Oh, don't cry, Bulma cooed to the infant, while responding, what can we do? With Dad not around and Mom absent. It falls to me as the aunt to take care of him. He made it easy for themselves, leaving him with the household robot. I worry those two might spoil him. I truly can't believe those two. Haha, Bulma, your tone is starting to sound more like Broly's, Goku chuckled. Time is of the essence. Take this as a communicator, and let us split up to search. As he spoke, Broly handed a few scouters to several individuals. I'll pass. I'm unaccustomed to Scion equipment, remarked Bulma, glancing at the rejected Piccolo and then at his sharp, elongated ears, which plunged her into contemplation. Wow, your Scion gear is truly convenient. Krillin fiddled with the scouter and commented. The previous models were outdated. I was the one who modified them, Bulma retorted with dissatisfaction. Indeed, Miss Bulma is a genius beauty, Broly flattered in response to her words. But I recall you both being over 30. You are even older than I am. Goku reminisced about their initial encounter. Upon hearing this, Bulma's expression darkened. But I haven't married or had children. I look much younger than your Chi-Chi. And our Broly still has a baby face, so he appears younger too. Broly rubbed his forehead in exasperation, having taught Goku extensively. He wondered why the boy remained so oblivious. Every time, he had to step in to shift the topic. Regarding the androids, be cautious. Their appearances are of a fat man and an old man. Since they rely on energy, they cannot be detected by scouters. Yet they can absorb your energy and convert it. If you see them, do not act recklessly. Immediately inform everyone of their location. Ever since Broly had mentioned the ability to foresee the future through the illusionary magic fist, everyone had grown accustomed to his precognitive insights. As in the original story, Yamcha, while searching for traces of the androids, was seized by Android 20, who covered his mouth and began siphoning Yamcha's energy. Just then, a ki blast landed beside him, prompting Android 20 to release Yamcha and sidestep. The assailant was none other than Broly, who had quietly followed Yamcha since they had scattered, fully aware that any trouble would inevitably befall the god of tea. Android 19, what is happening? Why is there another one hidden here? Why didn't the monitoring system detect it? I'm unsure. Perhaps there is a malfunction in the system, as my monitoring equipment did not pick up on this individual either. Meanwhile, the others, alerted by the explosion, arrived at the scene. Is this the legendary android? They're not as formidable as I imagined. Piccolo scoffed at the duo before him. Don't be complacent. That's because they are androids, and you cannot sense their energy. Their actual strength is comparable to that of the previous Frieza. Broly descended slowly from the sky. Oh, how do you know about the androids? And it seems you were already aware of our presence on this island. Android 20, sharp-minded as always, detected the inconsistencies in their words. He.s. trying to extract information from us. Ignore him, Broly advised, fully understanding the significance of intelligence in battle. Android 20 did not expect the adversaries to possess such knowledge about them while being so cautious. Let us relocate to a more secluded area. Once again, Wukong exhibited his characteristic kindness, intending to depart from Aminbo Island to avoid any casualties. Very well, son Wukong. You are granted the extraordinary privilege of selecting your own place of demise. Without a moment's hesitation, number 20 acquiesced to Wukong's request. The group subsequently relocated to a desolate area devoid of human presence. Are you not curious why I know your name, son Wukong? Number 20 remarked, seemingly to himself. As no one responded, perhaps you recall the Red Satin Army, which you single-handedly obliterated, shattering my aspirations of world conquest. You deserve to perish. At that time, only Dr. Gero had survived. He had meticulously observed each of Wukong's battles with microbots, gathering intelligence. We even know that the strongest among your group is that Broly, correct? Upon hearing number 20's words, Broly nearly retracted his earlier assessment, having just displayed cleverness, only to inadvertently expose his own vulnerabilities. Indeed, the astute Piccolo discerned something amiss. Your tone suggests that you are Dr. Gero. As the group shifted their focus to the conversation, Broly noticed something unsettling. Wukong was breaking into a cold sweat, his body trembling slightly. Broly had always been attentive to the nuances of energy, and his current abilities had reached a level akin to perceiving the very essence of life itself. He could even detect the contraction and expansion of vessels and muscles. The rapid heartbeat, the cold sweat, the weakness, and the tremors, these were all symptoms of viral heart disease. Chapter 62. Overwhelming Force. Wukong, are you unwell? This inquiry, though it may sound like an insult, was in fact an expression of concern. The term illness briefly transported Broly back to his previous life, where it signified financial burdens and the torment of suffering, with certain diseases equating to death and separation. Even among Scions, everyone was equal in the face of affliction. Fortunately, he had refrained from consuming that forbidden divine water, and Trunks had provided him with effective medicine. Wukong, return and take your medication. Allow me to deal with them. Piccolo, too, sensed Wukong's unusual condition. It's fine. I shall gauge the capabilities of the androids. This time, Wukong did not hesitate as before, directly transforming into a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan? Yet such a level can be bested even by number 19. And considering your illness, it appears today is your inevitable demise. Go forth, number 19. No. 19 nodded and entered the fray. Wukong recognized that he could no longer delay. Hence, he transformed immediately. As number 19 approached, Wukong launched an attack without hesitation. No. 19 seemed aware of Wukong's condition and refrained from rushing into combat. Evading Wukong's assault, number 19 leapt towards a nearby hill, seemingly plotting something. In the present moment, Goku was no longer preoccupied with trivial matters. As Android 19 retreats, he pursues relentlessly, reaching the summit of a small mountain. There, Android 19 appears to smile momentarily before obliterating the upper half of the mountain into fragments. Goku crosses his arms to shield his face. Yet this action also obscures his vision. Seizing the opportunity, Android 19 unleashes a pink energy wave directed at Goku, with a series of rapid movements. Goku seems to teleport before Android 19, who, taken aback, throws a punch at the suddenly appeared Goku, only to have it evade him once more. This time, Goku reappears behind Android 19, delivering a powerful elbow strike that sends him flying, shattering the terrain around them. Goku closes in on Android 19 again with his swift movements, relentlessly attacking. The advantage has become starkly evident for Android 19. If this continues, he will surely be the first to fall. Why? The onlookers find Broly's assessment puzzling. Have you not realized? After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Goku should be significantly stronger. How could he be in such a dire state? It is Piccolo who uncovers the crux of the matter. Dire state? What are you talking about, Piccolo? Goku is clearly in control. No, superficially. Goku appears to have the upper hand, yet his full-force attacks have inflicted little to no tangible harm on Android 19. Have you forgotten the technique we learned in the temple, which allows us to sense our opponent's energy? This energy encompasses not only the ki within them, but also their breath, which reveals their rhythm and forthcoming actions. Observe how Goku's breathing has become utterly erratic, akin to an ordinary person after intense exertion. His heart condition is taking a severe toll on him. With a powerful roundhouse kick, Goku strikes Android 19, sending him crashing to the ground, skidding for several dozen meters. Yet, Android 19 rises effortlessly once more. They are androids, impervious to pain and fatigue. Curse it. Goku realizes mid-air that his attacks have not left a mark on the android, and he remains largely unaffected. Gathering a blue energy wave in his hands, he prepares to execute his classic move. Goku, have you forgotten Broly's warning? Piccolo shouts urgently as he observes Goku about to unleash the Kamehameha. In his haste to conclude the battle, he has overlooked the fact that androids can absorb energy. Seeing Goku's furious expression, Broly quickly deduces Goku's thoughts. Very well. I shall handle this. In an instant, Broly appears behind Goku and knocks him unconscious with a swift chop, preventing the Kamehameha from being unleashed. Take Goku back to recuperate. I shall take over from here. I'll go. It seems my presence here is of little assistance. I leave the rest to you. With that, Yamcha, whom Broly had previously saved, assists Goku and flies away. Come on, Chubby One, let us have some fun. With that, Broly beckons to Android 19. Ready for the next confrontation. On the 19th, he cast a fleeting glance at the 20th, seemingly awaiting its permission. Since Sun Wukong had been rescued by him, he should continue to engage in battle with him. According to intelligence analysis, this individual is significantly more formidable than Sun Wukong and possesses a cunning nature. Thus, caution is warranted. Cunning? I presume you mean intelligent? Yet, when dealing with your kind, there is little need for intellect. With that, Broly tilted his head from side to side and stretched his neck. At that moment, the previously absent Vegeta made his entrance onto the battlefield. Observing the clash between Broly and the 19th, he merely scoffed. Humph, it seems I arrived too late, having been outpaced by Broly. Where's Kakarot? Gohan responded. Father's heart condition flared up. He was taken home by Uncle Yamcha. Having been in good health previously, he had neglected his medication under Vegeta's watchful eye. And with each word he uttered, his voice grew increasingly faint. Fool, I am fully aware of what can be done and what cannot. With him absent, my performance will lack an audience, Vegeta remarked, a sinister smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Seeing Broly still posturing, the 19th unleashed two beams of laser from his eyes, aimed directly at Broly. The 19th offered no respite. After the explosion, he immediately closed the distance to Broly. Although surprised that Broly bore no signs of injury, his limbs moved without hesitation. Broly appeared to regard the 19th's assault with utter disdain, enduring the onslaught while declaring, "Your strength pales in comparison. Prepare to witness true domination." As Broly's words echoed, he sprang into action, grasping the 19th's attacking right hand with his left, lifting him effortlessly. He then delivered a powerful punch directly to the 19th's chest. The 19th, still reeling from the shock, found himself propelled backward by the force of the blow. 19th. The 20th was beginning to sense the gravity of the situation. He had previously overheard discussions regarding Sun Wukong's heart condition and intended for the 19th to stall until Sun Wukong could no longer wait and absorbed his energy. To his dismay, not only had this group procured their intelligence ahead of time, but Sun Wukong, in a fit of desperation, had unleashed the Kamehameha wave, only to be thwarted by this individual named Broly. The 19th stumbled to his feet, only to discover that Broly's punch had created a gaping hole in his chest, exposing the internal components and emitting intermittent sparks of electricity. As he looked down, he realized that below his right elbow, his arm was hollow, revealing only a few severed wires. Instinctively, he glanced at Broly, who maintained his previous stance of holding him aloft, while his right arm rested in Broly's grasp. Chapter 63. Luring the snake from its hole, Broly examined the 19th's arm before tossing it aside, catching it once more before casually discarding it at Vegeta's feet. Was this not a touch cruel? Klin gazed at the severed limb of number 19, a chill coursing through him. Despite Vegeta's lack of comprehension regarding Broly's intent, he nonetheless retorted to Klin, his tone laced with a hint of deliberate intimidation. What do you know, Bald One? Losing limbs in battle is as commonplace as it gets. Have you ever witnessed the sight of a chest being gouged open with entrails spilling out? Wow. Vegeta, please stop. That's revolting, Klin exclaimed, his face contorting in disgust as he covered his mouth. Satisfied with his aim, Vegeta wore a twisted grin. Due to their distance, Broly had not overheard their exchange, merely shouting, "What are you standing around for? Pick up the hand. Pick up the hand. That switch is what harnesses energy. Bring it back for Bulma to study. It will be invaluable." Realizing Broly's intent was not what he had assumed, Vegeta reluctantly stooped to retrieve number 19's hand. Broly approached number 19 step by step, inquiring, "Where has your earlier confidence vanished? I thought you had a trick up your sleeve." As Broly closed in, a wave of fear surged within number 19. He had no desire to continue the fight, for he understood that persevering would culminate in his disintegration into fragments. Although Broly's pace was unhurried, each footfall resonated like a countdown to number 19's demise. Ignoring the commands from number 20, he resolved that as long as this man hadn't rushed directly towards him, he might still seize an opportunity to flee. However, it seemed Broly had anticipated number 19's thoughts, raising his hand to unleash an energy blast, obstructing number 19's escape route. Number 19. Do not flee. This is a golden opportunity. At number 20's urging, number 19 finally reacted, exclaiming, "You couldn't hold back any longer." He halted his flight, extending his remaining left arm to absorb Broly's energy blast, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. What formidable power. Now you shall pay for your arrogance. Feeling good now? Just moments prior, Broly had been leisurely advancing towards number 19, yet unbeknownst to him, he had now grasped number 19's left hand. It dawned on number 19 how foolish he had been to heed number 20's instructions. This individual must have intended it all along. In a moment of clarity, number 19 swiftly retaliated, unleashing 2 laser beams from his eyes, this time not aimed at Broly, but at his own left arm. The laser struck, severing his arm in a jagged manner, but he felt no pain. Although his left arm was lost, he had freed himself from Broly's grasp. And in that moment of Broly's astonishment, number 19 made his escape once more. What an incorrigible fool, number 20 remarked as he noted the attention diverted to number 19. Uttering a parting comment before making his retreat, number 19 caught the sound of number 20's scorn, interpreting it as a reprimand for his disobedience. Yet at this juncture, was he to perish alongside him? Broly's subsequent actions would elucidate the true meaning of number 20's words. "Oh, you possess quite the audacity for a mere automaton." Broly once again tossed the severed hand to Vegeta, yet this time he refrained from pursuing Android 19, allowing him to escape in disarray. "Broly, do not let him slip away. He is a robot and can replace his lost hands." In a moment of desperation, Piccolo shouted as he observed Broly's lack of pursuit. "Cease your shouting. He is not a lowly warrior like Kakarot and will not commit such a trivial error. Moreover, without his hands, he is incapable of absorbing energy. He is doomed," Vegeta replied, catching the spoils thrown by Broly. "You seem to know me quite well." Seeing that Android 19 had nearly fled, Broly raised his hand and extended his index finger, from which a beam of green light shot forth. Initially, 19 believed Broly had abandoned his pursuit, yet this sudden attack pierced through the back of his head. With his cranium penetrated, 19's legs lost strength, and he collapsed to the ground, his systems ceasing to function. This was Frieza's death beam, a technique Broly had mastered. Krillin, recognizing the familiar move, was reminded of the terror imposed by Frieza. Broly's combat aptitude was exceedingly formidable. He had previously appropriated my solar flare and four-way attack, so one would eventually grow accustomed to it. TNS techniques had long been appropriated by Broly, thus he felt little surprise. "Let us pursue Android 20. That fellow still possesses a trump card," Broly remarked, observing the direction in which 20 fled. If it were not by design, how could 20 possibly escape under his very nose? Android 20 sought refuge within a nearby rocky outcrop, opting not to return directly to his laboratory. Broly and the others had already closed in once more. Flying might lead to detection, and Broly's power was unfathomable. With just a few moves, he had dispatched 19, potentially surpassing even Android 17 and 18 in strength. Originally planning to lie low and absorb a few individuals amidst the chaos to augment his power, he realized that apart from Broly himself, he would likely find no one capable of opposing him. He could only preemptively reactivate Androids 17 and 18, hoping this time no complications would arise. "You certainly excel at concealment." The sudden voice startled Android 20, causing him to leap back, only to find himself immobilized. It was then he realized Broly had seized his shoulder. "How is this possible? Do you not rely on Ki to sense your enemy's movements? How could you discover my presence?" "Apologies, but I am not the loquacious villain you might expect." This indeed pertains to Broly's unique perception. His awareness differs fundamentally from that of others. While most rely on Ki to extend their senses, Broly merges his Ki with the natural energy around him. This perception allows Broly to visualize the area where the Ki resides. Thus, he directly saw the location of Android 20. He had also utilized this ability to pass the lightning trial of Korin Mountain. However, such a method could yield an overwhelming number of images. If the search area is too vast, it becomes less effective. How could Broly divulge such intelligence to his adversaries? On the 20th, it became evident that Broly's objective lay within the absorption device embedded in his palm. Without hesitation, he mimicked the actions of the 19th model and severed his arm at the shoulder. "No matter where you run, I will find you. Care to wager?" he taunted. "Perhaps you possess formidable means of surveillance, but next time, luck may not be on your side. Just what do you mean by that? Broly inquired. You've fallen for my ruse. The 20th model unleashed a surge of energy from within, not particularly destructive, yet sufficient to obscure Broly's line of sight. By the time Broly opened his eyes again, the 20th model had vanished. The commotion attracted the attention of the others, who swiftly converged, including the previously elusive Trunks. This 20th model is none other than Dr. Gero from years past. He has transformed himself into an android. I inquired with Bulma about his research facility, which is located in the northern mountains, though the precise location remains unclear. He must still be hiding nearby, waiting for us to depart for the facility. If we head directly to his research site, he will undoubtedly rush ahead of us, guiding us there, one of them explained. Why not eliminate him directly? With your strength, you could easily dispose of him before he could act. Is there something of value at the research facility? Vegeta questioned, pondering Broly's capabilities. He had a rough understanding of the 20th model's weakness, believing that even he could handle it without trouble, let alone Broly. Indeed, he and the 19th model are not the androids Trunks spoke of. Those two remain dormant in his laboratory. This is precisely why he aims to reach the facility before us. Chapter 64. The Thorny Rose. Is this the place? Broly asked, gazing at the cave before them. We shall find out by entering, Vegeta declared, extending his hand in a gesture reminiscent of a traffic officer halting vehicles. Big Bang attack. A relatively small energy sphere struck the iron gate that barred their path, yet the ensuing explosion far exceeded its size, obliterating the summit of the mountain and revealing the research facility within. As the smoke cleared, the occupants of the facility were unveiled. Aside from the dismembered 20th model, there were two unfamiliar figures. One had short black hair, donned a black and white faux two-piece outfit, accessorized with an orange scarf and fashionable green long socks that extended beyond his blue high-top canvas shoes. The other was the beloved goddess of Broly's universe, Android 18. Her refreshing short golden hair and blue eyes bestowed upon her an ethereal quality. She wore a black and white striped top under a denim vest, complemented by a denim miniskirt paired with black leggings and stylish denim boots, exuding an aura that suggested she was not to be trifled with. Both figures were adorned with round earrings and bore the distinctive double R emblem of the Red Ribbon Army. Oh, it seems your adversaries have come knocking, Dr. Gero. On the 17th, a teasing smile graced his face as he addressed the 20th. How infuriating. How could it happen so swiftly? 17th and 18th, swiftly deal with them. And be wary of that tall fellow. Observing that they had already come knocking, the 20th issued commands to the 17th and 18th. We shall only strike when the intent to kill arises. The 17th, however, paid no heed to the 20th's orders, and the 18th similarly remained still. Do you wish to succumb to slumber once more? The 20th brandished a remote control, designed to abruptly halt the energy of the 17th and 18th. At that moment, Broly surged forth, appearing before the 20th, and forcibly tore off one of his remaining arms. Well done, Mr. Broly. With just the press of that remote, you could cease the movements of both androids. Witnessing Broly seize control of the situation, Trunks exclaimed with excitement. For the seemingly harmless androids before him had once been the nightmares he could not escape. The attention of the two androids shifted towards the remote in Broly's grasp. Could it be that they were about to fall into slumber again, having just been activated? It must be quite uncomfortable to be under the control of such a device. I empathize with your plight. My father once installed a limiter on my neck to suppress my power, and he possessed a remote strikingly similar to yours. Vegeta, puzzled, wondered if Paragus had indeed committed such an act, for he had been unaware of it. Moreover, when I met you, I saw no limiter upon your neck. Freedom is a precious gift. Cherish it well. With that, Broly crushed the remote along with the 20th's hand. The 20th, taken aback, had not anticipated that Broly would shatter the remote upon seizing it. The 17th and 18th were equally astonished, taken aback that their long-feared remote had been destroyed by their adversary. What could he possibly intend? Of course, their allies were equally surprised, particularly Trunks, who could hardly comprehend why Broly would relinquish such an advantageous opportunity. Why? Why destroy the remote? Vegeta scolded Trunks sharply. Silence. Does that expression even reflect a scion? I find this turn of events rather intriguing. Broly cast a complex gaze towards the 18th. Having arrived in this world with the intent to engage in a beautiful encounter with this goddess. Yet, fate is unpredictable, and now he finds himself with Bulma. You there? We shall spare your life in the future. The 17th expressed gratitude to Broly in his own manner. No sooner had the 17th spoken than he sprang into action, launching a surprise attack by thrusting his hand through the chest of the 20th, followed by a swift kick that severed the 20th's head, which he then crushed beneath his foot. 18th, it seems there's also a 16th. Let him be released as well. After uttering this, the 17th glanced at the others with a playful expression. What about you? Who shall be next? Energy began to gather in Trunks' hands. He could not permit the enemy to release another android, for the two before him were already quite formidable. Damn it! I warned you not to act recklessly. As Trunks readied to strike, Vegeta delivered a powerful punch, interrupting his technique. Hey, Broly, you've been the one fighting all this time. It's my turn now. Allow me to showcase my newfound strength. Vegeta wore a confident expression. I advise against it. They are not as easily dealt with as before. Are you afraid my power has surpassed yours? Vegeta retorted. Rest assured, I am no longer interested in the Saiyan throne. I merely wish to broaden your horizons. Ignoring Broly's warning, Vegeta perceived it as mere apprehension on Broly's part. Broly shook his head, realizing that reason was futile. He stepped aside to grant Vegeta room. How about it? After such a long slumber, do you need to warm up? At that moment, Android 16 was reactivated and released. Android 17 remained amiable towards his companion. I decline. Then allow me, said Android 18, glancing at Broly. Aren't you going to give it a try? Don't worry. Since 17 has assured you won't be harmed, we shall uphold our promise. I prefer to engage with formidable opponents. You scoundrel. What do you mean by that? Are you implying I am inferior to him? Upon hearing Android 18's words, Vegeta could no longer contain himself and transformed into a Super Saiyan, charging forward. Vegeta and Android 18 engaged in battle, their exchanges a mere test of each other's capabilities. Vegeta, you indeed possess commendable skill. Unleash your true prowess. For I am already growing weary. With that, Android 18 tossed aside her vest. Oh, you audacious woman dare to conceal your strength when facing me, Vegeta? You truly court disaster. I shall reduce you and your puppet companions to mere fragments. With that declaration, Vegeta charged at Android 18 once more. Android 18 swiftly delivered a knee strike to Vegeta's abdomen, denying him any opportunity for a counter, and followed up with a kick that sent him flying. Vegeta, feeling the sting of humiliation, relentlessly initiated attacks against Android 18. He accelerated his speed and intensified his strikes. However, Android 18 effortlessly absorbed his assaults. While engaged in combat, Android 18 kept her gaze fixed on Broly, unexpectedly remarking, if you don't intervene soon, he might truly perish. No, my father is losing, Broly thought. Though Vegeta had exerted his utmost strength, his opponent, the android, felt neither pain nor fatigue and possessed boundless energy. In a confrontation against an android, without overwhelming superiority, the inexhaustible energy of the adversary would inevitably lead to a reversal of fortune over time. Another mid-level sweep ensued as Android 18 landed a kick on Vegeta's left arm. At that moment, Vegeta attempted to block her strike with the outer side of his forearm, but sadly, Android 18's movements were too swift, and Vegeta could no longer keep pace. The strike from Android 18 landed solidly against Vegeta's forearm, causing an eerie reversal in his hand, and the area where he was struck became indented. Vegeta, already exhausted from the battle, could no longer withstand such a severe blow and finally collapsed to the ground. Enough, he gasped, realizing his arm was broken and he was no longer capable of fighting. Since you say that, Android 18 remarked, grasping Vegeta's battle suit and hoisting him up, throwing him toward Broly. Here, take him back. Now we are even. Chapter 65. Broly's intentions prepare to meet your end. Upon witnessing Vegeta's injury, Trunks could no longer contain himself and charged forward with his sword. Unfortunately, Trunks' skill paled in comparison to that of the androids, and with a single strike, his sword, which had previously cleaved through Frieza's defenses, now bore a crack. Observing Trunks' sudden assault, Android 17, who had been watching from the sidelines, joined the fray, maneuvering behind Trunks and delivering a powerful blow that reverted Trunks back to his usual state. Just as Android 17 was poised to attack again, Broly finally stepped forward. Deep down, he had no desire to engage in battle with these two. A significant part of this sentiment was due to Android 18, while the rest stemmed from his perception of them as rebellious youths who, albeit not malevolent, required guidance. If I win, will you grant me one request? Broly inquired. Absolutely not. Android 17 retorted without a moment's hesitation. That would make you just like that old man, dictating to us. I simply wish to converse with you, not to instruct you, Broly clarified. That is also unacceptable. Android 18 interjected, agreeing emphatically. Android 17 regarded Android 18 with confusion, unable to comprehend why she would acquiesce to this individual named Broly. Even if he had destroyed Dr. Gero's control device, he would still be a formidable opponent. It matters not. We have nothing else to do, and besides, he may not even be able to defeat us, right? Android 18 casually tossed her hair and cast a teasing glance at Broly. Broly felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. He had nearly forgotten how frivolous these two could be. Since you are in agreement, let us proceed. You may attack together, he offered. You certainly speak with audacity. Android 18 remarked, launching a kick toward Broly's head. Broly adeptly blocked her attack with the outer side of his forearm, at which point Android 17 initiated his own assault. Though silent, the intensity of his strikes revealed the impact of Broly's words on his mindset. Android 17 opted for a low sweep from behind, but Broly raised his leg, using the outer side of his knee to intercept the attack. Realizing that Broly was unfazed by their combined efforts, they instinctively quickened their pace, yet despite their synchronized attacks, every strike was effortlessly countered by Broly. On the 17th, a chink in Broly's armor was seized. With a swift kick, he struck Broly's chin, sending his face skyward. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Broly regained his composure, his gaze now tinged with fury. In a 2-on-1 scenario, the adversaries exhibited remarkable coordination, one attacking from the front while the other struck from behind, one from the left and the other from the right. This strategy ignited Broly's ire. Seizing both opponents by their heads, he executed a powerful headbutt, causing their skulls to collide with a resounding impact, leaving them momentarily stunned. Capitalizing on this opportunity, Broly delivered a punch to the abdomen of the 17th and sent him flying with a sweeping kick. He then appeared behind the 18th, landing an elbow strike that sent her tumbling off balance. Yet, the assault did not cease there. Broly grasped one of the 18th's legs, swung her around, and hurled her away. How about it? Will you continue to fight? He scoffed. It would be premature to concede now. The 17th wiped the dust from the corner of his mouth, ignited by Broly's presence. No, we concede. The 18th countered the 17th's assertion, expressing her surrender. Why 18? Although we may have been at a disadvantage, we possess infinite energy. If we continue, he will not be able to match us. The 17th, bolstered by his newfound spirit, was unwilling to yield, perplexed by the unusual defiance of the 18th, who had rebutted him twice, a rarity in their history. After all, it is 2 against 1. And have you not noticed? He hasn't even unleashed his full potential. According to Dr. Gero's intelligence, he too is a scion. If he were to transform into that golden-haired state from earlier, we would have surely lost by now. Though anger clouded the 17th's judgment, he could not deny the truth in the 18th's words. That transformation provided science with immense augmentation, yet the man before them showed no inclination to transform. Broly, overhearing, responded with a hint of bemusement, I apologize, but I cannot yet transform into a super scion. Then let us proceed. You have just been activated, and I believe it has been quite some time since your last engagement. In this era, the world changes rapidly. Allow me to show you this world. Let us find a place to sit and converse. With that, Broly turned to his companions, leaving behind a simple remark, I will take them with me. Before soaring towards the city. Where are we headed? First, we shall get you some new clothes. Broly led the trio to a clothing store. The 17th casually glanced around, selecting an outfit before emerging, while the 18th meticulously sifted through the garments, examining this and that. Seizing the moment, Broly struck up a conversation with the usually reticent 16th. Though your body is entirely mechanical, distinct from the 17th and 18th, your appearance is modeled after Dr. Gero's deceased son. In a sense, you could be considered half his son. Given that the 17th killed Dr. Gero, do you harbor any hatred towards him? Observing the 16th's silence, Broly contemplated retreating from the conversation, yet the 16th ultimately responded to his inquiry. You have mentioned that I am a robot, incapable of comprehending the emotion of hatred. However, I harbor no disdain for Android 17. At that moment, Android 17 emerged, having changed into attire reminiscent of his previous style, adorned only with a light-colored trench coat. As he stepped out, he happened to overhear the conversation between Broly and Android 16. Is it not rather despicable to sow discord from behind? No. I would pose the same question even in your presence. Broly did not deny his earlier exchange with Android 16. You must understand, even though we are artificial beings, she is still a woman. Android 17 casually found a place to sit, waiting alongside the two for Android 18. Chapter 66. Brainwashing. Your aim is Android 18, is it not? Do not presume I am oblivious to your intentions. With that, Android 17 cast his gaze toward Android 18, who was still selecting her outfit. She is no ordinary woman. Can you accept all that she entails? No, I believe you have misunderstood. She is indeed beautiful, and I hold a certain fondness for her. Yet my true purpose for this visit pertains to the three of you. Oh, you are quite the peculiar individual. Moreover, is there not information in Dr. Gero's files? The Capsule Corporation, perhaps you have heard of it. Bulma, the daughter of Brief, is my girlfriend, hence I harbor no ulterior motives towards Android 18. I merely wish to understand your thoughts and future plans. TCH, you are as tedious as those mundane individuals. Just as this conversation unfolded, Android 18 emerged, her attire audaciously bold. She did not opt for the broad-shouldered denim ensemble of the original narrative, but chose a sleek black athletic outfit, a short black women's sports tank top paired with black stretchy leggings, complemented by white sneakers. Broly was taken aback by her choice, although it may not align with current fashion. It accentuated her perfect curves and evoked within Broly a profound sense of incongruity, as if he were transported back to a former existence. Is it appealing? The answer is undoubtedly affirmative, yet Broly refrained from responding. Do not delude yourself, Android 18. The individual in question has a girlfriend. And how peculiar of you to select an outfit so akin to hers. A playful smile graced Android 17's face as he anticipated how Broly would navigate the ensuing situation. As for my attire, we Scions dress in this manner. The fabric is merely practical for combat, devoid of any deeper significance. Oh, Android 18 replied succinctly, then turned to Android 17 and stated, I simply chose the clothes I liked. Is there a problem? With that, Android 18 led the way out of the clothing store. Android 16 and 17 exchanged glances before following suit. Broly, shaking his head in resignation, completed the transaction and hurried after them. Let us find a cafe. I propose we sit down and discuss matters. Broly articulated his thoughts. In the original narrative, Android 18 consistently served as the cornerstone among the three, while Android 16 remained taciturn, preferring silence. As long as the others did not contravene his principles, he quietly trailed behind, resolving their predicaments. 17 frequently suggests ideas. Yet when 18 presents alternative thoughts, 17 complies with her directives. 18 remains somewhat melancholic due to recent events and does not respond. Thus, 17 takes the initiative to agree. Why choose such a place? We do not require sustenance, as you should well know. In truth, I am not particularly fond of sweet treats either. But desserts and fried foods invariably bring joy. I had not perceived you as a scion who relishes enjoyment. Let us discuss matters of importance. What plans do the three of you have moving forward? I wish to eliminate Son Goku, replied 16. Our very purpose of creation is to fulfill such a goal. And since we have no other pursuits, why not set an objective and revel in the journey? Therefore, this is not merely a command from Dr. Gero. 17. Sensing Broly's confusion, provided clarity. 18 remained silent, savoring her dessert. Since you are capable of making choices, it indicates that you possess your own consciousness. This world is replete with pleasures, and I believe you should indulge, provided that you adhere to its rules. 18, who had been quiet until now, interjected. Is persuading us to abandon the notion of killing Son Goku the objective of your visit? 17 chimed in. If that is indeed the case, how dull you are. Killing Son Goku is precisely what we desire. In Dr. Gero's intel, it was noted that you and Son Goku share not only kinship, but also a cordial relationship, correct? I do not deny that, but I must ask, how do you perceive yourselves? Are you humans, or mere androids created by Dr. Gero? If the former, you should know instinctively how to act. If the latter, with Dr. Gero now deceased, I hope you will learn to live for yourselves. Broly's words plunged the trio into silence, prompting introspection regarding the essence of their existence. Observing the impact of his words, Broly intensified his discourse. Whether you are 16, a purely mechanical construct, or the two of you, modified human forms, or even silicon or carbon-based beings, it matters not. We are all current entities. The past is immutable. The future is yet to unfold. Your consciousness constitutes existence itself. As humanity often states, you determine the kind of person you wish to be, a sentiment that holds true. Our consciousness shapes our being, so you ought not to be constrained by your physical forms. The three pondered Broly's profound insights, nearly overwhelming their processors. Broly then remarked, "Reflect upon this, before settling the bill and departing the cafe." At that moment, Trunks called, urgently informing Broly of recent developments. During Broly's meal with the androids, Bulma, Trunks, and Gohan had discovered a new time machine, along with a massive cicada shell and its eggs nearby. Upon hearing the news, Broly remained unperturbed. He had anticipated the situation with Cell. It was reasonable to expect that the television would soon report on those who had been absorbed by Cell. His primary concern now was those androids that Cell had assimilated. Without a doubt, Android 18 was beyond saving, and despite his experiences in both past and present, Broly held a favorable impression of Android 17. If possible, he hoped to spare both of them from this calamity. There was another matter, Mr. Broly. Trunks hesitated on the other end of the line, seeming somewhat embarrassed. If you have something to say, please do so. Delaying may jeopardize the opportunity. It's about my mother, he began. She mentioned that you should seek out that female android and that you need not return tonight. Broly felt assured regarding the situation with Cell, as it had unfolded precisely as he had predicted, with no significant alterations. However, Bulma's circumstances indeed unsettled him. "Why are you back again?" Android 17 inquired, observing Broly's return. "It's nothing, just a minor issue," Broly replied. Chapter 67. Concealed talents awaiting the right moment. There's something else we must be cautious about. I almost forgot to mention. After some contemplation, Broly decided to inform the trio about Cell. "Are you saying that old fool has created another monster? His ultimate goal is to absorb both me and Android 18? Android 17, usually composed, displayed a look of astonishment. "Yes, after absorbing you, his power will increase significantly, transforming him into his ultimate form." "Humph. We won't allow him to absorb us. We've only just regained our mobility. Regrettably, he is even stronger than you. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, it would be wise for you to remain still. You lack energy, and if you deliberately hide, Cell won't be able to find you. I will resolve this matter swiftly and return to inform you. His emergence should occur within the next few days." At that moment, Broly sensed two formidable auras, which Android 16, equipped with a power detection device, also perceived. These two signatures belonged to Piccolo, and another Piccolo. It appeared that Cell had prematurely emerged, necessitating swift action. Sensing Cell's presence, Broly ceased his deliberation and flew towards Cell's location. "Shall we follow?" Android 18 inquired. "Forget it. Didn't he say that monster was designed specifically to target us? His true objective is us," Android 17 countered, disapproving of Android 18's suggestion, as he preferred to find a place to contemplate Broly's words. "Isn't he supposed to be strong? He wouldn't just stand by and watch us be absorbed. Besides, hasn't he mentioned that we should pursue our desires? If you're too timid to go, then that's your choice." Android 16, "We're going." With that, Android 18 soared toward Broly's direction. "Are you going to follow her folly as well, Android 16? "No. I simply find Broly's reasoning compelling. I wish to forget the matter of killing Goku and explore the wonders of nature. However, if you and Android 18 were to be absorbed, it would spell doom for this world." With that, Android 16 departed as well. "You fellows, enough of this. I simply do not believe that this Cell possesses such formidable strength." Ultimately, Android 17 chose to follow suit. By the time Broly arrived, the battle between Piccolo and Cell had already reached its conclusion. Having witnessed the terrifying power of the androids, Piccolo had merged with the Kami, thus gaining the upper hand in his confrontation with Cell. Sensing a multitude of energies approaching, Cell concealed his presence and fled. How infuriating! I arrived too late. Nevertheless, this Cell's power is not significantly superior to that of the androids. As long as he has not absorbed androids 17 and 18, he cannot evolve into his perfect form. Even I should be able to contend with him. Unfortunately, ordinary people will suffer. I will have to rely on the Dragon Balls once this matter is resolved. By the way, what has become of the androids? Previously, it seemed you had no intention of harming them. The Piccolo who has assimilated with the Kami is no longer the Piccolo of old. The Kami's temperament and habits have influenced him, resulting in a Piccolo who now possesses a greater sense of humanity. I have spoken with them. They will no longer engage in malevolent deeds. Or so I hope. Broly is uncertain. Android 16, at least, is inherently good, aside from the commands dictated by his internal programming. He is essentially a virtuous being. If necessary, Bulma can modify his programming. The other two, however, are less predictable, although they did not commit significant wrongs in the original narrative. One cannot guarantee they will not change in the future. No, what I mean is that Cell intends to absorb them. We must prevent him from achieving his perfect form. I have conveyed this to them as well, urging them to lie low until we have dealt with Cell. Just as the two were conversing, the others arrived at the scene, and Goku's heart condition had already improved. Piccolo shared the intelligence on Cell, which he had acquired at the cost of an arm. Trunks also brought news. During this time, he had succeeded in destroying the juvenile Cell of this timeline and had delivered the design schematics of androids 17 and 18 to Bulma. Observing Trunks, Broly mused, Trunks is indeed reliable. The temperament cultivated in a post-apocalyptic world is remarkably stable. Given Cell's overwhelming power, I know of a location suitable for training, where a single day equates to an entire year outside. Broly had been there before and wished to seize this opportunity to transcend the limits of a scion. Goku, having just recovered, proposed the idea of training. The room of spirit and time, is it? Now would be an opportune moment to utilize it. Goku, please use instant transmission to take everyone there. We must act swiftly. Are you not coming? Your strength surpasses ours. Goku, discerning Broly's intentions, inquired. I shall refrain from joining. My power should suffice against Cell. Moreover, while you are in the time chamber, someone must keep watch over Cell and the androids, correct? Let Gohan take my place. His potential is immense. After bidding farewell to the others, Broly returned to West City. He did not go to Bulma's home, although she was in a huff. Cell was nearby, and he could not allow Cell to steal away their home. Thus, Broly deliberately refrained from concealing his energy, serving as a warning to Cell not to provoke the wrong individual. As a day passed, Cell failed to make an appearance nearby, instead wreaking havoc in the vicinity of South City. Strangely, Cell's trajectory seemed to be advancing towards West City. Could it be that, due to Broly's presence, Dr. Gero had shared his intelligence with Cell? Was Cell truly intent on raiding his home? This fool was utterly oblivious to the danger. Broly had been searching for him. Once Cell reached Paris Town, situated southeast of West City, he would deal with him. Currently, Cell was persistently concealing his energy, absorbing humans before retreating once more, leaving Broly with no recourse but to monitor his path. He planned to confront Cell once he confirmed his presence in Paris Town. According to reports from our station, the unidentified green creature had reached Paris Town, where local law enforcement and military forces had engaged in conflict with it. Broly kept a close watch on the news reports, and upon receiving information about Cell, he hastened to the scene with utmost urgency. Upon arrival, chaos reigned. The ground was strewn with tattered clothing, and Broly sensed something was amiss. There were no traces of Cell, yet the destruction surrounding him undeniably indicated that Cell had been there. Broly closed his eyes and utilized his energy to sense the surroundings, miraculously discovering a survivor, presumably a member of the local military. Without hesitation, Broly rushed to the survivor's side. Hey, pull yourself together, what happened? He inquired. That monster suddenly appeared here, using its tail to drain the life from people. We engaged it in combat, but bullets and shells couldn't harm it. It unleashed several beams from its hands, and everyone perished, the soldier recounted. Chapter 68. The dispute amongst them. Are you saying it did not continue to drain your lives, but rather killed everyone before fleeing? Broly questioned anxiously. Yet the soldier was unable to provide any further answers. Gently, Broly laid the soldier's lifeless body down, contemplating Cell's actions. Each time Cell absorbed humans, it would subsequently hide, indicating it harbored a certain fear of him or the Z-fighters. However, its route was not overly concealed. It was apparent that it aimed to advance towards West City, suggesting it had acquired intelligence from Bulma. This time, upon arriving at Paris Town, it chose not to continue absorbing humans, but instead opted to kill and depart. This was bad. It was a trap. Its target was Bulma. Broly deduced Cell's intentions and raced back to West City with all possible speed. Before he could arrive, he sensed Cell's energy approaching, prompting him to accelerate even further, praying that Cell's target was not Bulma. Cell, get out here, Broly shouted with all his might, hoping to buy some time. Boom. A resounding explosion erupted at Bulma's residence. Upon hearing this commotion, Broly felt a sense of relief. It was evident that someone had engaged with Cell, and time was of the essence. Upon arrival, Broly discovered that the combatants were androids 17 and 18. Bulma, are you unharmed? Bulma instinctively attempted to embrace Trunks and seek refuge in Broly's arms, but recollecting Android 18, she turned her body away, disregarding Broly. Though Bulma did not outwardly express it, she could sense Broly's concern within her heart. Moreover, even the notorious killer android, as described by Trunks, had intervened to protect her. Was this part of Broly's strategy? It seemed he still held some regard for her. However, why had the three androids appeared here? As it turned out, they had followed Broly to the vicinity of Bulma's home. After Broly departed, Android 17 intended to follow but was insistent upon staying to check on Bulma, leading the trio to remain behind, unexpectedly encountering Cell in the midst of his nefarious plans. A fierce battle ensued. Android 17 and 18 clashed with Cell, while Android 16 stood guard, protecting Bulma and her family. With Broly's earlier warning in mind, Android 17 and 18 proceeded with caution. They enlisted Android 16 to assess Cell's strength, which indeed surpassed that of either Android 17 or 18 alone. However, when united, the two androids gained the upper hand. Whenever Cell attempted to absorb one, the other would launch an assault. From Cell's perspective, he found himself ensnared. Even if no other warriors arrived, he would eventually be exhausted by the unending energy of Androids 17 and 18. To compound matters, a sudden sound and formidable energy signaled the approach of yet another adversary. Observing the unfolding situation, Cell noted not only the entanglement with Androids 16 and 17, but also the presence of a more formidable opponent looming nearby, alongside an unknown android on the ground. Thus, Cell resolved to engage in dialogue, seeking an opportunity to absorb one or make his escape. It seems you have regained your composure, but fate has dealt you a cruel hand. I didn't anticipate 3 androids guarding your home. It appears I am destined to meet my end here. In an astonishing display, Cell feigned weakness. Useless. I never imagined you would be so cunning as to launch a surprise attack on Bulma. She is the most significant person in my world. Regardless of what you say, I shall ensure your demise, leaving not a single cell behind. Upon hearing this, Bulma felt a warm sensation in her heart, though her exterior remained composed. Android 18, too, took note of his words, but her body faltered as Cell ensnared her neck with his tail. Just as Cell prepared to absorb Android 18, Android 17 executed a swift lateral strike to Cell's abdomen, forcing him to release her. Is this Cell? He does not appear to be significantly stronger than the androids. A familiar voice resounded. It was none other than Vegeta and his son, who had just emerged from the temple. Is that you, Vegeta? What happened? Is your hand no longer in pain? Listening to Vegeta belittling Cell, he inadvertently included himself in the scorn. Android 18, naturally indignant, retorted with sarcasm, "Humph. Don't get too proud. Once we deal with Cell, I will reduce you puppets to nothing but dust. Now step aside. I shall confront it." Vegeta remained unfazed by 18's words. In his eyes, the weak were unworthy of his anger. Oh, what a conceited individual, he mused. 17. With that, Android 18 exchanged a knowing glance with 17, and the pair withdrew from the fray against Cell. 18 was curious to witness how someone who could not even defeat her would dare to make such boastful claims. She anticipated the sight of Vegeta being thoroughly beaten by Cell. "Let me witness the prowess of the Scion Prince, Vegeta." Cell gestured with his lips, indicating that Vegeta could advance. "You seek your own demise." Vegeta smirked at Cell's taunt and charged toward him. Solar Flare. Cell extended his fingers, placing them atop his head, emitting a blinding light that obscured everyone's vision. A despicable trick. Vegeta shielded his eyes with his forearm. Though his sight was hindered, he remained vigilant. Surprisingly, Cell did not seize the opportunity to ambush Vegeta. Instead, he targeted Android 17. Seizing the moment, Cell used his tail to engulf 17. What? Under normal circumstances, Broly would have recognized Cell's intent to absorb 17 and 18. But this time, the unexpected event left Broly's heart unsettled, causing his attention to shift to Bulma, which ultimately led to 17's absorption. After absorbing 17, Cell's form transformed, becoming more robust. Trunks. Use this to halt the android's functions. This will prevent Cell from further absorbing and evolving. Upon seeing this, Bulma pulled a controller from her pocket and tossed it to Trunks. Upon receiving the device, Trunks glanced at 18, hesitating, for this version of 18 was not as wicked as her counterpart from the future. Would it truly be right to stop her? "Trunks, give me the controller." "She no longer requires it." Broly extended his hand, requesting the device from Trunks. seeing Broly audaciously speak on 18's behalf. Bulma momentarily lost sight of the situation and shouted at Trunks, "Don't give it to him. Hurry and press it, or it will be too late once Cell absorbs her." "Bulma, do you doubt my strength?" Noticing that Bulma had turned her back on him, Broly realized that no matter what he said, she would not heed him. "Trunks, hand me the controller." Broly's tone brooked no argument. Caught in a dilemma, Trunks glanced between Bulma, who was supposed to be his mother, and the reassuring Broly. Uncertain of what to do, "Trunks, destroy the controller. Even if Cell absorbs that woman, he will not be my match." Vegeta commanded Trunks, eager to witness whether this perfect form of Cell could withstand his newfound power. "Damn it, do you even comprehend what you're saying? Are you using the deaths of others to bolster your stance?" Broly, incensed by Vegeta's arrogance, rushed forward and seized the controller from Trunks, shattering it for the second time. At that moment, Cell could no longer afford to wait. He had overheard their conversation and realized that if Android 18 were deactivated, facing these adversaries would surely lead to his demise. An opportunity presented itself. As Broly lunged for the controller, Cell unleashed his signature move, the Solar Flare. Chapter 69. The Arrival of Perfect Cell. Android 18, be cautious. Broly thoughtlessly charged toward Android 18. Fixated on a singular thought, he must not allow Cell to evolve any further. Absolutely not. Lacking sufficient combat experience, Android 18 found herself momentarily stunned when Cell used the Solar Flare for the first time to absorb Android 17. As he employed the same tactic again, she instinctively raised her arm to shield her eyes from the blinding light, but remained frozen in place. Fortunately, Broly reached her in time, swiftly tackling her to the ground. If she could avoid absorption this time, he would immediately strike at Cell. There could be no delays. Android 18 felt someone tackle her to the ground. Initially thinking it was Cell attempting to absorb her, though not as strong, she struggled fiercely. As the brilliance faded, she finally recognized the familiar face above her, the man who embodied unconditional safety, Broly. She ceased her struggles, noticing that Broly's gaze was not fixed on her. She took the opportunity to closely examine his features for the first time. His imposing stature, rugged hairstyle, handsome visage, and resolute eyes. All these attributes converged in this man, awakening within her the sensation of blushing and racing hearts. Regrettably, Broly had no time to appreciate the warmth of the woman beneath him. He quickly rose, scanning for Cell's position. "Cell, how dare you toy with me repeatedly? You shall have no more chances. Then come and kill me, if you have the resolve." Cell's voice taunted. Following the sound, Broly realized the gravity of the situation. He had fallen into yet another of Cell's traps. It became clear that Cell's target was not Android 18, but rather Bulma and her infant son, Trunks. The first time, he had caught everyone off guard by absorbing Android 17. This time, knowing that repeating the same tactic might alert those nearby, he had set his sights on the defenseless Bulma and baby Trunks. Even Broly had assumed that Cell's objective was to quickly attain his perfect form by choosing Android 18, unaware that he had once again been ensnared by Cell's cunning. "Broly!" Bulma cried out, held captive by Cell. However, before she could finish her sentence, Cell tightened his grip around her neck. "So, Broly, is it? Upon our initial encounter, consider this my token of greeting. I advise you to refrain from rash actions, otherwise, I shall bring harm to your woman and child." Trunks. Even the ever-eager Vegeta has lost the patience to engage further with Cell, anxiously fixated on the small Trunks in Cell's grasp, hesitant to act. "Are you threatening me? Absurd. I have no lingering affection for a woman who just dared to shout at me. In comparison, my current interest lies with Android 18. As for the unfortunate little one, he is Vegeta's son. Do you intend to use them as leverage against me?" Broly disregarded Cell's threats, advancing directly toward him. "Insolent fool. Trunks remains in my possession. Take another step, and you shall face my wrath." A sphere of energy coalesced in Vegeta's hand, his stern expression signaling that he was not jesting. "Ha ha. It seems he does not even wish for you to approach." Observing the unfolding scene, Cell laughed heartily, taunting Broly's emotions. Broly, however, merely smiled, replying, "Doesn't that indicate I am not deceiving you?" With that, a formidable green energy sphere began to form in Broly's hand, its terrifying aura palpable even to the ordinary Bulma. "Oh, is that so? Then by all means, attack." Although Cell recognized the immense power Broly was conjuring, he wagered that Broly would not dare to unleash it. If the two individuals in his grip were not of significant importance to him, he would not have rushed back from West City to save her. Broly remained silent, Continuing to concentrate on the energy sphere, his gaze fixed intently on Cell, locking onto his target. If you truly wish to kill me, you would not waste your breath. Cell's words shattered Broly's mental fortitude entirely. In this contest of patience and bravery, Cell emerged victorious. Indeed, Broly could not afford to gamble. Even if he released the energy sphere, what if Cell chose not to flee and instead opted for mutual destruction with Bulma? Even with the Dragon Balls as a backup, he could not bring himself to harm Bulma. Very well, you have one. Release them, and I shall spare your life, provided you return to your own world. No. The victor is I, and it is I who shall dictate the terms. Now you must account for your own words. As you know, I require Android 18 to evolve into my perfect form. Thus, how shall you choose between your new love and your old? Cell's demands truly placed Broly in a predicament. In terms of emotions, his bond with Bulma was undeniably deeper, but this was not a mere question of saving one over the other. If he chose to save Bulma and prevent Cell's evolution at the cost of abandoning Android 18, he might avert further deterioration of the situation. Perhaps even win Android 18's affection. But what of Bulma and Trunks? Conversely, if he saved Bulma and Trunks, would he not be repeating the very actions of Vegeta as depicted in the original narrative? Shearu transformed the current predicament into a classic moral dilemma, reminiscent of the trolley problem. He was eager to witness the so-called strongest person on Earth grapple with his choices. He preferred to believe that humanity is inherently selfish, valuing the woman and child in his grasp over the fate of the world. Do not dawdle any longer. My patience is finite. I shall count to 3. And if you fail to make a decision, the outcome will be evident, he declared. 3. Even with origins from another world, Broly remained devoid of an answer to this conundrum. As he heard Shearu's relentless countdown, his mind was in turmoil. 2. Broly, do not hand the android over to him. Worry not for me. There are Dragon Balls after my demise. Bulma cried out in desperation. Damnable woman. Silence. Shearu tightened his grip on Bulma's throat, unwilling to see events unfold as she suggested. 1. Enough. 18 interrupted Shearu's countdown. She gazed deeply at Broly, as if imprinting his visage in her memory. After a deep breath, she expressed her heartfelt sentiments. Broly, I am truly grateful for your timely rescue. You are fortunate to have such a woman who cares for you. Her audacity in confronting Shearu, despite her lack of combat prowess, is commendable. I cannot compare to her. Alas, I regret not meeting you sooner. With a bitter smile, 18 resolved her course of action. 17 is gone, and I must fulfill my duty. Seize this opportunity and do not betray my expectations. Without hesitation, she charged at Shearu, fully aware that she was no match for him, especially in his evolved form. Yet, Shearu sought something else. She hoped Broly would grasp her intent and rescue Bulma, while Shearu absorbed her. 18's intuition was correct. In that fleeting moment, Shearu discarded Bulma and Trunks aside, using his limbs to counter 18's assault, while his tail opportunistically absorbed her. As 18 rushed towards Shearu, Broly comprehended her intentions, and in the instant Shearu released Bulma, he saved both of them. You dared to, Vegeta, enraged by the earlier incident involving Trunks, witnessed Broly's rescue and immediately unleashed his full power, charging at the fully transformed Shearu. Vegeta, he has reached his complete form. His battle power is now incomparable to before. Be cautious, Bulma cautioned. Pay him no mind. Let him experience Shearu's might. Only then will he comprehend the folly of his earlier decision, Broly thought, feeling a flicker of resentment towards Vegeta, wishing for him to endure some hardship. Yet, deep down, Broly recognized that his frustration was not directed at Vegeta, but rather at himself for falling into Shearu's trap repeatedly within a single day. The artificial being, Android 18, should not weigh heavily on your heart. Even Bulma herself is perplexed as to why she would comfort Broly over another woman. Enough of this, Bulma. I shall not allow her demise to be in vain. After rescuing Bulma, Broly's gaze remained fixated on Cell, cold and unwavering, devoid of the anticipated sorrow, disappointment, or anger, remarkably serene. Observing Broly's demeanor, Bulma sensed something was amiss and gently touched his face, expressing her concern. Broly, are you all right? Broly clasped Bulma's hand while keeping his eyes locked on Cell, reassuring her, do not worry, Bulma, I am fine. I simply wish for a moment of solitude. Understanding his words, Bulma discreetly stepped aside. Trunks, once Vegeta is defeated, I will confront Cell. In the meantime, you must protect Bulma and your younger self. ensuring that the same fate does not befall us again. Trunks stepped forward, lifting his younger self with one arm while supporting Bulma with the other, replying, "Understood, Mr. Broly. This time, I will not let anyone harm my mother." The battle between Vegeta and Cell raged on, with Cell, now overly confident after his evolution, merely toying with Vegeta. Realizing that close-quarters combat was ineffective, Vegeta decided to alter his strategy, aiming to gain an advantage through energy blasts. He employed a familiar technique, relentlessly launching small energy spheres at Cell. As these orbs detonated in succession, they stirred up a significant cloud of dust that obscured Cell's figure. This was a deliberate tactic by Vegeta to conceal Cell's line of sight, and then he unleashed his most powerful strike in Cell's direction. To everyone's astonishment, Vegeta's full-force attack did not result in a massive explosion. As the smoke dissipated, the truth emerged. Cell had activated a protective shield just before the impact, causing Vegeta's attack to harmlessly collide with it. "I cannot believe my strongest attack was thwarted so easily." Vegeta stared incredulously at Cell, who merely brushed off the dust from his body as if nothing had happened. How infuriating. Such a powerful strike from my father was effortlessly absorbed by Cell, and not a hint of his energy had diminished. Trunks, aware of Cell's strength, was taken aback by the formidable prowess of this perfected form. Cell was merely toying with them. With his speed, he could effortlessly evade Vegeta's assaults. His shield was merely a display of his might. Moreover, even after withstanding that blow, he would not perish, for he harbored Piccolo's cells within him. As long as that critical cell remained intact, he would revert to his original state, albeit with some energy expenditure. How vexing. Not only is Cell immensely powerful, but he also possesses such cunning abilities. What must one do to defeat this fiend? Trunks had no doubt regarding Broly's words, yet the overwhelming pressure exuded by Cell was gradually sapping his fighting spirit. "Since you enjoy utilizing the energy wave, I shall indulge you in this playful endeavor. First, behold Piccolo's special beam cannon." As he spoke, Cell extended his middle and index fingers, gathering a tremendous amount of energy in his hands. After a brief moment, he unleashed it towards Vegeta. Vegeta narrowly evaded the blast, feeling the explosive force behind him. A stark reminder that he could not withstand Cell's assault head-on. While the power was impressive, its speed left much to be desired, rendering it somewhat impractical. Observing his fingers, Cell critiqued Piccolo's technique. Witnessing Cell's arrogant commentary, Broly's fury intensified. "Laugh all you want. Revel in your confidence, for when it reaches its zenith, I shall personally deliver you to the abyss." Next came Krillin's energy blade. "Prepare yourself." Cell unleashed two energy blades, one after the other, effectively sealing off Vegeta's retreat. In response, Vegeta hurled several energy blasts, attempting to trigger an explosion from the energy blades to evade the attack. To Vegeta's actions, Cell merely uttered two words: foolishness. In the next instant, even Cell raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh? Is there such a thing? In truth, Vegeta did not merely intend to use the energy blasts to counter the energy blade's explosion. He merely aimed to slow their trajectory, allowing him to sidestep the attack just in time, while the narrowly avoided energy blades sliced through the skyscraper behind him. This technique was indeed powerful, yet its accuracy left much to be desired, making it difficult to control. It must be said, Cell's critique was astutely on point, as he accurately identified both strengths and weaknesses. "Now, can you evade this attack?" This is Frieza's death beam, which, like the special beam cannon, is a linear assault, but surpasses it in both power and speed. Vegeta had already engaged in close combat with Cell and expended a significant amount of energy with his energy blasts. Having evaded the previous attacks was already pushing his limits. The death beam struck precisely at Vegeta's chest. It appears this technique is quite effective. Do try it a few more times. Subsequently, Cell unleashed several more death beams, impacting various parts of Vegeta's body, leading him to fall. "Father." In this moment, Trunks, witnessing Vegeta on the brink of death, could no longer contain himself. He transformed into a muscular Super Saiyan, preparing to confront Cell. "Trunks, have you forgotten your promise to me?" Finally, Broly spoke. Regarding Android 18, Broly harbored a sense of resentment towards Vegeta. He merely wished to use Cell to teach Vegeta a lesson, without intending to truly end his life. After all, he was his kin, and moreover, he was now related by marriage, being Trunks' father. Meanwhile, Cell showed little interest in continuing his assault on Vegeta. For him, crushing a mere insect did not provide any sense of fulfillment. Have you finally succumbed to the urge for vengeance on behalf of that woman? Come forth. Allow me to witness the true might of the Scion. Regarding Cell, Broly wished to utter no more words to him. The memories of Android 17, 18, and Bulma lingered vividly in his mind. Thus he disregarded Cell's provocation. In an instant, Broly appeared before Vegeta, seizing his attire and casting him aside towards Trunks. Before succumbing to unconsciousness, Vegeta heard Broly utter a single phrase. Behold, Vegeta, this is Cell after absorbing Android 18. Is this the outcome you desired? Overwhelmed by the dual burdens of humiliation and guilt, Vegeta could no longer endure. Darkness engulfed him as he lost consciousness. Trunks caught Vegeta and fumbled for a senzu bean, administering it to him. Chapter 71, The Depths of Power Unseen. You may choose your own demise, just as Vegeta did. Oblivious to the gravity of the situation, the inflated Cell subconsciously regarded Broly as merely another force akin to Vegeta. Even if he was stronger than Vegeta, it was not by a considerable margin. Broly remained silent, advancing step by step towards Cell. It appears you favor close combat. Indeed, in melee, your physique grants you an advantage over Vegeta. Cell mirrored Broly's pace, inching closer until they stood less than a meter apart, at which point both halted. Noting Broly's continued silence, Cell tilted his head slightly, extending a finger to his temple. Do you comprehend? Compared to you, I excel in cerebral combat. Perhaps this is a concept beyond the grasp of you Scions. Else I would not have turned the tide and evolved into my ultimate form. Although unspoken, Cell employed metaphor to remind Broly, aiming to provoke him further. Suddenly, Broly unleashed a punch, striking Cell squarely in the face. This furious blow not only shattered Cell's jaw and cheekbone, but also rendered his neck unable to move. Seemingly broken as well, Cell was taken aback by the sheer force of Broly's strike, retreating hastily and utilizing Piccolo's regenerative abilities to mend his wounds. Cell charged forward again, unleashing a flurry of punches at Broly. Yet for Broly, he scarcely budged, absorbing the onslaught with his physique. It was as though Broly had embraced a vengeful stance. The pain inflicted upon him only intensified the severity of his subsequent retaliation. Each injury Cell inflicted upon Broly was perceived as penance for failing to foresee Cell's schemes. Thus, with every punch Cell launched, Broly responded with an even fiercer counterattack, opting for a strategy of tit-for-tat in this brutal exchange. Mr. Broly, cease this folly. I understand your emotions, but you are fully aware that Cell can self-repair. If he remains unvanquished, you shall be the one to fall first, Trunks implored, unable to restrain himself as he observed the battle unfold. Who informed you of my intention to conclude matters in this manner? I was merely toying with him. His restoration is not entirely unconditional, is it? Indeed, each repair necessitates a certain amount of energy. In my former state, I might not have dared to confront you head-on. But now, having absorbed the essence of 17 and 18, I possess boundless energy. Haha. Upon hearing Broly's thoughts, Cell quickly countered, revealing his true intentions. With no lingering concerns, Cell's excitement grew, and his retorts became increasingly fervent. The two remained locked in a stalemate, but as time passed, Cell could no longer contain himself. Although his body could heal automatically and he had infinite energy, pain was unavoidable. As time wore on, a trace of hesitation crept into Cell's movements. Indeed, he felt fear. I was being childish earlier. There was no need for me to clash with a madman like you. With that, Cell began to alter his combat style. He ceased the exchange of blows with Broly and opted to evade whenever possible, for even defense would deplete his stamina and still bring discomfort. Cell suddenly appeared behind Broly, launching a powerful downward strike with both fists. Broly, not even turning his head, retaliated with a fierce elbow jab that struck Cell squarely in the abdomen. The pain compelled Cell to retreat a few steps, fully aware that he could not afford to lose his rhythm, lest he be met with Broly's vengeful assault. Once again, Cell teleported to Broly's side, exerting all his strength to kick at Broly's head. Broly, with his arm bent, blocked Cell's attack and seized his ankle, forcefully slamming him to the ground. But the ordeal was far from over. As Cell lay on the ground, Broly pressed down with one foot, increasing the pressure while bending at the waist. He grasped one of Cell's wings and, with a powerful tug, tore it from his body. Subsequently, Broly shifted his weight to the other foot, employing the same brutal method to rip away Cell's remaining wing. Ack! The agony coursing through his body compelled Cell to cry out. Next, it's your tail. With his wings no longer shielding him, Cell's retracted tail became easily visible. In his heart, Cell understood that his previous actions had provoked Broly. Otherwise, he would not be in this frenzied state. Did he intend to pull him out by the tail? No, absolutely not. I cannot allow such a thing to transpire. Just as Broly's hand was about to grasp Cell's tail, Cell executed a teleportation, vanishing from his position. In truth, Cell had utilized his teleportation to escape to a distance, where he began to self-repair. Broly, sensing Cell's energy, turned to locate him. Although Cell had completed his restoration, his expression now bore a hint of caution and fear. How infuriating! This fiend is exceedingly ruthless. I cannot allow this to continue. As Broly discovered his whereabouts, the recently rejuvenated Cell rapidly devised a strategy to confront him. A plan had formed. Observing his physique, it is evident that he is ill-suited for a battle of speed. However, should the confrontation continue at close quarters, once he manages to seize hold, any advantage in swiftness would be rendered moot. If I were to choose to attack with a ki blast here, even though his skin is tough and resilient, repeated strikes would inevitably deplete his stamina, and all I need to do is maintain my distance to secure ultimate victory. Meanwhile, Broly was not idle. Noticing that Cell showed no intention of advancing, he accelerated and flew directly towards him. Cell, again creating space, mimicked Vegeta's technique and unleashed a series of ki blasts upon Broly. The successive small energy spheres erupted around Broly, once more raising a cloud of dust. Damn it! Does it still have no effect? Although I had anticipated such an outcome, witnessing Broly emerge unscathed left Cell in disbelief. He was reluctant to acknowledge this. For if even his fully realized form could not contend with Broly, what would become of him upon mastering that golden-haired transformation? As Cell's face displayed astonishment, a subtle smile crept across Broly's lips. Suddenly, he seemed to forget that he was amidst battle and erupted into laughter. Ha ha, Cell? You truly ought to behold your ridiculous expression. Where has your earlier confidence vanished? Broly then wiped the smile from his face, returning to his previous icy demeanor, and inquired, "Do you feel as though you have plummeted from heaven to hell? Though I assure you, we are still some distance from hell. Do you dare to intimidate me?" With that, Cell extended his finger once more, launching a barrage of deadly beams. This time, Broly chose not to absorb the attack with his body, not out of fear or inability, but rather to methodically dismantle Cell's psychological defenses. Broly remained motionless until the lethal rays were nearly upon him, at which point he began to evade, executing the slightest of movements, devoid of any unnecessary gestures. As the death beams nearly grazed his form. How is this possible? Is this fellow's speed truly so remarkable? Was he merely showcasing his prowess moments ago? I refuse to believe it. I refuse to accept that you can evade this. Chapter 72. Cell's final struggle. How is this possible? Is this fellow's speed truly so remarkable? Was he merely showcasing his prowess moments ago? I refuse to believe it. I refuse to accept that you can evade this. Cell's body twisted slightly, his waist bent. As he positioned his hands in a sunflower shape, a blue light bursting forth from the gaps between his fingers. Kamehameha. Upon Cell striking that pose, Broly remained unmoving. There was no way the Kamehameha could surpass the speed of the death beams. If Cell could execute this technique, he must have something sinister planned. Now, as Cell uttered the final word, a blinding light erupted from around him. It was the solar flare. Cell intended to first obscure Broly's vision with the solar flare before repositioning to unleash his charged Kamehameha from another angle. The plan was flawless, yet in the next instant, Cell sensed that something was amiss. From the very beginning, Broly sensed something amiss with Cell, prompting him to closely observe the fluctuations of Cell's energy. As he noticed the energy coalescing at Cell's surface, Broly discerned his intentions. After Cell executed a sudden movement, he felt Broly's energy vanish from his immediate vicinity. Exercising caution, he refrained from unleashing his Kamehameha wave. In the next instant, a tremendous force overwhelmed him, pulling his body downward. Broly appeared behind Cell in an instant, delivering a powerful flying kick to his back. Cell was propelled like a cannonball, crashing forcefully into the ground and embedding himself deeply into the earth. Just as Cell was regaining his composure from Broly's crushing blow, he found himself seized by the arm, yanked from the soil. Before he could comprehend Broly's intentions, Broly's hands encircled his neck. Broly then sank down, his abdomen contracting abruptly, as his solid knee collided with Cell's stomach. Caught off guard, Cell nearly expelled his bile from the impact. Unfazed by the gastric fluids and saliva that splattered onto him, Broly relentlessly continued to drive his knee into Cell's midsection. Once, twice, thrice. Each strike echoed with a resounding thud against Cell's body. It was only when purple blood spewed from Cell's mouth, splattering onto Broly's face, that he ceased his assault, retracting his hands from Cell's neck to wipe the blood away. Without Broly's support, Cell's body slumped to the ground. Struggling, he attempted to rise several times before managing to pull himself upright, spitting out the remnants of blood. Defiantly, he declared to Broly, "You fool. I've warned you before, this tactic is futile against me. As long as I possess energy, I can heal my injuries. Right now, I am an endless source of power. Haha. No, I do not believe this will kill you. I am merely venting my frustration. Your stamina, your energy, will eventually be depleted." Before Cell could finish his taunt, his body underwent an unusual transformation, beginning to weaken and swell. An uncontrollable wave of nausea surged within him, culminating in the expulsion of Android 18. Supporting himself with one hand to avoid collapsing, Cell seized Android 18, intending to swallow her once more. However, Broly would not grant him that opportunity. His arm enveloped in a layer of green energy, Broly swung his limb, sending forth a green blaze that sliced through Cell's grasp, severing his hand with seamless precision. With a powerful leap, Broly propelled himself into the air, twisting his body as he simultaneously kicked out, sending Cell sprawling away from Android 18. Trunks. Senzu beans. Upon Trunks' return from the temple, he passed by the cat sage Carinta, who bestowed upon him some healing beans. Having just administered one to Vegeta, he was keenly observing the unfolding battle. While he intended to offer one to Broly, he hesitated, fearing that Broly might, like Vegeta, refuse to make use of the Senzu bean. However, upon hearing Broly's words, Trunks swiftly retrieved a bean from his pocket and tossed it to him. Broly caught it and, bending down, fed it to Android 18. "Mr. Broly, she is an android," Trunks thought, surprised that Broly chose to give the bean to 18 instead of consuming it himself. The presence of another android, coupled with Cell's formidable strength, could lead to further chaos on the battlefield. Broly offered no further explanation, merely stating, "Trust me." As 18 opened her eyes, the first figure she recognized was Broly. Without uttering a word, she embraced him tightly. Despite the beauty in his arms, Broly understood that the conflict was far from resolved. He gently pushed 18 away and stood up. "I know you have many questions, but I will explain everything once this is over." With that, Broly turned his attention back to Cell. Meanwhile, Cell, having expelled 18, reverted to his second form. In an instant, Broly severed one of Cell's arms and kicked him away. Just as Cell was repairing his body, he was taken aback by Broly's relentless advance. At that moment, Cell realized that Broly was not an opponent he could contend with, and he had lost the will to fight. As Broly approached, Cell instinctively began to retreat. Broly himself was somewhat bewildered. He recalled how Gohan had transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and had effortlessly forced Cell to regurgitate 18. Never did he imagine he could replicate such a feat. It was not that Super Saiyan 2 Gohan was inherently stronger. Rather, this world was no longer the Dragon Ball universe he once knew, and thus Broly prepared for the worst. Recognizing the precedent set by Gohan, Broly resolved to emulate his actions. He executed a side kick aimed at Cell's abdomen. The continuous restoration had already placed Cell under considerable strain, and with 18 now separated from him, he found it increasingly difficult to evade Broly's assault, resulting in a solid strike to his midsection. Before Cell could soar away from the impact, Broly yanked him back with one hand. With a swift motion, Broly sank down, channeling power through his core, and unleashed a flurry of punches to Cell's abdomen. Observing the dazed expression on Cell's face, Broly leaped into the air, utilizing the momentum to deliver a powerful back kick to Cell's midsection. Cell was sent flying, skidding across the ground and rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. In a manner reminiscent of earlier, Cell involuntarily retched, this time expelling Android 17. Perhaps realizing the stark disparity between them, Cell ceased his futile resistance and instead began to laugh heartily. "Regrettably, had I been able to collect your cells earlier, I would concede your strength. However, this is far from the conclusion." Once again, Cell's form began to expand, but unlike the previous instances, this time he became immensely large and round, his size exceeding that of Broly by more than double. Naturally, Broly recognized this technique. He would never acquiesce to Cell's desires. With a sudden burst of energy, Broly delivered a powerful kick to the colossal Cell, sending him soaring into the air. As a result of Broly's assault, Cell's body became unstable, hastening the process of his self-destruction. A thunderous roar erupted from Broly's mouth as he struck Cell before the explosion, triggering a cataclysmic blast that was visible even from the surface of the earth. Feeling the complete dissipation of Cell's aura, Broly finally allowed himself to breathe a sigh of relief. It was finally over. Chapter 73, a pivotal choice in matters of the heart with Cell vanquished. Everyone exhaled in relief, particularly Trunks. Previously, he had been bested by an android 18 far more formidable than his own world. Now, he had witnessed the defeat of the even more powerful Cell, and Goku and Gohan had not even yet made their appearance. All that remained was for him to return to his timeline and deal with the remaining 3 small Kararami, leaving him without further concerns. The next step was to recommit to rebuilding. That world was unlike this one, devoid of the protection of the Dragon Balls. The following day, upon emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber, Goku and his son learned that Cell had been defeated, yet they felt a tinge of regret that their training had gone unused. After bidding farewell to everyone, Trunks returned to his own timeline. Broly wished to summon the Eternal Dragon to extract the bombs from the androids and resurrect the humans absorbed by Cell. But he was informed by Popo that the god had fused with Piccolo. Although they had previously been one, their union rendered the Dragon Balls inoperative, filling Broly with a sense of dread. Fortunately, nothing irreparable had occurred during his battle with Cell. Otherwise, the absence of the Eternal Dragon would have been dire. Though the original Dragon Balls were no longer usable, the Dragon Clan of Namek could potentially restore them. Dandy was an excellent candidate, not only due to his good relations with Gohan and Krillin, but also because his knowledge of dragon techniques surpassed that of the original Kai. Utilizing instant transmission, Goku took Broly to Namek, and upon explaining their intentions, Dandy was more than willing to reunite with Gohan and Krillin. Logically speaking, Goku alone would have sufficed, rendering Broly's presence unnecessary. However, this visit was not solely for the Dragon Balls, as Broly sought to experience Goku's instant transmission firsthand. In truth, instant transmission was not as daunting as Broly had envisioned. Goku's prolonged learning was primarily due to insufficient theoretical knowledge, compounded by the fact that the Yardrat people only taught him the technique without imparting the underlying principles. The essence of the technique involved tearing through space and using the opponent's energy as a coordinate to breach space once more, much like Boo's operations in the hyperbolic time chamber. Regarding the instantaneous movement employed by the deities, Broly has grasped the principle but remains unable to harness it. The reason lies in his lack of divine perception, rendering him incapable of identifying specific coordinates. Thus, he can only temporarily utilize the opponent's energy as a reference for his teleportation. Dandy has successfully restored the Dragon Balls, which now permit the granting of 2 wishes. Broly made his wishes. The first was to resurrect all those killed by Cell, and the second was to extract the bombs embedded within the androids. Upon the fulfillment of these wishes, Broly returned to the surface to converse with the androids once more, for he needed to ascertain that they posed no further threat to Earth. How does it feel to be reborn? Broly inquired. The 3 androids exchanged silent glances, each hesitant to speak, and the sudden quietude left Broly at a loss. Please, there is no need for alarm. I am not the issue. Cell has been thoroughly dealt with. What are your plans moving forward? I have no particular agenda. My programming dictates that my target is to eliminate Goku, replied the typically taciturn Android 16, who had always believed he could serve as a last resort weapon to neutralize Cell if necessary. Unfortunately, after absorbing Androids 17 and 18, Cell had become far beyond his reach, leaving him without an opportunity to intervene. Thankfully, this scion, who approached them with reason, ultimately vanquished the monstrous Cell. Speaking of which, since Cell has been resolved, you now have ample time to ponder my earlier words, Android 16 remarked, breaking the silence. Following this, Android 17 spoke. I wish to experience the human world with Android 18, and later, I will seek to explore the beauty of nature. I know of a place where the people are genuine and the scenery is quite pleasant. It is home to a peace-loving android as well. If you appreciate nature, you might enjoy visiting there. It is located in the southeastern corner of the world, in a place called Penguin Village. Ultimately, Android 16 decided to venture to Penguin Village. Android 17 chose to enjoy himself before reuniting with Android 16, while Android 18 remained silent throughout the conversation. Being siblings, Android 17 seemed to sense Android 18's thoughts and self-deprecatingly remarked, "Sigh, It appears this journey of enjoyment will be mine alone. Android 18 blushed slightly, but offered no explanation. And what about you? Broly asked, noticing Android 18's continued silence. I do not know. I am not yet prepared to decide, she replied. At that moment, a pair of birds landed on Android 16's hand. Observing the birds, he mused, perhaps from their perspective, we are fortunate. We possess intelligence and the ability to choose our pursuits. Yet, in our eyes, are they not equally fortunate? They do not face choices. Everything they do aligns with their instincts. The troubles of humanity are indeed paradoxical. We have the capacity to pursue our desires, yet find ourselves entangled in struggle. Android 17 comprehended Android 16's sentiments and patted Android 18 on the shoulder, saying, Sister, it seems your remnants of humanity are rather excessive. If that old man were still alive, would he deem you inadequate? After number 17 finished speaking, he nudged number 16 with his shoulder, and the two chose to depart, thereby granting space for Broly and number 18. I wish to live alongside you. Broly pondered in silence for a moment. No. 16's words not only served as a reminder for number 18, but also resonated deeply with him. Ultimately, he voiced his innermost concerns. I comprehend your feelings, and I too harbor sentiments for you. However, you are aware that I am already with Bulma. If I were to embrace both of you simultaneously, even if she were not opposed, I would still be exploiting your affections for my own benefit. That is your own sentiment. If your feelings for us both are genuine, I care not for anything else. Perhaps, but I cannot assure you of that, for I too am concerned about Bulma's thoughts. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, Broly's scouter beeped, revealing Bulma's calm voice. I heard everything you just said. You are with number 18, correct? Do not return tonight. A headache surged through Broly. Although the scouter was indeed convenient, he had forgotten it was a two-way communication device, directly transmitting their conversation to Bulma. I apologize, Bulma. I did not intend to hide anything from you. I had planned to find an opportunity to discuss matters with both of you. But, no, you must have misunderstood me. I meant to say we will meet tomorrow. With that, there was no further response from Bulma. Broly fell into silence, followed by a surge of joy. Could there be anything more blissful? Since number 18's arrival, he had contemplated the dilemma multiple times. They say that love deepens with time. And having spent so long with Bulma, how could he forsake her for number 18? Yet, the thought of relinquishing number 18 to another stirred discomfort within him. What troubled Broly most were the personalities of both women. Number 18 did not appear to be someone who could engage in a meaningful conversation, and Bulma, while often playful, had a fiery temperament at critical moments. To his surprise, both women had tacitly acknowledged each other's presence. Chapter 74. Transition time flowed like a fleeting shadow, and the relationships between Broly, number 18, and Bulma grew ever more intricate. Initially, Bulma silently accepted number 18's existence, largely due to her inability to sever ties with Broly and her gratitude for number 18's selfless act of heroism during her abduction by Cell. Meanwhile, no. 18 held little regard for Bulma, aside from her remarkable courage, which seemed incongruous with her strength. As a female scientist comparable to Dr. Gero, no. 18 held a certain admiration for Bulma, considering herself a woman as well. Lastly, she played the role of Broly's childhood companion in matters of emotion. As long as Bulma could accommodate her, number 18 was equally willing to tolerate her, indifferent to the notions of superiority or inferiority. As the two continued to interact, Bulma discovered that number 18 was not as aloof as she initially seemed. Beneath her surface, she bore a hint of insecurity regarding her identity as a cyborg, resembling a proud yet stubborn child. On the 18th, it was felt that, despite engaging in scientific research like others, Bulma was distinctly different from the rest. Even when compared to Dr. Brief, she appeared more like an ordinary individual, lacking in rigidity. She was always brimming with imagination and whimsical ideas, occasionally sharing intimate thoughts regarding Broly. In essence, being in her company was far more comfortable and relaxed than with anyone else. Ultimately, Broly found an opportune moment to gather both of them together, to open his heart and express his feelings. At first, he danced about like a capricious butterfly, articulating his deep affection for both, while keenly observing their reactions. Noticing no unusual expressions on their faces, he then spoke with the eloquence of a skilled orator, passionately expounding upon the concept of their cohabitation, asserting that the time spent together as a trio would far exceed the moments he could share with them individually. Finally, Broly revealed his ultimate intention, He had purchased a love nest in West City, and the purpose of living together was to facilitate their mutual understanding and tolerance, laying the groundwork for a future marriage among the three. Are you suggesting marriage? Bulma exclaimed in astonishment, her emotions always on display. Why bring this up suddenly? It feels rather abrupt, and aren't you scions typically dismissive of formalities? I thought we were on the same page, yet here you are, succumbing to such conventionality. This is no jest, Bulma. I am serious, and I hope you can be forthright as well. Broly understood well that no woman had ever failed to dream of donning a wedding gown. Her concerns were primarily rooted in the apprehension that their relationship might become fodder for gossip among others. Broly recalled that when future Trunks first arrived on Earth, Bulma had expressed her discontent regarding marriage. His actions were more considerate of Bulma. Scions lived longer than Earthlings, and with Android 18 being a synthetic human, eternally youthful, Bulma was the one who could least afford to wait. This wedding would serve as a reassurance for her, ensuring that even if she remained silent, those around her would not speak ill of her. Broly too felt a sense of unease, for Bulma had devoted her youth to him, and he ought to show her his commitment. How about you, Lazuli? Bulma hurriedly conveyed a glance toward Android 18. Pretending not to notice, 18 replied with a straight face. Not bad at all. A wedding for three would certainly be unique and should prove less tedious. I am quite looking forward to it. I thought we were united on this matter. Bulma feigned annoyance. Observing their interaction, Bulma could hardly be oblivious to the fact that the two had already come to an understanding in private. They were not ordinary individuals, and their intentions were patently clear, primarily serving their own interests. Android 18 shook her finger and declared, No. Bulma, I am a woman of my own opinions. All right. Broly, you are quite fortunate to have encountered two such beautiful, intelligent, and cultured women simultaneously. Seeing that the two had made up their minds, Bulma, the embodiment of a new era woman, no longer hesitated and readily agreed. The venue for the wedding was chosen to be on Earth. Although this incarnation of Broly was not born on Earth, let alone having lived there for many years, both Bulma and Android 18 were undoubtedly native to this planet. And thus there was no objection. The wedding was not extravagant. It was a modest gathering of close family and friends. During the event, Raditz attended on behalf of the Scions and even live-streamed the ceremony to planet Vegeta. Androids 16 and 17 were also invited, as they could be considered relatives of the bride. Amid the eager gazes of friends and family, Broly slowly ascended the stage, supported on either side by Bulma and Android 18, who held his arms. Bulma wore a gown as white as snow, resembling a pure angel, symbolizing chastity and solemnity. Android 18 chose a light pink wedding dress, akin to blooming peach blossoms, representing ease and vitality. This choice took Broly by surprise. He had anticipated that, given Android 18's character, she might don a gothic black wedding gown. Broly himself was clad in an off-white suit, striking a balance that neither blended into the crowd nor overshadowed the colors of Bulma and Android 18. There were no elaborate rituals, just the heartfelt vows of the couple. The exchange of specially crafted wedding rings, followed by the concluding remarks from the officiant, Piccolo. Amid the blessings of the gathered guests, the wedding of the three culminated beautifully. From that day forth, the trio lived openly together, adding 3 joyful newlyweds to the Earth, while planet Vegeta gained 2 esteemed princesses. At the banquet, the relationship between Broly and Vegeta thawed. They had previously harbored grievances during their fierce battle against Cell over Android 18. After several rounds of drinks, Vegeta, stumbling over his words, found it difficult to express his apologies. Ultimately, with Bulma's mediation, he stood up and downed a glass of wine, treating it as an apology to Android 18. Broly, understanding Vegeta's temperament, recognized that since Vegeta had endured his share of hardship and had apologized, he, too, would not linger on past grievances. He similarly downed a drink and exchanged a knowing glance with Vegeta, allowing bygone discontent to dissipate. 7 years passed in the blink of an eye. If not for the familiar faces around him, Broly might have almost forgotten he was living in the Dragon Ball universe. The trio led a blissful married life filled with joy and warmth, yet without the looming threats, their connections with friends had diminished somewhat. Broly would occasionally think of training, which would lead to sporadic meetings with them. Chapter 75. The King's Dilemma. On a serene morning, Bulma and Android 18 leisurely savored their breakfast tea, while Broly had just returned from his morning exercise and was bathing. Bulma mentioned in casual conversation with Chi-Chi, "Have you heard? Gohan is about to enter high school." I can't fathom the purpose of school. Isn't it better to live freely and do whatever one wishes? Bulma's face was awash with astonishment as she exclaimed, lazily, your perspective is misguided. Even during my adventures alongside Broly and Goku, I never neglected my studies, did I, Broly? Broly, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, responded, that is indeed true. While combat prowess is undoubtedly crucial, intellect should not be overlooked either. That said, few can compare to Bulma, with her remarkable intellect. Academic pursuits are a mere walk in the park for her. Broly lifted a cup of tea, savoring a slow sip. However, he continued, Gohan's academic success is largely attributable to Chi-Chi's rigorous upbringing. With his current capabilities, strength, intellect, and striking looks, his foray into high school is akin to that of a quintessential protagonist in a light novel. Bulma mused on the latest fashion trends, remarking, but Gohan isn't exactly the type that modern girls find appealing, is he? Today's young women prefer the rebellious and fashionable over the obedient and demure. Oh, are you suggesting he resembles Lazili and her brother in their younger days? She chuckled. How could Lazili have captivated you if she lacked charm? Upon reflecting on her past, Android 18 felt a rush of crimson stain her cheeks, an overwhelming sense of embarrassment washing over her. Though she had seamlessly integrated into contemporary society, the memory of her first encounter with Broly remained indelibly etched in her mind. Speaking of which, I may be away from home for a while, returning in about a month. Bulma accurately surmised Broly's intentions. Are you expecting someone to come to Earth? Planning to resume your training? Broly nodded. With Gohan now entering high school, the day of Majin Buu's emergence drew nearer. Unlike Gohan, who had entirely forsaken training, Broly merely aimed to maintain his current form. For effort and reward are inexorably linked. Since I cannot transform into a Super Saiyan like Goku, and my transformation on Namek was perilous, unwieldy, and not easily invoked, my confrontation with Cell was already a demonstration of around 90% of my strength. The adversaries we face now are considerably more formidable. Bulma waved her hand dismissively. I understand. Your combat power dynamics are beyond me. I just wonder when Earth became a realm safeguarded by Saiyans. You, Goku, Vegeta, and their offspring. When will we truly experience peace? Just be grateful they came to Earth because of us. There's no need for thanks, Broly replied, playfully pulling Bulma into his embrace, while gesturing to Android 18, who merely rolled her eyes in response. Very soon, once we overcome this crisis, Earth will face no greater threats. After a moment of tender exchange, Broly stepped away from the warmth of companionship and, bidding farewell to the two women, instantaneously teleported to Goku's residence. In a casual ensemble, Broly's sudden appearance at the Capsule Corporation startled Gohan, who was preparing for school. Broly-san, what brings you here? I sought out Goku, yet sensed no trace of his energy, prompting my inquiry. You see, my father departed for King Kai's realm long ago. It appears he has eloped once more. Broly had intended to visit King Kai himself, but having never ventured to King Kai's planet, he was unfamiliar with the Kai's energy and thus hoped Goku might introduce him. To his dismay, it turned out that Goku had already left, rendering Broly's quest akin to a futile endeavor akin to a demise in the original tale. My apologies, Broly, I cannot assist you, for I am in haste to attend school, so I must take my leave. Gohan bid farewell and rushed off. Observing Gohan's hurried departure, Broly shook his head and thought to himself, I shall visit the temple and see if Piccolo might lend a hand. In an instant, Broly teleported to the temple, startling Piccolo, who was deep in meditation. Broly, what brings you here at such a time? Piccolo greeted him, their relationship amicable enough that Piccolo had consented to officiate his wedding. Goku's demeanor was notably easygoing, while Vegeta's was somewhat pretentious. Broly found himself comfortably situated between them both. Wait, could it be? How did you deduce that? Strangely, I am not surprised. However, fret not. This situation is not as dire as when Cell was involved. We still have time to prepare. Are you here to borrow the hyperbolic time chamber? It seems this adversary poses quite a challenge. Piccolo's expression shifted from casual to serious. No, I merely wish to request your assistance in telepathically contacting Goku. I intend to visit King Kai, but as I have never encountered him, I cannot sense his energy. Understood. Piccolo used his telepathy to reach Goku, and subsequently transported Broly to King Kai's planet. You are King Kai? You are Broly? Before Broly could finish his sentence, King Kai interjected. Broly nodded in affirmation. I am aware of you. Goku sought me out due to your involvement, correct? How did you come to know my name? King Kai's inquiry left Broly momentarily speechless. It seemed King Kai was considerably more formidable than the Supreme Kai. Yes, I encountered their illusionary fist during an incursion on Kanasa, which granted me the ability to foresee the future. The illusionary fist? I have indeed heard of it. Such a catastrophic technique warrants their annihilation. Are you aware that altering history is a grave offense? Broly was taken aback. What was happening? Why, after vanquishing Frieza and Cell, was he now being questioned about my transgressions? Unable to respond, Broly found himself unprepared for this line of questioning. I perceive your thoughts. While you did eliminate Frieza and Cell, that does not absolve you of your transgressions. King Kai paused, leaving Broly with a sliver of hope. Please, do continue. How may I assist you? I am at your service. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Broly was taken aback. It seemed that the request was merely for a joke, though it had been presented in a rather intimidating manner, leading him to believe that Beerus might be approaching. Aware of the Kai's fondness for puns, Broly recounted a well-known jest from his previous life. A bun meandered down the road, grew hungry, and ultimately consumed itself, transforming into a steamed bun. The Kai erupted into laughter, nearly doubling over in amusement, exclaiming, "You, my friend, are an absolute genius. Simply splendid. Ha!" Observing the Kai's exuberance, Broly felt a mixture of bemusement and exasperation, silently questioning the necessity of such grand displays of mirth, perhaps realizing that his earlier behavior lacked decorum. The Kai cleared his throat, seeking to alleviate the moment's awkwardness. Noticing the Kai's cheerful demeanor, Broly seized the opportunity to inquire, regarding what you just mentioned? I shall feign ignorance, then. Thank you, my Lord Kai. However, do not rejoice too soon. I merely stated that I would turn a blind eye. Should the great Kai or others become aware, I cannot guarantee your safety. Indeed, I understand that, Broly replied. I have other requests as well. I wish to seek your guidance in my cultivation, much like Wukong did. Excellent. It appears my Kai fist shall thrive. To be honest, I witnessed your battle on planet Namek, and I was quite startled, fearing you might lose control of that power. It seems you recognize that my Kai fist is superior. Refrain from utilizing that transformation again. My apologies, esteemed Kai, but my intention is not to seek your Kai fist, nor the spirit bomb. I am here to inquire if you possess any means to control my transformation. None whatsoever. The Kai turned away, sulking upon hearing that Broly was not there for his signature technique. What about the great Kai? Perhaps the Supreme Kai might have a solution. Could you assist in introducing me? Hey, do not push your luck, my boy. You altered history and still dare to seek the Supreme Kai? Besides, the Supreme Kai is not someone I can simply summon at will. Please, esteemed Kai, consider that this may ultimately safeguard our North Galaxy. As he spoke, Broly clasped his hands together and swayed slightly. Seeing no immediate response from the Kai, Broly added, when you have the time, I could share even more amusing jokes with you. That is not out of the question. The Kai stroked his chin and acquiesced to Broly's proposal. But with a caveat, I can only inquire with the great Kai. If he is unaware, then I can only relay your message to the Supreme Kai. As for the outcome, I cannot guarantee anything. Broly nodded in agreement. The King of Worlds communicated with the Grand Kai, and the results were as Broly had anticipated. The knowledge regarding the transformations of the Scions was scant, and the Grand Kai's impression of them was still limited to their ability to transform into giant apes. However, the Grand Kai promised to inquire with the Supreme Kai. Unfortunately, the response was equally disheartening. The Supreme Kai indicated that he was currently preoccupied with a matter of utmost importance and was not present in the temple, thus unable to assist at this moment. Help would only be forthcoming once the situation was resolved. Upon hearing this, Broly understood that the Supreme Kai was likely already engaged in preparations concerning Majin Buu. The only course of action left for him was to proceed step by step, knowing that their paths would inevitably cross. Since there was no immediate resolution regarding his transformation, he would have to revert to his previous training method of weighted exercises. Of course, Bulma's gravity chamber had become less effective for Broly at this stage, and due to technical constraints, even if the gravity were to be increased, it wouldn't amount to much more than before. Broly then turned to the King of Worlds, rather than using the gravity chamber. Wasn't he the King's planet already equipped for such training? Additionally, the King possessed the ability to alter the weight of objects. He recalled how he had increased Goku's weight from 1 ton to 10 tons, uncertain if that was his limit. Thus, Broly trained alongside Goku on the King's planet for a while, but he felt the impact was minimal. He resolved to return to the temple's hyperbolic time chamber with the weights provided by the king to explore his rage form. Training on the king's planet felt somewhat restrictive, and transforming into his rage form could inadvertently lead to destruction. Although the chamber had yet to be modified by Bulma for automatic repairs, such matters were trivial for someone of his caliber. As for the time constraints of the chamber, they would not significantly affect Broly. Aside from instant transmission, once he could maintain a semblance of control in that form, he believed he would surpass even Majin Buu. He knew he could break through space to escape, and there was no reason Broly couldn't achieve the same. Upon entering the hyperbolic time chamber, Broly was initially uncertain where to begin, resorting to performing movements and practicing techniques while carrying the weights. As time passed, he began to recall details from his past life's narrative, pondering whether he had overlooked or forgotten any aspects that might reveal the key to controlling his rage form. Broly remembered that both Vegeta and Goku had mentioned that the Super Saiyan transformation was initially uncontrollable and that repeated attempts would yield improvement. Furthermore, Goku had noted that maintaining the Super Saiyan form for an extended period would allow the body to acclimate, achieving a state of full power that not only perfected the transformation, but also enhanced control over the usage and expenditure of energy, with the crucial advantage of sustaining that form for prolonged durations. Given that they were all Saiyans and shared the ability to transform, Broly surmised that his transformation was likely not dissimilar from that of Super Saiyans, perhaps even interconnected. After numerous attempts, Broly concluded that his hypothesis was indeed correct. His transformation was initially exceedingly arduous, to the extent that he struggled to transform once more. After rigorous training, Broly has rediscovered that intense fury and yearning for battle. Through prolonged practice, he has managed to sustain this form for extended periods. Yet he still struggles to think as clearly as he does in his normal state, as though his body compels him towards combat. Through countless attempts, Broly has learned to transform by harnessing his energy and fleeting emotions, significantly shortening the duration of his transformation, akin to how Goku and his companions become Super Saiyans. Gradually, Broly has been diligently aligning himself with his goals, deepening his understanding of this transformation. Unbeknownst to him, he realizes that he can contemplate issues during his transformation. If he is capable of thought in this state, does that not imply that some semblance of rationality remains? As Paragus stated, although Broly cannot control his power during this transformation, he does not lose his intellect. Otherwise, how could he have felt anger at Paragus' demise? At last, he has succeeded. His efforts have not been in vain. Chapter 77. Reunited within the hyperbolic time chamber, Broly is becoming accustomed to the strength bestowed upon him by his transformation when suddenly, a voice echoes in his mind. Broly, it is almost time. The World Martial Arts Tournament begins tomorrow. Can you find a way to emerge? It is Piccolo's voice. I will give it a try. Broly utilizes instant transmission, and in the blink of an eye, he appears behind Piccolo. It seems the realm of the time chamber is unlike that of hell. Gazing at Broly, Piccolo experiences an indescribable sensation, sensing something different about him. How is it? Any progress with that transformation? It's still somewhat uncontrollable post-transformation, but it's significantly better than before. At least I am no longer completely devoid of awareness. I have heard that Goku and Vegeta have made progress in their training. If you cannot fully master that form, you may find it difficult to secure victory in this upcoming tournament. Even without transforming, they may not necessarily be my adversaries. However, I did not come here to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Has something else arisen? Thankfully, I have not neglected my training. I hope to be of assistance this time. Broly pats Piccolo on the shoulder, reassuring him. Do not worry. Responsibility has never rested solely on one individual. Even if you were once a deity, strength can aid, but wisdom is also a key to victory, is it not? I never expected a Saiyan to be so disingenuous. Piccolo is aware that his strength pales in comparison to the trio of Saiyans, yet Broly's words bring him some comfort, though his disposition makes it challenging for him to accept it openly. No, I did not say that merely to make you feel better. These are my sincere thoughts. As he speaks, Broly changes into his spare attire, preparing to return home and bid farewell to Piccolo. Upon returning home, Broly shares affectionate moments with Bulma and Android 18. Although the three of them have long been akin to an old married couple, they have effectively spent several years in the time chamber, thus requiring some tender moments together. The following day, Broly arrived at the temple for the first martial arts tournament of Destiny, accompanied by two women. As participants trickled in, Broly and his companions awaited the arrival of others at the registration desk. The first to arrive were Vegeta and Trunks. Upon hearing that Goku would be participating in this competition, Vegeta was filled with impatience. As for Broly, Vegeta had no immediate thoughts about him. His focus remained on surpassing Kakarot. Unbeknownst to him, his ambition had subtly shifted from surpassing Broly to competing with Goku. Next to arrive was Goku's family. This time, Goku had not perished in his battle with Cell, and Goten had transformed into a Super Saiyan at an early age. Perhaps under Goku's guidance, the outcome would be different this time. However, Gohan's attire was somewhat difficult to behold. Broly discreetly pulled Bulma aside and inquired, "This outfit was designed by you, was it not? Does it not seem a bit peculiar? What nonsense are you speaking?" Bulma retorted, "While it is true that I designed the outfit, the style was a request from that child himself. How could I ever design such an outdated and bizarre outfit? In a previous life, there were jokes suggesting that Gohan's true father was Piccolo, or that he was the spiritual heir of the Ginyu Force." Broly could understand the jest about Gohan's real father being Piccolo, for Piccolo had trained Gohan since childhood, albeit sternly, and had even risked his life to save him on several occasions. Furthermore, Goku, his biological father, shared a good relationship with Piccolo. However, the notion that Gohan was a descendant of the Ginyu Force was something Broly could not accept. After all, this version of Gohan had never encountered them, and yet he had evolved into what he was. Master Roshi and Krillin's family soon followed. In this world, Android 18 was with Broly. Yet Krillin had still managed to find a beautiful wife, resembling Bulma with her striking blue hair, akin to that of the woman beside him. Observing the familiar figure, Broly suddenly remembered who she was, Marine, the old Sea King. It appeared that not only had the two come together, but they also had a daughter with black hair. Out of goodwill, and considering that he had taken Android 18, Broly decided to offer Krillin a gentle warning. He pulled Krillin aside and cautiously advised, "Krillin, we have known each other for quite some time. Though it may not be my place to say, I feel compelled to mention this. She is Marine, correct? Be wary of others who may seek to intervene in your relationship." Krillin scratched his head and replied in a tone audible to all, "Broly, I know what you're trying to say. I've been aware of this for quite some time. She has long since turned over a new leaf, much like Launch, and is a very virtuous person. Nonetheless, I appreciate your concern." It seemed he had meddled unnecessarily. However, Broly was surprised to discover that Krillin, in his own way, had indeed won over a goddess. In the previous life, he had Android 18, and in this life, without her, he had still managed to pursue Marine, truly a stroke of good fortune. Speaking of Launch, Bulma remarked, "It seems I have not seen her in quite some time." She had once had numerous conversations with Launch, yet she was uncertain when the woman had ceased to appear before them all. Krillin waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "You need not worry about her. With her temperament, who would dare to bully her? I heard she has been quietly following Tien and residing in his dojo." Upon mentioning Tien, Goku reminisced, "Wow, it has been quite some time since we parted ways after the battle with Cell. I truly wish to experience his solar flare and four-way split again. Why hasn't he shown up this time?" Yamcha wore a wry smile and replied, "With all you Scions competing, what chance do ordinary folks like us have? Tien has likely come to terms with that reality long ago." Noticing Yamcha's self-deprecation, Goku interjected, "Do not say that. Krillin is here too. It has been a long while since we last sparred. Kakarot, you hold me in too high regard. I am merely driven by necessity. I have heard that the winner receives 10 million zeni, and the runner-up 5 million. I thought if you all were to be paired together, I might sneak in and snag some prize money." Yamcha chuckled. "Money? I would like to participate as well." Number 18 suddenly spoke up. Our household lacks for nothing. The gifts from the king are more than enough. Not to mention Bulma is a wealthy heiress. What made you consider entering the tournament?" What do you know? I simply enjoy the feeling of wealth, and besides, it has been a while since I had a good workout." Upon hearing that number 18 intended to enter the martial arts tournament, Krillin immediately felt disheartened. "Oh no. If you are participating, I fear I won't even secure second place." "There is still a chance," Broly interjected, not elaborating on his reasons. Due to Goku and Vegeta would ultimately withdraw from the competition, leaving the championship title to be contested among a few ordinary individuals. Let us all do our best. Chapter 78. Battles on and off the arena. Noticing that Broly had not signed up, Goku inquired, "Broly, are you really not participating this time? I saw how hard you worked to persuade King Kai to train you." Vegeta wore a smug expression. I know what he is thinking without needing to guess. He surely believes we are not his match at present. However, I have achieved a new breakthrough. After I defeat you in this tournament, I shall challenge him again. If he remains incapable of utilizing the transformations he used against Frisia, he will undoubtedly be taken aback. No, I simply find it too bothersome, with rules, venues, and personnel restrictions. It lacks the thrill of true combat. If you wish, we can spar after the tournament concludes, Broly replied, surprised that Vegeta had accurately gauged his sentiments. But perhaps it was for the best. Engaging in combat practice would serve as ideal training. Very well, I shall seek you out after I defeat Kakarot, Vegeta declared, turning away as he strode into the inner courtyard of the arena. It is settled then. I am eager to see how much you have progressed in the hyperbolic time chamber, Goku said, following Vegeta into the inner courtyard. Bulma seized number 18's hand and encouraged her, come on, Lazuli, give it your all. Let them see that we women are not any weaker than they are. And this time you represent our Broly family. So do not let me lose face in front of my sister and Chi-Chi. Stay spirited. Broly pondered. Why does that sound so strange to me? Are you trying to provoke me? Unlike before, the rules seem to have changed at some point. Now, the audience can enter the venue to watch the preliminary rounds. Moreover, Broly discovered something particularly intriguing. Satan has become a well-known figure in this world. Logically, Broly and Cell were in an encounter battle, and Cell was swiftly dealt with by Broly before he could boast. So Satan gained no fame or fortune from it. He merely seized the opportunity to claim the championship of the 24th World Martial Arts Tournament when everyone else was preoccupied. This title holds little weight. If we were to speak of champions, Broly was the victor of the 21st tournament, which is hardly remarkable, though he cannot comprehend why. Satan has inexplicably risen to prominence. Observing Satan interact with the audience on stage, Broly mused, isn't he a born master of self-promotion? He is simply the Ma Baowu of the Dragon Ball world. After the host explained the rules, it was time for the much-anticipated punching machine segment. Satan first scored 137 points, followed by the contestants drawing numbers to take their turns. In his previous life, Broly found this segment quite fascinating. The scoring of the punching machine, whether based on strength or some other criterion, seemed low. Tyson could deliver punches between 500 and 800 kilograms, and in the realm of Dragon Ball, if strength were the metric, this score appeared rather unimpressive. Had he not been abstaining from competition, Broly would have been tempted to see what score he could achieve. Broly chose not to linger any longer. He already knew the outcomes of both the punching machine and the preliminaries, which paled in comparison to the excitement of the children's matches. Thus, he quietly slipped away to find Bulma, who was watching the youth competition. Of course, the children's skills could not rival those of the adults. What piqued his interest was the battle between Trunks and Goten. Broly was eager to discern whether Goku's educational, fun-oriented approach was superior or if Vegeta's rigorous, demanding training bore better fruit. Some say Goten's talent actually surpasses that of Trunks. Due to Goku's death and Chi-Chi's influence, Goten has not trained. Yet he can still hold his own against Trunks, who is a year older. Broly felt that the difference lay in their training focuses. Goku's method emphasizes personal strength, allowing him to consistently outpace Vegeta, who tends to concentrate on transformations, perhaps due to his obsession with becoming a Super Saiyan. Consequently, each time Vegeta acquires a new form, he manages to surpass Goku. In later stages, Vegeta's ability to match Goku is entirely due to the superiority of his perfected forms, which compensate for his lower base power level. This can also be observed in the later forms of Deep Blue and Self, wherein Vegeta's expertise in transformations becomes evident. As Broly pondered, he found himself unconsciously making his way to the audience seats. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Perhaps he could engage in more sparring with them in the future, hoping to glean some knowledge from the experience. Broly, over here. Bulma's voice jolted him back to reality. He settled beside her, where the match between Goten and a competitor named Ada was unfolding. Next to Broly sat a plump woman adorned with a sun hat and various pieces of jewelry, exuding an air of affluence. The reason for Broly's attention to her was her incessant shouting in support of Ada. She was likely the boy's mother. Observing Ada, who had bandages wrapped around his hands, he appeared to embody a blend of Muay Thai or Sanso techniques, yet his lower attire comprised traditional linen trousers and cloth shoes, reminiscent of someone practicing classical martial arts. However, his movements resembled small, quick hops akin to a boxer's footwork. Just as Broly contemplated this, Ada launched an attack. His mother was embroiled in a verbal skirmish with Bulma, displaying an enthusiasm that could rival even Zhuge Liang. From Ada's punching stance and the boisterous demeanor of his mother, Broly discerned that the boy's upbringing was flawed, characterized by a lack of focus and an attempt to dabble in too many areas without mastering any. His proficiency was only marginally superior to that of an untrained child. Unsurprisingly, Goten quickly lost interest in Ada, opting to end the match decisively with a single punch that rendered his opponent unconscious. Upon witnessing Goten's victory, Bulma, in a playful spirit, made a face at Ada's mother, prompting an immediate and furious reaction from the plump woman, who stood up ready to confront her. With such an imposing figure like Broly seated beside her, this was quite audacious. Broly rose to his full height of over 2 meters, casting an imposing shadow that halted the woman's advance. However, she quickly regained her bravado, shoving and hurling insults at Broly. "What? Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're tall. Do you know who my husband is?" Broly recalled her spouse, a fighter who had once been possessed by the Supreme Kai's spirit. But so what? Suddenly, Broly felt someone tugging at him. Initially, he assumed it was Bulma, but he knew her well enough to realize she was not one to suffer in silence. Turning around, he discovered it was Chi-Chi, who promptly pulled him back to his seat before delivering a punch to the plump woman's face, silencing her for good. Remarkably, while Goten had knocked out his opponent in the ring, Chi-Chi had done the same off the stage, showcasing her fierce spirit. Observing this scene, Broly silently gave Chi-Chi a thumbs up. Chapter 79. The champion of the youth division at last. The moment arrived for the final match between Goten and Trunks. Having played together since childhood, they were intimately familiar with each other, thus eliminating any need for preliminary testing of their abilities. In comparison to the previous matches, the battle between the two was nothing short of intense. Observing Goten's visage, Broly was transported back to the days spent with Goku in search of the Dragon Balls. Goten was undeniably far more formidable than Goku had been in his youth. The resemblance between Goten and young Goku was striking. Bulma, sharing Broly's thoughts, felt as if that familiar face possessed a unique magic, weaving together the memories of their past. Goten was indeed much stronger than Goku had been at that age. Why do you Saiyans always seem to dampen the mood by discussing battle power? Broly mused, recalling the vibrant days of their youth. Isn't that right, Chi-Chi? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Broly's forehead as he pondered the peculiarities of women, who can become sentimental at any moment. Chi-Chi joined in on the nostalgia, reminiscing about the time when Goku had promised to marry her. Broly refrained from interrupting the two ladies as they indulged in their memories of youth, turning his attention back to the match between the two young combatants. The exchange of blows between them was lively. Goten delivered a punch, while Trunks countered with a kick. It appeared that Goten and Trunks were evenly matched, making their reaction times the decisive factor in the duel. In Broly's mind, the scales of victory tipped in favor of Goten, for the creativity and imagination of Goku's lineage surpassed that of Vegeta's. If there were to be any advantage, it would be that Vegeta would show no mercy in battle. However, Trunks seemed to lack this particular trait of his father. Even Vegeta himself appeared to be gradually adopting Goku's demeanor. The fierce combat captivated the audience, rendering them speechless, their movements halted, as they fixated on the two young fighters. It was evident that the spectators' tastes had evolved. Perhaps the audience had changed several times over. Back in the day when Goku fought Piccolo, the onlookers not only struggled to perceive their movements, but also complained that the match was tedious. As the intensity of the battle escalated, Goten seized an opportunity amidst Trunks' offensive and soared into the sky. Harnessing the force of his dive, he aimed to strike at Trunks, gaining a clear view of Trunks' actions from above. Trunks, however, was no novice. Just as Goten was poised to attack, he deftly sidestepped and leapt aside, a smug expression gracing his face as he envisioned Goten crashing to the ground. Yet, the Goten before him was not the one molded by Chi-Chi and Gohan. He was well versed in the technique of flight. In the next moment, Goten executed a sharp turn, colliding with Trunks' chin. The impact nearly sent Trunks into the audience. In an instant, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, experiencing a surge in speed as he reappeared before Goten. Unyielding, Goten similarly transformed into a Super Saiyan, engaging Trunks in a physical clash. Once, twice, thrice. This time both parties were struck by each other's attacks, their bodies simultaneously propelled outward. In the instant they regained their balance, they surged toward one another once more. The intensity of their resolve erupted suddenly. It was clear that both young warriors had resolved to determine the victor with this decisive blow. The silhouettes of the two were reflected in Broly's eyes as they were about to collide. Broly discerned that Trunks' speed was evidently superior to Goten's. Victory was assured. A smile graced Trunks' lips. Yet, as Trunks' fist connected with Goten's face, he sensed something amiss. Not only did he receive no feedback from Goten's impact, but Goten's figure gradually faded, slowly vanishing from sight. Seizing the moment of Trunks' bewilderment, Goten appeared above and behind him, delivering a powerful kick. The force of Goten's kick, combined with Trunks' high-speed momentum, sent Trunks flying out of the ring. After a brief moment of astonishment, the announcer declared the match concluded. Trunks rose from the ground, brushing the dust from his face. He bore no injuries, yet his expression was one of displeasure. What kind of technique was that? I've never seen such a thing. How underhanded. That technique is called the after-image fist, taught to me by my father. Broly chuckled, surprised that the little one had even managed to deceive him. He had been closely monitoring their speed and strength, yet he had not anticipated that Goten would employ the after-image fist at such a critical moment to turn the tide. No, that lad must have thought of the after-image fist long ago. Their prior collisions were part of a larger strategy. They had clashed repeatedly to mislead the opponent, creating the illusion that they would settle the match through brute force, only to execute the after-image fist when Trunks was unprepared, thus kicking him out of the ring. The principle was akin to the childhood game of cockfighting or dodging, luring the opponent into a collision and then evading, causing them to lose balance and tumble out. Who would have thought that Goten could be so cunning? Witnessing her son's triumph, Chi-Chi joined the spectators in jubilant cheers for Goten. However, where there is joy, there is also sorrow. Vegeta in the stands nearly ground his teeth in frustration. Having long felt overshadowed by Broly, he had shifted his focus to Kakarot. Now, to his dismay, his son had been bested by Kakarot's offspring. Thus, the champion of the youth division was crowned. Following the conclusion of the youth competition, the announcer proclaimed that the previous champion, Satan, would engage in a friendly match with Goten. Broly, uninterested, took Bulma by the hand, intending to seek a meal before the adult division commenced. Once the adult competition began, the matter concerning Majin Buu would soon come to light, as Broly had anticipated. Upon finishing their meal, two oddly dressed individuals blocked his path on the way back. Gazing at the familiar mohawk hairstyle of the individual before him, Broly swiftly deduced the person's identity. "Greetings, you must be Broly," the figure remarked. Broly nodded in acknowledgement. Upon receiving Broly's confirmation, the Supreme Kai, Ashen, shifted his attention to Bulma and the others, a slight furrow forming on his brow. He then addressed Broly. "It would be prudent to ensure they do not overhear our conversation. May I request a moment of your time to speak privately?" Broly and Ashen stepped aside, initiating their discourse. Jebbet then took it upon himself to clarify to the group, "I apologize, but due to the gravity of the situation, it is best that the circle of knowledge remains small. Thank you for your understanding." Chapter 80. The Agreement with the Supreme Kai. Broly, I have heard whispers of your ability to foresee the future. Is this true? Ashen's inquiry diminished Broly's perception of the Supreme Kai's status considerably. Are you truly unaware of the veracity of such claims, Great Kai? Broly mused. Furthermore, even the most exalted deity in this realm, the Omni King, lacks the omniscience to perceive the past or glimpse the future. Indeed, Broly affirmed, if necessary, you could easily delve into my thoughts. And your ability to locate me suggests you have already gleaned information about my whereabouts prior to your arrival. Thus, you are already aware of my purpose in seeking you? The Supreme Kai continued, there is no need for further probing. Your visit is undoubtedly related to the matter of Majin Buu, correct? Upon hearing the name of Majin Buu, the Supreme Kai's expression shifted dramatically. He glanced around anxiously, and upon confirming no immediate threats, he raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Lower your voice. We may attract the attention of Babidi, the puppet master behind Majin Buu. You are aware of this, I presume? Yes, Broly replied. Excellent. Since you are informed, I shall dispense with unnecessary words. My visit indeed pertains to the matter of Majin Buu, and I wish to inquire. What does your foresight reveal about the future? Has Majin Buu been vanquished? I regret to inform you, Supreme Kai, that the future I can perceive is merely a reflection of what was destined to occur, albeit subject to change based on even the slightest influence. The future I witnessed depicts my existence on other planets from birth, only arriving on Earth decades later. In that timeline, Majin Buu was ultimately defeated by Goku. As for our current future, I cannot ascertain. Are you suggesting that by altering the course of events, You have rendered the true future unpredictable? Yes. Why would you choose to alter the future? I believe the North Kai has already cautioned you. Tampering with the flow of time is a grave offense. Ashen's tone carried a hint of reproach, as if he believed Broly's intervention would lead to an even more uncontrollable Majin Buu. No, Supreme Kai, you misunderstand. In truth, there is no genuine prediction or alteration of the future. What I perceive is merely one of the myriad possibilities for the evolution of our world. As for Trunks, he was originally meant to be born to Bulma, yet due to my presence, she chose me instead. Trunks ought to have vanished from that moment onward. But 7 years ago, during the Cell Saga, he traversed time to assist us. Thus, I have not altered the future, but rather shifted to an alternate timeline. Asen spoke with an air of undeniable authority. Even so, you have still made changes that are impermissible. Broly, observing Asen's demeanor, felt no desire to continue their exchange. He had grown weary of Asen's lofty attitude. After so much discourse, did it ultimately lead only to an inquiry of my culpability? Lord Kaishin, have you come to accuse me? I had thought we were to discuss Majin Buu. Asen frowned slightly. Are you threatening me? You misunderstand, Lord Kaishin. Surely addressing the matter of Majin Buu takes precedence, does it not? Enough. Asen initially wished to say more, but recollecting Majin Buu, he calmed himself and continued. Majin Buu poses a terrifying threat, regardless of the timeline or universe. If you could assist me in neutralizing him, I shall no longer pursue the matter of your temporal disturbances. May I inquire, Lord Kaishin, if your promise to not pursue past matters requires further reporting? Or can you make that decision independently? Please forgive my impertinence. Some matters necessitate clarity in advance. If Asen lacked the authority to make such a promise, his future dealings could become quite complicated. However, if he indeed held that power, even beings like Beerus would have no cause to trouble him thereafter. You need not worry. I can indeed make that decision. Then I shall take that as your agreement. With that, Asen descended from the air and extended his hand towards Broly. Broly grasped Asen's hand, signifying his acceptance. Let us proceed according to my plan, taking one step at a time. Broly nodded in agreement. Jebbit, let us depart. The competition is about to commence. Asen placed his hands in front and behind him, bowing to Broly in a gentlemanly manner before departing with Jebbit. Broly, who is that person? So conceited, it's truly irritating. Although Bulma had not overheard the conversation between Asen and Broly, she had keenly observed Asen's demeanor. You are quite right. He is a deity more advanced than the Kai who trained Goku, governing a quarter of the universe. No wonder. Do not concern yourself. We are simply not yet familiar. He should be quite amiable once he recognizes the disparity with others. Despite his current demeanor, he will likely transform into a comedic figure upon realizing his own limitations. What does he want with you? Due to the current crisis. However, do not fret. I am quite confident, around 70 to 80% certainty, that after my departure, you shall witness Android 18 claiming victory. Very well, let us return to the arena. For the competition is about to commence. Broly escorted Bulma back to the battlefield. At this moment, the main event had already begun, featuring Krillin pitted against an adversary adorned in attire reminiscent of the God of Light. Broly's thoughts lingered on the matter of Majin Buu, rendering him disinterested in the unfolding contest. He was merely awaiting the appearance of his two subordinates. Krillin swiftly vanquished his opponent, advancing to the next round. Piccolo faced off against Asen, who, perhaps due to his previous divine position, exerted an intangible pressure upon Piccolo. Asen communicated telepathically with Piccolo, revealing certain truths, compelling Piccolo to concede defeat. This exemplifies the oppressive influence a superior can wield over a subordinate, hence the saying, a higher rank can crush you. Next, one of Babbidi's minions, Spubich, entered the fray, facing Gohan's girlfriend, Videl. Initially, Videl held the upper hand, but soon she perceived something amiss. No matter how many times she knocked Spubich down, he would rise again, exhibiting no signs of injury. As her stamina waned, Videl began to struggle against Spubich's relentless assaults. A strike landed squarely on her nose, causing blood to gush forth, staining her attire. Regardless of her temperament, every woman possesses a desire for beauty. Videl, enraged by the injury to her visage, retaliated with a powerful kick to Spubich's head, resulting in a bone-chilling crack as his neck snapped, her blow turning his head a full 180 degrees. Just as the announcer prepared to disqualify Videl, Spubich astonishingly rose again, forcibly adjusting his neck and continuing the battle. Videl, already at a disadvantage, was further intimidated by this display and, as anticipated, lost the match, sustaining severe injuries. After Gohan administered a Senzu beam to Videl, he commenced his own bout. Meanwhile, Broly utilized instant transmission to arrive at the inner stands, accessible only to competitors. Chapter 81. Majin Broly approached Asin and inquired, "Is your plan to extract Gohan's power? To return with them and eliminate Majin Buu?" Indeed. Releasing the seal on Majin Buu requires immense energy, and Gohan alone lacks the strength to accomplish this. Goku, overhearing this exchange, exhibited only surprise without voicing any objections, indicating their awareness of Asin's true identity. My suggestion is to employ divine power to ascertain their intentions, to locate them, and to extinguish Majin Buu before he can regain strength, lest we face unforeseen complications. This is unwise. I firmly believe we should not act hastily to avoid any unexpected developments. Asin countered Broly's proposal. Broly, unfazed by Asin's stubbornness, mused that no matter how formidable Majin Buu might be, he could not surpass Broly in his wrathful form. In Gods and Gods, the battle between Wukong and Beerus took place in the year 779. At that time, Wukong, having transformed into Super Saiyan 3, was effortlessly defeated by Beerus in a single blow. It was only after he ascended to Super Saiyan God that he could exchange blows with Beerus. In his original form, he had at least managed to spar with Super Saiyan God, and against Buu, he confidently considered himself to be superior. Moreover, in his transformed state, he was capable of overwhelming 2 Super Saiyan Blues, making it hard to believe that Buu could stand up to him. However, since this was the decree of the Supreme Kai, any ensuing issues would rightfully fall upon his shoulders. On Gohan's side, under the directives of Jebet, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Soon enough, Babbidi's 2 henchmen could no longer restrain themselves and attacked. As Shin used divine power to immobilize Gohan, one henchman tightly embraced him while the other wielded a vessel resembling a night pot to siphon Gohan's energy. Just as the recently healed Biddy could no longer bear the sight and prepared to assist Gohan, Wukong intervened. In such critical moments, Wukong chose to trust in the Supreme Kai, who had once spoken of the divine. Once the energy extraction was complete, Spabovich and his companion fled the scene. "Broly, let us pursue them," said Shin, casting a glance at Wukong and the others. "If you wish to join, I would be most grateful. Your presence would be most beneficial." Shin led the way, with Wukong and his companions following closely behind. Broly, however, did not immediately follow Shin, but took a moment to counsel Android 18. "Lazuli, I'm heading out. Please look after Bulma and the others. There shouldn't be anyone here who can challenge you, but do be cautious. If the situation turns dire, take them to the temple. Be careful yourself," she replied, reassured by Broly's character and strength, saying little more. After Broly departed, Jebet restored Gohan's powers. Revitalized, Gohan, alongside Jebet, soared towards Babbidi's lair. Upon arrival, Shin instructed everyone to conceal themselves and mask their energy to assess the situation. Babidi and Dabura emerged from their buried spacecraft. Elated by the energy they had seized, Babidi carelessly obliterated Spabovich and Yamu, turning them into a display of fireworks. After exchanging a few words with Dabura, Babidi entered the ship, casting a furtive glance in Broly's direction before departing. At that moment, Broly extended his index finger, unleashing a beam of deadly energy aimed directly at Babidi. "Broly, what are you doing?" Shin exclaimed, alarmed by Broly's reckless action. As Babidi faced imminent doom, Dabura sprang into action, shielding Babidi from the lethal attack. "They've discovered us. They were watching us from the shadows. It's likely that our discovery was part of their plan." Babidi, having narrowly escaped death, ceased his pretense and hastily retreated into the spacecraft, leaving Dabura to cover their retreat, intending to lure the others into the ship. Dabura rushed towards the group, extending his palm, ready to strike at Jebet. Before Dubra could unleash his energy blast, a shadow darted past him, and in the next moment, his body was sent flying. Grateful for Broly's timely intervention, Jebet uttered his thanks. "Thank you." Rising to his feet, Dubra surveyed the crowd gathered around him, formulating a plan. He ascended into the air, gazing down upon the onlookers. Just as they anticipated a powerful attack, he spat out a glob of saliva. It was evident that this was no ordinary spit, and Broly warned urgently, "Get out of the way." Krillin and Piccolo, caught off guard, were splattered by Dubra's saliva, and soon their bodies began to petrify from the outside in. Having achieved his objective, Dubra showed no inclination to linger, turning on his heel and retreating into his spaceship. What now? Goku stared helplessly at the stone figures of Piccolo and Krillin. Surely killing the sorcerer will break the spell, he mused. Hearing Broly's assertion, Goku felt a sense of relief. As they prepared to approach the spaceship, Asin interjected, "We cannot just go in there. They may have set a trap inside. It's too perilous." Even Goku, who had previously supported Asin, countered, "We can't just wait around. Piccolo and Krillin are counting on us. They can be revived with the Dragon Balls." Broly's defense of him pleased Asin. "Exactly. We shouldn't take unnecessary risks." "No, you misunderstand my intent. I lack the patience to wait any longer. We shall obliterate them from here." Broly approached the spaceship's entrance and grasped its protruding part. "Hiya!" With a fierce roar, Broly's muscles swelled, and he wrenched the spaceship from the ground. After extracting the vessel, he hurled it into the sky and aimed his palm at it. "Super explosive wave. Isn't that my technique?" Vegeta scoffed, disdain evident on his face. A blue energy blast erupted from Broly's palm, shattering the spaceship into countless fragments. The ease of the victory surprised Broly. Could Majin Buu truly be vanquished so effortlessly? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a figure descended slowly from the sky. It was Dubra, cradling Babidi in his arms, having once again saved the sorcerer's life, albeit in a disheveled state, with their clothes tattered. As Dubra and Babidi landed, a massive spherical object plummeted from the sky, which Dubra caught and placed on the ground. "Damn it! My puppets perished in that explosion. And now you are all I have left, Dubra. Help me eliminate them." "Apologies, Master Babidi, but I cannot fulfill that request. The man in black is formidable. My speed and strength pale in comparison to his, and they are still so numerous. How infuriating. Am I destined to perish without avenging myself? Lord Babidi, among them are those with a deep-seated thirst for blood. We can." Dubra's words roused Babidi from his reverie, and he began to gesture with his hands, muttering incantations. Observing this scene, Broly would not allow Babidi to cast his spell unchallenged. Once again, he concentrated a beam of light at his fingertips, poised to unleash it when a sudden blow to his head left him momentarily dazed. Shaking off the disorientation, Broly found that the sensation lingered, accompanied by a voice echoing in his mind. "Kill them, eradicate them all." Chapter 82. The death of Babidi. Not only was Broly acting strangely, but Vegeta too underwent a transformation. A severe headache forced him to the ground, as the voice in his mind continued to resonate. After a brief moment, the pain subsided, replaced by a peculiar energy coursing through both their bodies. In this altered state, the auras of Broly and Vegeta transformed, with Vegeta's emanating an evil essence, while Broly's exuded a feral intensity, brimming with primal combat lust. Broly touched his forehead, a devilish grin spreading across his face. Could it be that I too have acquired an M on my brow? Their auras began to emanate outward, prompting Goku and Ashin to sense the disturbance and step back. Despite a flicker of fear, Ashin mustered his composure and called out to them, "You too must remain vigilant. Do not let Babidi's magic cloud your minds." "What a joke. Do you think such feeble control can influence me?" Broly unleashed his aura, a powerful shockwave radiating outward. Goku and Gohan quickly positioned themselves in front of Piccolo and Krillin's statues, shielding them from the onslaught of this ferocious energy. The land around Broly was flattened for miles, leaving a barren expanse. "Hey, Kakarot, let us engage in battle." Unable to contain his restlessness, Vegeta sought a worthy opponent. As he spoke, he raised his hand and unleashed a wave of energy towards Goku, the tremendous force propelling Goku backward until he redirected the blast skyward. Such astounding power. "Lord Babidi, it seems that even in the absence of Majin Buu, you possess the means to exact revenge and dominate the world." "No, something feels amiss. They seem not to be entirely under control. For safety's sake, resurrecting Majin Buu would be a more prudent course." Babidi turned his gaze towards Broly and Vegeta. "You too. Engage in combat. Provide the power necessary for the resurrection of Majin Buu." This sensation of power is truly exhilarating, yet I find your words distasteful. In this realm, it is a significant grace that I do not command others. How dare you presume to issue orders to me? As he spoke, Broly's smile widened, and he gathered an even more formidable explosion in his hands. "Be cautious." Dubra once again intercepted an attack aimed at Babidi, marking the third time he had shielded Babidi. And this time the effort had begun to take its toll on him. Blood flowed incessantly from the wounds on Dubra's body, presenting a rare and grim sight. Babidi, however, remained indifferent to Dubra's sacrifice, instead hiding behind him and cheerfully declaring, "Yes, just like that. Let your anger rise. All the energy you expend will serve as nourishment for the resurrection of Majin Buu." Splendid. It seems Broly is still retaining his sanity. With that, Goku stood beside Broly. Goku's gaze was fixed intently on Vegeta, wary of another sudden attack, while he conversed with Broly. "Broly, we must first eliminate that sorcerer. Vegeta has already fallen under his control. Goku, quickly get away. He is no longer the Broly you knew." Asin warned Goku. Being a deity himself, he possessed an innate advantage in sensing energy. Although Broly's aura was predominantly chaotic, he could still faintly perceive an unsettling malice. "What?" On hearing Asin's caution, Goku jumped back, maintaining his distance from Broly. "Kakarot, are you frightened? Rest assured, I am not like that fool Vegeta." At that moment, a powerful energy blast struck Broly in the back. As the smoke cleared, Broly slowly turned to confront the source of the attack, revealing Vegeta, who had also succumbed to his Majin form. "Broly, do not be so arrogant. After I deal with Kakarot, you will be next." "Oh, are you capable of that? Why not take on Kakarot together with me?" Broly's gaze shifted to Gohan and Dubra. Gohan, Goku, Asin, and even Dubra were taken aback by Broly's audacity in this state. The three of them exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of what to do. But Vegeta could no longer restrain himself. The fact that Broly had invited him to join forces with Gohan and the others struck at his pride as a Majin. Vegeta soared into the air, aiming a kick at Broly, but just as his foot was about to connect, Broly moved with swiftness, executing a spinning kick that sent Vegeta crashing aside. "You should play with Kakarot for a while longer." With that, Broly turned again, his eyes fixed on the egg of Majin Buu that had been lying on the ground. "Well, let us attend to the matter at hand. Humph. I will deal with Kakarot first, and then come for you." Vegeta gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, even in his Majin state. He understood that Broly was not an adversary to be taken lightly. He resolved to first defeat Kakarot before addressing Broly. Broly strode purposefully towards the egg of Majin Buu, while Babidi and Dubra hastily moved aside to avoid his approach. Babidi, upon witnessing Broly's interest in the egg of Majin Buu, lost his composure and shouted furiously at Broly. "What are you doing, you scoundrel?" Dubra, noticing the situation, quickly restrained Babidi and covered his mouth, remaining vigilant of Broly's next move. Broly extended his finger towards the egg of Majin Buu, followed by several green death beams that pierced through the air. Time and again, the attacks struck the egg, yet it showed no signs of reaction. Babidi freed himself from Dubra's grasp, frantically pointing at Broly and shouting, "Stop! I command you to stop! Are you deaf?" In an instant, a green beam penetrated Babidi's head, rendering him speechless. The clamor ceased. "Lord Babidi, how dare you?" Upon witnessing Babidi's demise, Dubra cast aside his trepidation and charged directly at Broly, vowing to avenge Babidi. "You are all so bothersome," Broly exclaimed as he seized Dubra by the throat. Suddenly, Broly's thoughts turned to Piccolo and the others, prompting him to lift Dubra's chin instead. "Since you are so unwilling, I shall send you to meet him." Just as Dubra was still struggling, Broly executed a swift motion that pierced through Dubra's chest. Observing Dubra's fading life force, Broly discarded him onto the ground and turned his attention back to the egg. Witnessing the unfolding events, Goku, engaged in a tussle with Vegeta, let out a sigh of relief. Although Broly had succumbed to his Majin form, he retained a semblance of rationality, suggesting that the transformation had merely influenced his temperament, rendering him somewhat ferocious. Understanding this, Goku redirected his focus entirely to his battle with Vegeta. Chapter 83, The Birth of Majin Buu. Broly suddenly had a revelation. He glanced at his hands and then at the lifeless Dubra, realizing that Goku and Vegeta's battle was still ongoing. A peculiar sensation stirred within him. Why had Babidi's death not caused the power he bestowed to dissipate? Logically, he and Vegeta should have reverted from their Majin states. A permanent transformation seemed improbable. Could it be that this transformation had a time limit? Unable to comprehend this, Broly dismissed the thought. The Majin transformation was inconsequential to him, and he remained unconcerned. Even without the transformation, he doubted that Buu could defeat him. "I apologize, Majin Buu. I genuinely wish to face you in battle. However, to prevent prolonged troubles, I shall resolve this matter swiftly." Broly unleashed another explosive attack upon the egg. The egg of Majin Buu remained unscathed, even unmoved. As the egg did not shatter as anticipated, a foreboding sense crept into Asen, who was observing the scene. In that case, let us try this. Broly positioned his index and middle fingers upon his forehead, channeling his energy towards his fingertips. This technique is my demon light piercing cannon. The speaker is Bic. Just moments ago, the death of Depura restored Bic to his original state. With a flick of Broly's finger, a spiral beam of light shot forth from his fingertip. The demon light cannon, renowned as the strongest penetrating technique in the Dragon Ball universe, unleashed by Broly, was indeed formidable. Yet, even this strike only caused a dent in the egg's shell, inflicting no substantial harm. Following Broly's assault, the egg began to transform. It absorbed an overwhelming amount of energy from the battlefield, emanating a red glow and pulsating with the rhythm of a heartbeat. Broly recognized this as a sign of Majin Buu's revival. There was no choice but to resort to that technique. If it failed, it would be deemed fate. Broly's words were not merely soliloquy. They were deliberately meant for Kaioshin to hear, implying, "You see, I have done all I can. I did not intentionally revive Majin Buu for the sake of battle, so the blame falls upon you, Kaioshin." Broly first gathered energy in his hand. Two small orbs of energy began to swirl within his grasp, leading a gathering of energy towards his palm, gradually forming a spherical shape. Did you think Broly was about to use a spiraling sphere? Not at all. The energy, under Broly's control, continued to compress until it reached a planar state. It was my energy blade. Broly has learned our techniques. It would be quite ironic if he used them against us one day. Broly hurled the energy blade towards Majin Buu's egg, and indeed, under its assault, a smooth cut appeared on the shell, splitting the egg in two. Wonderful. Majin Buu has been vanquished. However, Kaioshin, you are celebrating too soon. After Broly cleaved the egg, an immense surge of energy emerged. Not only Gohan, but even the relatively weaker Krillin sensed this power, while Kaioshin, unable to perceive energy, foolishly believed Buu had been eradicated. From the shattered shell emerged a swirling mass of pink energy, which gradually ascended into the sky, transforming into a pink cloud. While everyone else sought Majin Buu's whereabouts, only Broly fixed his gaze intently upon that pink cloud. Under Broly's watchful eyes, the cloud eventually coalesced into a rotund figure. The newly manifested Majin Buu first ran a few laps, stretching his body, then approached Broly, asking, "Did you release me?" Observing the adorable Majin Buu, Krillin remarked, "This guy doesn't seem terrifying at all. I actually find Broly in this state more frightening. There's no mistaking it. He is Majin Buu. You all fail to comprehend his true terror." The plump figure brought back harrowing memories for Asen, the deaths of the North and West Kaioshins, and the South Kaioshin and Grand Kaioshin being absorbed by Majin Buu, leaving only the weakest to barely survive. It was precisely due to the absorption of the Supreme Kai that Majin Buu developed such a benign disposition, ultimately leading to the sealing of Majin Buu. Indeed, I had no intention of releasing you. It was merely a coincidence. However, since you have broken the seal, let us engage in a battle. Broly cracked his neck and beckoned to Buu. No one is a match for Buu, yet after being sealed for so long, he found it dreadfully dull and welcomed the opportunity for some excitement. Buu replied in a raspy voice, "Very well, let us commence." Broly, unusually proactive, initiated the attack. Even Goku and Vegeta, who were engaged in their own battle nearby, became distracted, watching the clash between the two. Given Broly's imposing stature, his forte lay in delivering heavy blows and enduring assaults. However, it appeared that the rotund Majin Buu was impervious to his might. Broly's powerful strikes seemed to dissipate against Buu's ample form, and as for his resilience, who could rival Majin Buu's extraordinary regenerative abilities? The only drawback was that Fat Buu's recovery was relatively sluggish. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Broly glared fiercely at Majin Buu, who, in turn, did not appear to be in much better condition, his aura becoming somewhat disordered. Buu's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he earnestly stated, "You are formidable. I have never encountered such a powerful opponent as you. I shall unleash my true strength." Buu clenched his fists to his chest, emitting steam-like energy from the pores in his shoulders and head. As Buu gathered his energy, his previously comical demeanor transformed into one of fierce intensity. With a remarkable surge in power, as the battle progressed, Broly's fury ignited, and his strength continued to escalate. In his mind, he believed himself to be superior to Buu, yet he felt constrained in their confrontation. Despite exerting his full might against Bu's ample physique, he found that only half of his power was effective against him. It was a source of great humiliation for Broly to realize that although he was stronger, he could only contend with Bu on equal terms. Both warriors struck simultaneously, sending each other flying, momentarily halting the skirmish. The intensity of the clash between Broly and Bu startled Asen, who was already awestruck by the battle between Vegeta and Goku. He never anticipated that a mere mortal from the lower realm could engage with Bu to such a degree. Is Babbidi's magic truly that formidable? No. While his magic indeed augmented Broly's strength, the enhancement was not substantial. Currently, Broly's aura was even more terrifying than that of Majin Bu, yet for some inexplicable reason, Majin Bu was able to match him blow for blow. This being, akin to Cell, possessed the ability to self-repair. If this continued, even if Broly's words to Gohan remained unspoken, the implication was clear. What? Stronger than Bu? How could this be? In Asen's understanding, Bu was the pinnacle of power, yet this Broly surpassed even him. In Broly's eyes, the previous playfulness had vanished, replaced by a countenance of stark indifference that underscored the gravity of the situation. His body was marred by numerous wounds of varying sizes, and his attire lay in tatters from the fierce conflict. Opposite him, Majin Bu, though unscathed, was panting heavily. The two adversaries locked gazes, contemplating their next moves. Chapter 84. The Stalemate Battle, that's it. Jebbit, go assist him with healing. Even if Bu can regenerate, we need not fear, Arshin declared. It seemed he regarded Jebbit as a mobile Senzu being, yet this might indeed be the sole strategy to achieve victory. As Jebbit prepared to heal Broly, the palpable tension between the two combatants instilled a sense of dread within him, causing him to hesitate. Jebbit, why are you still standing there? Quickly, take advantage of their respite to heal Broly, Arshin urged, his expression rife with anxiety. He was unwilling to squander this precious opportunity for the two warriors to recuperate. Missing it would render the chance of approaching them nearly impossible for an ordinary individual. Yes, I understand, Jebbit replied, now acutely aware of the situation's significance upon hearing the Kaishin's call. He suppressed his fear and dashed towards Broly. Even if Majin Bu were to slay him, Broly could not afford to lose. If he fell, who else could possibly contend with Majin Bu? Surprisingly, Majin Bu did not impede Jebbit's approach. As Jebbit extended his hands to heal Broly, he said, just bear with me. I shall heal you momentarily. Broly, already irked by Majin Bu's earlier assault, felt a surge of anger at the thought of needing assistance from Jebbit. Was it not humiliating to rely on external aid? Get away, Broly roared, delivering a kick that sent Jebbit sprawling back towards Gohan. He had only just begun to adapt to fighting Majin Bu. Did he truly require outside help to confront him? Broly, why? Your arrogance could plunge the entire universe into peril. This is not a battle you can face alone. Do you comprehend that? Arshin implored, unwilling to relinquish any opportunity to vanquish Majin Bu. If you lose, no one in the universe will stand against him, and you will become the scourge of all. Silence. Speak another word, and I shall end you first, Broly retorted, surprising Arshin with his boldness. The Broly who had previously cowered before Arshin now seemed transformed. In truth, Broly had never feared the Kaishin. He merely wished to avoid further complications, including those posed by Beerus, Whis, and the Omni King. Broly understood that he was not yet a match for them, and he would decide whether to befriend or confront them once he had fully matured. However, in his current state, all that occupied Broly's mind was the urgent need to eliminate Majin Bu before him. However, although the current Broly exudes an aura of terror, Ashen's deep-seated fear and resentment towards Majin Bu lie buried within his heart. If he could eliminate Majin Bu, he would willingly accept death at the hands of Broly, for he believed he should have perished alongside his comrades 5 million years ago. Gohan, standing nearby, gently patted Ashen on the shoulder and reassured him, fear not. Lord Supreme Kai, I comprehend Broly's sentiments. It is the pride of our Scion heritage, and it is also the wellspring of our strength. Since we are unable to assist in any tangible way, let us choose to place our trust in Broly. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Ashen found a semblance of calm. Indeed, at this juncture, there was no alternative but to trust Broly. He could only hope that his arrogance would not lead to unforeseen consequences. After a moment of contemplation, Broly seemed to have conceived a strategy against his foe. He extended his palm towards Majin Bu and declared, let us engage in something unconventional. No sooner had he spoken than a series of energy blasts erupted from Broly's palm, striking Bu. Such feeble energy blasts elicited no instinct for evasion from Bu. Confounded, he pondered the purpose of this seemingly trivial assault. Broly had already been engaged in battle with Bu for an extensive duration, and the expenditure of energy was substantial. Employing such a technique appeared to be a waste of his resources. Lord Supreme Kai, although I too am somewhat perplexed, I have faith that Broly would not resort to actions devoid of significance. Let us observe in peace. For the first time, Gohan found himself considering that the Supreme Kai's words were somewhat excessive. As Bu remained baffled, a sharp sound emerged from the smoke, and he realized that the earlier energy blasts had been a deliberate attempt to obscure his vision. Bu clenched his fists once more and expelled energy from the pores of his body to disperse the surrounding smoke. As that piercing sound drew closer, he regained his sight, only to witness several disc-shaped objects flying towards him amid the energy blasts. The sound was grating to Bu's ears, inciting a sense of foreboding within him. Upon contact with these disc-like entities, he understood the stark difference between them and the previous energy blasts. The moment the energy slice struck Bu, it left him in a shattered state. Yet, this was not the end. As the remnants of the smoke gradually cleared, several identical Brolys stood at various positions, each gathering a blue energy sphere in their hands. For the first time, a feeling of dread surged within Bu. Before he could react, as he regained his focus, the multiple Brolys unleashed their Kamehameha waves simultaneously, akin to the fragmented form of Majin Bu. The simultaneous explosions of the Kamehameha waves were formidable, so much so that they propelled the onlookers several miles away, and even Goku and Vegeta, who had been locked in combat, were momentarily halted. In the moment the two combatants clashed, the emergence of Majin Bu could be palpably felt, as they sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Majin Bu. An instinctive urge to confront him began to stir within them. However, Broly was deeply engrossed in his fierce battle, leaving them to contemplate how they might enjoy the subsequent fight once they had bested one another. The commotion caused by several Kamehameha waves interrupted their skirmish. Yet the energy radiating from Broly and Majin Bu during their confrontation vividly illustrated the terrifying might of both warriors, particularly for Vegeta, who had previously brazenly declared his intent to challenge Broly. The intensity of the battle was becoming increasingly palpable. As the fray continued, Broly gradually sensed his fatigue mounting. The relentless fighting, compounded by the continuous deployment of various techniques, was beginning to take its toll. Even with the enhancements granted by his Majin state, he found himself struggling to maintain his strength. The one solace for Broly was his growth through the fight and his newfound familiarity with Bu's combat style. Should another encounter arise, he was confident he would not find himself in such a precarious position again. Has Majin Bu been vanquished? Asin could hardly believe the sight before him. His nightmarish foe, Majin Bu, had been defeated by a scion, a notion too fantastical to fathom. Yet, none of the warriors present allowed themselves to relax. Had Asin been capable of sensing energy, he would have recognized that while Majin Bu's power had weakened, it had not yet dissipated entirely. Broly, watch out above you. Upon looking up, Broly saw Majin Bu gathering a Kamehameha wave in his hands, astonishingly launching an attack even before his body had fully recovered. Just like Broly, the moment he realized his precarious position, Bu unleashed the energy wave without hesitation. Given the close proximity between them, Broly had no means of evasion and could only cross his arms defensively in front of his chest, bracing himself for the assault. The tremendous force propelled Broly from the sky to the ground, where he skidded for quite a distance before finally dissipating the energy. Chapter 85. The Escaping Majin Bu. I am truly infuriated. Initially, he had been delighted at the prospect of being liberated from his seal, and thus, when Broly proposed a challenge, he had eagerly agreed, wishing for a bit of amusement. However, the recent barrage of Kamehameha waves had clearly placed him in mortal peril. With that in mind, Bu resolved to unleash his most devastating techniques against this adversary before him. He had even employed Broly's own techniques. Not only that, but Lord Kaishin. Have you not noticed? The two of them were continuously learning and adapting to each other's moves and habits during their battle. It was their simultaneous growth and the strain of energy consumption that rendered their conflict so evenly matched. They had both grown significantly stronger since the outset. What? Are they both monsters? Without allowing the Supreme Kai to express his astonishment, Gohan continued. It is precisely because they are rivals that this battle has endured for such an extended duration. Even if others possess comparable strength, They would likely be surpassed over time as the conflict progresses. This battle is truly unparalleled. Regrettably, we can no longer witness it. We must prepare to escape with Father and the others. Why? Aren't the two of them evenly matched? Furthermore, you mentioned that Broly's actual strength surpasses that of Bu. After such a lengthy engagement, with his remarkable learning ability, he should have adapted to fighting Bu by now. Shouldn't he achieve victory if they continue? Why must we flee? Indeed, Supreme Kai, you are correct, but you have overlooked one crucial point. Bu can regenerate infinitely, while Broly's energy is nearly depleted. If this battle continues, it is highly probable that Broly will be the one to lose. Unless what? The atmosphere was tense. Asin was reluctant to abandon any chance of victory. There is nothing. Gohan recalled Goku's mention of Broly's transformation. At a time when Broly's strength was vastly inferior to Frieza's, he had been able to effortlessly annihilate Frieza's brothers after transforming. Moreover, the extent of Broly's power increase post-transformation remains a mystery. All that is known is that neither King Cold nor the subsequent androids, including Cell, had compelled Broly to utilize that transformation again. If Broly could assume that form once more, Bu would undoubtedly be no match for him. However, Goku had also warned that upon transforming, Broly would become exceedingly ferocious, unable to distinguish friend from foe. At that time, even Goku had contemplated ending Broly's life. Should he indeed transform into that state, he would likely become a far more terrifying entity than Bu. Time is of the essence. I must remain vigilant of the unfolding situation. At the first sign of danger, I will take Broly and leave. You should instruct your father to utilize instant transmission to evacuate. Actually, our divine race possesses instant transmission as well. If, as you say, Broly is destined to lose, I will escort you away. It appears that only after Broly has recuperated his strength and energy can he confront Bu once more. Unbeknownst to him, Asin had begun to address the scion, who had previously spoken disrespectfully to him, with a tone of deference. This was not only a sign of respect for strength, but also an acknowledgement of his role in safeguarding the universe's peace. Bu tore a piece of flesh from his own abdomen and hurled it at Broly. As the mass of meat was thrown, Bu's body gradually returned to its original form, while the discarded flesh transformed into tendrils that ensnared Broly. Bu's physique possessed remarkable malleability akin to that of clay, as well as impressive elasticity and resilience resembling rubber. Consequently, as Broly exerted force, the mass of flesh would expand, giving Broly the sensation of striking against cotton. You do not truly believe such trivial antics can ensnare me, do you? Broly erupted with fury, channeling his energy to sever the meat mass Bu had thrown. Just as Broly freed himself from the grasp of the flesh, he discovered that several additional masses awaited him in the surrounding area. In Broly's mind, a conjecture took shape. This foe was studying his offensive techniques, initially using mundane moves to draw attention, followed by a barrage of attacks to obscure his true intent, with the real killing blow lurking behind. Broly intensified his energy output, surrounding himself with a verdant aura that transformed into a protective energy shield, steadily expanding and incinerating the gelatinous masses encircling him. Noticing that Bu had ceased his actions, Broly finally lowered his shield. At that moment, Bu chuckled, muttering, "You've fallen for it." A pink blob erupted from the ground directly beneath Broly, ensnaring his legs and beginning to creep upward. Just as Broly prepared to unleash his fury to break free from the bindings, Bu appeared behind him, declaring, "Time to turn into chocolate." A pink beam of energy shot forth from the tendrils atop Bu's head, targeting Broly. To Bu's astonishment, the beam passed through Broly's form, leaving him bewildered, as he had never encountered such a phenomenon before. Before him, Broly began to fade, becoming translucent and vanishing, only for another Broly to materialize upon the ground. This marked the first time Broly, upon being reborn, uttered a curse, narrowly escaping becoming food. He had contemplated this possibility before, recalling a certain rabbit from years past, yet he sensed that this encounter might differ, especially considering Bu's more formidable magic and strength. Among those he had absorbed, only Vegeta had managed to resist becoming food. Now, with a family to protect, Broly dared not gamble on replicating Vegeta's feat, "I cannot perish." This maneuver was originally devised as a contingency for anyone unfortunate enough to be absorbed by Bu, to thwart his snowballing power. However, that brief moment of dread had instilled a sense of caution in Broly. He could no longer afford to be overconfident. His expression contorted into a fierce snarl. veins bulging on his forehead, pupils narrowing, while the M upon his brow radiated an even more potent malevolence. The previously tranquil voice surged within Broly's mind. Kill. Annihilate them all. Everyone must die. In that instant, the very fabric of reality seemed to shift, as a tremendous storm and violent lightning erupted above. Heavy thunder rumbling ominously in the clouds. This display even rendered the magnified Vegeta momentarily still. Blood streamed from his clenched fists. He marveled at Broly's might, while simultaneously resenting his own inability to match Broly's strength despite his relentless efforts. The bloodline theory he once espoused felt bitterly ironic now. Goku too recalled the final moments on Namek, realizing that Broly now surpassed the terror of those days, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. Yet it was Bu, closest to Broly, who felt the weight of his immense power most acutely. The energy radiating from Broly was so overwhelming that it forced Bu to squint, astonished that after such an extended battle, Broly had yet to unleash his full strength, and the power he had withheld remained so formidable. If the previous barrage of multiple Kamehameha waves had delivered to him a fleeting sense of death's imminent threat, the fear now instilled by Broly enveloped him like the vast ocean or the boundless sky, suffocating him in its depths. No longer hesitating, Bu seized the opportunity presented by Broly's transformation and made his escape.